A sudden outbreak of an unknown virus has swept across the globe, transforming its victims into mindless, flesh-eating zombies. The virus spreads through the air, swiftly dismantling human society, leaving cities in ruins and forcing survivors to retreat to remote areas. With food, water, and medicine in dire scarcity, these survivors resort to desperate measures to stay alive. Zombies are not the only threat. Betrayal and violence among humans exacerbate the apocalyptic crisis. As time progresses, some zombies evolve, gaining extraordinary abilities such as enhanced speed and venomous attacks, culminating in the emergence of a formidable zombie king that poses an even greater danger to humanity. After being bitten by a zombie, the protagonist, Lan Xia, unexpectedly acquires antibodies to the T-virus, granting her immunity and awakening her psychic powers. She learns to control the zombies and read memories, gradually making her mark in this dystopian world. Chapter 1. The Arrival of the Apocalypse. Lan Xia is an ordinary university graduate, recently turned 21. Fed up with her father's incessant nagging, she hurriedly packs her bags upon graduation and boards a flight to City S to visit her childhood friend, Lu Menghan. Recalling the image of her friend, always sporting a ponytail and exuding a calming presence, Lan Xia can't help but smile. She wonders how much Lu Menghan has changed over the years. Despite the tumult in her stomach, she manages to compose herself. Stepping off the plane with a semblance of calm, she discreetly retrieves her phone. Dialing the familiar number, the smile on her face becomes undeniable. Excitement and curiosity fill her heart. What has that girl blossomed into now? Hello, Menghan, I've arrived. Where are you? Xia. Look behind you. To her surprise, the voice does not emanate from her phone, but rather from behind her. Turning around, she is greeted by the playful face of Lu Menghan. Ah, you dare to prank me. Just wait till I get my hands on you. Ah, mercy. Hee, Xia. Don't tickle me, you know I'm extremely ticklish. Not a chance. I won't let you off that easily. Lan Xia declares, hands on her hips, ready to continue her playful assault. This long-awaited reunion feels incredibly warm. Menghan remains as she remembers, quiet yet with a hint of defiance. Her beautiful face is adorned with a refreshing smile, akin to the calming allure of jasmine. Suddenly, the sky darkens inexplicably, shrouded in an eerie gloom that obscures visibility. Xia, where are you? Hearing Menghan's voice, Lan Xia reaches out toward the sound. What could have caused such an abrupt change? A sense of dread envelopes her. She has never witnessed such darkness before. Even at night, there are usually glimmers of starlight. Fortunately, they are not far apart, and soon their hands clasp together tightly. However, before Lan Xia can process what is happening, the sky inexplicably brightens again. She looks at Menghan, who shrugs in confusion. Menghan, why is the weather so strange here? Lan Xia asks, instinctively hugging herself. Despite it being summer, the air feels unseasonably cold, almost like a frigid winter day. As murmurs of confusion ripple through the crowd, distant cries of alarm echo, prompting onlookers to rush toward the source of the commotion. What was once a bustling area is now eerily deserted. Contemplating the bizarre weather, Lan Xia nods, while Menghan swiftly hails a taxi, pulling a bewildered Lan Xia into the back seat. Menghan instructs the driver, please take us to the market. Sure thing, replies the driver, a burly man in his 30s. Unbeknownst to them, behind the taxi, a hellish scene unfolds. The apocalypse has indeed arrived. Only now does Lan Xia realize their purpose for visiting the market, that my parents went to buy groceries, and we're just going to pick them up. It's not far from my house, we'll be there in a few minutes. Oh, by the way, Menghan, what about your cousin, Lu Jingji? Lan Xia feels uneasy under Menghan's scrutinizing gaze, which makes her uncomfortable. He joined the army a few years ago, the same year you moved to City B. Wait, he enlisted? Lan Xia is taken aback, recalling how timid and gentle Jingji was. It's hard to believe that he would choose to serve in the military. They had all grown up together. Had her father not moved to City B, they wouldn't have been separated for all these years. Suddenly, Lan Xia is jolted back to reality as a wave of nausea washes over her, gripping her stomach in distress. Menghan, noticing Lan Xia's discomfort, turns to her with concern. Hey, Xia, what's wrong? I get carsick. Lan Xia struggles to ignore the queasiness, feeling her stomach churn violently. What? Why didn't you say anything sooner? Menghan exclaims, shocked that Lan Xia could endure a long flight while feeling this way. Upon arriving at the market, Lan Xia bolts from the car, while Menghan pays the driver and steps out leisurely. Seeing Lan Xia's pale and splotchy complexion, Menghan furrows her brow, then walks over to support her. Once full of energy and expressive, Lan Xia seems unusually vulnerable now, a side of her that Menghan hadn't expected. After a moment, Lan Xia begins to feel a bit better, only to realize something is amiss. Meng-on, isn't it too quiet here at the market? With Lan Xia's observation, Meng-on becomes aware that the usual bustling atmosphere is eerily silent. They exchange glances, cautiously supporting one another as they venture further inside. Humans naturally fear the unknown, and the excessive stillness of the market causes their hearts to race with apprehension. Upon entering, they find the market eerily deserted, with discarded vegetables strewn about but no sign of life. Lan Xia swallows hard, gripping Meng-han's hand tightly, only to discover her friend's palm is clammy with sweat. For reasons unknown, her heart races as if forewarned of impending doom. Lan Xia nods, feeling out of place in this unfamiliar city, where her first visit is marred by such strange occurrences. A premonition lingers in her mind. Something terribly wrong is about to unfold. Imagining the once lively market now devoid of people feels surreal, a scenario she would have never dared to envision. Today, an incredible scene unfolded before their eyes. Just after turning a corner, the two women spotted a couple grappling with each other in the distance. Although there were only two individuals, both Lan Xia and Lu Menghan felt a sense of relief. The presence of others was comforting. It is a human trait to feel a modicum of reassurance upon encountering one's kind. At the very least, they were not forsaken, even if such thoughts seemed absurd. Ahead, the woman was tightly embracing a middle-aged man in his 40s from behind. The sight was slightly awkward. They were an old married couple, yet still so fervent, which seemed too much for the two young women to process. It was then that Lu Menghan recognized the couple's attire as somewhat familiar. As she stepped closer for a better look, she exclaimed in astonishment, "Mom? Dad? What are you doing here?" Confusion enveloped her. How could her parents be engaged in such an act? Before she could approach further, her father's voice cut through, scolding her. In disbelief, Lan Xia exchanged a peculiar glance with Lu Menghan, and they both stepped forward to observe. What they witnessed was beyond comprehension. Lan Xia, who had been suppressing nausea from the car ride, could no longer hold back and leaned against the wall, retching violently. Lu Menghan, covering her mouth, let out a piercing scream. Before them, Lu's mother had a rigid expression as she clawed at Lu's father's neck, blood gushing forth. She was devouring the flesh from his throat, while he, pale and drenched in cold sweat, struggled to pin her against the wall, immobilizing her. Frozen in horror, Lu Menghan found herself at a loss, unsure of how to react. Her father's face was ashen, yet the blood loss rendered him increasingly feeble. "Dreamhan, promise me you will survive," he implored, his clothes soaked in blood, his once bright eyes now reflecting a desperate hope and awareness. The sight of her father's pleading gaze jolted Lu Menghan, leaving her mind in disarray, unable to formulate a response. Meanwhile, Lan Xia, having regained her composure, resolved to call for help. Frantically, she dialed emergency services, only to be met with a disheartening mechanical voicino signal. How could there be no signal? As Lu's father succumbed to unconsciousness, Lu's mother's actions grew slower, and she gradually lifted her ghastly face, her eyes glinting with a predatory intensity fixed upon them. Lan Xia's heart raced, her limbs felt numb. Instinctively, she seized Lu Menghan's arm and fled to Lu Menghan. In a daze, allowed herself to be pulled along, tears silently streaming down her cheeks, falling like whispers onto the ground. Her father's words echoed hauntingly in her mind. "Dreamhan, promise me you will survive." The nightmarish scene replayed endlessly in her thoughts. It felt as if, upon opening her eyes, she would see her mother gazing at her with insatiable greed, while her father fought desperately to shield her, only to be mercilessly consumed. As they dashed forward, Lan Xia spotted a newly erected building and, in a frenzy, pushed Lu Menghan inside before barricading the iron door with her back. Breathless and shaken, tears streamed down her face as she futilely wiped them away, only for more to flow. Crouching down, Lan Xia held her head in despair. Her phone had no signal, and the horrifying scene outside felt like a scene from a horror film. What on earth was happening? Was this a biochemical crisis? Lu Menghan stood paralyzed, tears cascading down her cheeks without pause. It was as if she were both oblivious and acutely aware of the reality, unwilling to confront it. Xia, why are you crouched there? Get up. My mom and dad are outside. I need to find them," she said, her tone gentle, yet her tears remained unceasing. Lan Xia sprang to her feet, arms outstretched before the door. "Lu Menghan, are you insane? How can you still be unaware of the situation outside? Wake up," she shouted, desperation lacing her voice. Xia, what are you talking about?" "Move aside," Lu Menghan replied with a serene smile, yet the calmness only served to deepen Lan Xia's dread. "No, I cannot let you go out there. I refuse to watch you walk to your demise. Lu Minghan, do not forget what your father just told you, Lan Xia shouted, her heart racing with urgency. She desperately wished for Lu Minghan to awaken from this nightmare. Momentarily stunned, Lu Minghan's face twisted into an eerie smile. Oh yes, what did he just say? Ah yes, to let me live. Ha ha, he wants me to survive. Witnessing Lu Minghan's unsettling demeanor, Lan Xia's face drained of color. What was happening? That voice sent chills down her spine. Lu Minghan, she cried, rushing to her side as Lu Minghan collapsed. Realizing her friend had merely fainted from the shock, Lan Xia exhaled in relief. Rubbing her face in a frenzy, she steeled herself, whispering encouragement to her own heart. Calm. Stay calm. There must be a solution. After taking a few deep breaths, Lan Xia turned to lock the door securely. She surveyed the building, noticing that some doors on the ground floor were ajar. Approaching quietly, she discovered that these unoccupied rooms were pristine and yet to be furnished. She recalled that just a few days prior, Lu Minghan had mentioned her family moving to a new residence, with only their family and the neighbors settling in so far. A bead of sweat formed in Lan Xia's palm. Could this be the place? Cautiously, she approached Lu Minghan, finding a set of keys on her. Taking a deep breath, she mustered the courage to ascend to the second floor. Having explored the building, she found only 2 closed doors on the second level. Which one should she choose, the left or the right? Hesitation gripped her until she finally clenched her teeth, took the key, and approached the right door. To her surprise, it opened easily. Sighing in relief, Lan Xia rushed downstairs to lift Lu Minghan, intending to carry her in a princess hold, only to realize that despite her light frame, she was still a person. Struggling to ascend the stairs, Lan Xia resorted to dragging and pulling Lu Minghan to the second floor, feeling a twinge of guilt as she noticed the dust covering her friend's once clean face. Taking a deep breath, Lan Xia placed Lu Minghan in a charmingly decorated room that exuded youthful vibrancy. This must have been Lu Minghan's original room. Standing at the door, hands on her hips, Lan Xia felt a sense of accomplishment. Everything was proceeding smoothly. Shaking her head to clear her thoughts, she dashed downstairs, hesitating before the locked door. Ultimately, she opened it, realizing this could serve as a refuge. If this were indeed a scenario from a novel about a biochemical crisis, perhaps they could save others here. However, it wasn't long before Lan Xia regretted her momentary kindness. Sometimes a generous heart could lead to one's own downfall. Upon returning to Lu Minghan's residence, Lan Xia cautiously locked the door behind her. She glanced at the figure lying on the bed and let out a soft sigh. Ruffling her disheveled hair, her mind felt utterly chaotic. In the midst of busyness, one hardly notices, yet once stillness envelopes her, an avalanche of thoughts floods in. Irritated, she stood before the water dispenser and poured herself a glass, draining it in one go. Still parched, she filled several more glasses, only feeling slightly alleviated after quenching her thirst. After standing still for a moment, she believed she had regained her composure. Her gaze fell upon the tightly drawn curtains, and melancholy enveloped her for what felt like an eternity. Taking a few deep breaths, she summoned the courage to approach the largest window in the hall. With a swift motion, she drew the tightly shut curtains aside and leaned out to peer below. What met her eyes was a gruesome tableau of lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, with grotesque figures hanging limply, their intestines and mangled flesh visible. Some, even lacking limbs, relentlessly lunged at others, biting and tearing. Among the corpses on the ground, she noticed some beginning to writhe, their rigid forms slowly rising to join the ravenous throng. This was merely the scene within her immediate view. Further afield, flames billowed ominously, leaving her unable to fathom the horrors unfolding there. The sight before her overwhelmed her senses, and she retched violently, collapsing to the floor, unable to comprehend the nightmare. Time seemed to stretch as she knelt there in despair until she finally managed to rise. Casting one last sorrowful glance toward the place where they had encountered Lu's parents. In that very spot, Lu Minghan's mother and father had become separated, both appearing pallid and oblivious as they chased after others. Lan Xia sank to the ground in stunned silence, utterly bewildered by the state of the world around her. Chapter 2. The Arrival of the Apocalypse and How to Survive. Numbly retrieving a mop from the bathroom, Lan Xia diligently cleaned the area where she had been sick. Her mind was in turmoil, devoid of coherent thoughts, yet seemingly overflowing with erratic notions. Was this world truly the one she once knew? Glancing at the half-closed door, where a figure lay asleep on the bed, she pressed her forehead in frustration, tapping her head in an effort to quell her chaotic thoughts. Knock, knock, knock. Was someone at the door? Was it a person or one of those zombies? Lan Xia hastily wiped her face and realized just how much she was forcing herself to appear composed. The tears on her face betrayed her innermost feelings. Shaking her head, she trembled as she stood up, swallowing hard before slowly making her way to the door. Peering through the peephole, she saw a plump woman in her 40s anxiously waiting outside with a child of about 10, occasionally glancing down the stairs. Surely, they were human? Remembering the zombies lurking outside, Lan Xia hesitated but ultimately opened the door. The plump woman seemed taken aback upon seeing her. Swiftly pushing the child inside and squeezing herself through the entrance, slamming the door shut behind her. "Hey, who are you? You can't just barge into someone else's home. This is my house. You need to leave." The woman shouted, hands on her hips, pointing an accusatory finger at Lan Xia. Lan Xia stared at her in confusion. Wasn't he this Menghan's home? Why was this woman behaving this way? Hadn't she just rescued her? How could she turn hostile so quickly? Especially with those flesh-eating zombies outside? Lan Xia furrowed her brow, realizing she had opened the door to save lives. Yet, there were plenty of vacant rooms outside. Why had this woman come to their door on the second floor? At first glance, she sensed the woman was not benign. "Auntie, I wasn't aware this was your home." At the doorway, Lu Menghan observed her aunt with a calm expression. Lan Xia then understood that this was Menghan's aunt. Awakening to such a changed world. Menghan seemed to have come to terms with it. Yet, "Oh dear, Meng, I thought this person was trespassing. Your aunt is family. You can't turn your back on her," the aunt said, oblivious to her own unpleasant demeanor as she nudged Menghan's shoulder. Menghan stepped aside, rolling her eyes discreetly, and then pulled Lan Xia into the room. Lan Xia froze, feeling an inexplicable fear at the calmness of Menghan. "Auntie, you know the current situation. This is my friend. So let my parents' room be yours." With that, Menghan shut the door firmly, leaving her aunt outside, muttering angrily. Lan Xia felt embarrassed from the outset. The woman had been aggressive, lacking even the most basic civility. "Menghan, that's my aunt and my nephew. My aunt is just like that. We have little interaction. Don't take it to heart," Menghan said, guiding Lan Xia to sit on the bed. After her remark, Lan Xia nodded and they sat in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. However, Lan Xia could not articulate the feelings swirling within her. On the surface, Menghan appeared calm. Yet she sensed an underlying denial of reality. The loss of both parents would leave an indelible scar on anyone. After a long pause, Lan Xia ventured, "Menghan, is this like the novels where the apocalypse has arrived? The streets are filled with flesh-eating zombies. What should we do?" She attempted to shift the conversation, albeit still broaching a sensitive subject, yet it was undeniably the most pressing concern. Menghan brushed her hair back, cradling her head in anguish. "Xia, my mind is a mess too. I don't know how to think about anything. We don't have much food at home, and I'm at a loss. Menghan, let us take a shower first. Together, we can overcome this crisis." Lan Xia encouraged, mustering her courage and looking at Menghan with determination. Aware that her friend was merely trying to comfort her, Menghan nodded and prepared hot water for Lan Xia, while she sat on the bed lost in thought. Awakening to a world turned upside down, with zombies roaming freely and parents dead in the streets, Menghan pondered the state of the world. Have they truly perished? Or have they merely transformed into monsters? A bitter smile crept across her lips. In that moment, she had yearned to join them, but her aunt's knocking interrupted her thoughts. Reminding her of her father's last words, if they could be deemed a final wish, was it not her obligation to honor them? Tears streamed silently down her cheeks as she buried her face deep into her pillow, attempting to stifle her anguish. Finally, she lifted her head, gasping for breath. Her flushed face caught sight of Lan Xia emerging in athletic wear, exuding a vibrant energy of youth. Lan Xia had a delicate, doll-like face, often a source of her own concerns. Only briefly glancing at Menghan, she began drying her damp hair, oblivious to Menghan's reddened complexion. "Oh, I'll be right there," Menghan said, hastily tidying up before stepping inside. In the bathroom, Menghan held a razor blade, lost in thought. Ultimately, she discarded the blade into the toilet, letting it wash away. If that was her father's hope, she would adhere to it, even if it meant enduring a painful existence. Crouching down, she turned the shower to maximum, allowing the water to cascade over her, mingling with her tears. Lan Xia, resolute, approached the window and drew back the curtains she had previously closed. Perhaps mentally prepared, she gazed upon the hellscape outside, this time. She merely felt discomfort without succumbing to nausea. Novels often stated that zombies had poor sensitivity, yet keen senses of smell and hearing. Lan Xia touched the walls, noting the soundproofing must be adequate, given the quality of materials in the new house. Once Meng Han emerged from her shower, she found Lan Xia rummaging through the room. What are you doing? Startled, Lan Xia rushed over. The novels say zombies have a keen sense of smell, so I'm looking for some perfume to mask our scent. Meng Han, where do you keep your perfume? That makes sense, but I don't use perfume. My mom's room must have some. Wait here. I'll grab it. Watching Meng Han dash off, Lan Xia shrugged in resignation. Moments later, Meng Han returned, her face a shade of despair. Meng Han, what's wrong? Xia, my aunt took many snacks and vacuum-sealed food items from our house and brought them to my parents' room. Meng Han handed Lan Xia a few bottles of perfume, frowning in contemplation. This one tea do. Xia, you handle the perfume, and I'll see what else we can eat. We need to prepare water too. Wait, why are you leaving again? Lan Xia helplessly watched as Lu Meng-Han dashed away, not knowing where she had gone. Her relative was indeed a peculiar character. Now that they were living under the same roof, it felt as though they had been divided into two families. Should she dilute the perfume with a bit of tap water? Lan Xia pondered, staring at the few small bottles in her hand. How long could such tiny vials last? Perhaps a little water would suffice. Yet, in that fleeting moment as she turned away, Lan Xia let out a soft sigh. She sought to numb herself with the busyness of daily life, reminiscent of the girl she once was in her memories. Even after all these years, she remained the same, enduring everything silently, bearing the weight of it all alone. She never inquired, nor would she ever speak of it. As night fell, Lu Meng-Han hurriedly closed all the curtains, ensuring not a sliver of light escaped. Observing Lan Xia, who was lost in thought while staring at her phone, she sighed gently. The phone signal had long vanished, leaving them in uncertainty. Meng-Han, can your television still receive a signal? Oh, for now. I suppose we can only wait for the authorities to find a solution. I estimate we might receive some signal by tomorrow. Tomorrow? Lan Xia despondently set her phone down, feeling distant from home, uncertain of her father's and brother's well-being. Shaking her head, she cast those thoughts aside. By the way, Meng-Han, you mentioned gathering food and water earlier. Have you had any luck? Don't even mention it. The only thing we can take with us is this single bag of supplies. We should save these for now. The vegetables and rice at home won't last much longer. We'll have to finish those first. Lu Meng-Han sighed softly, realizing that lingering here was not a viable option. Their food supplies were dwindling. At this moment, the very notion of survival felt like a burden. She felt as though she was being suffocated under its weight. Meng-Han, let's embark on some special training tomorrow. At the very least, we should enhance our stamina. As two girls who were normally unable to carry or lift heavy loads, they were now in a different reality. If anything were to happen, they would undoubtedly be the ones to suffer. Lan Xia spoke with a slightly lighter tone, though deep down, she was not as carefree as she appeared. Both she and Lu Meng-Han understood that this was merely a diversion from their grim reality. Special training? That sounds good. Xia, let's engage in some physical training together tomorrow. Yes, it's already quite late. Let us rest now. Lan Xia smiled gently at Lu Meng-Han. Seeing her smile, Lu Meng-Han silently nodded, struggling to force a smile that was more heartbreaking than tears. Yes, let us sleep. Only she remained oblivious to the bitterness of her own smile, which was enough to pierce one's heart at a glance. Lan Xia fell silent, and after turning off the light, a faint sound of sobbing reached her ears. It flitted through like a delicate butterfly, subtle yet perceptible. Was it possible that someone as strong as you could also be fragile and weep? Chapter 3. The Survival Manual for the Apocalypse. Come on, Meng-Han. You can do it. Lu Meng-Han gasped, utterly exhausted as she collapsed onto the floor. Who would have thought that doing push-ups could be so arduous, so physically demanding? The number was simply unfathomable. Had her physical condition deteriorated to such an extent? Meng-Han, you are incredible. I only managed 5, yet you did 15. Lan Xia blinked innocently beside her. She had always known her own frailty. But who could have imagined it would only allow her to do 5? Forget it. I've given up on you. Lu Meng-Han wiped the fine beads of sweat from her forehead, realizing that they were essentially 2 peas in a pod, both possessing combat abilities akin to that of a mere 5. Nevertheless, the furrowed brow revealed her inner turmoil. She was irritable, yet a surge of survival instinct ignited within her. It sounds as if I still have hope, she mused. Unaware of her thoughts, Lan Xia muttered to herself. Fine, there's a treadmill in the next room. Why don't you go run on that for a bit? I'll rest for a while before continuing with the push-ups. Lu Meng-Han sighed, remembering how she had dismissed the treadmill for being ineffective. The training was, indeed, a grim spectacle. There's a treadmill? Why didn't you mention it earlier? Lan Xia exclaimed, skipping away cheerfully, leaving the challenging push-ups to Meng-Han, while the treadmill was more suited to her own abilities. Seeing Lan Xia's jubilant figure, Lu Minghan's lips turned into a bitter smile. She understood that beneath her friend's bright and cheerful facade lay a heart that was astute and delicate, desperately trying to uplift her from the depths of despair. Moved, Lu Minghan rubbed her reddened eyes, aware of her dear friend's expectations, and comprehended the hopes reflected in her father's gaze back then. Despite the sorrow and pain, she resolved to persevere. She would not let others down. She must be brave. Half an hour later, why can my sister only run for half an hour? And at a slow pace at that? In the adjoining room, Lu Minghan covered her ears in trepidation, her face paling at a sudden realization. Zombies were highly sensitive to sound. In a flurry, Lu Minghan located a bottle of perfume and began to spray it around the house. Then cautiously leaned against the door to listen for any sounds from outside. Finally, after a prolonged silence, she exhaled in relief. Lan Xia, who had stepped out for water, noticed Minghan's peculiar behavior and felt a pang of regret. How could she have revealed their location so quickly? If she attracted zombies, where would she go to eat? Lu Minghan looked at Lan Xia helplessly, for this was a characteristic of hers. Any stimulation would inadvertently cause her to speak loudly. Approaching the television, she turned it on with hope, only to find it displaying static. After switching channels fruitlessly, she sighed lightly, just as the official announcement echoed from the screen. Currently, the T-virus has spread globally. Residents are advised to secure all doors and windows and refrain from making loud noises. Should any friends or family be bitten or fall into a deep sleep, please secure them with ropes and observe closely. The government is already enacting rescue operations, so please remain calm. The announcement repeated itself. Lu Minghan grimaced, glancing at Lan Xia, who also sighed softly. They were in the city center, the area with the densest population of zombies. They might starve long before any help arrived. Turning her head, Lu Minghan felt tears welling up again. Wiping them away, she forced herself to remain composed. How should I know? In stories, people usually wake up with superpowers in situations like this. Lan Xia shrugged, realizing they could no longer wait for government rescue. Superpowers? Xia, are you feeling all right? You actually believe in such fantastical notions? Superpowers? Can such science fiction really manifest in the real world? Minghan, would you have believed it if someone had told you there were zombies roaming about? Lan Xia retorted, her head held high. Of course, I could never believe it, unless I witnessed it with my own eyes, especially after my parents suffered because of it. To believe that all of this was real and brutal. Well, if only we had superpowers, at least we would have skills to save our lives, she said lightly, turning her head away to avoid seeing Lan Xia's expression, fearing that her own despair might cast shadows on her friend. Receiving a disapproving glance, Lu Minghan innocently rubbed her nose. Wasn't it just a mention of superpowers? What a ridiculous situation. However, what Lan Xia did not see was Minghan's tears falling silently. The weight of fear, sorrow, and grief unable to convey the turmoil within her heart. Every time she closed her eyes, the endless, repetitive scenes replayed in her mind. Glancing at Lan Xia's cheerful figure, Lu Minghan lowered her head and hastily wiped her tears away. Sadness would not resolve their problems. Her foremost concern should be survival in this merciless world. At the dining table, Lan Xia devoured 2 large bowls of rice. Just as she was about to offer Minghan some vegetables, she noticed a little boy across from her digging into the rice bowl itself. Hey kid, do you even realize that that's a rice bowl? A rice bowl, Lan Xia exclaimed, her mouth agape in shock. Lu Minghan, bemused, served herself some vegetables and began to eat heartily. It seemed they could not afford to be frugal now, after all. They needed to be nourished to maintain their strength for training. Furthermore, a glimmer of cold determination flashed in Lu Minghan's eyes. She felt a deep disdain for her aunt's behavior, which showed no signs of restraint. After washing the dishes, Lan Xia still wore an expression of disbelief, prompting Lu Minghan to step forward and close her mouth. Good heavens, how can that kid eat so much? If this continues, how long can we last? Lu Minghan sighed in resignation. We must eat well and drink well from now on. I thought we could last half a month, but at this rate, we'll be lucky to survive 3 days. 3 days? We must hurry, Lan Xia exclaimed, just as the lights in the room suddenly went out, plunging them into darkness. Lan Xia casually rummaged through the cabinet and remarked, Look, we must have lost power. Minghan, do you have any candles? Wait, I've got it covered. Lu Minghan retrieved a candle from her hiking bag and lit it, illuminating the room considerably. Minghan, do you think we are bound together through life and death now? Lan Xia lay on the bed, gazing up at the dark ceiling. Bound through life and death? This is a scenario that feels like a dream. Her mind was in turmoil. Minghan's parents were gone, but what about hers? The more she thought about it, the more anxious she became. Enough of that. Stop overthinking and get some sleep. Lu Minghan turned her face away, avoiding Lan Xia's gaze. Silent tears streamed down her face as she neared a breaking point. Seeking solace in the rigorous training to numb her emotions. Minghan, how many push-ups can you do now? After a long silence, Lan Xia finally asked. 50. Lan Xia shot up in astonishment. That is incredible. In just one day, you've trained yourself to do 50? I'd better step up my game tomorrow. Enough already. Go to sleep. You've had a long day, aren't you ever tired? Lu Minghan's tone was laced with impatience. Only she understood the fear that lingered within her. Continuing this topic might lead her to tears. Humph. Lan Xia immediately burrowed into her blankets, choosing silence. It was infuriating how vast the disparity between people could be. Today, she could only manage an hour of jogging. Tomorrow, she must attempt sprinting and push-ups. Yet, as the candle's flame extinguished, fear, sorrow, and confusion flickered in Lan Xia's eyes. On the third day of the apocalypse, after profound contemplation, Lu Minghan reverted to a 3-meal routine. Strangely, her usually boisterous Aunt Lu and little nephew were unusually quiet today. Speaking little. After hastily finishing breakfast, Lu Minghan and Lan Xia each set about their training. As Lan Xia passed the refrigerator, she paused, contemplating before opening it. Initially, she sought merely a bottle of water, but her gaze caught a glimpse of a crimson liquid. Minghan, what is this? She inquired, furrowing her brows at Lu Minghan, who brushed past her, averting her eyes in a hurry. Noticing Lu Minghan's odd demeanor, Lan Xia's movements faltered, and as she watched Minghan hastily depart, her feet felt as though they were anchored to the ground, immovable. Perhaps it would be of use later. At noon. Having wiped the sweat from her body with a towel, Lu Minghan stood at the door, her heart a tumult of emotions as she observed Lan Xia sprinting with fervor. After a moment of hesitation, she decided against interrupting her and was about to head to the kitchen when she spotted Aunt Lu sneaking toward the front door. Lu Minghan instinctively took a step back to conceal herself, watching as Aunt Lu spoke furtively with a lecherous-looking man from across the hall. Have you seen those 2 young girls? They're quite something, the man chuckled. Hey, Auntie, I want both of those girls. Both? Fine. I'll find a chance to slip them that sedative, but, cough, don't worry, Auntie, I lack nothing but supplies. All right then, let's agree that tomorrow night. Once they lower their guard, I'll make my move. Just ensure this is done well, Auntie. Rest assured, by tomorrow night, you shall embrace your prize. Her heart raced wildly. They had offered shelter to these people, only to invite danger. Simultaneously, she felt a deep sadness for humanity's coldness. Could a mere handful of supplies truly lead to their ruin? Was there no humanity left in this world? Tears began to flow uncontrollably, and she wept softly. Her sobs barely audible, marking the first time she had cried aloud. For lunch, Lu Minghan cautiously avoided any dishes Aunt Lu had prepared. Once she confirmed there were no other issues, she and Lan Xia finished their meal, neglecting to prepare anything for the 2 unwelcome guests. When Aunt Lu emerged and noticed her absence at the table, she initially fumed but soon retreated to the kitchen to prepare food for herself, saying nothing. As soon as the door shut, Lan Xia questioned, Minghan, has your aunt changed? Why is she suddenly so pleasant? Over the past few days, Lan Xia had grown weary of Aunt Lu's sharp tongue and petty demeanor. Her constant nitpicking made it unbearable. It was as if she had forgotten her role as a guest. Hearing Lan Xia's comment ignited a fire within Lu Minghan, filling her with cold dread. Remembering how her legs had trembled, she was grateful she had recognized the danger in time. Otherwise, death might have seemed preferable. Glancing at the perplexed Lan Xia, she gritted her teeth and whispered what she had overheard. Lan Xia gasped in disbelief. In just a few days of the apocalypse, such vile dealings are already occurring. And with a blood relative no less. Has humanity sunk to such depths? Can kin be so easily sacrificed for profit and supplies? After a moment to collect her emotions, Lan Xia composed herself. Minghan, gather what we need. Let's find some reliable weapons. We must leave quietly tonight. No more delays. That is exactly what I was thinking. I can't worry about where we're headed now. There will be a way when we get there. I'll pack up my things right away. Wait a moment. I have 2 tank swords at home. I'll fetch them. Lu Minghan gathered her thoughts, reminding herself to remain composed in this critical moment. Wait, tank swords? No way. Your family has those? Lan Xia exclaimed in surprise. I owe my father thanks. He was always passionate about such things. I remember there are some in his study. Come. Let us look for them together. Lu Minghan said, leading Lan Xia quietly to the study. Yet, the bitterness within her heart was hers alone to bear. Her father had cherished tank swords and martial arts, pouring every spare moment into his passion, though he had never had the time to learn them. Remembering her father's last face, tears welled in her eyes, which she quietly wiped away as if they had never existed. In the study, after locking the door, Lan Xia stood aside, watching as Lu Minghan rummaged through the room, creating a delightful mess. This was Lu Minghan's home, and she felt it inappropriate to interfere. I found them. Xia, come look. Lu Minghan's voice was filled with excitement. Though her eyes brimmed with tears, her smile shone brightly. Lan Xia raced over to see two tang swords in Lu Minghan's hands, one about a foot long, glistening with sharpness. Most importantly, it was indeed sharpened. But that was the most astonishing part. She gazed at Lu Minghan's profile, her exquisite features streaked with tears yet adorned with a radiant smile. Lu Minghan tested the blade against a strand of hair, which was effortlessly severed. The two exchanged gleeful glances, their eyes drifting to the second sword. This one was longer. Over 2 feet, and more intricately designed, its fiery red hue strikingly bold. This must be more of a decorative piece, Lan Xia sighed in disappointment. Having initially been enamored with it, only to realize its true purpose. Then, why don't you take this one? Lu Minghan offered the ornate sword. But Lan Xia shook her head in refusal. Never mind, I like this one. I can find a longer weapon to face those zombies head-on. I can manage. Seeing her friend's determination, Lu Minghan remained silent, weighing the sword in her hand, appreciating its heft and balance, while Lan Xia gazed at her with admiration. Wow. How cool. Minghan, you can wield a sword. Lan Xia's eyes sparkled with excitement, nearly broadcasting her desire to learn. Lu Minghan, feeling a bit shy, stepped back modestly. It's nothing special. My father forced me to learn a bit when he was still around. I only know a little, but I'll teach you everything I can. Father, I will survive. I will use all that you have taught me to live on with strength. Haha, our Minghan truly is the epitome of versatility. As Lan Xia reveled in her thoughts, she mused that with the versatile Minghan paving the way, their path to dominance would not be far off. Throughout the afternoon, Lan Xia diligently followed Lu Minghan in mastering the art of wielding a knife. In truth, Lu Minghan herself possessed only a modicum of skill, frequently repeating the fundamental actions of slicing, chopping, and parrying. That evening, Lu Minghan, in a surreptitious manner, prepared dinner ahead of time and brought it to their room, where they indulged in a lavish feast, leaving only a few pounds of flour behind in their household. After a while, Aunt Lu could no longer contain her irritation and unleashed a torrent of invectives from outside the door, which continued for quite some time before she relented. Exchanging a silent glance filled with mutual understanding, Lan Xia and Lu Minghan began to inspect their belongings. They were about to leave the sanctuary they had occupied for 3 days, confronting the zombies that lurked outside, although their building had remained secure during their stay. The intermittent screams they heard, whether day or night, had continuously rattled their nerves. Now, they were poised to abandon this bastion of safety in search of survival in a world fraught with peril. Lan Xia paused momentarily, patting a bulging section of her bag, her heart racing with trepidation. After ensuring their straps were securely fastened, both women checked their packs once more. Lu Minghan carried provisions and essential supplies. Wielding a knife in her hand, her load was modest, and considering their physical capabilities, they had even omitted a change of clothes. In contrast, Lan Xia's bag contained bottled water, snacks, a lighter, a map, and some necessities, including a striking red tang knife. Standing at nearly 1.7 meters. Lan Xia rarely donned high heels, but she suddenly recalled that Minghan was only 1.6 meters tall. How could they appear nearly the same height? As her gaze fell upon Minghan's high-heeled shoes adorned with a cartoon character, she was utterly bemused. Are we truly fleeing for our lives, Minghan? Why on earth are you wearing high heels? What will you do if you twist your ankle? Ah? Oh dear, I forgot. Wait for me a moment. I'll look for something else. Are you planning to perform acrobatics? Lan Xia gazed incredulously at Minghan's footwear. I have no choice. This is the only pair of flats I own, and my slippers have an 8-centimeter lift. Lu Minghan groaned, lamenting her predicament, as she realized these shoes were unsuitable for their dire circumstances. At 2 o'clock in the dead of night, with the world enveloped in silence, Lan Xia cautiously opened the main door, wielding a wooden stick, an improvised weapon derived from a mop, and descended the stairs. However, upon reaching the staircase landing, she suddenly halted. Minghan, didn't you say only our 2 families reside here? Puzzled by Lan Xia's seemingly random inquiry, Lu Minghan nodded in affirmation. The occupants of this building are predominantly merchants who spend most of their time away. Moreover, this place has only recently opened for sale. So only our 2 families have moved in. Some areas haven't even been renovated yet. With palms slick with sweat, Lan Xia rummaged through her bag for what felt like an eternity until she finally retrieved the vial. Upon seeing the blood inside, Lu Minghan's eyes widened in realization. Xia, are you? Clenching her jaw, Lan Xia swiftly uncapped the bottle. I apologize. I truly did not mean to. In a flurry, she poured the blood across the doors on either side, then seized Lu Minghan's hand, urging her to flee down the stairs. Reassuring herself repeatedly, she thought, this is not her fault. If they had not acted so outrageously, she would not have resorted to this. Indeed, it was not her fault. Sweat dripped down her brow, and her heart raced uncontrollably. Only she knew the extent of her fear, as if her heart had lodged itself in her throat. As Lan Xia pulled her down the stairs, just as they reached the final landing, Lu Minghan suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, her chest tightening as she leaned heavily against the staircase, struggling to maintain her balance. Chapter 4. The zombie assault. With a hand pressed against her chest, Lu Minghan struggled to speak. I don't know. I just suddenly feel short of breath. It's so hard to breathe. Xia, we must go, let's move. Grasping the handrail of the staircase, she knew they could not afford to retreat even a single step at that moment. She offered her other hand to Lan Xia for support, and together they cautiously exited the building. Lan Xia nodded, aware that they were in the most perilous location. Sweat trickled from her palms, though anxiety gnawed at her. The determination in her eyes remained unwavering. Upon seeing the desolate street, Lan Xia sighed in relief. Encountering no zombies was indeed fortunate. Despite her vigilant observations from the window over the past few days, it did not mean she was ready to confront the undead face to face. Minghan, isn't it too quiet here? Lan Xia whispered, her voice low. While it was a blessing to have not encountered any zombies, the prolonged absence of any was unsettling. Lu Minghan nodded, her vision beginning to blur, her hand gripping the knife slick with sweat. The thought struck her, could she have been infected with the T-virus without realizing it? As they turned a corner, Lan Xia was caught off guard by a zombie, its bloodied hand nearly reaching her face. The creature, covered in blood, had hollow eyes and its insides grotesquely exposed. Overwhelmed by the sight, Lan Xia felt her stomach churn, nearly retching at the foul stench. The zombie lunged at her, but in that moment of sheer terror, she froze, the wooden stick in her hand feeling utterly useless. Just when the zombie was about to pounce, Lu Minghan summoned her strength and swiftly severed the creature's head from its body. Startled, she nearly dropped the knife, astonished at its razor-sharp edge, slicing through flesh as easily as cutting tofu. Was this truly her doing? Lan Xia stared in disbelief at the dismembered zombie, her mind struggling to comprehend the scene before her. Gathering her wits, Lu Minghan, fighting against the dizziness threatening to overwhelm her, pulled the dazed Lan Xia in another direction. It was strange that the zombies had not reacted to Xia's earlier exclamation. Minghan, you just... Lan Xia gazed blankly at her, her mind momentarily blank. One person, no. One zombie had just been decimated before her eyes. Seeing Lu Minghan struggling to breathe, she instinctively grabbed her hand and began to run. As they turned another corner, another zombie charged at them. Lan Xia instinctively swung her stick, managing to push the creature back a few steps. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Minghan stepped forward and delivered another blow, then without a second glance, urged Lan Xia to keep moving. They reached an intersection, where she swallowed hard and attempted to retreat, only to hear growls behind them. Before them stood a horde of zombies, while the ones trailing them were no fewer in number. Lu Minghan gripped Lan Xia's hand tightly, her breath shallow. Damn it, her senses were betraying her. Promise me. You must survive. The words echoed in her mind, but despite her efforts, her eyelids grew heavy, resisting her commands. Minghan, what do we do? We're surrounded. Lan Xia was on the verge of tears. They could handle one or two zombies, as their movements were slow and predictable. But now, encircled by so many, where could they possibly escape? As Lu Minghan's eyes closed in struggle, her consciousness faded completely. A chaotic energy surged within her, but she could no longer maintain her awareness. Seeing Lu Minghan lose consciousness, Lan Xia stared at the advancing zombies, despairing at the thought that this might be their end. She refused to accept it. She had yet to see her family safe. She had yet to fulfill her promise to Minghan. Were they truly destined to perish here? Just as despair enveloped her, a blinding light suddenly pierced through the darkness, rendering her unable to open her eyes. The sound of an approaching vehicle followed, and with effort, Lan Xia squinted to see a military truck barreling towards them, crashing through the zombies, leaving behind a gruesome scene. What are you waiting for? Get in. A voice called out, snapping Lan Xia back to reality. Without hesitation, she pulled Lu Minghan aboard, prioritizing survival over all else. regardless of whether the approaching figures were friend or foe. As the truck maneuvered through the horde, Lan Xia finally found the presence of mind to express her gratitude. "Thank you. We are so grateful. If you hadn't come in time, we would have surely been devoured. This was a matter of life and death. We never expected to encounter the military." Before the soldiers could respond, she looked up to see a young man in military attire. Lu Jingji? He was momentarily taken aback but quickly recognized her. "Xia, what are you doing here? I thought you were in City B." The memory of their dire situation still rattled her heart. Lu Jingji shook his head, clearly unaware of the circumstances. Lan Xia hung her head in disappointment. This calamity had struck so suddenly. "Where's my sister?" Lu Jingji asked, sensing her distress. "That's wonderful," he exclaimed, nearly causing Lan Xia to jump. "How can you say that when Menghan is in such a state? You're unaware, but there are indeed supernatural abilities in this world. I also fainted for a night and woke up with powers. Just watch." With a flourish, Lu Jingji conjured a piece of metal, which floated in his palm, twisting into various shapes. Lan Xia swallowed hard, astonished at this display of power. Was this real? The existence of such abilities was astounding, and the fact that Menghan now possessed them too filled her with hope. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that the world had turned fantastical, leaving her struggling to keep pace. Lu Jingji had intended to showcase more of his abilities, but upon seeing Lan Xia's astonished expression directed at her cousin, he fell silent, pondering what powers his cousin might awaken. In their team, he was the sole wielder of supernatural abilities, while now it seemed Menghan had joined him. Perhaps their family's genetics were indeed remarkable. Lost in his thoughts, Lu Jingji kept his mind occupied, aware that if he didn't, the memories of their harrowing experiences would spiral endlessly in his mind, driving him to madness. Lan Xia cautiously observed the other soldiers in the vehicle. Lu Jingji was the most formally dressed, and the respect in their gazes was unmistakable. It seemed that after years apart, he had truly earned their admiration. Following the military, they might finally be safe. However, Lan Xia silently raised her hand to cover her mouth. She was still suffering from motion sickness. No matter what, she could not let herself vomit. Absolutely not. Sitting in the back seat, she curled up and pressed her mouth shut tightly, enduring the tumultuous churning in her stomach without uttering a word. Tears silently streamed down her cheeks as she pondered the inexplicable nature of her predicament. Throughout her life, she had never experienced any serious illness, yet this motion sickness remained an unyielding affliction that no medication or home remedy seemed capable of alleviating. She had once dreamed of traveling the world, but due to this condition, she had only managed to visit S City and B City, never venturing beyond those confines. Chapter 5, The Motion Sickness Training Method. When Lu Menghan awoke, the first sight that met her eyes was the pale, nauseated expression on Lan Xia's face, which nearly prompted her to cry out in alarm. Rubbing her sore shoulder with one hand, Lu Menghan inquired, "Xia, what on earth is that expression?" Lan Xia, struggling, pointed to her mouth, and as the wave of nausea surged, she swiftly covered her mouth, her complexion turning ashen. "Thank goodness Menghan has awakened. But she is still suffering from motion sickness. What to do?" "Sister, finally, you've woken up." Upon hearing the familiar voice, Lu Menghan realized they were aboard a military vehicle, and her cousin, Lu Jingji, whom she hadn't seen in years, was also present. It seemed fate had not abandoned her. "Well done, young man, your timing is impeccable." Lu Menghan jested, recalling the situation before her unconsciousness, her heart still racing with trepidation. She was truly grateful for Lu Jingji's timely arrival. She had never expected her once timid and anxious cousin to become a competent soldier. Just look at him in that military uniform. How gallant he appears. Lu Jingji sheepishly scratched the back of his head, a faint blush gracing his handsome features. This is all thanks to Xia's voice. She remains the same super soprano as ever. Oh no. Upon hearing Lu Jingji mention Lan Xia, Lu Menghan suddenly remembered that Xia was suffering from motion sickness. Embarrassment washed over her as she recalled Lan Xia's ghastly visage. She had been so engrossed in conversation with Lu Jingji that she had neglected the poor girl. However, a smile crept onto her lips, realizing that the once timid and introverted Jingji had matured into a composed and valiant soldier. If their parents were to learn of this, they would surely be elated. What caused her to reminisce about such matters? Shaking her head, Lu Menghan forced herself to shift her focus. "Xia, are you all right?" Cautiously, Lu Menghan glanced at Lan Xia, and upon seeing her woeful expression, she pondered how to remedy motion sickness. "Sister, what is wrong with Xia?" Lu Jingji asked, his brow furrowed with concern. Just as Lu Menghan was about to explain, Lan Xia discreetly pinched Lu Menghan, causing her to grimace as if in pain. "It's nothing. Nothing at all. She just got a bit startled." You go ahead and do your thing. Lu Minghan could only rub her waist and urge Lu Jingji to attend to his duties, opting to remain silent rather than reveal the situation. Oh, call me if you need anything. Lu Jingji glanced at their interaction, perplexed but obediently turned to plan the route. As soon as Lu Jingji, seated in the front passenger seat, turned away, Lu Minghan pointed at Lan Xia, but before she could speak, Lan Xia's face suddenly loomed before her as she vomited all over her. Stunned, Lu Minghan found herself frozen, the vehicle filled with an unpleasant odor. Lu Jingji, taken aback, directed the driver to pull over to a nearby open space, and everyone quickly exited the vehicle, covering their noses. Meanwhile, Lan Xia, feeling mortified, gazed at the petrified Lu Minghan. Her flushed face betrayed her embarrassment, yet the turmoil in her stomach rendered her complexion a striking mix of red and pale. Half an hour later, with a grim expression, Lu Minghan employed her recently awakened water ability to thoroughly cleanse both herself and the military vehicle. Upon learning of Lan Xia's severe tendency for motion sickness, the rest of the troop, including Lu Jingji, who was, in reality, just 4 in total, were reluctant to ride with her. Lu Jingji, feeling awkward, looked at the soldiers he was responsible for, his gaze pleading as he turned to Lu Minghan. Would they have to stop repeatedly if she were to vomit again? Understanding her cousin's unspoken concern, Lu Minghan averted her gaze. She would absolutely not allow Xia to drive alone behind them, especially since she knew Xia had never obtained a driver's license. With a sigh, Lu Minghan waved her hand, locating an SUV whose owner had turned into a zombie and was trapped inside. She swiftly opened the door. And in the admiring gaze of Lan Xia, Lu Minghan unsheathed her tang knife and dispatched the zombie with a clean swipe. After using her water ability to wash the vehicle multiple times, disregarding the damp seats, she firmly placed Lan Xia in the front passenger seat, fastening her seatbelt before settling into the driver's seat. Lan Xia exclaimed with excitement, "Minghan, you truly are a jack of all trades. With your powers, it feels like you've unlocked a cheat code. Water ability, now I'll never worry about having no water to drink." Lu Minghan shrugged nonchalantly, "I don't know, honestly. Slicing zombies isn't that terrifying. It's just like cutting tofu. You should give it a try next time." Jingji mentioned that after awakening abilities, a person's physical qualities and potential would significantly increase. While it may be easy for you, it may not be for me. Lan Xia felt a twinge of disappointment. She had once believed she could surpass Minghan through hard work, but now that Minghan had awakened her abilities, could she ever catch up? Noticing Lan Xia's downcast demeanor, Lu Minghan gently patted her shoulder in a gesture of comfort, though a smile began to form at the corners of her mouth. The transformation of Lu Minghan, emerging from her low point like a butterfly from its chrysalis, was breathtaking, radiant, and graceful, her confidence illuminating her features, her eyes sparkling with vitality. "My Minghan, you are always so exceptional." As Jingji announced they were driving, Lu Minghan straightened her posture, excitedly igniting the engine. The moment to showcase her driving skills had arrived. Who cares about having a license? After all, no one is checking. While driving, Lu Minghan seized the opportunity to explain. Lan Xia, her face pale, pressed her mouth shut, grateful for her seatbelt as the vehicle jolted. She truly feared she might be thrown from the car. "Minghan, are you sure you can drive? This is a flat road. How are you managing this?" Lan Xia clutched the window, genuinely impressed that Minghan could make a flat road feel so bumpy. "Oh, this is all for you. I refuse to believe that my devilish anti-motion sickness training 1T work on you. Humph, this is for your own good." Lu Minghan hummed a cheerful tune, her spirits buoyed by the sunlight warming her heart. Xia, thank you for always being by my side. I am grateful that you never gave up during the toughest times and that you were with me when the apocalypse arrived. From now on, wherever you are, that shall be my home. Wait, Minghan, is this revenge for earlier? I truly didn't mean to. Please forgive me. Lan Xia's weak voice pleaded through her fingers. Hee. Only just realizing it? Too late. Lu Minghan smirked. Xia, you are far too naive. How dare you vomit on me? You're courting your own demise. Throughout the journey, Lu Jingji, observing in the rearview mirror, remarked, "Impressive. Such driving skills. What a shame you're not racing cars." The soldier beside him queried, "Major General, what did you just say? Focus on your own driving. Didn't I say that during missions, you must not disclose my identity?" "Yes, Major General, understood." Lan Xia slumped against the vehicle, no longer feeling nauseous or inclined to vomit, having already expelled her stomach's contents. How could she have forgotten that Minghan used to drive bumper cars? In the driver's seat, Lu Minghan nodded, satisfied with her observations and tests. Lan Xia had gone a full 2 hours without feeling sick or vomiting. It appears that her devilishly effective anti-motion sickness strategy has indeed succeeded. Overcoming motion sickness is but a trivial matter. The corners of her mouth, lifted in delight, left Lan Xia feeling utterly despondent. With not a single reaction stirring in her stomach, she firmly believed that her stomach must be entirely empty by now, to the extent that she felt numb and unresponsive. Throughout their journey, the scattered zombies they encountered were effortlessly dispatched by the military vehicle ahead. As dawn broke, Lu Jingji, accompanied by 3 other soldiers, raided a small chain supermarket. Left in the vehicle, Lan Xia watched in a state of utter boredom as a group busily transported supplies in and out. Indeed, she was no longer afflicted by motion sickness. After enduring Lu Minghan's rigorous training, it would be a challenge to feel nauseous again. Minghan, I recall that City S has a dense population, yet don't you think the number of zombies we've encountered along the way is remarkably scarce? In truth, it was not merely scarce. After traversing such a distance, they had encountered only a handful of zombies, barely reaching a 3-digit count. Previously, walking along the main road, one would have encountered thousands of people without a second thought. Lan Xia furrowed her brow, pondering the underlying reason for this anomaly. Lu Minghan contemplated seriously for a moment. Xia, I find it equally perplexing. However, Jingji mentioned that we will soon drive to the outskirts, where the distribution of zombies is less dense, and the area is more spacious, which should offer greater safety. At least, escaping in an open space would be comparatively easier. Lu Minghan managed a bitter smile. If the area were indeed spacious, it would be challenging to be encircled by zombies. Minghan, how long will it take to reach the outskirts? Lan Xia absent-mindedly rubbed her shoulders, sensing the imminent danger. She had no desire to linger here for even a moment longer. Sister, hurry and drive. Something from inside is closing in on us. Upon seeing Lu Jingji and the other 2 soldiers return to the vehicle, she wasted no time in starting the engine. Sister, we're heading to the outskirts. Drive faster. One of our brothers has already fallen. This thing is too swift. Although Lu Minghan was uncertain of what was pursuing them, she understood the urgency of the situation. Nodding, she accelerated the vehicle to a rapid speed. Through the window, Lan Xia cast a fearful glance backward. Instantly drenched in cold sweat, a bone resembling a sickle had sprouted from the creature's left arm, appearing exceptionally sharp. A moment ago, an empty vehicle had obstructed the monster's path, yet it effortlessly cleaved that vehicle in 2 with a few swift motions of its arm. What in the world is that creature? It's so fast. Lan Xia could not suppress a scream. The thought of being pursued by such a monster sent shivers down her spine. That razor-sharp sickle could slice a vehicle in half. Jingji, what have you summoned? I'm already pushing 120 miles per hour, and it's still hot on our heels. It's practically forcing me to drive at 200. Lu Minghan gritted her teeth, resolutely refusing to relent. If that creature caught up with them, it would be a dire predicament. Nevertheless, she remained confident in her ability to outmaneuver it. Upon hearing this, everyone in the vehicle was momentarily stunned. Was this chaotic motion not the fastest speed possible? Soon after, everyone instinctively grasped the nearest object, for the vehicle had begun to jolt uncontrollably. At that moment, the sole thought in everyone's mind was that the masters of bumper cars had become invincible. Chapter 6. Of all the zombies, the crimson monstrosity that pursued them relentlessly sent a shiver down Lu Minghan's spine as she gazed at its remarkable speed through the rearview mirror. If such creatures were to roam the streets in abundance, what chance would they have of survival? It had only been 4 days since the apocalypse began, and already such unimaginable horrors had surfaced. Who could predict what else might emerge in the future? After half an hour, they finally managed to shake off the red beast, leaving everyone shaken but unscathed. Once they halted the vehicle, a palpable tension hung in the air, the experience having been harrowing. By the way, Jingji, didn't your unit issue you firearms? Lan Xia asked, wiping the sweat that had trickled down her forehead. Why didn't you fire back? Lu Jingji cast a grave glance at Lu Minghan, then at Lan Xia, and ultimately chose to speak candidly. With a serious demeanor, he explained, our ammunition has been depleted. We were dispatched to City S under orders from higher-ups. 3 days prior, all official systems were activated for rescue operations. But I received word that City S has been unreachable for reasons unknown. Consequently, a small squad of soldiers and some specialized weaponry were sent with me to investigate the situation. However, upon entering City S, we encountered a massive horde of zombies and barely managed to escape with just the 4 of us. Originally, we arrived with 8 military vehicles and nearly 40 comrades, along with a significant cache of weapons. Now, all that remains are a few explosives. From what we understand, the horde has been lingering at the outskirts of City S, severing its connection to other regions, which explains the scarcity of zombies within the city. A flicker of sorrow and fury crossed Lu Jingji's eyes as he recalled the memories. His fists clenched tightly. He could never forget how his comrades had heroically perished before his eyes, sacrificing themselves for their survival. Upon hearing this shocking revelation, Lan Xia and Lu Menghan were left utterly stunned. My friends and I are in disbelief. Lan Xia frowned at Lu Menghan. Don't you think the zombies here seem almost too intelligent? If the connection between City S and other regions remains severed for long, this place will inevitably become a paradise for zombies. Lu Menghan nodded in agreement, pondering. Blocking the exits for survivors in City S and cutting off communication with other areas, could this be mere coincidence, or perhaps a trap? Lan Xia shook her head, then recalled something crucial. Jingji, what exactly is that red creature? Its left hand was razor-sharp, almost as if it had supernatural abilities. And that speed, there was no way to outrun it. The mere thought of the red monstrosity still sent chills down Lan Xia's spine. Its speed was nothing short of terrifying. Lu Jingji awkwardly scratched the back of his head. I forgot to mention, the official designation for that red creature is the T-speed zombie. T-speed zombies evolved from ordinary zombies infected with the T-virus, exhibiting extraordinary swiftness and possessing a scythe-like left hand. Furthermore, officials have identified another new type of zombie, the T-power zombie, which possesses immense strength and wields a hammer in its right hand. This, too, is an evolved form of the zombie, characterized by its blackened appearance. To date, these evolved zombies are exceedingly rare. But with only 4 days since the onset of the apocalypse, we cannot predict what other forms of evolved zombies may arise. However, the authorities are hastily constructing survivor bases, and I believe they will soon establish secure sanctuaries for those who remain. After absorbing Lu Jingji's account, Lan Xia and Lu Minghan exchanged glances, grappling with the incomprehensible reality of their world. The very prospect of survival felt precarious. Moreover, Lan Xia's family and city remained unaccounted for, casting a shadow of uncertainty over their future. Noticing the despair in Lan Xia and Lu Minghan's eyes, Lu Jingji quickly reassured them. There is no need to be so pessimistic. According to incomplete statistics, our awakened abilities may also evolve over time. Experts assert that while our powers may not currently match the pace of zombie evolution, they too can grow, and they pose no threat to humanity. In fact, viewing this apocalypse as nature's survival of the fittest is perhaps more appropriate. Lan Xia, frowning, responded, So, does that mean those of us without awakened abilities are destined to be eliminated? At that moment, they observed a multitude of zombies congregating around a building in the city center for reasons unknown, as heavy objects crashed to the ground with a resounding clatter. Although the sound of their vehicle attracted some zombies, the majority pressed toward the building, and soon, agonized screams echoed from within. Lan Xia and Lu Minghan involuntarily swallowed hard. The very place they had just driven past was the city center, where Lu Minghan's family resided. Among the screams, they recognized the voice of Aunt Lu. Clutching her backpack tightly, Lan Xia lowered her head, aware that her palms were slick with sweat. Her heart raced, nearly ceasing its rhythm, as cold beads of perspiration trickled down her face. The backpack felt like her last lifeline. Lu Minghan cast her gaze downward, contemplating the harsh reality. Seeing the fear etched on Lan Xia's face, she quietly placed her hand atop hers. Attempting to maintain her composure, Lu Minghan gently patted Lan Xia's hand. Lu Jingji furrowed his brow. As a soldier, it was their innate duty to protect the populace, yet facing such a vast horde, how could they possibly emerge unscathed? With a resigned sigh, he fell silent, knowing that while saving lives was noble, he lacked the strength to do so in that moment. Perceiving Lu Jingji's expression, Lan Xia averted her gaze, guilt gnawing at her. She was no saint, hence, she could not absolve the ugly actions of others. In a world so grim, she felt justified in her choices. Noticing the somber mood among the group, Lu Minghan wiped the sweat from her brow and calmly redirected the conversation. Jingji, you mentioned heading to the outskirts. Could that be where your base is located? Lan Xia interjected, but all the supplies are in your military vehicles. We have none of what you need. On the surface, her tone appeared untroubled, yet she was acutely aware of the anxiety brewing within her. Tempered by a flicker of courage, she feared not the situation. Rather, it was her first experience in indirectly causing harm to others, despite their deserving fate. Unaware of the inner turmoil of the two girls, Lu Jingji felt as though he had been struck by a revelation. Why hadn't I thought of that? Taking a deep breath, Lan Xia glanced at the equally apprehensive Lu Minghan and patted her shoulder reassuringly. Thus, the group once again raided a small supermarket, with Lu Menghan and Lan Xia joining in. After securing food and essentials, Lan Xia casually pocketed a few lollipops for emergencies. With all these compressed biscuits and instant noodles, how are we supposed to eat without water? Lan Xia exclaimed, exasperatedly eyeing Lu Menghan. Since awakening her powers, Lu Menghan's reflexes, speed, and strength had increased exponentially. Yet her intelligence seemed to be on the decline. Lu Menghan shot Lan Xia a glare. Of course, we should leave the heavy cases of bottled water for the men to carry. As for you, if you don't start exercising now, you'll surely regret it later. Lan Xia removed the lollipop from her mouth and stuck out her tongue. Of course, I will. Once I awaken my powers, I will obliterate you in an instant. After Lu Menghan placed the 2 boxes of compressed biscuits and 3 boxes of instant noodles into the car, she promptly pulled Lan Xia into the vehicle. All right, young lady. I shall patiently await your grand display of prowess. However, for now, you should obediently accompany me. Lan Xia stuck out her tongue again, choosing to remain silent. This world truly felt surreal to her. She couldn't articulate what exactly was so enchanting about it. Yet, the exhilarating experience is akin to those found in novels filled her with an unusual thrill. All right, we have gathered nearly everything we need. Let us head to the outskirts. Sister, you get out. I shall take the wheel. As Lu Jingji prepared to switch seats with Lu Menghan after giving his instructions from the back seat, the car suddenly lurched into motion. Everyone once again experienced the exhilarating rush of a race and the essence of bumper cars. Lan Xia in the passenger seat calmly buckled her seatbelt, remarking, with driving like this, it's no wonder no one dared to issue you a license after 3 years. Meanwhile, her tightly clenched hands finally relaxed. Wiping away the sweat, she maintained an impassive expression as she gazed ahead. Never repay kindness with resentment, for it will only lead to more brutal harm. This was a truth her father had instilled in her since childhood. If the apocalypse were a game of survival of the fittest, then she would carve out a path through the thorns, solely for those she could never let go. Chapter 7. A temporary stronghold. So this is your stronghold? It is entirely different from what I had envisioned. Upon hastily exiting the vehicle, Lan Xia surveyed the so-called stronghold described by Lu Jingji and found her dream shattered. The stronghold turned out to be a modest villa on the outskirts, surrounded by a mere iron railing for defense. The stark contrast between this and the high-tech, heavily guarded base that Lan Xia imagined was striking. Lu Menghan alighted from the vehicle and shot Lan Xia a glance, saying, come on, it's just nice to have a place to stay. She then turned her attention to Lu Jingji. Is this the standard of the soldiers you train? Outside the vehicle, apart from Lu Jingji, who managed to maintain his composure, the other 2 soldiers were visibly unwell, their faces pale as paper. Hearing Lu Menghan's disdainful tone, they vowed never to ride in her vehicle again. Lan Xia leaned calmly against the car. Menghan, with such driving skills, why don't you race cars instead? Lu Menghan, taken aback, retorted, nonsense. I used to drive bumper cars. Lan Xia smirked, realizing that Lu Menghan was merely acknowledging her past experiences. Once inside the villa, Lan Xia discovered that, although small, it was remarkably well equipped with living essentials, fitness gear, and outdoor supplies. Wow, this place truly is a treasure trove, she exclaimed, opening a bedroom door only to be startled by the sight of 2 figures inside. Ah, there are people here. Lu Jingji, having just finished moving supplies, casually remarked, oh, it's nothing. They're a couple we rescued on the way, the lease. They usually reside in this room. You and my sister can find another place upstairs. Seeing this, Lu Menghan handed a bottle of mineral water to Lan Xia. No problem. In these trying times, we should help one another. The lease smiled gratefully, expressing their willingness to handle chores like laundry and cooking in exchange for their rescue. Lu Jingji exchanged pleasantries with the lease before leaving, prompting Lan Xia and Lu Menghan to ascend to the 2nd floor. Menghan, they seem like trustworthy country folk. Don't you think? Lan Xia expressed her concerns, glancing back at the closed door. Once bitten by a snake, one is fearful of a well rope. In this lawless time, can we truly trust outsiders? Lu Menghan gently inquired. Xia, are you worried about encountering someone like my aunt? Lan Xia nodded, recalling the fear that once gripped her heart. Sometimes, human nature can be more terrifying than zombies, and if they were to encounter untrustworthy individuals again, their lives would be at stake. Don't worry. With Jingji here, nothing will go wrong. Let's get some rest tonight. We'll continue our special training tomorrow, Lu Menghan declared, playfully draping her arm around Lan Xia's shoulders. Yet, deep down, she too felt a sense of unease. They could not afford to lower their guard. It was imperative to intensify their training, ensuring they would possess the ability to protect their loved ones in times of crisis. Even though they could seek advice from Lu Jingji regarding techniques, without the most basic physical strength, even the best skills would be rendered useless. While shortcuts might seem appealing, they must not relax their standards for themselves. What? Another one? Lan Xia halted her hand as she opened the door to his second-floor bedroom. Upon seeing the well-arranged decor, she pulled Lu Minghan inside. Lu Minghan rolled her eyes. Seriously? What time is it? Do you really think the official bases are infallible? As she casually opened the wardrobe and found a few women's outfits, she held them up for a moment. At that moment, she cast aside all thoughts, focusing solely on survival, on living through this ordeal alongside Lan Xia. By the way, Xia, don't forget that leaving S City is already a challenge. Remember, Jingji mentioned that the entire city is surrounded by hordes of zombies. If you don't put in the effort, you'll have plenty to cry about. Lan Xia mischievously rolled over to the edge of the bed, grinning. Hee, are you implying you wish to take responsibility for me? Lu Minghan turned to sit beside her, a playful smile on her face. All right, little girl, stick with me, and I promise you'll have a life of luxury. Lan Xia feigned shyness, then unexpectedly began tickling Lu Minghan, and in an instant, the two were engulfed in laughter. The room was warm and inviting, and in that moment, both Lan Xia and Lu Minghan forgot the harsh reality of the zombie-infested world outside, momentarily escaping the cruel laws of existence. With mounting pressure, it was crucial to release tension at times. After all, they were not alone. Together, they could uplift and support one another, eventually leading them to the day when they could face the end of the world. Yet, how long that day would take to arrive remained an enigma. After a silent night, the following morning, Lu Minghan roused Lan Xia for a rigorous routine of running, push-ups, and sword practice, proclaiming, "Only through enduring hardship can one rise to greatness." Although Lan Xia was awakened early, she felt invigorated. The previous night, Lu Jingji and the other two soldiers had taken turns on night watch, allowing everyone to sleep soundly for the first time since the apocalypse began. During lunch, everyone gathered around the dining table, relishing the simple meal of stir-fried pork with potatoes and cabbage, which was regarded as a feast. After the meal, Lu Jingji wiped his mouth and stated solemnly, "For the next few days, S City remains relatively safe, but that could change soon. The zombie horde will inevitably launch an attack on the city. We need to devise a plan to exit S City before it is too late." Lu Minghan immediately raised her hand, and upon receiving a nod from Lu Jingji, she inquired, "Jingji, do you have a way to get out?" Lu Jingji regretfully shook his head but quickly regained his composure, stating, "While we currently lack a plan, starting today, the three of us soldiers will take turns scouting. In every meticulously laid plan, there is bound to be a flaw. We will find a breakthrough." Lu Minghan and the other two soldiers promptly stood and saluted, to which Lu Jingji nodded before sitting back down. Lan Xia wiped the cold sweat from her brow, realizing that Minghan had also served in the military. Just as Lu Jingji was about to dismiss the meeting, Delise, who had been quietly observing from a corner, spoke up. "Comrades, is it true that those creatures outside will attack? Or is that just speculation? We only wish to remain here and await rescue from the government." Delise looked hopefully at Lu Jingji, but before he could respond, Lu Minghan calmly interjected, "That's fine. After we leave, this villa will be yours. But with just the two of you, you must exercise caution." After witnessing Delise close the door behind them, Lu Jingji angrily questioned Lu Minghan, "Sister, why did you stop me? Those are lives at stake. The government has already abandoned S City, and I have received orders to withdraw. You know the situation here." Lu Minghan stood, collecting her thoughts, and replied in a questioning tone, "Lu Jingji, do you even know which route to take for a breakout? Can you guarantee that the zombie horde will attack? If you are uncertain about your own ability to escape S City, why should you put others at risk?" In this moment, Lu Jingji found himself at a loss for words, consumed by the gravity of two lives at stake, yet oblivious to the fact that he lacked the capacity to save them. After a brief pause, he bowed his head and took a soldier with him to conduct reconnaissance. Just before departing, Lu Jingji halted, stating, "Today, I shall venture into the city to seek out those strongholds of survivors. As far as I know, there are still numerous enclaves of survivors established within City S. I intend to inquire if they would be willing to collaborate with the military for an escape." Lu Minghan nodded, albeit with a lingering doubt. In times of great peril, individuals tend to prioritize their own survival. Entrusting their fates to others in precarious situations, would anyone truly be inclined to do so? As for the others, as long as they did not obstruct her, she was indifferent to their choices. However, when Lu Menghan and Lan Xia beheld the despondent expression on Lu Jingji's face, the outcome became painfully evident. Is there not a single individual willing to assist? Lu Menghan inquired softly. Lu Jingji nodded, pausing momentarily before he continued. The very creators of the strongholds would not even permit me entry. They believe it is still safe for the time being. Attempting an escape is tantamount to courting death. Lu Menghan approached and gently patted his shoulder before silently moving to stand beside Lan Xia. Lan Xia lowered her gaze. Pondering the grim reality, was there truly no one willing to join their cause? Regardless, departure was imperative, even if fraught with difficulty. Chapter 8. Preparedness. Observing the perplexed expression on Lu Menghan's face, Lan Xia inquired with concern, Menghan, why didn't you inform me that the authorities have abandoned City S? Only a formidable commander could orchestrate such a vast horde of zombies surrounding the city. Lan Xia ran her fingers through her hair in a state of confusion. Her mind was a tumult of thoughts. If even the T-speed and T-strength zombies had been documented, how formidable must the entity be that rendered the authorities powerless? The fervent desire to return home spun ceaselessly in her mind, yet the current circumstances starkly contrasted the past. The population density of the world mirrored the overwhelming density of the zombies. The prospect of escaping from such a multitude seemed daunting. Lu Menghan sighed softly. At this juncture, we have no alternative. From my understanding of Jingji, he will devise a means of escape within 3 days. In the meantime, we must intensify our training to ensure we are not left behind when the time comes. Lan Xia, taken aback, asked, a large troop? Lu Menghan nodded. When Jingji and his team undertook their special mission, the higher-ups dispatched 10 squads in phases. Although many perished upon entering City S, a significant number remain. Jingji has already made contact with them, and they will undoubtedly retreat together. Lan Xia's eyes lit up with realization as she recalled Lu Menghan's newly awakened abilities. Abilities were a powerful asset. If wielded effectively, they could become their means of survival in this apocalyptic world. Menghan, now that you possess abilities, you should focus on cultivating them. Lan Xia said earnestly, confident that Menghan, with her innate talent, would grasp this quickly. Yet, a pang of envy welled within her. She felt that she was the only one left in a state of weakness. Lu Menghan, frustrated, smacked her forehead right. How could I forget? Xia, let us practice together now. We can experiment ourselves and consult Jingji if we encounter difficulties. Agreeing, the two shifted the bed and wardrobe aside and commenced their training against the blank wall. Lan Xia nodded at Lu Menghan, who concentrated deeply, gradually coalescing droplets of water in her palms. Drawing upon her memories of water pressure from books, she endeavored to compress the water into a sphere. As the light blue sphere shrank to the size of a fist, the effort became increasingly strenuous. Lu Menghan gritted her teeth, exerting every ounce of her abilities. Once the sphere reached half the size of her fist, a sudden wave of weakness washed over her, and in a moment of distraction, the water sphere uncontrollably shot away. The sphere careened toward Lan Xia, who, taken by surprise, instinctively curled into a ball, her breath hitching. In that instant, she could not comprehend why such an unexpected event had unfolded. Was this truly the end? Was she destined to fall here? Death had never felt so close. Suddenly, distant memories flickered in her mind. No, there were countless things left undone, countless words unspoken to her loved ones. She could not succumb. In a moment of panic, flames erupted around her, encasing her entirely. The water sphere was swiftly engulfed, transforming into steam, leaving only Lan Xia's protective stance and Lu Menghan's astonished expression. Only Lan Xia understood the profound significance of that fleeting moment. She could not afford to lose. She must survive, even if it meant sacrificing everything to save her family. Meanwhile, downstairs, Lu Jingji rushed up upon hearing the scream, bursting through the door to see the bewildered expressions on both girls. What happened? Lu Menghan, mouth agape, stammered. I just practiced abilities, and accidentally. Accidentally. Lu Jingji's patience wore thin at her stuttering. Realizing her anxiety, Lu Menghan took a deep breath and explained, I was practicing abilities with Xia, and I pushed too hard. I lost control, and the water sphere flew towards her. Unbelievably, at the critical moment, Xia awakened her abilities and was enveloped in flames, causing my water sphere to evaporate. Do you understand? Lu Menghan exhaled deeply, relieved that Xia was unharmed. Perhaps this was a blessing in disguise. Yet, she alone knew the intensity of her self-loathing in that moment. Fear, dread, and despair alternated within her. If she were to pinpoint the reason for her resilience in the face of losing her parents, she would undoubtedly attribute it to Xia, Her companionship and encouragement gave her the courage to forge ahead. She could scarcely fathom what would happen if Xia were to come to harm, let alone that the one who could inflict such harm was herself. Before Lu Jingji could respond, Lan Xia dashed over, incredulous. Menghan, is it true? I awakened my abilities. Really? The possibility of becoming stronger to protect everyone in this apocalypse ignited her excitement. Lu Menghan, grasped by Lan Xia's fervor, pleaded, Stop, stop. Xia, you really awakened your abilities. Thank goodness, you're all right. Upon realizing her newfound powers, Lan Xia leaped in elation, yet her heart brimmed with tears. At the moment the water sphere had surged towards her, she had felt the embrace of death. Her singular thought had been to survive. Perhaps it was this fierce will to live that had sparked her awakening. Lu Jingji, witnessing the scene, erupted in anger. Enough. Do you think abilities are a game to be trifled with? You were fortunate this time. What if Xia hadn't awakened in time? Sister, you're not a child anymore. Can't you behave? Both girls looked at him with pleading eyes, and unable to withstand their gaze, Lu Jingji relented. Fine. I'll dedicate every afternoon to teaching you how to wield your abilities. While the authorities may not have extensive knowledge of them, it is certainly more reliable than your reckless experimentation. Seeing Lu Jingji relent, Lu Menghan secretly celebrated with a thumbs up to Lan Xia, which nearly drove Lu Jingji to frustration as he stormed out. Lu Menghan made a face at the door before eagerly resuming her discussion with Lan Xia about their abilities. Though she appeared cheerful and relaxed, only she understood the profound relief swelling within her. Xia, you wield fire while I control water. Don't you think it's serendipitous? Lu Menghan gazed at Lan Xia with palpable excitement. Of course it's fate, Lan Xia replied with a radiant smile. Otherwise, amidst the vast sea of people, why would I have encountered you? After the initial thrill, Lan Xia began to ponder seriously how to utilize their newfound abilities. With a hint of uncertainty, she remarked, Menghan, we could compress our powers into water and fire orbs to project them. Perhaps we could also envelop ourselves in our abilities for defense. Just as I did when I first awakened my powers? Lu Menghan nodded in agreement. Theoretically, that is feasible. For now, let's brainstorm practical applications for our abilities and consult Jingji later tonight on how to implement them. In their quaint villa, Lan Xia and Lu Menghan rose at dawn each day, commencing their morning with 2 hours of brisk running on the treadmill, followed by push-ups. By 10 o'clock, they diligently practiced the 4 fundamental movements of the Tang Dao: swing, chop, slash, and block. Due to the limitations of their circumstances, Lan Xia could only train with her vibrant red Tang Dao, which was far less efficient than a proper kitchen knife. Thanks to their awakened powers, both girls experienced a remarkable enhancement in their physical prowess. Despite the exhaustion, they miraculously persevered through their morning exercises. A shared smile between Lan Xia and Lu Menghan conveyed the sentiment that as long as they had each other, no hardship could serve as an excuse for surrender. However, since beginning their grueling training regimen, both girls' appetites surged dramatically, leaving the other 5 residents of the villa in astonishment. Their appetite now eclipsed that of the 5 combined, and it showed no signs of abating. What on earth is happening in this world? After lunch, Lu Menghan dragged Lan Xia and Lu Jingji outside the villa to practice their abilities. Initially, both Lan Xia and Lu Menghan struggled to control their strength, but with practice, they soon learned to launch water and fire orbs with precision. Although their destructive capability was still lacking, they had taken their first tentative steps down the path of mastery. Even if it was a minuscule step, they were confident that they could refine their abilities to perfection in the near future. Perseverance prevails over adversity. It is not the power of water, but the strength of persistence that leads to ultimate victory. In the open space outside the villa, Lan Xia curiously inquired, Menghan, why have you brought me here? Once Lu Menghan drove the off-road vehicle over, she nonchalantly exited the car. Need you even ask? This is for our specialized training. From today onward, I shall teach you how to drive. Get in the car, right now. Lan Xia looked at Lu Menghan with disbelief, yet the latter remained oblivious. Pushing Lan Xia into the driver's seat while she took her place in the passenger seat, earnestly instructing her on the art of driving. What on earth is happening? Menghan is actually teaching me how to drive? The spacious surroundings allowed their lessons to progress smoothly, and before long, Lan Xia had learned to drive, at least according to Lu Menghan's standards. Lan Xia despaired, resting her forehead against the steering wheel, regretting her decision to follow Lu Menghan's lead. How could she have forgotten that Menghan had previously only driven bumper cars? Who would dare ride with her if she truly took the wheel? In the passenger seat, Lu Menghan regarded Lan Xia with pride, thrilled to see her blossom into a promising student. Your performance is commendable. From now on, you shall learn from me. I dabbled in taekwondo as a child, so let me teach you that now. Lan Xia responded incredulously. More? Are you a jack of all trades? Are you attempting to turn me into a jack of none? To her surprise, Lu Minghan wore a look of realization, as if to say, oh yes. Why didn't I think of that? Sitting in the driver's seat, Lan Xia felt her face twitch as she observed Lu Minghan lost in her own fanciful thoughts, occasionally grinning mischievously. What on earth are you thinking? Surely, you aren't planning to torment me, she thought. Heavens, please spare me. Yet, dreams may be grand, while reality is often stark. No matter how Lan Xia protested, she could not quell Lu Minghan's unquenchable passion. At that moment, Lan Xia truly understood the depth of Minghan's knowledge and the stark contrast between their experiences. Minghan had imparted enough wisdom in just a few days to last a lifetime. For instance, when it came to cooking, Lu Minghan could only rely on verbal explanations due to their limited resources. She even conducted a thorough demonstration, teaching Lan Xia with meticulous care. Complaints aside, when it came time for their specialized training, Lan Xia was exceptionally earnest. She dared not be careless. Her survival depended on her dedication to honing her abilities. In the face of an impending apocalypse, she resolved to enhance her capacity to endure rather than wallow in despair. Each fleeting moment was seized to fortify her strength. Even as her arms ached, her legs threatened to buckle, and her feet screamed for reprieve, she refused to relent. In a world where survival was paramount, she recognized that these struggles were not valid reasons for giving up. She had to survive. This singular resolve fueled her unwavering determination. 3 fleeting days passed, and as they gathered their supplies, the group resolved to break free the following day. Ultimately, the couple residing in the villa chose not to join them in their escape. Lu Jingji sighed, uncertain if his choice was a mistake. In this world, every decision held the weight of life and death, and he could only hope for a successful escape from City S. Chapter 9. Breaking out under the cloak of night. Lu Minghan lit a candle, casting a warm glow throughout the room. Lan Xia gazed at her as if she were an alien, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. With a sideways glance, Lu Minghan removed her shoes, curled up on the bed, and said with a tinge of sadness, tomorrow we must prepare to break free from S City. To be honest, I have never left this place in my entire life, and I never imagined that my first departure would be under such dire circumstances. Moreover, my parents are no longer by my side, and my mind is a whirlwind. The pressures from this apocalyptic world have been suffocating. Lan Xia, tousling her unruly hair, joined Lu Minghan on the bed, her feet dangling off the side, swaying unconsciously. Indeed, the experiences of these past few days feel surreal. I can't help but wonder how my father and younger brother are faring. To be honest, I'm too afraid to think too deeply about it. Don't be so melancholic. The road ahead is long. At worst, we will face the challenges together. Lan Xia reassured, holding Lu Minghan's hand with one and gently patting her shoulder with the other. When Minghan cried, she felt helpless, and eventually they embraced and wept together. In that moment, Lu Minghan realized how fortunate she was to have a steadfast friend by her side. Lu Minghan, with her calm demeanor and gentle nature, was the opposite of Lan Xia's fiery temperament. She embodied a serene warmth, akin to the sun's gentle rays on a winter day. I'm grateful to have you. Sometimes I think how fortunate I am that you came at such a perfect time. If you hadn't flown here right after graduating, I would have faced this calamity alone, unsure of what to do. I might have lost my mind or wished to follow my parents. But with you here, your unspoken encouragement and comforting gaze have taught me to be brave, no matter how cruel the circumstances may be. I will survive. Lan Xia shot her a teasing glance. How do you say that? If I had been even a moment later, zombies might have overrun the plane. But if the apocalypse had struck while I was in B City, I would have ensured my father and brother were settled before rushing to find you. Lu Minghan nodded seriously. That's uncertain. Perhaps I would have been the one searching for you first. I would definitely be the one to find you, Lan Xia retorted. Her cheeks puffed up in mock indignation. No way. It would be me. Lu Minghan countered fiercely. It's me. It's me. It's me. It's me. It's me. It's me. Lan Xia declared emphatically, repeating herself 6 times. Lu Minghan rolled her eyes and resolutely extinguished the candle, ready for sleep. As Lan Xia lowered her head, her earlier exuberance had faded, replaced by worry, despite her efforts to convince herself otherwise. She couldn't shake the concern for her father and younger brother in B City. The best she could do was silently pray for their safety, hoping that when they reunited, they would still be a family, unharmed. Fate can be cruel, but life must go on. Stay strong, Lan Xia murmured to herself. Gathering her emotions, Lu Minghan sat up, rubbing her eyes. Xia, what did you just say? Unbeknownst to each other, both girls were grappling with their anxieties, steadfastness, and resilience. As dawn broke, Lu Jingji organized everyone to load the supplies onto the off-road vehicle, preparing to rendezvous with the main group. After considerable observation, they discovered a secluded path, albeit slightly challenging for the vehicle, yet relatively free of zombies. Lu Jingji felt cold sweat trickling down his palms. He had never been this anxious while on a mission. His tension stemmed from the presence of his esteemed sister and beloved childhood friend in the vehicle. He vowed not to falter. He must ensure their safe arrival at the base. In the backseat, Lan Xia noticed a soldier in the front seat showing particular attention to Lu Minghan. She leaned closer, whispering, "Hey, that soldier up front seems to have a crush on you. He has been offering water and asking about you all this way. It's hard not to misinterpret." Lu Minghan shot her a glare. "Stop referring to him as that soldier. He has a name. It's Xiao Xiao." Lan Xia mischievously glanced at the soldier. "Oh." He is moving quickly. He is quite handsome and spirited. Seeing Lu Minghan shift away in exasperation, Lan Xia nudged her shoulder playfully. "Nice taste. When did you two start this? How far along are you? Spill the beans. Enough. Stop with the nonsense. We're almost at our destination, so behave yourself." Lu Minghan admonished, her patience wearing thin at Lan Xia's cavalier attitude. Lan Xia innocently stuck out her tongue, pulling out a lollipop and licking it absent-mindedly. Lu Minghan had always been the epitome of a goddess, while Lan Xia's appearance was that of a youthful girl contrasted with a fierce demeanor. Their only similarity lay in their doll-like faces, with Lu Minghan appearing younger while Lan Xia resembled a delicately crafted porcelain doll, almost too exquisite to be real. She realized that she now fully understood the essence of a goddess versus a tomboy. A tomboy is viewed as a good buddy, while a goddess is the dream lover in someone's eyes. Hence, her envy was palpable. Xia. Lu Minghan watched in disbelief as her friend drifted off again. "Do you even know the stakes?" What? Lan Xia perked up at the sound of her name. Seeing Lu Minghan's exasperated expression, she knew she had spaced out again. After a sheepish grin and a roll of Lu Minghan's eyes, she turned her attention outside the window. To her surprise, they had already joined the main group, with 3 military vehicles ahead of them and another behind. With their off-road vehicle included, they were part of a convoy of 5. Lan Xia glanced at Lu Minghan, her worries resurfacing. "Do you think we can break through with this formation?" "Don't worry. Remember, we both have abilities. We will surely make it through," Lu Minghan encouraged. Though she too felt a flicker of doubt. The atmosphere was delicate. Individual apprehension was manageable, but collective anxiety could extinguish their courage in the face of adversity. Even if she felt uncertain, she needed to muster her spirit alongside Lan Xia to confront the challenges ahead. For only by facing them bravely could they hope to achieve victory. With Lu Minghan's unwavering support, Lan Xia nodded. At this juncture, retreat was not an option. They could only charge forward with resolve. Observing the palpable tension in Lan Xia, Lu Minghan spoke reassuringly. "Do not worry, everything will be fine. In the past few days, Jingji and the others have discovered a relatively less perilous route amidst the zombies. We shall be able to exit City S in just an hour. So, do not be anxious." "An hour? Is it truly so swift?" Yet, the silence along this path is rather unsettling, she pondered. Throughout their journey, they had encountered not a single zombie. Even if the zombies here were indeed weaker, it was implausible for them to be so scarce. Lu Minghan feigned calmness. "Perhaps it is merely coincidence. Let us not overthink. We will soon be free." Though she too felt an ominous sense of unease, retreating was no longer an option. And within this group, their voices held little weight. Despite having awakened their abilities, it did not grant them authority over the team, especially since their powers remained largely undeveloped. Under someone else's roof, they were compelled to bow their heads. Inside the vehicle, Lan Xia and Lu Minghan leaned against one another, each harboring a subtle sense of impending danger. Not far from their convoy, a vast horde of zombies lay in wait, silently anticipating their next prey. The situation was far from straightforward, akin to the emergence of a shortcut amidst a densely encircled trap. Chapter 10. The zombie horde strikes half an hour later. Lu Jingji abruptly halted the vehicle, reporting the anomaly to his superiors, yet receiving no response. In utter despair, he ultimately requested to leave the team. Seated in the back, he cradled his head in his hands, beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow. Previously, he would never have contemplated straying from the main force. But now he bore the weight of not only his own life but also that of his sister and Xia Xia. Lan Xia and Lu Minghan exchanged glances. And Lu Minghan nodded before speaking. Jingji, do you also sense the impending danger ahead? Lu Jingji raised his gaze to meet hers, nodding in agreement. Lu Minghan tentatively continued. Just now, Xia and I discussed, and I suspect that those of us who have awakened our abilities possess a heightened sense of premonition, perhaps an ability to foresee danger. Lu Jingji looked at her with an enigmatic expression, then glanced at the distressed Lan Xia, contemplating the dismissive attitudes of the others. He earnestly analyzed the situation in his mind, reluctantly acknowledging that their awakening of powers had indeed granted them a greater awareness of peril. Boom! A thunderous explosion interrupted Lu Jingji's musings. In the distance, sporadic gunfire and cries of anguish echoed, soon fading into silence. Indeed, an ambush lay ahead. Realizing this, Lu Jingji promptly commanded, Xiao, accelerate. We must leave this place at once. Yes, Major General. Understood, Major General. Lan Xia and Lu Minghan simultaneously turned to look behind, where a military vehicle, billowing black smoke, staggered toward them. There was indeed a trap. It made perfect sense. Given that this horde of zombies had surrounded the entirety of City S, they could not possibly leave such an obvious opening for them. Lan Xia gazed gravely behind her, the overwhelming chorus of roars making it nearly impossible to fathom the number of zombies lurking in ambush. In that moment, she comprehended why her heart had been so uneasy, experiencing an unprecedented panic. Now aware of the impending ambush, her heart oddly steadied, the previous fear dissipating. Lu Minghan, still trembling, remarked, "This is far too dangerous. I never expected the zombies to possess such intelligence. They must have noticed the frequent reconnaissance in this area over the past few days and set a trap for us." If her speculation held any truth, their survival chances were indeed grim. Lu Jingji gazed sternly at the military vehicle closing in behind them, acknowledging that, despite how inconceivable it seemed, they had indeed fallen into a trap. The emergence of intelligent zombies was startling. Escaping City S now appeared as daunting as scaling the heavens. Lan Xia shot Lu Jingji an incredulous look. What is so difficult about climbing to the heavens? Airplanes are childish play. Humanity has already set foot on the moon. Lu Jingji found himself speechless, turning away. It was merely a figure of speech. Did she need to take it so literally? 5 minutes later, the roars grew ever closer, and Lan Xia anxiously watched the military vehicle that was nearly upon them. Would the zombies follow in pursuit of this vehicle? Moments later, the military vehicle caught up, and the window rolled down to reveal a soldier in his 30s, shouting with all his might, "Run! There's an ambush ahead with numerous evolved zombies. Our main force has been annihilated. Run!" Seeing the military vehicle recklessly accelerate to its maximum speed, Lu Jingji immediately ordered Xiao to disregard all caution and drive as fast as possible. At that moment, uncertainty gripped everyone's hearts, tension rising as they realized that in less than 10 minutes, or perhaps even less, the main force had been completely decimated. How many zombies awaited them? Sweat beaded on Lan Xia's palms. Would the T-speed zombies emerge? If such rapid zombies appeared, could they truly escape? Suddenly, a massive cargo truck hurtled towards them from nowhere. Xiao deftly maneuvered the off-road vehicle to evade it, only for them to discover a colossal figure, over 4 meters tall, looming ominously beside the road. Its body was entirely black, resembling a suit of armor, and in its right hand, it brandished an object resembling a colossal hammer. That very truck had been hurled at them. Lan Xia and Lu Minghan clung tightly to each other, while Lu Jingji struggled to articulate, a T-strength zombie. Thankfully, though the cargo truck had slowed their pace, Xiao's driving skills quickly regained their speed. Relief washed over them. Although the T-strength zombie possessed immense power, its speed was not as grotesque as that of the T-speed zombies. The military vehicle ahead had also spotted the T-strength zombie, adjusting its speed to maintain a safe distance from them. Lan Xia felt a surge of gratitude. She hadn't anticipated that even in the face of the apocalypse, these soldiers would uphold their noble qualities, still striving to provide support. The military's order left her in awe, and she bowed her head slightly, wondering if they could truly navigate through this perilous situation. Yet, a lingering doubt gnawed at her. Why did she feel that this time, it would not be so simple? The black figure behind them was quickly left behind. But before they could breathe a sigh of relief, they caught sight of 6 crimson figures through the vehicle's rearview mirror. Lu Minghan gasped, 6 T-speed zombies? This defies all logic. As they beheld the relentless pursuit of the red figures, Lu Jingji instinctively clenched his fists. One alone could send them fleeing. Now, with 6. Did they stand any chance of survival? Just as despair settled over them, the military vehicle ahead suddenly slowed down. As it drew nearer, they realized the road was blocked by several trucks. This was utterly unbelievable. How could so many vehicles be here in the outskirts? Moreover, they had not seen these trucks on their way here. Had the intelligence of the zombies truly escalated to such a degree? Lan Xia exclaimed in disbelief. With 6 T-speed zombies behind and a blocked path ahead, were they truly cornered? What to do? What to do? What should they do now? At that moment, a red figure flashed by the door of Lan Xia's vehicle, causing her to instinctively dive into Lu Minghan's embrace. The sight of that red creature, the wind slicing past her ears, felt like a brush with death itself. Such terror made her heart momentarily cease its beating. The off-road vehicle jolted violently and without warning. A side-like appendage sliced down from above. Xiao was in a panic, unsure of where to steer to shake off the T-speed zombie clinging to the vehicle. The sound of metal clashing sent chills down everyone's spine. A T-speed zombie was now atop their vehicle. All inside the car were paralyzed with fear. Staring up at the side-like arm of the T-speed zombie, they had witnessed firsthand the sharpness of its left hand. With ease, it had sliced through a truck. They could scarcely imagine the consequences of being struck by that scythe. Seeing the panic etched on everyone's faces, Lu Jingji focused his energy, conjuring a sharp dagger with his powers and slashing at the zombie. The piercing sound of metal colliding echoed. With an expressionless demeanor, Lu Jingji stated, "It seems we have underestimated the power of the T-virus. Evolved zombies can sense pain, and if this continues, they will become even more formidable." Hearing Lu Jingji's analysis, a myriad of emotions surged within the group, but fortunately, the T-speed zombie atop their vehicle had been forced back. Lan Xia tightly clenched her fists, fully aware of the difficulty of escaping. Yet, before anyone could exhale in relief, a crimson figure shattered the car window with astonishing speed, extending a blood-red bony hand to seize Lan Xia by her collar. In a flash of cold light, the entire car door was slashed open by the T-speed zombie. Stunned, Lan Xia could hardly comprehend that she had been caught by the T-speed zombie, though her collar was not cut. Would there be a chance of survival once she was dragged out of the vehicle? The answer was undoubtedly negative. Just as the T-speed zombie was about to pull her out, in a moment of desperation, Lu Minghan lunged forward, pushing Lan Xia onto Lu Jingji and tumbling down from the car alongside the T-speed zombie. "I'm sorry, Dad. We promised to witness the end of the apocalypse together, but I cannot fulfill that. Xia, even without my company, I hope you can live on with strength, endure and persevere in this apocalypse." As Lan Xia's collar was torn, she stared blankly at the shattered car door, unable to process the reality. The gusts of wind from the broken window stung her face painfully. In that fleeting moment, as she brushed past Lu Minghan, she distinctly saw the smile at the corner of her lips, the resolute will in her beautiful, clear eyes, and the silent message of survive. Lan Xia turned back abruptly, only to see 6 crimson figures surrounding the ground, devouring something. Tears streamed down her face as she frantically moved toward the car door, desperate to escape. Lu Jingji held her back tightly from behind, tears silently tracing down his cheeks. The driver, Xiao, stared blankly into the rearview mirror at the 6 red figures feasting. And after a moment, Lu Jingji realized that the military vehicle ahead had forcefully cleared a path through the wrecked trucks. Coming to his senses, he commanded, "Xiao, drive quickly. I'll carry the explosives and blow those monsters to pieces." "Major, don't waste time. Drive now," Lu Jingji shouted, as the 6 crimson figures were already closing in. In tears, Lan Xia pleaded, "Let me go, please. Let me blow those damn zombies to bits. I beg you." For the sake of avenging Minghan, she was willing to die. Lu Jingji roared, "Lan Xia, do you not understand? My sister fell with it to ensure your survival. Even if you don't cherish your own life, please cherish my sister's." Lan Xia cried, "Then why must you go? She would want anything to happen to you." In her memories, Minghan always protected her younger brother, even when she herself was not strong. Lu Jingji firmly grasped Lan Xia's shoulders, stating, "If I do not go, we will all perish. And I am the only one here who knows how to detonate explosives. You have no idea how to operate them. Listen, Xia, I actually like you. I have always liked you. So you must live on, and live well. For the sake of the many, sacrifice is inevitable. If it cannot be avoided, we must learn to accept it calmly. I am a soldier, and I have always taken pride in this." Lan Xia stared blankly as Lu Jingji strapped the explosives to himself, repeatedly murmuring, "Then why must you go? Why must it be you?" As the off-road vehicle passed the trucks, Lu Jingji leaped from the vehicle. In that fleeting moment, Lan Xia faintly heard his answer, and tears flowed uncontrollably down her face. Without sacrifice, how can there be victory? Just as before, his teammates had given their lives for his survival. Now, He was willing to sacrifice himself to ensure the survival of his teammates and Xia. As the off-road vehicle sped past the wrecked trucks, a tremendous explosion erupted behind them. In an instant, Lan Xia's tears flowed freely. She curled up, cradling her head in despair. Within mere minutes, her two closest friends had departed from her life. Was this the law of the apocalypse? Or was it merely the game of natural selection? Survival of the fittest. Lan Xia sat numbly in the vehicle, the pursuit of zombies now absent. Yet her heart felt cold and desolate. Her two dearest friends had left her, vacating her world. In that moment, her universe plunged into darkness, leaving her utterly alone. How could she muster the strength to continue living? A strangled sound escaped her throat as she wept, consumed by fear and sorrow. Yet now, no one would gently grasp her hand, offering her encouraging looks. No one would smile brightly while teasing her, even if they were also heartbroken beneath their cheerful facade. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she finally understood the strength Meng Han had possessed. The feeling of losing a loved one was akin to existing in a world where she was utterly alone. Memories flooded her mind, as if they had never truly parted. The moments spent wielding swords, battling, driving, and harnessing abilities alongside Meng Han were the most unforgettable days of her life. If survival was the ultimate destination in Dawn, then even if she reached a dead end, she would cling tightly to that final glimmer of hope. Lu Menghan and Lu Jingji were the two individuals she respected most in her life. One taught her the art of survival, while the other taught her the essence of sacrifice. To live on for the sake of love, and at the same time, to sacrifice for that love and belief. Yet now, only she remained. Noticing the unfriendly gazes of the other two occupants in the off-road vehicle, she numbly gathered her belongings and took the two dull tang swords, stepping off the vehicle. If it weren't for saving her, Menghan would not have died. It was all her fault for being so weak. If only she possessed power to rival the evolved zombies. If only she could swiftly evade the T-speed zombies' attack, perhaps Menghan would still be alive. Was it strength she lacked? Since the world had become so cruel, with only the strong allowed to survive, then let her become powerful, no matter the cost. As long as it meant becoming stronger and protecting her companions, she could not bear to experience such farewells again. Menghan, I will live on, because this life was given to me by you. Chapter 11. Infection of the T-virus. Bitterly smiling, Lan Xia leaned against the entrance of a clothing store, gazing at the once bustling street that now lay desolate. A torrent of emotions surged within her. Who could have foreseen that humanity would face such a day? She cast a glance at her left arm, where the wound on her shoulder had begun to darken. Through the glass reflection, she observed her lips slowly turning a shade of black and her nails starting to grow. How fragile she had become after leaving others behind. She had vowed to grow stronger, awakened her powers through misfortune. Yet why did the heavens cruelly snatch away her only remaining possession, her life? Recalling the ordinary zombies she had encountered moments ago, she had thought she could evade them, only to be besieged by their sudden attack due to her carelessness. In a moment of panic, she drew her crimson dao, and by a twist of fate, her powers enveloped the blade, igniting it in a fiery radiance, activating her weapon. Elated, she cautiously dispatched the few zombies, but unexpectedly, a zombie lunged at her from around a corner, leaving her left arm marred by its claws. She had indeed been too careless. Now, Lan Xia could feel a restless heat surging through her body. Her limbs began to weaken, yet her mind remained unnaturally alert. Glancing at the once vibrant street of the apocalypse, she forced her nearly paralyzed body to stagger into a large department store. The sight of empty shelves and scattered goods only fortified her resolve. There must be other survivors in City S. She could not allow herself to become that kind of monster. At the very least, she refused to transform into a grotesque creature, attacking her own kind. Even in death, she would not consent to becoming such a hideous zombie. After finding a small, enclosed storage room, Lan Xia painstakingly locked the door, grasping the crimson dao. A wave of desolation washed over her. If this apocalypse were nature's elimination game, she had lost utterly. Only 7 days into the apocalypse, and she was already on the brink of defeat. Menghan Jing, Ji, forgive me. It was all her fault for being so careless, so naive. This world was merciless, yet she had clung to a mindset of mere survival, and it was precisely this that led to her infection. If given another chance, she would strive to survive, carving her own path in this ruthless world. But alas, there were no ifs left. A sardonic chuckle escaped her lips. It seemed this was her second chance after all, proving her to be a fool, hopelessly foolish. Had she not tried hard enough? A bitter smile tugged at her lips, even as her mind began to blur. Perhaps she would turn into a zombie. Ha ha ha. Becoming one among the undead to survive? Would that even count as living? like a monster, biting indiscriminately, turning into a creature that harms others, harming her own kin, her compatriots. Inside the storage room, Lan Xia leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, her hand tracing the blade of the crimson Dao. She knew it was a fine weapon. She had only discovered its potential when she killed the zombies moments ago. The activated Dao was extraordinarily sharp, and it was only through this blade that she had slain 3 zombies. In 7 days of the apocalypse, it was her first kill. Now she understood how well Ming Han and Jing Ji had protected her, and she realized just how perilous this world had become, albeit too late. Looking at her shoulder, now completely blackened, Lan Xia closed her eyes in anguish, grasping the crimson Dao. Its brilliance intensified, its hue deepening to a fiery red. Tears slipped unbidden from her eyes. She never anticipated arriving at such a day. Remembering her arrival in City S 7 days ago, filled with excitement to meet Ming Han, she reflected on her experiences and found the world astonishingly surreal. The blade drew closer to her neck, her body trembling uncontrollably. She feared death, only now realizing the strength of those who disregarded their own lives. She dreaded the unknown of death, the sensation, or lack thereof, that awaited her beyond. Yet, the thought of becoming such a monster made her feel that dying now might be preferable. A mocking voice echoed, "Why stop now?" Afraid? Startled, Lan Xia opened her eyes to find a peculiar old man in a white coat standing before her. In that moment, she had forgotten to contemplate how he had entered. Her senses now heightened, perceiving the aroma emanating from him like enticing food beckoning her to feast. Could it be? Was she already beginning to assimilate into a zombie? That terrifying thought was quickly suppressed, along with the alluring scent of food. "Old man, if you don't know, don't speak out of turn. How did you get in? Leave now. I refuse to become that kind of monster. I am not a coward." Yet her mind was in disarray, unable to think clearly. If there was a chance to survive, who would willingly choose this path? With a self-important demeanor, the old man replied, "Heh, would a villain declare themselves as such? Young one, only cowards relinquish their lives. To live is to witness the truth. You claim you are not a coward?" Lan Xia, unable to restrain her voice, shouted, "If I could survive, why would I choose this path? Who would choose to run toward death? I am infected with the T virus. Do you understand, you old fool? I cannot live." If only she could survive, she would give everything she had for that chance. "Ah, the youth today do have quite the temper," the old man remarked, producing a strange sound before continuing calmly. "Do you wish to grow stronger?" "Of course, I desire strength," she replied, desperation evident in her voice. "But I have little time left. If you have family, you must escape City S quickly. The official survivor base is under construction. It is too dangerous here. Leave now." The heat within her surged, demanding sustenance. If she did not flee soon, she would be unable to resist transforming into that monster. As the heat escalated within her, her awareness began to fray. The old man's eyes sparkled with an enigmatic light, and sensing the rising temperature and thickening atmosphere, she steeled herself, preparing to strike her neck with the Dao. However, her vision caught the old man swiftly producing an unknown syringe, plunging it into her arm. A wave of dizziness washed over her, and she helplessly released her grip on the Dao, just as she was on the verge of losing consciousness. The peculiar old man uncovered a well-concealed switch on the shelf and entered a code. Suddenly, the entire warehouse began to descend. And the last image that Blue Summer beheld was an exceedingly advanced laboratory filled with a myriad of experimental apparatuses before she completely succumbed to oblivion. She remained oblivious to the unfolding events, her mind paralyzed, yet an instinct stirred within her, a sense that something was about to change. 7 days had elapsed since the onset of the apocalypse, and the natural selection game had officially commenced. The apocalypse was certainly not merely a matter of zombies. It was a game, governed by rules. Those who could play would continue. Those who could not would be eliminated. Chapter 12. The Great Reversal. The underground laboratory. Upon opening her eyes, Lan Xia felt utterly unwell. For the first time in her life, she found herself in a glass chamber. As if she were merely a specimen for experimentation, she surveyed the cold apparatus surrounding her, realizing her limbs were tightly restrained. It dawned on her that she had seemingly transformed into a zombie. A rising sense of dread enveloped her. The bright lights around her did little to dispel the darkness within. What should she do if she truly had become a zombie? Is there anyone? Help! When a hoarse cry escaped her throat, Lan Xia was astonished to discover that she had not yet succumbed to the undead. Zombies do not speak. She was still alive. If only she possessed the strength, she would surely weep tears of joy, for the mere notion of being alive felt both beautiful and burdensome. Enough with the noise. How can you still muster the energy to scream? Suddenly, a white figure emerged from behind the experimental equipment. It was the peculiar old man. Before she could ponder his remark about her energy, a sudden surge of heat enveloped her entire body, and an excruciating pain jolted her senses. It felt as though she were being cooked alive, her skin crisping under intense heat while her insides were gnawed upon by countless ants. As an ordinary university graduate, how could she endure such torment? In the end, she could scarcely articulate her thoughts. Perhaps death was not so terrifying after all, in comparison to such agony. It felt like a luxury. If she had the strength, she would gladly take her own life, for this suffering was beyond human endurance. The strange old man gazed at the weeping Lan Xia within the glass chamber, lamenting her plight. In his eyes, a clear reflection of despair shone, mingled with a desire for release. Though he harbored no certainty, this time he felt an inkling of success. Even when she was infected with the T-virus and desperately sought to end her own life, he saw through her will to survive. The human spirit is indomitable, and its strength is profound. The will to live is among the most resilient of forces, as long as there is a desire to survive and a belief in salvation. Success is assured. In agony, Lan Xia whispered, "If I escape, will I become stronger? Is it truly possible?" "Indeed, as long as you emerge alive. Do not even consider taking your own life. After 12 hours, the drug's effect will wane, and your potential for strength will depend on your own capabilities. If you die, all your suffering will be in vain. If you wish to grow stronger, survive, and we shall discuss it." The eccentric old man turned and waved his hand as he exited the laboratory. Lan Xia's condition was deplorable. Her body was drenched in sweat, and faint traces of blood appeared as her cells restructured. The constant reconstruction of her bones caused her skin to show signs of indentations, a truly horrifying sight. In truth, he had restrained her limbs to prevent self-harm, for the potency of the drug was overwhelming. However, having endured the most arduous 3 hours, he believed she would manage to withstand what lay ahead. He was genuinely curious about the extent of her potential. The experience of cellular reorganization and skeletal reconstruction was excruciating. The slow growth was unnaturally stimulated and accelerated, akin to a person of merely 5 feet being forcibly stretched to 6.5. Lan Xia, the slow slicing of flesh, would be but a whisper of such agony. What Lan Xia did not realize was that during her 3 hours of unconsciousness, she brushed against death countless times. The struggle between the drug's effects and the T-virus within her caused her to faint almost immediately. Had she been conscious, those initial 3 hours would have been the most torturous. Descending into hell would have felt like a release compared to her suffering. The battle between the T-virus and the drug rendered those 3 hours a living nightmare, akin to two powerful energies clashing within her. As she watched the old man retreat, Lan Xia focused intensely on his white figure. She would become stronger, though she was unaware of why she had not transformed into a zombie. With this chance at survival bestowed upon her, she would not let it slip away. Even if it meant shattering her own body, she would cling to this singular opportunity. Lan Xia now understood the torment of being unable to live or die. Every bone in her body felt as though it were shattering and regenerating, pain penetrating to her very marrow. She thought of her hometown and the 2 beloved relatives waiting for her. Even if not for herself, she would resolutely endure for the sake of that bond. A whimper escaped her throat. She no longer had the strength to scream. Now, only a raspy sound emerged, unable to form words. Yet, as her body was ravaged, a new energy began to rebuild her from within, stronger than before. The suffering did not lie in the moment of cellular destruction, but in the endless cycle of devastation and reconstruction, a process she would remember for a lifetime. This experience was one she wished never to endure again. What astonished the old man was the sight of the glass chamber, utterly shattered from within. Trembling, he picked up the broken chain, crafted from a special iron that even machines could not sever. How could she have broken free? What tremendous strength she must possess. If this was merely the awakening of her potential, what monstrous power would she wield in the future? Suddenly, a series of cracking bones echoed in his ears, and Lan Xia's once sweet voice now resonated like a demon, causing him to tremble. "Shall we discuss the nature of the drug you administered?" Each word was articulated with chilling clarity, akin to a whisper in his ear. Yet, it made his body tremble involuntarily. This was the manifestation of psychic energy. Cold sweat streamed down his brow as he began to grasp the nature of the creature he had created. Perhaps this was merely an unconscious release of her psychic power. But he alone understood. With the drug's effects neutralized, her physical and psychic abilities, along with her potential, would reach unfathomable heights. Unconsciously, Lan Xia twisted her neck, the sound of bones cracking resonating. She felt an immeasurable power coursing through her body, an exhilarating sensation. The peculiar old man stiffly turned to face her, glancing from her clenched fist to the broken chain in his hand. He swiftly shifted to a serious demeanor, stating, "Do not rush. I assure you, I will explain everything. For now, please accompany me for a full body assessment." Lan Xia raised an eyebrow at the eccentric old man. After all, she had indeed benefited from this misfortune. Her survival from zombification was likely due to his concoction. Perhaps she could extend him a modicum of trust this once. Besides, even if he intended to play tricks, it would be futile now, for she felt confident in her current capabilities. "By the way, my name is Lan Xia. Referring to you as old man seems rather rude. What is your name?" she casually asked, still cautious about controlling her strength. Truly, those with expertise often find themselves isolated. If she had to relive this experience, she would ensure she met death swiftly and painlessly beforehand. The peculiar old man said earnestly, "My surname is Ding. You may simply call me Old Man Ding. No need for excessive formality." Lan Xia nodded in agreement. "Indeed, there is no need for such courtesies. Let us proceed. It would be prudent to conduct an examination." Suddenly becoming a superhuman feels rather bizarre, yet undeniably exhilarating. A faint smile graced the corners of Lan Xia's lips. Having invested so much effort, the rewards were indeed substantial. In truth, mere immortality was already a considerable gain. Old Man Deng guided Lan Xia out of the laboratory, and it was then that she realized that beneath the department store lay an expansive research facility. After navigating several turns, Deng led her to an impressive apparatus. Following his instructions, Lan Xia reclined upon the device, allowing him to perform a meticulous full-body examination. Upon completion, Deng sat solemnly before a contraption resembling a computer, exuding an aura that discouraged any approach. Surrounded by intricate machinery in operation, Lan Xia found herself curious as to how everything continued to function despite the power outage. Yet, pondering the potential consequences of inadvertently damaging any of the equipment, she refrained from wandering about. However, she could not help but wonder why such a vast research facility housed only Old Man Deng. What had this place once investigated? Even in her ignorance, she understood that sustaining such a colossal underground laboratory required immense resources. Setting aside the cutting-edge equipment, merely the operational expenses amounted to an astronomical figure. What secrets lay hidden within these walls? While Old Man Deng diligently analyzed the examination report, Lan Xia, constrained by her hesitation to explore, found herself lost in thought, creating a harmonious albeit silent companionship. Yet, for reasons unknown, an unsettling feeling lingered within her. The atmosphere here felt off, as if her subconscious vehemently rejected this place. She frowned deeply, engulfed in profound contemplation. Chapter 13. The Rise of the Underdog. The dominating queen is within reach. Upon observing the stern expression on Elder Deng's face, Lan Xia could not help but feel a wave of anxiety wash over her. Could it be that a grave issue had arisen? "Elder Deng, please, just tell me plainly. What is the state of my health? I can handle it," Lan Xia declared boldly, her face reflecting a fearless resolve. It was clear that one should never recklessly use potions, yet was there anything worse than becoming a zombie? Good news. According to the report, your physical condition has improved significantly, and it is even progressive, meaning you will only grow stronger, Elder Deng explained. The potential of the human body is immeasurable, and your examination results attest to this. From my observations, you currently possess two types of extraordinary abilities: fire and spatial attributes. These powers evolve alongside the enhancement of your physique. Hence, congratulations, you have officially stepped into the realm of the superhuman. With effort comes reward. And elevating human potential to such heights certainly justified his decades of fervent research. Elder Deng shook his head gently, pondering whether he should have ever conducted this experiment. After all, how did humanity end up in such a predicament? Why didn't you just say it's good news? You nearly frightened me to death. Lan Xia sighed in relief as Elder Deng's earlier words reassured her. She had almost believed she had transformed into some bizarre creature. Hearing the latter part of Elder Deng's assessment, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Dual attributes. Spatial powers. This is the ultimate comeback for an underdog. With such formidable abilities, my future days will undoubtedly be extraordinary. Seeing Lan Xia's infatuated expression, Elder Deng rolled his eyes. Come on, Lan Xia, don't be so unrefined. The most remarkable part is yet to come. From this moment on, you will be entirely immune to all T-virus strains. The threat of zombies to you has significantly diminished. What? Immune to the T-virus? This is an incredible turnaround, Lan Xia exclaimed, her excitement causing her to leap 3 meters into the air. Wait. If I'm immune to the T-virus, does that mean the serum you administered to me was? Elder Dang, noticing her transition from exhilaration to seriousness, understood her thoughts. Indeed, the serum I gave you was the T-virus antibody. T-virus antibody? Does this not imply that this apocalypse can be halted? With the T-virus antibody, zombies would be utterly trivial. Enough with your thoughts. I have already given you the last of the T-virus antibodies. Do not dwell on this any further. Moreover, the practical efficacy of the T-virus antibody has yet to be confirmed. It remains under investigation. When I administered it to you, your survival probability was less than 1%. Do not assume that altering the human body is straightforward. Lan Xia felt as if a bucket of cold water had been splashed over her, the chill settling deep within her. Wait a moment. You injected me when my survival rate was less than 1%? That is akin to playing with lives. Playing with lives? Were you not contemplating ending your own? I merely utilized resources. Elder Dang retorted nonchalantly, provoking a surge of indignation in Lan Xia. Who are you calling a resource? Before Lan Xia could further express her frustration, a sudden realization struck her. You just mentioned it was the last one? So, you mean to say that there was initially more than one T-virus antibody? Elder Dang nodded. Indeed, there were originally two. Alas, when the T-virus outbreak occurred, my grandson was unfortunate enough to become infected. I administered the first antibody to him, but sadly, he did not fully recover. Although he cannot speak, he can understand my words and does not attack others indiscriminately. This is all my doing, he continued. The T-virus infection first occurred in City S over a year ago, stemming from an overseas graduate student. Following the government's covert handling, it remained largely unknown. I intended to cease my research, but the higher-ups had already invested too much in the project, and I was not permitted to abandon it. Reluctantly, I extracted antibodies for study. I never anticipated that an accident would lead to the mutation of my research on human potential into the globally spreading T-virus. What? Are you saying that the T-virus mutated because of your research? So, this apocalypse was orchestrated by you? Lan Xia exclaimed, gripping Elder Dang's collar. Her anger barely restrained as she gazed into his remorseful eyes. Awakening to this transformed world, she had initially believed it to be nature's retribution, a natural selection process, only to now learn that humanity was responsible for its own downfall. The closest friends she had lost to zombies were now a bitter reminder of this truth. As she confronted Elder Dang's guilty expression, her fist remained suspended in the air. Objectively speaking, she yearned for vengeance, yet personally, she owed him a debt of gratitude. Without his T-virus antibody, she would surely have met a grim fate. Perhaps in this apocalypse, there were no clear right or wrong. Elder Dang's grandson had also suffered the consequences. Taking a deep breath, she recognized that even if she killed him, it would change nothing, and she owed him her life. This world does not harbor accidents without reason. Lan Xia understood that Elder Dang must be concealing something. If merely a mutated virus could lead to such devastation, then surely the apocalypse should have arrived long ago. What secrets lay hidden within this calamity? Was the truth truly as it appeared? Ultimately, Lan Xia released her grip. The apocalypse had commenced, and she knew all too well that it would require time to conclude. The world had transformed into a slaughterhouse. It could not simply be ended overnight. She was merely an ordinary individual, lacking the resolve to save the world, yet willing to do what she could for humanity. She was acutely aware that the onset of this apocalypse was peculiar, arriving without warning. What was the underlying cause? While Elder Dang's human potential serum was undoubtedly the culprit, what had triggered its mutation? After straightening his collar, Elder Dang calmly stated, "Come with me. Now that you have just awakened your potential, you are yet to learn how to harness it. I will take you to see my grandson." After a moment to collect herself, Lan Xia tilted her head and asked, "Is your grandson now considered human or zombie?" Elder Dang stood tall with a hint of pride. "My grandson is a zombie among humans, an elite among zombies." Zombie among humans, elite among zombies? Isn't that still a zombie? Lan Xia followed Elder Dang, bemused. Based on his description, it seemed that despite receiving the T-virus antibody, his grandson had not succeeded. She was curious to witness this legendary patient who had received the T-virus antibody. Observing the spirited gait of old Dang, Lan Xia felt a twinge of melancholy. Even in his current state, old Dang took pride in his grandson. Surely, in the past, his grandson was remarkable. How many families has this apocalypse shattered? How many lives has it torn apart, leaving countless souls adrift and lost to the depths of despair? Is this calamity a result of human folly, or is it a retribution from nature itself? Lan Xia found herself unable to fathom these complexities. Yet one thing remained clear. Regardless of the circumstances, she must persevere and survive. Chapter 14. A Promise. 10 years of bondage. Lan Xia followed the old man Deng into a semi-enclosed experimental chamber where structures crafted from aluminum alloy surrounded them. Enveloped by a layer of pale blue metal sheets, through the transparent glass, she glimpsed a dark figure within. He sat on the ground, dressed in an expensive black suit, listlessly turned away from them. His short, raven hair contrasted starkly with the somber attire, creating an aura of solitude that pierced Lan Xia's heart. The old man Deng, with a gentle demeanor, unlocked the chamber door and called out, "Xiaochen, Grandpa has come to see you." Upon hearing his voice, the dark figure sprang up and rushed over to embrace the old man. Lan Xia inadvertently met his gaze. His deep black eyes were unlike any she had seen. They resembled the predatory gaze of a beast, revealing that he was not entirely human. Yet, when she noticed the purity in those obsidian eyes, devoid of any distraction, she averted her own. Her heart raced, pounding like a startled deer, desperately trying to suppress its rhythm. What was wrong with her? Meanwhile, Deng Xin grinned at her, his innocent smile more reminiscent of a child than that of a grown man. Lan Xia discreetly stepped aside, giving the two of them space. She could not quite articulate what sort of eyes they were. Deng Chun was undeniably handsome and vibrant, a figure that would have caused traffic jams in the past. Just moments ago, she had almost lost her composure. No star in peacetime could rival his allure. But the moment she recognized those otherworldly eyes, reality struck her, leaving a bittersweet hint of regret. Such a stunningly handsome young man, yet he was a zombie. How utterly unfair. How were they, the tough women, or rather, the gentle girls, supposed to cope? Xiao, what are you thinking about? Cold sweat trickled down her spine. When had this fellow latched onto her? Lan Xia stared in disbelief at the man who clung to her, estimating his height to be around 185 meters. Towering over her by half a head. Should she commend his skill in hanging on to her? Hearing the old man's words, Lan Xia felt a deep sense of despair. Though handsome, their species was entirely incompatible. He was a ticking time bomb. He appeared harmless now, but who could subdue him when he unleashed his fury? She silently extended her hand, attempting to pry Deng Chen off her, but to no avail. Once, twice, and he remained steadfastly attached. Hadn't she been transformed into a superhuman? Or was the old man conspiring against her? In disbelief, she punched the wall of the chamber, and the pale blue metal dented instantly. Shifting her gaze to Deng Chen's pure eyes, she turned away, tears welling up. Why was she too, a carrier of the T-virus antibody, still so weak? Old man Deng observed the affectionate exchange between the two with a satisfied nod. Xiao Chen's abilities are dual attribute, toxin and corrosion. They are completely different from your fire and space attributes. Your fire attribute is purely offensive, and when combined with your spatial abilities, you hold a significant advantage in battle. At this moment, Lan Xia, still reeling from the revelations, could hardly process the information. What did you say? My spatial ability is a support type? Are you kidding me? It sounds so powerful, yet it's merely a support ability. Does that mean I can't use the spatial transfers, time freezes, or storage spaces described in novels? The old man, innocently rubbing his nose, replied, "As you said, those are from novels. Spatial transfers and time freezes are just fanciful thoughts, my dear. You are overthinking it." Lan Xia felt her dreams shatter, contemplating how to endure this. In reality, her potential was already at the SSS level. According to recent official statistics, there were others who had awakened spatial abilities, yet none had managed to unlock a three-dimensional spatial ability thus far. However, the old man chose to withhold this information, believing it prudent to let her face some challenges now, so she could aim higher in the future. He harbored another concern, though it remained unverified. Well, 1 square meter is better than none, she thought. But if nothing can be achieved, what is the use of my awakened spatial ability? Frustration boiled within Lan Xia. In novels, those with spatial abilities strode confidently. At the very least, they had vast storage spaces. Why was she relegated to merely a support role? The old man shrugged dismissively. Don't be so agitated. Official statistics categorize spatial abilities as support types. Ultimately, it depends on how you utilize them in the future. Currently, there are fewer than 10 individuals who have awakened spatial abilities. Don't lose heart. At the very least, you can still unleash spatial blades. With a constrained nod, Lan Xia responded, "Old man Ding, could you please remove your grandson from my person? I feel overwhelmed." Aside from her childhood closeness to her father, no boy had dared to approach her like this. "Let go." The old man, wearing an expression of disbelief, replied, "My grandson likes you. Besides, you can practice together here. I'll step out for a moment. You young people need to communicate." He wished for the two children to bond. While he hurriedly sought to destroy research materials on human potential, Merely destroying the files would not suffice, as he was aware of all the experimental data. Fortunately, S-City had been quarantined from the zombie hordes. Otherwise, he would have likely been apprehended immediately. Such materials and data had no place in this world. They must all be eradicated. As the old man waved goodbye, leaving without a trace, Lan Xia felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. She gazed at the head resting on her shoulder, laughing joyously, and realized that Dangshan had two adorably cute dimples that made him even more endearing. Yet, Lan Xia remained apprehensive, thinking, no matter how cute he is still a zombie. After much exertion, Lan Xia finally managed to pry the clingy Dangshan off her. The truth was, while Dangshan was indeed a bit clingy, he was not foolish. Once he noticed Lan Xia's discomfort with his proximity, he willingly withdrew. Still, he was left perplexed. When he hung on to his grandfather, the old man was always pleased. He seldom clung to him, only doing so occasionally to show affection. Lan Xia, on the verge of tears, looked at Dangshan. He had let go, yet he still held on to her tightly. What was that about? Big brother, can we negotiate? Please stop holding on. Dangshan blinked innocently, gazing at Lan Xia, bewildered as to why she seemed displeased. Why does this human seem so difficult to please? Seeing the innocence in his eyes, Lan Xia felt a wave of guilt and culpability wash over her. Such a sincere expression, but she had done nothing to deserve this. How were they supposed to communicate? It was easier to converse with the zombies outside than to engage with him, in spite of her frustrations and helplessness. Lan Xia spent an entire week in the company of Dangshan. During this period, their activities revolved solely around combat. To be more precise, it was the zombies that were teaching her the art of fighting. Even more specifically, the zombies were instructing her on how to wield her supernatural abilities while imparting combat techniques. In truth, the thought of her family far away in City B would have compelled Lan Xia to refuse such an extended stay. Yet old Deng insisted that her condition was still precarious and that she must remain for a week of observation. Reluctantly, Lan Xia acquiesced to the week-long respite. That day, in her utter helplessness, Lan Xia found herself standing there, allowing Dangshan to embrace her for an entire afternoon. When old Deng finally opened the door again, he was greeted by the sight of Lan Xia with an expression of sheer relief. Lan Xia looked on in astonishment as old Deng and Dangshan animatedly communicated. And soon after, Dangshan approached her for a sparring session. Based on their initial encounter, Lan Xia had anticipated a thorough thrashing. Given that she had been unable to bring him down during their first meeting, a clear testament to his superior strength. However, as their sparring commenced, Lan Xia was astounded to discover that Dangshan was always careful to stop just short of delivering a blow, his demeanor akin to that of a stern instructor. In terms of both agility and control over their abilities, Dangshan clearly surpassed her by several magnitudes. The first time she harnessed her spatial powers, Lan Xia was enchanted. She could feel a soft, white warmth coursing through her body, gradually coalescing in her hands, distinctly different from her fire abilities. The red warmth, infused with a hint of violence, was slightly chilling, while the white warmth carried a touch of coolness. Initially, she could only channel one ability at a time. But with practice, she learned to masterfully wield both powers simultaneously. The week flew by, and Lan Xia was no longer the fresh university graduate who had disembarked from the plane. Her skills and abilities had progressed at an astonishing rate. And while she had once carried a slight bit of excess weight around her abdomen, her now smooth midriff was a clear indication of her transformation during these days. Lan Xia silently mused that in the face of the apocalypse, dieting had become a trivial concern. Reflecting on her former self, she found her past naivety almost laughable. Dieting. Indeed, it now seemed rather ironic. After packing her mountaineering bag, she placed her red tang knife into the 1 square meter storage space for convenient access. Just as she was about to bid farewell to old Deng, she suddenly heard his voice behind her. Xiao Xia, having spent these days together, I've come to know what a good child you are. Can I make a request of you? Aware that old Deng had something on his mind, she dared not be dismissive and, after a moment's contemplation, feigned magnanimity in her response. All right, old Deng, it seems a bit absurd for you, at your age, to kneel before a mere girl like me. Just tell me what you need. I will certainly do my utmost to help. Old Deng's eyes brimmed with tears as he implored, Xiao Xia, you are a good child. I beg you to promise me that if you encounter Xiaochen in the future, regardless of what he has done, please spare him, considering I saved your life. Lan Xia glanced at Dangshan, who stood beside old Deng, looking perplexed. His bright black eyes gave an impression of depth, as if one could fall into them at any moment. Slowly, she nodded, accepting this promise. It was not solely for the T-virus antibody. These days spent with Dangshan had brought her genuine joy. Even if old Deng had not spoken, she would have still cherished the memories, though she hoped to avoid any future conflict with him. However, now that she thought about it, he was a zombie, and she was human. Thus, old Deng's concerns seemed quite justified. She harbored a sorrowful hope that she would never have to see him again. The time spent together was brief, yet it would remain etched in her memory for a lifetime. During those days with him, she had truly been happy. Old Deng looked at Lan Xia with a sense of relief before finally handing her a confidential map. Xia, the city of S is perilous now. Please take this secret passage I once used for transporting experimental equipment. It is the only route free from the horde of zombies. Gratefully, Lan Xia glanced at old Deng, and just as she turned to leave, Deng Chen suddenly grasped her hand. She nearly exclaimed in surprise. Upon seeing the glistening moisture in his eyes, her heart nearly shattered. Did even zombies possess memories? Were those unshed tears a response to her departure? Yet, for the first time, he did not pull away. Deng Chen held on tightly. Old Deng sighed, casting a resolute look at Lan Xia. Lowering her gaze, she dared not meet his gaze. Those bright, clear eyes were dangerously captivating. Slowly, she raised her hand and gently placed it over his, firmly yet gently prying his fingers away. He stood there, stunned, watching as her figure gradually receded. Lan Xia sighed softly, resigned to her fate as she picked up the map and navigated toward the secret passage old Deng had mentioned. In the face of the apocalypse, one must prioritize self-preservation. The road ahead was long, and perhaps one day they would meet again, ideally not as adversaries. However, if they were to find themselves on opposing sides, it would be best to avoid each other altogether. Just as Lan Xia was about to open the passage to leave, a tremendous explosion echoed behind her. Turning back, she realized it was the large department store, the source of the explosion emanating from the direction of the underground laboratory. Such a colossal blast could not occur without reason. Some confidential research facilities indeed contained self-destruct mechanisms. The area around the laboratory was now engulfed in flames. And with a soft sigh, Lan Xia entered the secret passage. To be fair, had she committed such a heinous act against humanity, she would not feel justified in continuing to live. She did not blame old Deng, even though the T-virus had mutated and spread globally due to his research. Ultimately, he too was a victim. What she did not expect was for old Deng, who had always emphasized the value of life and urged against cowardice, to conclude his existence in such a manner. Perhaps there were factors she remained unaware of? The true reason for the apocalypse was still beyond her understanding. Old Deng could only be considered a catalyst. She had a premonition that the real cause, the true puppet master, lurked behind the screens, mocking as they played out their tragic drama with their very lives. Lan Xia flicked her hair back and prepared to embark on her journey. The laboratory had become a battlefield, and before the ruins, a dark figure stood, gazing vacantly at the charred remnants. At that moment, a zombie clad in a white lab coat and wearing glasses howled at him, and strangely, he understood. He responded with a few howls, following the bespectacled zombie. Perhaps this was his kin, his true belonging. Yet, he would find her. He would, without a doubt. The apocalypse had arrived, and the game had only just begun. Were you prepared? In the revelry of the end times, who would ultimately emerge victorious? The ever-evolving hordes of zombies? Or the humans, endowed with both intellect and courage? Perhaps they would all march toward oblivion together. It is essential to understand that the reason the apocalypse is termed as such is that it cannot simply be brought to an end. Chapter 15. The prolonged journey before the stone tablet. Lan Xia sat upon the soft earth, allowing the gentle breeze to tousle her once meticulously cared for hair. At this moment, she had reached the borders of City S, a land rich with her childhood memories, the innocent babble of her early years, the carefree running alongside her childhood companion, and the bittersweet experiences of triumph and despair. 6 years prior, when she departed from this place, her mother had abandoned her. The emotions swirling within her were inexpressible and unfathomable. Here, she had encountered the most beautiful moments and savored the happiest times. This was a place she both cherished and resented deeply. Countless tears of sorrow and laughter had been born and extinguished within these grounds. How had 15 years slipped into the abyss of forgetfulness? Were they merely overshadowed by the anguish, bitterness, independence, and neglect of the past 6 years? Gently, her fingers traced the engraved words on the stone tablet. In this harsh world, she had come to grasp the laws of existence. The familiar letters seemed etched indelibly into her heart, a complex tapestry of love and pain intertwined. Naturally, where there is sorrow, tears, regret, and sacrifice, there must also be the promise of reward. In less than half a month, she had matured immensely. The road ahead was long, even if she found herself alone. She would march forward with strength and courage. She was determined to witness the conclusion of this apocalyptic saga, resolutely vowing to survive until the end. With a swift motion, her long hair, cascading down to her waist, danced in the air as she severed it, transforming her appearance with a refreshing bob that accentuated her spirited and tenacious character. From this day forth, she would bid farewell to her former self, taking responsibility for her actions and striving to live magnificently until the very end. To witness the culmination of this dystopian narrative, even if she were the sole survivor, she patted her well-worn backpack that had accompanied her for the past fortnight, feigning a light-hearted smile. From now on, I shall strive to survive alone. Menghan, I will surely give it my all. Lan Xia gently opened her arms, embracing the gust of wind, whispering gratitude to Lu Menghan and Lu Jingji for their guidance. Their presence had illuminated her life, and she would continue to persevere, carrying their shared essence within her. Casually tossing her backpack over her shoulder, Lan Xia embarked on her solitary journey, silently bidding farewell. Farewell, City S. From this day forth, I shall tread my own path. I am now qualified to partake in this apocalyptic revelry, and with newfound courage, I shall forge ahead. As night enveloped her, Lan Xia walked alone through the desolate wilderness, wishing she could slap herself for her folly. How could she have forgotten to procure a vehicle for transport? Who knew how long it would take to traverse this forsaken land? She rubbed her forehead in exasperation. Her past experiences with motion sickness had conditioned her to dismiss the notion of driving altogether. Had she possessed a vehicle, her speed would have increased significantly. While her current pace rivaled that of a car, it was impractical to maintain such speed for 24 hours straight. Nightfall brought peril. It was well known that zombies hunted with acute senses of smell and hearing. In the darkness, humans lost their advantage, unable to discern their surroundings, whereas the undead remained undeterred. Lan Xia was acutely aware of this fact. However, she no longer feared sudden zombie attacks, having escaped the threat of T-virus infection. Ordinary zombies did not intimidate her. In the distance, flickering flames caught her attention, prompting her to halt and ponder. What could the source of fire be in the dead of night? Could it be other survivors? According to her map, she should have already crossed into the territory of City C, where Jingji had mentioned a small survivor base. Might these individuals hail from there? Yet, venturing forth alone would be perilous. Perhaps she should investigate the base for potential allies. Ultimately, finding a vehicle remained her top priority. Crouching low, she stealthily approached the firelight, discovering a group of 2 women and 3 men armed and prepared. Behind them stood a modified Hummer, and upon observing their equipment, Lan Xia felt a surge of apprehension. The sheer quantity of firearms and ammunition was alarming. Were these provisions issued by the base? If so, the leaders of the base must possess considerable resources. If not, acquiring such armaments typically proved challenging. As she peered through the flames, Lan Xia noticed one of the Hummer's tires had been punctured. The tension among the group suggested they were being stalked by something. It seemed reckless to build a fire in such darkness, drawing attention to themselves. A shadow flitted past, and with her enhanced vision, Lan Xia discerned the culprit, a creature resembling a monkey, though its blood-soaked appearance and lack of whites in its eyes rendered it grotesque. Standing just over 2 meters tall, its piercing gaze and fist-sized eyes were unsettling. As anticipated, the T-virus had not only infected humans but also various creatures of nature. This was undoubtedly a zombie monkey. The virus was evolving, and it seemed inevitable that plant life would follow suit. Lan Xia strained to listen, discerning at least 6 of these zombie monkeys through the rustling leaves and the occasional whisper of the wind. Their agility, coupled with a penchant for group tactics, posed a formidable challenge. Calculating her options, Lan Xia realized that facing all 6 simultaneously would be daunting, even for her current capabilities. Observing the group's swift coordination, she deduced that they had likely been forced to stop to change the tire after a zombie monkey had punctured it. In the darkness, they remained oblivious to the threat nearby. Had they known the zombie monkeys lurked close, they would never have risked lighting a fire. Suddenly, gunfire erupted, and Lan Xia lifted her head to witness the chaos. One man fell victim to a zombie monkey's attack, torn asunder, prompting the others to react. Fortunately, despite their heightened sensitivity, the zombie monkeys lacked robust defenses. A mechanic swiftly drew his weapon and fired 3 shots, eliminating the immediate threat. The group's alertness visibly increased, and they hastened to change the tire. Although hidden from their view, Lan Xia observed every detail. The man had aimed 2 shots at the limbs of the zombie monkey and 1 at its head, ensuring a swift and lethal strike. Clearly, he was uncertain about the creature's defenses, hence the precautionary shots aimed at its limbs. A glimmer of determination sparked in Lan Xia's eyes. Such marksmanship was commendable, even among military elites. Perhaps it was time to consider joining forces with them. Chapter 16. Survivor Base Before long. The death of a companion sent all the zombie monkeys into a frenzy. Lan Xia's assessment was indeed accurate. In addition to the one that had just perished, 6 zombie monkeys launched their attacks in succession. Gunfire erupted, and while the speed of the zombie monkeys was formidable, the team responded with equal swiftness. Among them, a woman had awakened wood-based abilities, causing vines to surge around her and effectively diminishing the agility of the zombie monkeys. The man who had fired earlier squeezed off several shots, instantly taking down one of the undead beasts. At that moment, a zombie monkey suddenly attacked from behind, seizing a man and retreating. Within moments, a horrifying scream pierced the night. With darkness enveloping them, the remaining 3 could only cautiously position themselves back to back around the campfire, for venturing too far would leave them vulnerable to the night's concealment. With a companion taken, they felt powerless. In this world, every moment claimed lives for countless reasons. Their only recourse was to exert every effort to safeguard themselves. For in this apocalypse, no one would mourn their demise. Sympathy had become a relic of the past. Shadows flitted past, and the sharpshooter struck again, dispatching another zombie monkey. Yet, as one of the awakened woman's abilities faltered, a zombie monkey appeared behind her, and the man raised his weapon only to discover he had run out of ammunition. In that critical moment, a crimson arc flashed through the air. Lan Xia, wielding a red, flame-imbued Tang Dao, executed a precise downward slice that severed the zombie monkey's neck. Her eyes gleamed with determination as she locked onto her target, dashing toward another concealed zombie monkey. With a fiery orb illuminating her path, she cleaved the creature in 2 with a single stroke. Lan Xia silently commended her own speed. Such swiftness had once seemed a distant dream. At this juncture, Lan Xia turned her head slightly. Although she had relished the thrill of the kill, the sight of the fallen corpses left her feeling somewhat unsettled. Yet, it was merely a fleeting discomfort. She understood adaptation was essential, and she merely needed a moment to acclimatize. "Hello, my name is Tang Sun. I truly appreciate your help just now." As Tang Sun approached, Lan Xia shrugged nonchalantly, responding, "No need for thanks. It was merely a trivial effort." She casually stowed the Tang Dao in her backpack, though in reality, she had directly placed it into her spatial pocket. A cautious heart is wise, and she was acutely aware of this. Although the origins of the blade were unknown to her, its exquisite craftsmanship and lethal sharpness suggested it was anything but ordinary, especially with the ability to be activated by abilities. Tang Sun gave an awkward smile. She was the one who had just subdued the zombie monkey with her powers. In her early 20s, she possessed a strikingly intelligent visage. "May I be so bold as to ask, if you are alone, would you consider joining us? In these dire times, an additional hand can make all the difference." The prospect of adding such a formidable ally to their ranks would undoubtedly bolster their chances of survival. After a moment's contemplation, Lan Xia consented to Tang Sun's invitation, having achieved her objective. Once inside the vehicle, Tang Sun eagerly introduced her to the other occupants. The driver was a man named Gao Weigua, approximately 30, whose common name elicited a slight shrug from Lan Xia, who chose not to comment, aware of his name's ordinariness. Gao Weigua requested that everyone simply call him Old Gao. Upon entering, Lan Xia noticed a boy of about 13 or 14 years old. Tang Sun enthusiastically declared him their little lucky charm, referring to him as Little Lungzi. Observing the boy's delicate, fair complexion, Lan Xia politely greeted him. Another member was Lu Wenxi, a strikingly beautiful girl in her 20s, whose icy demeanor suggested a propensity for aloofness, an attitude that could prove detrimental in an apocalypse. Though she thought this, Lan Xia still extended her hand in a courteous greeting. Once Tang Sun had completed her introductions, Lan Xia found herself momentarily taken aback. Realizing Tang Sun was expectantly awaiting her introduction, she finally spoke. "I am Lan Xia, arriving from another city. I was originally with a special forces unit, but due to unforeseen circumstances, I became separated from them and now find myself uncertain of my next destination." She delicately conveyed her experiences, mindful that they were mere acquaintances and thus felt no need to divulge excessively. Feigning curiosity, Lan Xia inquired, "A base?" "Yes, a survivor base. The government has been hastily constructing it in recent days. The safety it offers is significantly enhanced. Moreover, there are many others with abilities like yours there. Within the base, we only need to undertake a few tasks occasionally to gather supplies, ensuring our safety, old Gao explained patiently as he drove, embodying the wisdom of a seasoned elder despite his relatively young age. Tangsun interjected, we had initially set out on a supply search mission, but due to a miscalculation, we returned empty-handed and encountered the zombie monkeys along the way. We were rather unfortunate, but with your addition, Lan Xia, our future tasks will undoubtedly be much easier. Lan Xia smiled faintly and nodded. She felt a measure of goodwill toward this group, appreciating their congeniality and willingness to clarify her uncertainties. 2 hours later, despite encountering numerous zombies on the road, the presence of 2 long-range attackers and their modified Hummer allowed them to navigate through the horde without disembarking. Upon arriving at the base's entrance, Lan Xia was taken aback by the impressive structure before her. It was astonishing that only half a month after the onset of the apocalypse, the government had already established such a well-equipped base. Advanced apparatuses filled the interior, and 3 squads of soldiers stood guard at the entrance while 2 others patrolled the vicinity. Recall the eerie silence leading up to the base, suggesting regular cleanup efforts. Lan Xia silently commended the base's fortifications, imagining it teeming with elite personnel. After arriving at the base, Tangsun dashed off alone to procure a sheet of paper from the management personnel. When she returned and handed it to Lan Xia, she realized it was a simple registration form. After filling in her name and gender, the next query was regarding her abilities. After careful consideration, she noted her fire-based powers. Handing the form back to Tangsun, she allowed her to handle the rest. In a short while, Tangsun returned with an identification card. Lan Xia, this is your identity card. The points you earn from completing tasks will be recorded here. In this apocalypse, traditional currency is worthless, as the government has yet to standardize it. Hence, we temporarily use points as currency, so keep this card safe. Lan Xia nodded in gratitude. Is this card akin to an ID? Tangsun regarded her with admiration. Precisely, it serves as your ID within the base. There is no need for further explanation. Let us proceed inside. She continued, since you are an ability user, you will be assigned to Area A, which is a special zone with superior accommodations and security. Upon entering the base, Lan Xia felt an indescribable sensation. The architecture and advanced weaponry appeared far beyond what could be amassed in such a brief period. The only plausible explanation she could conceive was the zombie incident from a year prior. Perhaps the government had begun preparations long before the recent outbreak, or even earlier. But why did such a malevolent incident occur a year ago, and yet the government did not intervene to prevent it? Lan Xia weakly shook her head, realizing that it was best not to dwell on such matters. Before the apocalypse, she was merely an ordinary university graduate. How could she possibly comprehend the intricacies of national high-level secrets? Lan Xia, this is Area A. We will leave you here. Take the time to rest today, and we shall return to see you tomorrow. By the way, if you find yourself hungry, you can use your card to obtain meals from the cafeteria at the back. The card for abilities users comes with a complimentary 100 points. The potential and wisdom of humanity are boundless, no matter how great the challenge. They will invariably discover a way to overcome it. Chapter 17, Team Collaboration and Formal Induction. Due to a late night, dawn broke after just 4 hours of sleep. Blue Summer, accustomed to rising with the sun, tidied herself up briefly before retrieving food from her backpack to have breakfast. Upon realizing her fullness, she casually turned her head and was astonished to discover that she had consumed 3 packets of instant noodles, 2 bags of beef jerky, 5 bags of bread, 2 bags of cookies, and 2 bottles of orange juice. Staring at the empty house, she muttered to herself, "Goodness, when did my appetite grow so large? At this rate, sustaining myself is becoming a challenge." Before she could further ponder her situation, a sound from outside interrupted her thoughts. Upon opening the door, Blue Summer found that everyone had gathered, except for the icy beauty, Lu Wenxi. Once inside, everyone casually took a seat. After a moment's thought, Blue Summer rummaged through her backpack and pulled out a bag of sunflower seeds to share. Upon seeing the seeds, Tangsun and the absent-minded one, Xiao Lengzi, lit up with excitement. Lao Gao, sitting nearby, casually grabbed a handful, having grown accustomed to their embarrassing antics. After distributing the seeds, Blue Summer calmly settled onto the sofa, awaiting further developments. After all, as a newcomer, their early visit must signify something important. While cracking seeds, Tangsun excitedly announced, "Blue Summer, I have registered your information into our team. As of today, you are officially one of us." Blue Summer nodded politely, unsure how to respond. She was completely oblivious to the registration and induction processes. Fortunately, Tangsun, being quick-witted, recognized her confusion and swiftly shifted the topic, ensuring the atmosphere remained lively. "Actually, once he has left our team. I heard she's involved with some wealthy young man. I still can't stand her style, even in the apocalypse. We women have more than one path. Blue Summer suddenly understood. No wonder Lu Wincy had not come. Hearing Tang Sun's somewhat indignant tone, she realized that Tang Sun was indeed a person of strong emotions. Meanwhile, Xiao Lingzi continued cracking seeds, and Lao Gao wore an inscrutable expression, observing Tang Sun's endless gossip. Blue Summer silently wiped her brow, pondering what kind of team she had joined. Everyone seemed to have such distinct personalities, one being gossipy, another lost in thought, and yet another enigmatic. Would they ever be able to play together harmoniously? Once the bag of seeds was finished, Lao Gao finally spoke seriously. Actually, we came today to take you shopping for equipment. Tang Sun suddenly clapped her hands. Oh, how could I forget? Blue Summer, as a newcomer to the base, you probably lack some essential weapons and gear. We are here to accompany you to buy some. Blue Summer, puzzled, inquired, buy weapons? But I'm new here, and I don't have any points to purchase equipment. Tang Sun, throwing an arm around her shoulder with a friendly smile, reassured her. No worries, dear. As your new teammates, we old hands must show some support. The three of us have pooled together some points, and it will certainly be enough for basic self-defense gear. Xiao Lingzi joyfully added, Sister Blue, there is a specific place in the base that sells weapons. It has everything you can imagine and more. Let us go check it out. Feeling a warm sensation in her heart, Blue Summer smiled softly. Then I would like to thank you all in advance. Let us go take a look. Even in the apocalypse, they would not be left with only despair and violence, though many might be consumed by selfish desires and malice. It was essential to believe that amidst the unexpected corners of the world, kindness still existed. At the outermost layer of the base, there was a weapons market, managed by dedicated personnel, offering an array of weapons. Rumor had it that even tanks and aircraft could be procured if one had enough points. The group, brimming with excitement, arrived at the market, where Blue Summer realized that the so-called weapons market resembled a series of street vendors, with only the slightly better establishments having their own shops, essentially akin to an underground market from the past. It was a place where all types of transactions and characters could be found. Lao Gao led the way with Xiao Lingzi, while Tang Sun and Blue Summer walked behind, discussing which stalls had the best items and reputations. The atmosphere among the four was unusually warm. Noticing Lao Gao intently examining a dagger, Tang Sun leaned toward Blue Summer and whispered, when Lao Gao suggests a weapon for you, make sure to listen. His taste is impeccable. If he finds it worth his attention, it must be a quality item. Don't be fooled by his usually quiet demeanor. He was once a special forces soldier. No wonder his marksmanship was so precise. Thank you, Tang Sun. I will heed your advice. A special forces background? Blue Summer mentally noted this. She would need to engage with these weapons and could take the opportunity to learn from Lao Gao. Tang Sun waved her hand grandly, saying, oh, don't be so formal with me. If you want anything, just let me know. I have plenty of points. Blue Summer smiled brightly. Having begun to grasp Tang Sun's character, generous and bold, though seemingly carefree, she was quite perceptive. Blue Summer also understood that Tang Sun's friendliness stemmed from the harsh realities of the apocalypse. In this era where the strong ruled, maintaining a good relationship with her was likely beneficial, especially since she had saved her life. Come over here and take a look at this. Lao Gao called Blue Summer and Tang Sun over to a nearby shop. Lao Gao, this dagger looks quite sharp. Is it for Blue Summer? Tang Sun casually picked up the seemingly sharp dagger, feigning disinterest as she tossed it aside. Blue Summer, pretending to concentrate on other weapons, caught Xiao Lingzi's puzzled glance, who could not decipher their interaction. Only Lao Gao shook his head helplessly and asked the middle-aged shop owner, Boss, can you give us a fair price? The owner, a shrewd man in his 40s, observed the group, a man accompanied by 2 women and a child, and pondered their intentions. He cautiously remarked, Ah, my friend, you have a keen eye. This is the finest dagger we have. It can slice through iron as if it were mud. If you wish to purchase it, I can offer it to you for this price. Upon hearing this, Tang Sun immediately shot the owner a glare. Are you trying to take advantage of our ignorance? 50 points for a broken dagger? Do you know how much rice and flour we could buy with that? The owner, smiling apologetically, replied, Miss, while the price may be a bit steep, the quality is exceptional. How about 45 points? Blue Summer contemplated carefully, as she was not well versed in market values or the specifics of points. Tang Sun, appearing nonchalant, said, Boss, you really cannot be so greedy. Forget it. You should take a break and let us browse the other items. We'll make a package deal later. All right. Look around at your leisure. Just call me when you're ready, the owner replied, eager and bowing as he stepped back. Tang Sun immediately pulled Lan Xia to explore other items in the store. Lao Gao shook his head helplessly, aware that these two young women had no understanding of such matters and that he would have to step in. There is no need to look further. The only worthwhile items here are this dagger and the pistol. When firing, there is indeed recoil. So let us take these gloves as well. Lan Xia approached, examining the pistol and dagger carefully. One serves well for ranged attacks, while the other is suitable for close defense, but she already possesses a Tang Dao. The dagger would be effective for surprise assaults. After hearing Lao Gao's words, Tang Sun raised her voice and called the shop owner over. Do as you see fit. For this dagger and pistol, consider the gloves a gift to us, along with 1,000 rounds of ammunition for 60 points. The owner, clearly taken aback, exclaimed, This is a bit unfair, young lady. Setting aside the price of the bullets, you can't even buy this pistol for less than 150 in the market. Tang Sun waved her hand impatiently. An item worth 150 points naturally has its merits. Just look at yours. It's merely an ordinary pistol, meant for practice. Offering you 60 points is already generous. Will you sell it or not? Lan Xia, Tang Jia is truly impressive. The asking price outside is 5 points for 100 bullets, and a top-tier pistol is only 50 points. It's no wonder that this owner is being unreasonable, demanding the price of a pistol for a cold weapon. After standing up, Lan Xia silently gazed at the pistol. It seemed that the 100 points initially offered by the base were quite generous, indicating that they treated ability users with great courtesy. Lan Xia contemplated that she would eventually leave the base for City B, and along the way, she would need camping supplies. Conveniently, there was a camping kit here, complete with ropes, a flashlight, and a first aid kit. In this apocalyptic world, such items were undoubtedly cheaper than weapons. Moreover, her appetite had been increasing daily. Possessing one pistol, one dagger, and the Tang Dao would suffice. She would wait to consider firearms until she became more proficient. Noticing that Tang Sun had already raised the offer to 80 points while the owner stubbornly held firm at 120. Lan Xia placed the camping kit on the table and casually remarked, for one pistol, one dagger, and this camping kit, with 2,000 rounds of bullets. Consider the gloves a gift. 100 points. Will you sell or not? Miss, this is quite challenging for me. You see, before the owner could finish, Lan Xia waved her hand dramatically and declared, Let us go, and pretended to leave with everyone. Seeing Lan Xia's raised eyebrow, Tang Sun immediately understood and quickly joined in, blocking Lan Xia and addressing the owner. Look, Lan Xia has spoken. To be honest, you're already making a profit at this price. Don't make everyone unhappy. Faced with such a situation, the owner could only grit his teeth and reluctantly agree. After transferring the points to the administrator, the owner turned around, beaming with joy. 100 points is substantial. Such a valuable customer. Currently, 1 point could be exchanged for 2 kilograms of rice outside. Food and weapons were the most precious resources. With these 100 points, how much food could he stockpile? After equipping Lan Xia, Lao Gao took the young lad to replenish ammunition. Feeling somewhat lost in this unfamiliar place, Lan Xia carried a large black bag and continued to explore other markets with Tang Sun. This place had not only weapon shops, but also clothing stores and general supplies, everything one could possibly need. Suner cast a meaningful glance at Lan Xia. Sensing a warning, Tang Sun quickly released her grip on Lan Xia's shoulder, retreating while asking, What are you planning? Don't come any closer. Lan Xia crossed her arms, looking dangerously at Tang Sun. From both an age and physiological standpoint, you appear to be older than I am, don't you think? Tang Sun then recalled that she had just called Lan Xia's sister in the heat of bargaining, and she blushed, responding with a shy smile. Oh dear. What are you saying, Lan Xia? I'm just 18, in the prime of my youth. Ugh, Lan Xia rolled her eyes in exasperation and turned to leave. Such behavior was utterly distasteful. Tang Sun, oblivious to her own antics, chased after her, calling out, Hey, even if I'm younger than you, there's no need to get all flustered. Ahead, Lan Xia, feeling thoroughly annoyed by Tang Sun's antics, quickened her pace. What she needed most now was a vehicle. She wondered if there were any for sale nearby. Vehicles should not require too many points, considering how common they were these days. Suner, do you know if there are any vehicles for sale around here? Lan Xia paused to wait for Tang Sun to catch up. After half a minute, Tang Sun hurriedly approached, panting slightly. Phew, big sister, even if I accidentally shocked you, there's no need to walk so fast. Your physical condition is astonishing. Lan Xia shrugged innocently. She had forgotten that her body had undergone enhancements, making it indeed challenging for Tang Sun to keep up. Suner, are there vehicles for sale here? There are plenty of cars, but they can't withstand zombie hordes. Modified vehicles are much better, though they are quite expensive. By the way, Lan Xia, can we discuss something? Could you please refrain from calling me that in such a sentimental manner? Tang Sun said with a pained expression. The name gave her goosebumps. Lan Xia, big sister, are you really planning to buy materials with your own points? You're incredibly selfless. We used to share the cost for materials. Tang Sun gazed at Lan Xia with teary eyes, making the term sooner sound so much more pleasant. Lan Xia, we should bring those two gentlemen along for materials. I just saw them heading that way. Let us hurry and catch up. Lan Xia looked at Tang Sun, who had transformed into an enthusiastic individual in a split second, and couldn't he help but follow her as she dashed off. Thus, Lan Xia, carrying a large bag, followed her three companions through the market for an entire day. As evening approached, Lao Gao, carrying supplies, was about to head to Area B to modify the Hummer when Lan Xia called out to him. Lao Gao, why don't you all come stay with me in Area A? It would be safer to be together, and I have 2 rooms that can easily accommodate everyone. In these chaotic times, being so scattered is inconvenient if something were to happen. I've thought about this for a while. Living together is both safe and convenient. Plus, it saves us from running around to find each other. Lao Gao agreed. All right, I'll go fetch the Hummer. Little lad, little Sun. You two can follow Lan Xia to Area A. Tang Sun cheerfully grabbed Lan Xia's arm. Thanks to Lan Xia, we can all move to Area A. How unfair. When I entered, I applied as a wood-type ability user, and they placed me in Area B, while you, Lan Xia, with your fire-type abilities, received top-tier treatment right away. Lan Xia, let us head to the cafeteria. We've been wandering all day, and I'm starving. Lan Xia nodded, holding the little lad's hand as she followed Tang Sun to the cafeteria. Lan Xia, I'll go get the food. Would you like to eat? Tang Sun's question interrupted Lan Xia's thoughts. After glancing at the crowd, she quietly took a seat in a corner with the little lad. Just the same as you, though it might need to be enough for 3 people. Lan Xia shrugged nonchalantly, given the current state of affairs. It was hardly her place to choose the menu. Anything edible was already a blessing. Tang Sun exclaimed in surprise, What? You eat that much? With your appetite? How do you maintain such a good figure? Where does all that food go? Lan Xia waved her hand dismissively. It wasn't he always like this. With the increased physical exertion lately, my appetite has naturally grown. Oh, then hand me your card. Tang Sun obediently nodded and extended her hand. She playfully stuck out her tongue, choosing not to take the card from the bewildered child, and went ahead to patiently queue for her meal. The points required for purchasing food were minimal. Compared to Sister Lan's selfless contributions, her actions seemed trivial, indeed, quite insignificant. Sister Lan, why are you like Sinner too, little one? Lan Xia gazed at the child in confusion, wondering if she had missed a word. But it feels more friendly. Doesn't it? Can I call you Sister Lan from now on? The child looked up with innocent eagerness, faced with such a pure and youthful visage. Lan Xia felt it was rather inappropriate. Nevertheless, she resignedly nodded, noticing the genuine smile blossoming on the child's face, which prompted her to smile faintly in return. Such a young child, once merely a middle schooler, should have been cherished and nurtured by their parents, yet now they had to take up arms to survive. This thought led Lan Xia to reflect on her younger brother. How was her 14-year-old sibling faring in these troubled times? Sister Lan, your giant combo meal has arrived. Little one, why are you dawdling? Come help me carry it. Sister Lan, aren't I generous? Tang Sun beamed as she approached Lan Xia, who felt an unexplainable warmth in her heart upon seeing the large bowl brimming with fluffy white rice on the tray. The price of rice at the base must have skyrocketed, and Lan Xia silently appreciated Tang Sun's generous hospitality. At the dining table, Tang Sun was desperately leaning over her 2 plates of pickled vegetables. Sister Lan, you're too quick to snatch up the food. I just forgot to add more dishes. It wasn't intentional. It's already quite generous of me to give you rice while I eat steamed buns, so please don't take everything. Leave some for me. Wow, I didn't notice when I arrived this morning. But Sister Lan, I didn't realize your house had a separate toilet and kitchen. Tang Sun exclaimed, entering the place as if a country bumpkin had just come to town, suddenly recalling something that made her expression shift. Lan Xia comfortingly patted her shoulder without uttering a word. Tang Sun must have been thinking about life before the apocalypse. Back then, a house less than 100 square meters was hardly regarded by anyone. But now, the apocalypse had altered not only the laws of the world, but also the values held dear by society. Once darkness enveloped the sky, Lao Gao arrived in his Hummer. Lan Xia took Tang Sun and the child downstairs to assist him. Although they lacked knowledge of vehicle modifications, they could still help by passing tools and supplies. After 4 hours, they finally completed the modifications. Lao Gao, drenched in sweat, nodded at Lan Xia before heading off to shower. Tang Sun remained in the living room practicing her abilities with the child, whose wind powers complemented Tang Sun's wood abilities exceptionally well. One could serve as an offensive force while the other provided distraction, creating a seamless synergy. Alone in her room, Lan Xia organized her belongings, stowing away her Dao sword and a set of clean sportswear into her storage space before examining the newly purchased firearm. Although Lao Gao had instructed her on how to shoot, mastering the skill would require practice in the days to come. She strapped the gun holster to her calf, letting the loose pant leg drape over it for concealment. After some thought, she decided to similarly secure a dagger to her other leg, ensuring she could access it swiftly when needed. Once she finished sorting her camping gear into a large black bag, she lifted it, pleased to find that its weight was now negligible to her, truly a cause for celebration. A black object fell to the floor, and upon setting down her bag, she picked it up to discover it was a pair of gloves. She had tested them earlier. The recoil from the handgun was minimal. What exactly did Lao Gao intend with these gloves? These were gloves made from a black soft steel material, which indeed made handling both firearms and hand-to-hand combat a tad more convenient. Lan Xia examined them closely and nodded in approval. The craftsmanship warranted praise. They fit perfectly, and the thin layer of material did not impede her movement. Just as she donned the gloves, a knock sounded at the door. Lao Gao stood outside when she opened it. He casually closed the door behind him and looked at her hands, sighing in resignation. These are truly remarkable. Lan Xia was momentarily taken aback by his words, but as she followed his gaze to her hands, she realized he was referring to the gloves. Lao Gao spoke with a hint of regret. I didn't mention it earlier because there were too many people around. But these gloves are a high-tech product from the United States. They are said to be impervious to knives and bullets, and they can absorb the recoil from firearms. Most importantly, during hand-to-hand combat, they utilize advanced nanotechnology to encase hard metals within. Just imagine the effect of swinging your fist as if it were a block of iron. Lan Xia stared at the gloves in disbelief. Were they truly that powerful? Despite their exquisite craftsmanship, they couldn't possibly rival steel, could they? Lao Gao remarked enviously. It's a pity they are designed for women. I wouldn't be able to wear them. My ability enhances physical attributes, and if I could use those gloves, I would. The rest of his sentence faltered as he gaped at Lan Xia, wide-eyed like an alien. Lan Xia, eager to test the glove's power, carefully controlled her strength and lightly slapped the wall, leaving a distinct handprint. Just as Lao Gao had said, it felt as though her hand was made of steel. Satisfied, Lan Xia nodded approvingly. Meanwhile, Lao Gao stood dumbfounded, witnessing Lan Xia's display of prowess. How extraordinary! Although with his enhanced abilities he could also leave an imprint on the wall, he had to exert maximum effort. While she had done it with barely a flick of her wrist. Well, the wall isn't very sturdy, but these gloves are indeed impressive. Thank you, Lao Gao. Lan Xia expressed her gratitude, realizing that Sun was right. Lao Gao's insight was indeed exceptional. Lao Gao remained speechless, but suddenly a piercing alarm echoed through the air. His expression shifted to one of seriousness. A horde of zombies is approaching, and it's a large-scale attack. There is no time for explanations. According to protocol, all registered ability users must report to the front lines immediately during an assault on the base. You're new and haven't had the chance to register yet. So stay here. I'll take Sun and the child with me. Don't wander off. With that, Lao Gao dashed out to summon Tang Sun and the child. A horde of zombies was approaching? Chapter 19. War on the brink before long. The air around the base was filled with the sounds of gunfire and the anguished cries of the undead. Fortunately, as Area A was situated at the heart of the base, chaos and panic among the crowd had not erupted here. Lan Xia drew back the curtains and gazed down from the heights, witnessing a sea of dark figures outside the base. The zombies pressed forward relentlessly, while snipers and those with special abilities exerted every effort to halt their advance. What was the actual probability of awakening special abilities? It appeared that this base housed only a little over 100 individuals with such powers. Although firearms and ammunition were plentiful, the majority were still ordinary people. After a moment of contemplation, Lan Xia gathered her belongings and placed them in the Hummer. Securing the vehicle, she resolved to support Sun and the others. A shadowy figure darted swiftly through the night. Lan Xia bypassed the street corners and instead chose to traverse the windows of the high-rises in Area A in a direct line. Leaping from building to building at breakneck speed, she finally arrived at the entrance of the base. Colors danced across the sky, with the fiery red of fire abilities. The verdant green of wood abilities, the soft green of wind abilities, the earthy tones of earth abilities, and the deep blue of water abilities flashing intermittently. Each wielder of special abilities was exerting themselves to stave off the encroaching undead. The true horror of zombies lay not in their insensitivity to pain or their tireless nature, but in the virus that rendered them untreatable once contracted. Lan Xia registered at the checkpoint with her handgun, quickly being assigned to a team of special ability users. Perched atop the high wall, she surveyed the endless tide of corpses below. Suddenly, she felt her handgun was woefully inadequate. Imitating the others, she lay against the wall and fired, as the ground was teeming with zombies, rendering accuracy a secondary concern. After expending several magazines, the other members of the special team regarded her with a mix of astonishment and confusion. Indeed, this newly awakened ability user had managed to strike only non-vital areas of the zombies, yet it took her only a few magazines to achieve hits. In response to the puzzled gazes of her companions, Lan Xia silently reloaded. Her eyes could discern everything in the darkness. Given the trajectory of the bullets and the density of the zombies, a careful shot would not be too challenging. It seemed she would need to practice her marksmanship diligently. The thrill of hitting every target was exhilarating. For 3 continuous hours, the battle raged on, with the constant firing of weapons and the use of abilities leading to mounting fatigue among the combatants. To her dismay, Lan Xia realized that her stock of 2,000 bullets had dwindled to half. In the face of such a massive horde, that amount was utterly insufficient. Just then, the ordinary zombies began to retreat. Before the others could cheer, a line of uniform red figures emerged from the mass of undead. Lan Xia glared furiously at the sight of those red figures, T-speed zombies. A whole row of T-speed zombies began scaling the wall with alarming speed. Gunfire erupted. Yet due to the T-speed zombies' agility and rapidity, very few were hit. As the T-speed zombies neared the top of the wall, an announcement rang out, calling all ability users to confront the threat. With a heavy sigh, Lan Xia knew that allowing the zombies to infiltrate would spell disaster. Strapping her handgun to her leg, she leapt down from the wall. Her audacious act startled those around her. Standing on the wall, she unsheathed her Tang Dao, enveloping the blade in fiery energy. As she landed amidst the T-speed zombies, she swiftly kicked one away with a flash of speed and conjured a spatial blade with her left hand, striking at another T-speed zombie to her left. At that moment, aside from contending with the T-speed zombies engaged with other ability users, she faced nearly 10 of them alone. Frustratingly, although her spatial blade struck the zombies, it appeared to have no effect whatsoever, failing to impede their advance. Cursing under her breath, she narrowly evaded 3 T-speed zombies' onslaught before executing a crescent arc with her Tang Dao, igniting a conflagration that swiftly engulfed 3 of the T-speed zombies. The acrid scent of burning flesh wafted through the air as Lan Xia stood with bated breath on the wall, cognizant of the precarious position that left her vulnerable to encirclement. Sensing movement behind her, she executed a backflip, kicking a zombie intent on ambushing her against the wall. 5 at once. Is this a joke? She thought, as she found herself surrounded by 5 T-speed zombies. In a moment of desperation, Lan Xia gritted her teeth, enveloping herself in flames. The few zombies that brushed against her were instantly scorched black. With a leap, she capitalized on the moment when a T-speed zombie's left hand was burned, and with precise strikes, severed the heads of the 5 zombies before her. Fortunately, she had donned the armor crafted from her abilities. In that critical moment, Lan Xia was immensely grateful for her instinctive protective measure upon awakening her powers. Recalling how she had enveloped herself in flames to create armor, her valiant actions astonished those around her as she sat down, panting heavily after her ascent back onto the wall. It had been far too perilous. She vowed never again to act so recklessly, realizing that her immunity to infection did not grant her invincibility. Meanwhile, the other ability users regarded Lan Xia with reverence, although they too had awakened powers, and some even possessed fire abilities akin to hers. Their abilities proved utterly ineffective against the undead. They had just witnessed Lan Xia's fire abilities incinerate the evolved T-speed zombies before their very eyes. Alongside their awe, a resolute determination ignited within them. If she could achieve such strength, there was no reason they could not aspire to do the same. One day, they too would become formidable. Thus, unbeknownst to Lan Xia, her impulsive actions ignited a fervent resolve among her fellow ability users, her strength serving as both an inspiration and a beacon for those who had awakened yet remained ignorant of their powers. The war continued, and she needed to recover before rejoining the fray. Having fought solely with her fire abilities, her Tang Dao had seen little use, resulting in her fire energy being nearly depleted. She truly was still too weak. An hour later, All 15 T-speed zombies had finally been vanquished. Although Lan Xia had accounted for 10 of the kills, the remaining 5 had exacted a heavy toll on the ability users. Frowning, she noted that 3 or 4 had perished in the recent skirmish, while a dozen more had sustained injuries leading to infection. Why did the government insist on placing ability users on the front lines? Were they not more valuable than ordinary people? At that moment, among the ordinary soldiers defending against the hordes of regular zombies, evolved T-Force zombies had begun to appear, though their towering figures made them conspicuous targets. Their skin was thicker than steel, rendering bullets ineffective, if their immense strength and formidable defenses posed a challenge. The fact that they hurled ordinary zombies toward the walls only added to the chaos. In the midst of the turmoil, no one knew who had been infected or who would be the next to be struck down by the undead. Amidst the clamor, 2 more T-Force zombies emerged from the horde, furthering the soldiers' despair. What was that sound? Lan Xia listened intently, and although the sound was distant, she could distinctly hear it, a cacophony of birds, and there were many. Wait, could it be zombie animals? Zombie birds. Cold sweat trickled down her back. Lan Xia glanced at the sky. Though there were no immediate signs of danger, the appearance of zombie monkeys made the emergence of zombie birds quite plausible. What should she do? They could fend off land attacks behind a wall, but what if the threat came from the sky? That would spell disaster. A mere scratch could lead to infection and transformation into a zombie. The broadcast. The recent announcement. Realizing its significance, Lan Xia sprang into action. With her exceptional hearing, she swiftly located the broadcasting room. After knocking out the broadcaster with the back of her hand, she seized the microphone and declared, "Attention all units. Attention all units. A massive flock of zombie birds is approaching our position. I repeat, a massive flock of zombie birds is approaching our position. Please prepare yourselves." After hanging up, she noticed a half-full bottle of water beside her and splashed it onto the broadcaster's face before departing. Who was that? Zombie birds? No way is this real. Even the birds have turned into zombies? How are we supposed to survive this? We need to run. What is the point of fighting now? Amid the chaos following her broadcast, Lan Xia was oblivious. She was rushing towards Area A. Once seated behind the wheel of a Humvee, she started the engine and sped towards the front line, confident that her friend Sun and the others would promptly head to Area A upon hearing her announcement. As expected, before Lan Xia could reach Area A, she encountered Tang Sun and the others on the road. Tang Sun, being astute, immediately gathered her companions, Lao Gao and Xiaolingzi, to seize as many weapons and ammunition as they could while the chaos reigned. The confusion was so great that no one even attempted to stop them. Seeing the weapons in their hands, Lan Xia quickly exited her vehicle to assist in securing the arms and ammunition. Once back in the driver's seat and buckled up, she calmly inquired, "Lao Gao, Sen, do you know of any exits from the base? We cannot charge out through the front. Are there no other routes?" Tang Sun quickly replied, "Sister Lan, there is a small door at the back. After your broadcast, many people will surely rush there. We should exit through that way. Drive quickly." "Understood. Hold on tight." "Oh, Sister Lan, how did you know about the zombie birds?" "I heard them." No sooner had she spoken than a series of harrowing screams echoed around them. In the sky, large masses of white objects began to emerge. As they descended, it became clear. These were enormous white doves, the size of a person, their beaks bared, bodies tinged with a sinister red. Throughout the journey, Lao Gao remained vigilant, sniper rifle at the ready. When they arrived at the small door Tang Sun mentioned, they found it congested with vehicles. After waiting for 5 long minutes, it was finally their turn to pass. Through the rearview mirror, they could see a long line of newly arrived vehicles, some of which were careening into each other in a frenzy. At that moment, a woman was suddenly thrown from a vehicle ahead. She landed right beside them, and Tang Sun recognized her. Wasn't he that Lu Wenxi? Spotting Lu Wenxi's lips forming the words "help me," Tang Sun instinctively opened the car door. However, just then, a low-flying zombie dove swooped down and snatched the fallen Lu Wenxi away. In shock, Tang Sun stared at the now empty ground. At that moment, another zombie dove approached, and Lao Gao quickly pushed Tang Sun down and slammed the door shut. "Are you trying to get us killed?" he shouted, with her nerves already frayed. Lan Xia saw that the car in front had moved on. She swiftly restarted the engine, accelerating to maximum speed. In her disoriented state, Tang Sun had not yet processed the loss of Lu Wenxi when nausea surged within her. With the vehicle bouncing violently, she weakly asked, "Ugh, Sister Lan, may I ask, do you have a driver's license?" "Nope. The person who taught me to drive used to operate bumper cars." Having survived in this apocalyptic world for so long, Lan Xia had grown increasingly brazen. Did it matter if one had a license? Did zombies conduct license checks? Oh heavens! Save me. Tang Sun could no longer contain herself, quickly rolling down the window to expel her dinner onto the pavement. Look at you. Lao Gao won't he say anything? But even Xiao Lingzi is more competent than you. Someone chided, mocking the motion sickness-stricken Tang Sun. Although Lan Xia drove just like her sister Meng Han. At least her vehicle wouldn't flip over. Exhausted, Tang Sun slumped in her seat, pale but grateful she hadn't lost her lunch. Observing the calm demeanor of her companions, she vowed she would endure this ordeal. She would persevere. Chapter 20. Leaving City C as the traffic flowed. Aside from the occasional appearance of a few zombie dogs and cats, the group traveled without incident. Gunfire from the base persisted in the distance, echoing ominously. At dawn, with the final gunshot, the small base in City C fell, though there were fewer than 100,000 survivors within. Their demise overnight instilled a deeper dread of the undead among the people. The base has fallen, Captain. Old Gao suddenly broke the silence, startling everyone. Lan Xia, puzzled, inquired. Captain, when did she become the captain? Old Gao nodded earnestly. From now on, you are our captain. You saved our lives, and your strength is unparalleled. I, Old Gao, hold you in high esteem. Lan Xia pondered seriously. Initially, she had indeed intended to gather companions at the City C base, seeking allies with exceptional abilities like Sunner and the others. Wasn't this the ideal team she had envisioned? Tang Sun, weak yet determined, declared, Is that even a question? Sister Lan, you've saved me twice already. From now on, my life is in your hands. The base in City C has fallen, and I have no faith in the other official bases. I believe that if you could rescue me in dire moments, you will surely lead us through future dangers. Little Lingzi nodded and added, Sister Lan, I want to follow you, and Sister Tang. Tang Sun, with a ghostly pale face, smiled, Not bad, young man. You have a sweet tongue. Old Gao, deep in thought, then adopted a serious demeanor. Well, in this apocalypse, it doesn't matter where we go. I have no ties. B City it is. A gentle smile graced Lan Xia's lips. For the first time, she felt the trust of her companions. She knew the journey ahead would not be lonely. Sunner, are you still unwell? Lan Xia furrowed her brow. It had been a whole night. Sunno had suffered from motion sickness, yet even Meng Han had managed to alleviate her discomfort. Was her driving technique lacking? Sister Lan, with your skills, you should really consider racing instead. Don't mind me. My physical condition has been enhanced by my powers. I can endure. Determined not to fall behind her comrades, she resolved to be strong. Captain, are we just going to follow the traffic? Old Gao observed the outside warily. Moving with the larger group made too much noise, and attracting danger in the wilderness would spell trouble. That's true, but I still sense danger. Old Gao frowned tightly. His military background had honed his instincts for peril, and presently, he felt an unsettling foreboding. Don't overthink it, we. Before she could finish, Lan Xia caught sight of a white figure in the rearview mirror. Without hesitation, she pressed the accelerator and sped forward. Tang Sun regained her previous vitality after using her powers to rejuvenate herself, and she leaned out the half-open window, swallowing hard at the sight of the massive creature pursuing them. Is that a white tiger, Sister Lan? No way. That was a national protected species, she exclaimed incredulously. In the distance, a colossal white tiger, towering 10 meters and stretching over 20 meters long, with sharp fangs and claws the size of a person, had just devoured 3 vehicles and continued its relentless chase. It seems we must break away from the main group. Hold on tight. Lan Xia seized the moment and decisively veered onto a deserted road at a fork. The tiger pursued relentlessly, while the others, not foolish, diverged at the intersection, each choosing a different path. The tiger could only follow one of the 3 vehicles. Hey, how come our road has the least vehicles? Sister Lan, run! Tang Sun screamed, feeling utterly unlucky that their path was so sparse compared to the others. Well, luck is against us. Hold on tight. Watch how I shake off this behemoth. Lan Xia steeled herself, maneuvering the modified Hummer close to the wall to overtake the vehicles ahead. In a life-or-death situation, her upgraded vehicle was undoubtedly faster. She maintained control, knowing that even her enhanced Hummer could not withstand excessive friction. The longer she survived in this apocalypse, the more she longed for the past and felt sorrowful. Meng Han had taught her so much, and yet, she felt she had nothing to repay her with. Finally, they reached another fork. After half an hour, the group collectively exhaled in relief, hoping they wouldn't be pursued again. Wait, Sunner, do you see the vehicles behind us? I remember there were several cars on the path we took. Why are there none at this intersection? Lan Xia suddenly realized they hadn't seen other vehicles for quite a while. Even with their speed, it was impossible not to encounter any cars. Sister Lan. It seems they've all been devoured. That tiger's speed is terrifying. Tang Sun feigned calm on the vehicle, but the cold sweat trickling from her palms betrayed her anxiety. Old Gao shook his head. They've likely all been eaten. That tiger has extraordinarily sharp senses. It's probably still tracking us, and given our Hummer's speed, we might not escape. If the main road is blocked, we'll take the back roads. Do you see the rocky path ahead? We'll go that way, hopefully. The modified tires can withstand it. Lan Xia instructed with an impassive expression before steering the vehicle onto the rocky road. Sister Lan, I see the white dot behind us. It's catching up, Tang Sun anxiously reported, realizing that if this continued, it was only a matter of time before they were overtaken. Soon, I brought special bullets. They pack a punch. Hurry and help me find them. Old Gao crouched down to rummage through the weapons and ammunition. Grateful they hadn't had time to transfer everything to the trunk during their hurried escape. Is it the long one? Exactly, hurry. As the white dot grew larger, Old Gao and Tang Sun struggled to locate the special bullets. Excuse me, are you looking for this? Little Lungzi, sitting quietly, handed over a magazine containing the uniquely shaped special bullets. Well done. Impressive. After praising Little Lungzi, Tang Sun opened the sunroof, allowing Old Gao to stand and prepare to fire. Chapter 21. Escape from the tiger's maw. The rocky path was treacherous, and Lan Xia, her expression impassive, gazed into the rearview mirror at the relentless white figure pursuing them. At this rate, it was merely a matter of time before they were caught. How could they thwart it? As the vehicle jolted along the uneven terrain, Lao Gao struggled to find his balance. After loading his gun, he focused intently, preparing to take aim. Captain, its speed is too great. I find it difficult to aim, Lao Gao remarked gravely, his eyes fixated on the massive white tiger behind them. Its enormous frame moved with a surprising agility that was truly formidable. Even with its speed, we must devise a strategy to counter it. Sir, do you have any ideas? Lan Xia, while driving, diverted her attention to the white tiger. Despite its intimidating size and fearsome teeth, its intact body and bright, alert eyes clearly indicated it had not succumbed to zombification. Yet, how could it have transformed into such a beast? Lan Xia, as much as I wish to help, I truly cannot unless I exit the vehicle and use my powers to restrain it, setting aside whether my abilities could even contain such a large tiger. I can't possibly get out in this situation. Tang Sun, her face a mask of despair, looked at Lan Xia. She genuinely wanted to assist. But what could she do under these circumstances? Lan Xia furrowed her brow. Was hand-to-hand combat their only option? To be truthful, she felt no confidence facing such a colossal creature in close quarters, despite her enhanced physical capabilities. But if they continued to wait passively for their demise, it would lead to certain destruction. Rather than resigning themselves to death, it was wiser to take the initiative. Outside, in the open environment, they could each leverage their strengths. Lao Gao could provide cover. The agile and swift Xiaolingzi could distract the enemy. Sun Er's what abilities could be used to ensnare, and Lan Xia herself, with her agility and explosive power, could maneuver effectively. With this distribution of roles, they still had a fighting chance. With this thought in mind, Lan Xia quickly made her decision. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Exit the vehicle. Lan Xia slammed on the brakes, executing a sharp turn to face the giant tiger head-on. Coming to a halt, she swiftly drew her Tang Dao and exited the vehicle. The sudden stop caused everyone to lurch forward, but Lao Gao reacted swiftly, grabbing his sniper rifle and leaping through the sunroof to find a vantage point for ambush. Tang Sun and Xiaolingzi, witnessing Lao Gao's actions, instinctively opened the car doors and jumped out. As the enormous tiger loomed closer, Tang Sun's heart raced. In many ways, she admired Lan Xia. Not everyone possessed the courage to confront such a beast directly. Swallowing hard, she pondered whether to fight or find an escape route. Seeing the unflinching expressions of her companions, Tang Sun steeled herself. They had no choice but to fight, if they couldn't shake off the tiger in their vehicle. She certainly didn't believe she could outrun it on foot. Lan Xia, gripping the crimson Tang Dao, focused intently on the approaching white tiger. At this juncture, she had no need for subterfuge. Activating her abilities, she enveloped the entire blade in a fierce flame. With her powers combined with the Tang Dao, perhaps they could match the beast. Truth be told, she felt a surge of anxiety. This was her first encounter with an adversary of such imposing size, something she would never have dared to imagine before. Now, she was on the verge of a direct confrontation with the colossal tiger, and the outcome remained uncertain. Lao Gao crouched on the ground, sweat trickling down his brow as he took aim. He had to find the opportunity to take down the white tiger with a single shot. The tiger soon stood before them, perplexed as to why its prey had not fled. It swiped a massive paw toward Lan Xia. The sheer size of the creature was awe-inspiring, and seeing the stunned Lan Xia frozen in shock, the other three panicked. Wasn't he supposed to be the wind user? How could he not react? Had he been frightened into silence? Just as the others prepared to risk their lives to save him, Lan Xia suddenly uttered a series of sounds that resembled no human language. Remarkably, the white tiger seemed to comprehend, pausing its paw mid-swipe. The three, poised for action, exchanged bewildered glances. What was happening? Could it be that Lan Xia understood the language of the tiger people, compared to cat people or dog people? Lan Xia's ability to communicate with tigers was astonishing. Tang Sun cautiously shifted closer to Lan Xia. Lan Xia, I recall that Lan Xia's parents worked at a zoo. So, understanding tiger language is only natural? Lan Xia, wiping the cold sweat from her forehead, watched the extraordinary exchange between the boy and the tiger. She silently hoped Lan Xia could successfully persuade the tiger to relent. Meanwhile, Lao Gao, still crouched and aiming, found himself uncertain. After seeing Lan Xia signal him to wait, he nodded. If communication was possible, they should attempt it. He had no idea if his specialized bullet could penetrate the tiger's skull. The three watched intently as the boy and the tiger engaged in what appeared to be peaceful discourse, although they were unaware of Lan Xia's exact words. The sight of the tiger nodding at times and swatting its paw in dissatisfaction suggested that perhaps it had been convinced to halt its aggression. Lan Xia nodded and said something else before making his way back to Lan Xia, while the giant tiger obediently remained still. Lan Xia, the tiger says it will follow us if we can help remove a thorn from its paw, Lan Xia explained, standing patiently as he awaited Lan Xia's response. Lan Xia stood there, speechless. How could this giant tiger be considered small? And it expected them to simply remove a thorn and then follow them? Setting aside whether the creature could even be led away, extracting a thorn was akin to pulling a tooth from a tigress' mouth. She had no experience in such matters. Not to mention, if she were to get too close, what if it inadvertently crushed her foot while she was extracting the thorn? Despite her inner turmoil, Lan Xia reluctantly nodded. She was not foolish enough to believe they had a choice in this matter. After all, perhaps they were fortunate. If the thorn had been causing it discomfort, the tiger would not have agreed to negotiate with Lan Xia, even in the face of danger. She had to muster her courage. However, this world was indeed surreal. She had been prepared for a life-or-death struggle. And now it had morphed into a situation where she was to help a tiger with a thorn. Such an extraordinary turn of events. Chapter 22. A new companion? Lan Xia calmly nodded towards Tang Sun, who, with a tense expression, straightened her back and bravely approached the giant tiger. At that moment, she truly wished to exclaim, "Sister Lan, you are absolutely magnificent." Simultaneously, she resolutely decided to follow Lan Xia, feeling incredibly fortunate to have a leader who could step forward in such perilous circumstances. Old Gao anxiously raised his sniper rifle, aiming at the tiger's head, prepared to fire should the creature make any sudden movement. Lan Xia approached the giant tiger, which glanced at her before obligingly lifting its hind leg. A massive white claw, thick enough for three people to embrace, appeared before Lan Xia's face. Under immense pressure, she forced herself to disregard the intimidating presence of the tiger. Upon seeing the protrusion, Lan Xia felt utterly dismayed. What appeared to be a thorn was, in fact, a large bone embedded deep within the tiger's flesh. It resembled a situation where an ordinary person might get pricked by a small splinter, though not catastrophic. It would still cause a persistent discomfort. Faced with a thorn approximately the width of her thigh, Lan Xia composedly extended her hand to grasp it, exerting force to pull it out. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Perhaps due to pain, the tiger's hind leg moved uncontrollably, causing Lan Xia to stumble and fall. Just as old Gao's taut nerves threatened to snap and he prepared to fire, Lan Xia suddenly shouted, "Do not shoot." Lan Xia rose to her feet. Noting that the bone had indeed caused considerable pain to the tiger, as evidenced by its reaction to her gentle touch. Aware that its behavior was somewhat inappropriate, the tiger turned its head away from her, yet the paw still remained firmly positioned before her, wiping the cold sweat from her brow. Lan Xia regarded the turned-away white tiger and pondered the absurdity of the world. Tigers now exhibited pride. Observing the bone, as thick as her thigh, she frowned. It appeared to be lodged deeply. Forcibly extracting it would undoubtedly be painful, and its depth raised questions about whether it could even be removed. In truth, Lan Xia had underestimated the depth of the bone. After exerting considerable effort, Relying on her exceptional physical prowess, she finally managed to extract it after half an hour. Perhaps sensing the impending action, the tiger remained still throughout the process. With a sigh of relief, she exclaimed, "Finally got it out. Come here, old Gao Tang's son." Sitting on the ground, she gasped for breath as she called them over. Old Gao rose silently, while Tang Sun's previously taut nerves finally relaxed. As Lan Xia sat there, catching her breath, she reflected on the technicality of the task. Although the bone was lodged deep, her current strength made its removal relatively manageable. The true concern lay in the possibility of disturbing the tiger during extraction. She shuddered at the thought of being confronted by the creature's powerful face. Recalling the vehicles that had been toppled by the tiger's might, she doubted her head could withstand such an impact. Despite the formidable challenge, she was relieved to have completed the task without provoking the tiger's ire. The tiger, now free from pain, energetically consumed the bone. Tang Sun and old Gao stared in astonishment at the diminutive white tiger, while Lan Xia, brushing off the dust from her clothes, approached them nonchalantly. Noticing their dreamlike expressions, she calmly patted their shoulders and said, "In a world that has transformed so drastically, what is there left to doubt? Remain composed. Do you understand?" However, internally, Lan Xia's thoughts raced. Goodness, the tiger has shrunk. Could it possibly wish to stay with us? What on earth is happening in this world? Can something so large simply shrink at will? This defies logic. The young boy, somewhat delighted, pulled the corners of his mouth upward. "Sister Lan, Sister Sin, Uncle Gao. Let's call it Little Tiger from now on. It agrees and wants to accompany us, can we?" Lan Xia suppressed a smile. Could she truly refuse? Glancing at the legendary Little Tiger, she nodded silently, accepting that it was akin to carrying a ticking time bomb. With this bomb by her side, she would have a constant reminder to remain cautious. Seeing Lan Xia's agreement, the young boy joyfully teased Little Tiger, which graciously licked his palm. However, as it caught sight of Lan Xia, it abruptly turned away, presenting its backside to her. Lan Xia silently touched her nose, pondering what she had done to deserve such disregard. After the boy climbed into the vehicle with the ticking time bomb, Tang Sun cautiously approached Lan Xia. "Sister Lan, think of the tiger's appetite. We can hardly afford to feed it. Are we truly destined to dance with a tiger?" A weighty pressure suddenly enveloped Lan Xia. She had completely forgotten about the tiger's voracious appetite. Just how many people had it devoured? How on earth could they manage this? Lan Xia reassured her son. "You must learn to remain calm. When the car reaches the mountain, a path will present itself. If necessary, we can simply raid a few supermarkets." Old Gao approached quietly, observing Lan Xia's burdened demeanor. As he passed by her, he softly remarked, "That knife is a fine weapon, and you have uncovered its secret. Congratulations on becoming its true master." True master? Lan Xia gazed at old Gao's retreating figure, realizing that the knife held greater significance than she had initially perceived. As she reached the vehicle and heard the sounds of merriment within, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. She considered herself incredibly fortunate to have companions during the apocalypse. With everyone together, the journey to City B would not be so daunting after all. Chapter 23. Where is this place? As Lan Xia drove, a throbbing headache clouded her thoughts as she surveyed her surroundings. After embarking on their journey alongside Xiaohu, they had painstakingly managed to ascertain their direction. However, it was not long before they were met with the rumbling sounds emanating from Xiaohu's stomach. With 1,000 fears, they dared not let Xiaohu go hungry. Who would dare share a space with a famished tiger? Thus, under duress, they relinquished all edible provisions from the vehicle to appease their companion. Consequently, they now found themselves in search of supplies. They were in the outskirts, and a town should not be far ahead. It was reasonable to assume that they could gather resources there. Old Gao, while meticulously cleaning his firearm, broke the silence, prompting Xiaolang and Tang Sun's eyes to gleam with anticipation. With a resigned sigh, Lan Xia steered the vehicle in the direction indicated by Old Gao, while Xiaolang gleefully patted Xiaohu's head, hoping that once they entered the city, Xiaohu would finally satisfy its hunger. Half an hour later, Lan Xia successfully maneuvered the car into the city. Faced with a few scattered zombies on the road, she pressed on, crushing them beneath the vehicle. In confronting these ordinary undead, she felt no pressure whatsoever. The city was modest in size, and soon Lan Xia arrived at the city center. However, she felt a peculiar discomfort at the absence of human presence. Given that the apocalypse had only descended less than a month ago, one would expect survivalists to still abound, especially in a nation as populous as theirs. Noticing the eerie silence around her, a sense of foreboding crept into her mind. Apart from the few zombies encountered earlier, there was not a single living soul or a horde of undead in sight, which was decidedly unsettling. "Captain, Proceed with caution. There may be something amiss here. Old Gao cautioned, having readied his handgun and now surveying their surroundings with vigilance. Lan Xia nodded in agreement. Indeed, everyone must remain alert. We have reached the city center. Yet the scarcity of zombies suggests either prior cleansing or something more sinister. After securing supplies, we must depart immediately. It is prudent to be cautious. The T-virus evolves rapidly, and one can never predict the emergence of new monstrosities. The group nodded earnestly, acknowledging her words. Lan Xia parked the vehicle in front of a supermarket and allowed Xiao Long to release Xiao Hu. The tiger, with its keen sense of smell, sniffed the air and let out a few growls before bolting into the store. Observing Xiao Hu's behavior, the others understood that the interior posed no danger. Xiao Lang was the first to disembark, followed closely by Old Gao and Tang Sun. After ensuring the area was secure, Lan Xia entered as well. The supermarket had evidently been ransacked, with disheveled merchandise strewn across the floor. Many shelves that had once held vacuum-sealed food were now bare, while the freezers still contained a plethora of raw meats, perhaps due to their perceived unpalatability. Xiao Hu was voraciously devouring raw beef and pork within. Aside from Xiao Lang, who watched Xiao Hu's feasting with excitement, the other three diligently worked to transfer all usable supplies from the supermarket into the vehicle until it could hold no more. Xiao Hu, you really can eat a lot. Tang Sun marveled, observing the mini tiger still indulging. It had emptied 5 of the 6 freezers and was now attacking the last one. Lan Xia approached the freezer, rummaging through it. Although most appliances had ceased functioning, the global temperature had significantly dropped since the onset of the apocalypse, allowing the ice to remain largely intact despite the lack of power. Has anyone been here before? Lan Xia posed a rather perplexing question, to which the others shook their heads in confusion. Then it's odd. How did we so swiftly arrive at the city center without having been here before? Lan Xia mused, her gaze shifting to her companions. It was her first visit to an unfamiliar city, and to stumble upon the center so fortuitously felt too coincidental. Tang Sun, expressing her astonishment, said, Lan Xia, we all assumed you were familiar with the area. You seemed quite knowledgeable about the roads while driving. How could that be possible? This is my first time here. Is it conceivable that something is amiss? Lan Xia frowned, gazing out at the supermarket's exterior. She had merely focused on finding the supermarket and had unwittingly navigated to this spot, as if some unseen force had guided her here. Could there be something capable of influencing human minds? Where exactly were they? Lan Xia, Xiao Hu says it's still hungry, Xiao Lang quietly remarked, cradling the petite tiger. At this, Lan Xia turned her attention to the regal, aloof white tiger licking its paws, pondering how they would care for it moving forward. Aware of the unusual circumstances, Tang Sun gently tugged on Xiao Lang's hand and whispered a few words to him. After he nodded in agreement, she addressed Lan Xia and Old Gao. Here's the plan. Lan Xia, you and Old Gao should scout the area while I take these 2 to forage. That's too dangerous, Lan Xia replied firmly. Tang Sun, maintaining her grip on Xiao Lang's hand, stated earnestly, given the unusual situation here, we should act swiftly to leave. Splitting into 2 groups is the wisest choice, and you need not worry about me. With Xiao Hu by my side, we will be safe. However, I am more concerned about the 2 of you. Let us regroup here in 2 hours. With Xiao Hu, you need not fret about us. Old Gao met Tang Sun's gaze seriously, and upon seeing her resolute expression, he quietly averted his eyes. In their silent exchange, the one who broke eye contact first was the one yielding. After some contemplation, Lan Xia concurred. Indeed, with Xiao Hu present, Tang Sun and Xiao Lang would be secure. The urgency of their situation warranted splitting into 2 groups as the best course of action. Chapter 24, trapped as Lan Xia took her seat in the driver's position. Lao Gao settled into the passenger seat beside her. His lips moved as if he wished to speak, yet she swiftly ignited the engine, denying him the opportunity. Throughout the drive, Lan Xia did not cast even a glance in Lao Gao's direction. She fully understood his unvoiced desire to switch places so he could take the wheel. In her mind, she pondered whether she should grant him a little extra consideration for daring to question her driving skills. Lao Gao silently observed her, internally pleading, Captain, let's negotiate. Surely, such a strenuous task should not fall to you. However, no words could escape his lips as the vehicle jostled violently. He fastened his seatbelt, realizing that even he was struggling to maintain his composure amidst the chaos. Reflecting on his years of rigorous training in the military, he recalled how torturous those rides had seemed. Yet, in comparison to this, they were mere child's play. To drive on a flat road in such a manner, Captain, you are truly unparalleled. Bang! Lan Xia discreetly unbuckled her seatbelt as their vehicle collided, thankful for the restraint that spared them from potential head injuries. Of course, She referred to Lao Gao's head. Given her current physical condition, her concern lay more with the integrity of the vehicle than her own safety. Standing beside the car, Lan Xia reached out to touch the empty space before her, only to encounter an invisible barrier. Indeed, they had just crashed into thin air. Though the area ahead appeared devoid of obstacles, they had undeniably struck something. Had their vehicle not been modified, this impact might have rendered it irreparable. Seeing this, Lao Gao swiftly exited the car, probing the formless barrier as if he had encountered an unseen wall. It was only at this moment that she comprehended why old Deng referred to spatial abilities as auxiliary. They were never intended for combat. Once inside the vehicle again, Lan Xia steered in the opposite direction, retracing their earlier path. Lao Gao quietly gazed ahead, contemplating the barrier. This time, Lan Xia reduced their speed significantly. Yet they soon collided with the wall once more, despite the apparent emptiness before them. After exiting the car, Lan Xia closed her eyes, delicately tracing the invisible wall with one hand for an extended period. Ultimately, she had to concede that this wall existed. Their eyes had not deceived them. Back in the car, she casually began to test other directions. The wall had not been present on their way in. So how could it have appeared out of nowhere within such a short time frame? As anticipated, no matter from which direction or angle they approached, they would inevitably collide with that wall. Lao Gao, who had fallen silent since the impact, finally spoke. 20 kilometers. Upon seeing Lan Xia's puzzled expression, he elaborated. From the city center, we can maneuver freely within a 20-kilometer radius. However, exceeding that distance results in crashing into this wall. 20 kilometers encompassed a vast area. Was it possible that the wall's appearance had a time constraint, and they had merely arrived at an inopportune moment? 20 kilometers? Lan Xia mused, realizing that something was indeed attempting to ensnare them. The motive remained elusive, leaving them to proceed cautiously. As they passed a gas station, Lao Gao requested that Lan Xia stop to refuel and even managed to create some space for a fuel canister. Lan Xia silently applauded his foresight. As a former Special Forces soldier, he naturally thought several steps ahead. Clearing her throat, Lan Xia announced her presence with a couple of light coughs. Only then did Tang soon realize her lapse in decorum and offer a sheepish smile. It was impossible to resist the charm of that adorable creature. It outshone both cats and dogs, after all, and those two tiny fangs peeking out while sleeping were simply irresistible. With a sigh, Lan Xia turned to the dazed little one and Tang Sun, stating, "Let's focus on the matter at hand. Based on our experiences, we can move freely within a 20-kilometer radius from the city center. Beyond that, we will collide with an invisible wall." The little one remained in a daze, while Tang Sun looked incredulously at Lao Gao. When she saw him nod in agreement, her disbelief deepened. Was it possible that such fantastical phenomena were now manifesting? Observing the stark contrast between their reactions, Lan Xia wiped the sweat from her brow. Tang Sun's response was that of a rational person. Yet the little one's vacant expression was perplexing. As everyone pondered their respective thoughts, a somewhat gleeful voice rang out from the supermarket entrance. "Hello, everyone. After your first-hand experience, you must now grasp the situation. I am Mo. Welcome to our little gathering." The group turned to see a tall figure, backlit by the sun, striding towards them with an air of nonchalance. He appeared to be around 20, his face adorned with a smile that belied his age, charming yet reminiscent of a cunning fox. Lan Xia silently scoffed at the strikingly handsome visage before her. Where had such beauty been hiding before the apocalypse? Was this calamity merely a means to unearth the hidden gems of male attractiveness? As she contemplated how best to deliver a punch to that stunning face, she absent-mindedly stroked her chin. Chapter 25. The temporary team. Shall we join? As Mo approached the group with a somewhat irritating smile, he suddenly sensed an impending crisis. Before he could react, Lan Xia had already stepped forward and landed a punch squarely on his face. In an instant, Mo felt his face begin to swell. Lan Xia nonchalantly shook her fist and said, "Apologies, but your demeanor is just too punchable. Let me introduce myself. I am the captain, Lan Xia. Please take care of me." Upon hearing this audacious and brazen justification, Mo felt as if his face had been struck by a hammer. How could there be such a violent woman in this world? Observing their crude interaction, the other three members of the team remarked, "Captain, it seems you just wanted to vent your pent-up frustrations, didn't you?" Realizing this, the simple-minded fellow continued to amuse himself with the drowsy little tiger on his shoulder, while Lao Gao silently resumed cleaning his firearm. Only Tang soon looked at Mo with sympathy, lamenting that such a handsome man had to appear at a time when her dear Lan Xia was in a foul mood. After receiving Tang Sun's sympathetic glance, Mo curiously touched his face, wondering if it had swollen to the point of being unbearable for others. Observing his actions, Lan Xia remarked with annoyance. Are you feeling asymmetrical? Would you like me to give you another punch to make it symmetrical? After wandering about aimlessly for half a day without encountering anyone, it was quite vexing to suddenly have someone approach and utter nonsensical words. Moreover, it seemed highly suspicious. That invisible wall could very well have been his doing. Hearing Lan Xia's words, Mo Zishu discreetly took a few steps back. He had been completely taken aback by the fact that he was struck by a woman upon their first meeting. In his entire life, he had never before been hit in the face by a woman. Of course, the reason he did not retaliate was not due to humility, but rather an awareness of his own limitations. Even if he had been careless, this woman's speed was simply too formidable for him to evade. He understood that one must always maintain a sense of reverence, a principle crucial for survival in a world like this. With a resigned rub of his swollen face, Mo Zishu was about to explain himself when Tang Sun could no longer contain her excitement and rushed over. She swiftly positioned herself in front of Mo Zishu, and amid his puzzled gaze, her hands gently moved to his face, emanating a soft green glow. In no time, the swelling on Mo Zishu's face had subsided. Lan Xia discreetly averted her gaze, wiping the sweat from her palms where no one could see. Recognizing Tang Sun's expression, Lan Xia knew she must be infatuated again. Fully aware that such infatuations were inescapable, Lan Xia resigned herself to the fact that one should never reason with a lovesick woman, for in the end, one would invariably be the loser, as they would employ an inexhaustible stream of words to make one understand that their infatuation was entirely justified. I believe you might have misunderstood my intentions, Mo Zishu awkwardly began, feeling invisible as they quickly disregarded his presence. Had he truly become so inconsequential? And what do you mean by that? Lan Xia replied, tilting her chin in a condescending manner, although she was not taller than Mo Zishu. This was a lesson taught by Meng Han. Always look down on your enemies and befriend your allies. Mo Zishu wiped the beads of sweat from his palms behind his back, feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure while speaking to her. Was this a matter of presence? Well, for some unknown reason, this city was suddenly sealed off by a mysterious force 3 days ago. You have just experienced it, so I won't elaborate further. The people trapped in this city have temporarily chosen to cooperate, and I came here to invite you to join our team. Mo Zishu straightened his posture, determined not to lose face in this confrontation. Do you know how to leave? Lan Xia continued her disdainful demeanor. No, Mo Zishu replied, slightly leaning closer to Lan Xia, hoping to make a point, as she was not even that tall compared to him. Sensing the shift in height and atmosphere, Lan Xia frowned and distanced herself slightly, maintaining her condescending stance. Meng Han was always right. Regardless of words or actions, she must look down upon her enemies. Then why should we join your team? Since her height could not intimidate him, she would continue to belittle him. More hands mean more strength, and we have plenty of supplies in our team. Mo Zishu regained a semblance of calmness, internally questioning whether this person was mentally sound, constantly looking down on others. Just as Lan Xia was about to retort again, Tang Sun interrupted, rushing to her side with a starry-eyed expression. Sister Lan, why don't we join? There are strong allies and supplies, and most importantly, there are handsome men to look at. Upon hearing this, the other 2 team members discreetly averted their gazes, unable to bear such a cringeworthy display. Lan Xia, unable to tolerate it any longer, kicked Tang Sun away, exclaiming, have you not realized the situation yet? Which side are you on? Lao Gao silently stood up and forcibly pulled Tang Sun back, thinking that they could not afford to lose someone like her. Seeing that she still refused to relent, Lan Xia shot a warning glance at the stubborn Tang Sun. Upon receiving the warning, Tang Sun promptly sat down quietly, feeling a shiver run down her spine. Lan Xia's gaze was simply terrifying. That look that seemed to say, if you don't behave, I'll feed you to the zombies, was quite unsettling. After shifting her attention back to Mo Zishu, Lan Xia noticed his amused expression, leaving her perplexed as to what was so funny. She contemplated delivering another punch to him. But after taking a few deep breaths, she regained her composure. Of course, whether hitting Mo Zishu or kicking Tang Sun, she always controlled her strength. Otherwise, if she accidentally killed someone, the consequences would be dire. Chapter 26, The Legendary Haunting? With a soft sigh, Lan Xia quietly walked at the back of the group. After a serious discussion among the 4, they ultimately decided to join the team, as it was the only feasible option given their unfamiliarity with the situation here. At least by joining them, they could share information. However, among the 4, aside from the daydreaming version of the daft one and the infatuated version of Tang Sun, Only Lan Xia and Lao Gao could engage in meaningful discourse. Observing the two who seemed utterly disengaged, Lan Xia genuinely wanted to grab their ears and shout, "Could you please take this seriously?" Yet, realizing that the clueless Daft One and Tang Sun were beyond saving, she calmly abandoned that thought. Following Mo Zishu into a large supermarket, they ascended to the third floor, where they discovered over 300 people gathered. No wonder they had seen no one while walking from the outskirts to the city center. Everyone was concentrated here. However, their arrival did not attract the attention of the throng. Clearly, these newcomers were of little concern to the crowd. Mo Zishu led them through the dense assembly, greeting acquaintances with a smile. Lan Xia and Lao Gao exchanged a silent glance, their spirits heightened. Throughout their journey, they sensed a subtle inclination among the people to regard Mo Zishu as their leader. Uncertain whether these individuals were foes or allies, they deemed it wise to exercise caution in their dealings. In their minds, Lan Xia and Lao Gao simultaneously thought that if trouble did arise, they could always unleash the little tiger. Indeed, this formidable creature was a necessary safeguard against both humans and zombies alike. Unbeknownst to Mo Zishu, who was leading the way, the thoughts of the followers behind him were tinged with danger. The bizarre formation of a man accompanied by 2 women and a child, along with a small tiger, was indeed peculiar, especially with a woman at the helm. Mo Zishu eventually led them to a relatively spacious area and instructed them to wait there. 10 minutes later, he returned, accompanied by a young man clad in a white coat. The bespectacled, melancholic youth politely nodded in their direction. At this moment, the Daft One clung to Lan Xia's clothing, retreating behind her, while even the usually infatuated Tang Sun snapped back to reality. Indeed, this young man was handsome. Yet, his aura of melancholy and dark demeanor suggested he belonged to that fabled type who could keep one awake all night with just a glance. "Hello, I am Shou Qiao. You must be the newcomers. Could you please share your circumstances upon entry?" Shou Qiao adjusted his glasses, and though his words were plainly spoken, they carried an unsettling undertone. Suppressing her unease, Lan Xia responded, "Upon our arrival, we searched for supplies at a nearby supermarket. In less than an hour, we found ourselves trapped here." It was their first meeting. She could not afford to divulge too much to a stranger, especially considering the ambiguous nature of their relations. Friend or foe remained uncertain. Zhou Qiao nodded lightly. "Please exercise caution tonight. Since the inexplicable force appeared 3 days ago, hauntings have become frequent, and individuals have gone missing without explanation. In fact," he adjusted his glasses again, and with his melancholic demeanor and unfinished sentence, a chilling breeze seemed to sweep through the air, lending an eerie atmosphere. 3 days ago, we counted over 500 people here, and now, with you included, there are only 315 remaining. During these 3 days, more have joined us. But those who have not, I believe you can understand better than I." His cold declaration exuded an aura of terror. After saying this, Zhou Qiao paid no mind to the group's reactions and strode away with Mo Zishu. Left in the corner, Lan Xia, Lao Gao, the Daft One, and Tang Sun found a spot to sit. Although over 300 people were present, the vastness of the supermarket prevented a sense of crowding. Leaning against the wall, Lan Xia casually swung one leg and softly inquired, "What are your thoughts? Does it seem like a haunting to you?" Lao Gao sat cross-legged on the ground, silently cleaning his firearm without responding. Meanwhile, Tang Sun pondered for a moment before speaking earnestly. "Sister Lan, Lao Gao, don't you find this situation strange?" "What seems strange?" Lan Xia frowned, casting a mild glance at Tang Sun. "Look, Sister Lan, we were trapped within an hour of our arrival. This is clearly a situation where one can enter but not exit. Yet, that Zhou Qiao said over 200 people have vanished in just 3 days. And that's not even the complete count. Based on his words, the number of disappearances could far exceed 200. 200 may not seem like a lot, but it is certainly not insignificant. How could people simply vanish without a trace? Furthermore, there are no zombies in the city center. It is evident that they have been cleared away. They invited us to join and then merely cautioned us not to wander at night before leaving us to our own devices. Doesn't that raise suspicions from every angle?" Tang Sun looked at the others, their minds filled with questions that remained unanswered. Lan Xia replied calmly, "Do you suppose they genuinely mean that people have disappeared?" "What do you mean?" Tang Sun gazed at Lan Xia, perplexed. "Are you suggesting that they are deceiving us? What could they possibly gain from such a ruse?" Tang Sun questioned. Lan Xia shook her head. "They have no need to deceive us. Even if they had ulterior motives, it wouldn't necessitate such tactics. Look at the elderly, the sick, the orphans, and the vulnerable here. Everyone is remarkably orderly. This indicates that those two manage this place effectively. I believe they invited us in hopes of uniting our strength to escape sooner. Regarding the 200 missing individuals, it is not beyond the realm of possibility that they have not simply vanished, but rather have perished. What? Dead? Tang Sun stared at Lan Xia in shock, pondering the reasoning behind her assertion. Finally breaking his silence, Lao Gao spoke. The captain is correct. Given the circumstances of being trapped and the disappearances, it seems we may have been rendered as reserves for some monstrous entity. Tang Sun stood up in alarm. How could that be? Are we being considered as reserves? How could such a thing occur? Lan Xia silenced Tang Sun with a glance. For now, to avoid inciting panic, if they claim it is a haunting, we shall accept it as such. The captain is right. We shall discern the truth tonight. While it is still light, let us take a moment to rest. Once darkness falls, we must be on high alert. Lao Gao stowed away the clean firearm. His meticulous actions served as a warning to those with ill intentions. Their formation was indeed vulnerable to underestimation, especially with two attractive women in their midst. After years of navigating society, he had come to understand the unpredictable nature of human hearts. Open confrontation was not to be feared. What was truly daunting were the hidden daggers. Lan Xia nodded, her gaze sweeping the surroundings as she quietly drew her handgun, playing with it in her hand. The surrounding gazes, once laced with aggression, swiftly diminished. Before nightfall, Lao Gao and Lan Xia took turns guarding, allowing themselves a brief respite. The night is the true stage where those predators lurking in the shadows extend their blood-stained claws only in the profound darkness. Chapter 27. Predators in the dark. A piercing scream shattered the stillness, a woman's voice filled with terror. Lan Xia, resting with her eyes closed, immediately opened them, alert and on guard. The supermarket was brightly lit, and upon hearing the scream, the crowd began to gather in an orderly fashion, forming a circle. There were no shrieks of panic, only a habitual numbness and the instinctive thought of thankfully, it's not me. Mo Zishu and Zhou Qiao quickly emerged from the throng, crouching down at the source of the noise to examine the situation. After a brief moment, they stood up and urged everyone to remain calm. Once Tang Sun and Xiao Lengzi were settled, Lan Xia joined Zhou Qiao and Mo Zishu. Regarding the safety of Tang Sun and Xiao Lengzi, Lan Xia expressed her confidence, stating that with Xiao Hu around, anyone who dared to act foolishly would only have themselves to blame. Blood was visible on the ground, raising the question, if it were a supernatural force at play, would it not leave traces? Lan Xia calmly interrupted Mo Zishu and Zhou Qiao's discourse. It was better to be forthright during such an extraordinary period. Only through honesty could they unite against the impending threat. Zhou Qiao adjusted his glasses and spoke. You must have guessed by now. According to Zishu, your abilities are quite impressive. Perhaps we should temporarily collaborate. Mo Zishu smirked. It seems Miss Blue is quite confident in herself, showing no concern about her ability to escape. I am unsure of the benefits for you in collaborating with us, but I believe you are not the kind of person to abandon those in need. Lan Xia felt her smile falter at his fox-like grin. How infuriating. It was she who held the advantage. His words implied that if she were to disregard the situation, she would be branded as heartless. Before she could retort, another scream erupted from the crowd. Outside the inner circle, a group of strong men remained oblivious to the calamity befalling those within. The screams intensified, and before anyone could react, a dozen lives had already been claimed, leaving them in the dark about the cause. The unknown was indeed the most terrifying aspect. And despite Mo Zishu and Zhou Qiao's efforts to calm the crowd, their reassurances had little effect amidst the rising panic. Fear gripped everyone, the dread of becoming the next victim looming over them. Yet, no one thought of fleeing. Many had contemplated leaving over the past 3 days. But those who attempted to escape were often the first to perish. With such lessons learned, none wished to risk their lives. Hope lingered in their hearts, believing that with so many present, they might evade the predator's gaze. Lan Xia, analyzing the situation with a cool head, concluded that the predator exhibited high intelligence. The strong men on the periphery possessed at least a basic capacity for self-defense, while the women and children trapped within were vulnerable. The predator chose to attack the weak, demonstrating its cunning. At that moment, a shelf within the supermarket suddenly creaked. Though the sound was faint, all eyes turned toward it. The predator was there. Suddenly, the lights flickered and extinguished, plunging them into darkness. Everyone but Lan Xia struggled to acclimate. In the briefest of moments, her reflexes kicked in, and she maneuvered through the crowd, finally catching a glimpse of the predator's true form. The cacophony of screams obstructed her judgment, but just then, the lights flickered back to life. The scene transformed into a slaughterhouse, blood pooling on the floor and entrails splattered across the shelves. evidencing the horror that had just transpired. As the screams and wails echoed, the instigator departed silently, as quietly as it had arrived. Only Lan Xia and Lao Gao remained, anxiously searching for Xiaolingzi and Tang Sun. In the darkness, they had distinctly heard Xiaohu's roar. Had Xiaolingzi and Tang Sun already fallen victim? Pushing through the crowd, Lan Xia finally discovered Tang Sun sitting on the ground, surrounded by a small pool of blood, with Xiaolingzi anxiously standing nearby. Lao Gao, who had been searching frantically, spotted them and rushed over at the sight of Tang Sun's condition. Seeing the tension on their faces, Tang Sun winced and remarked, "Just a superficial injury, nothing serious. I accidentally bumped into a shelf." After swiftly using his wood abilities to heal his knee, he finally stood up, regaining his composure. Tang Sun breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew, Blue. Lao Gao, sorry to alarm you. I owe it to Xiaohu." The creature attempted to attack Xiaolingzi, and in my panic, I ended up colliding with the shelf. If Xiaohu had intervened, Xiaolingzi would be in danger. Lan Xia crossed her arms and replied calmly, "All right, as long as you're fine. We should commend Xiaohu for his valor. I believe I have discerned the true nature of that predator in the dark." Noticing the inquisitive looks from the others, she feigned mystery with a smile. "You shall find out tomorrow night." Understanding her reluctance to divulge further, the group, though still curious, chose not to press her, for the captain's formidable prowess required no elaboration. After such turmoil, countless individuals would find themselves sleepless that night. Of course, excluding the 4 and 1 tiger, who were perhaps too busy recovering from their ordeal. Tonight would surely be a leisurely night, albeit at the cost of many lives. Chapter 28. The true face of Lushan. The night stretched on. And in contrast to the panic exhibited by others, Lan Xia and her companions appeared remarkably at ease. Some lay on the ground, others indulged in snacks, while a few busily cleaned their weapons. Leaning against the wall, Lan Xia quietly retrieved her keys, which included those of her own home and the spare key entrusted to her by Lu Minghan for emergencies. Attached to the keys was a delicate keychain featuring a small photograph of herself and Lu Minghan taken 6 years ago, just before she departed from City A for City B. The image radiated youthful exuberance, capturing a time when she possessed an untainted smile now long lost. At 15, they were blissfully unaware of worries, oblivious to the concerns of adults, and naively believed that as long as they held each other in their hearts, distance would not prevent their reunion. The carefree smiles in the photograph belied the impending separation as they joyfully wished each other well. In this lifetime, she owed so much to Minghan. Minghan had taught her countless lessons and even stood in her stead to confront death at a critical juncture. Life offers no hypotheticals. As Lan Xia subtly turned her gaze to the varied expressions of her companions, a smile gradually formed on her lips. At any time and in any place, one must not dwell on what has been lost. The essence lies in cherishing what remains. With her teammates placing such unwavering faith in her, it was her duty as their leader to guide them to survival, not merely to exist, but to thrive splendidly, living fully and unreservedly. Time can feel both interminable and fleeting. The hours of the night slipped by quietly. By dawn, the more than 200 individuals remaining in the supermarket were methodically organizing their belongings, safeguarding their little patches of territory. Although the events of the previous night had instilled fear, it had also bred a numbness that, over time, became a form of acceptance. Lan Xia rose, brushing off the dust from her clothes. "Let us go, Lao Gao, and talk with them." "Understood," Lao Gao nodded, meticulously clutching his sniper rifle as he walked quietly behind Lan Xia. Tang Sun, just awakening, instinctively tidied up his things, maintaining vigilance. With time, habits form naturally, and through prolonged interactions, a tacit understanding develops. The third floor of the supermarket was lined with clothing racks. Some moved aside, while others loomed distantly from the crowd. Today marked the 4th day. If they did not devise a plan soon, it would be too late. Zhou Qiao adjusted his glasses, his words conveying a sense of urgency. Yet when he spoke, an air of darkness and chilling coldness enveloped him. "Now, I'm rather curious about what that thing truly is." Before Mo Zishu could finish his sentence, they heard a calm voice reply, "It's a cat." Upon locating the shelves, Lan Xia fortuitously overheard Mo Zishu and, picking up the thread, patiently explained to the pair, who seemed skeptical. "Last night, I saw it, a zombified tabby cat, agile and as large as an adult leopard." "So that's how it is." Mo Zishu's expression transformed to one of realization, which only served to irritate Lan Xia further. Why did every expression he wore seem so infuriating? Was it her morning demeanor that was amiss? "If that's the case, we should prepare ourselves," Zhou Qiao interjected politely. Yet his chilling aura suggested an underlying danger. Lan Xia silently calmed the tension within her, feeling a sudden chill sweep past. Was it merely a trick of the mind? Observing Zhou Qiao and Mo Zishu as they began to organize the crowd, she turned away. She had come to strategize with them. How had she been so swiftly cast aside after sharing information? Hey, at least let us discuss our plans before taking action. A cat the size of a leopard? Captain, do you have any further intel? Lao Gao inquired, believing there was more to uncover. After a moment's contemplation, Lan Xia elaborated, mental energy, or rather, a force capable of affecting human brain cells. The fact that it has ensnared us indicates its intelligence is gradually evolving. What mental energy precisely entails, I cannot yet ascertain. Let us consider it akin to the supernatural abilities depicted in films. It can subconsciously influence human brain cells. Indeed, it is remarkably powerful, and this situation is somewhat precarious. Nevertheless, those unknown challenges are precisely what makes it intriguing. Upon hearing this, Lao Gao furrowed his brow, if that is the case. Wouldn't it be quite difficult to handle? Feline creatures are naturally agile, and if they possess the ability to influence human brain cells, wouldn't that be akin to giving them an upper hand? There will always be a solution. If all else fails, we can enlist Xiaohu. I refuse to believe that this large cat can overpower a small one. Captain, a tiger is not a cat, Lao Gao began. But upon meeting Lan Xia's warning gaze, he swallowed the remainder of his sentence. One cannot judge by appearances, nor measure the sea by a bucket. Size alone is not the sole factor. Is there really a difference? None. The bustling crowd in the supermarket adhered to Mo Zishu and Shou Chao's commands with remarkable order. Lan Xia, stroking her chin in contemplation, noted their commendable character and formidable capabilities. However, whose idea was it to construct an iron cage to trap the zombified cat? Setting aside the zombified feline, even a non-zombified small tiger could easily demolish vehicles, though it held a slight advantage in size. Lan Xia averted her gaze, knowing that this trap would surely fail to contain the zombified cat. Even if she were to clarify her thoughts, no one would believe her. Most human minds remained tethered to the pre-apocalypse era. Without witnessing it firsthand, skepticism would prevail. As for letting Xiaohu demonstrate his capabilities, she had initially considered it. But upon reflection, she realized that even if they believed her, controlling Xiaohu would be a challenge. Ultimately, he was not human, and should he be exposed, it could incite ill will from others. After all, his combat prowess was evident, and inviting unnecessary trouble was not her nature. In this apocalyptic world, harboring malice is unwise. Yet one must remain vigilant. This principle she understood well. Furthermore, if Xiaohu were to be taken away, given his innocent disposition, he would undoubtedly be heartbroken. Despite being quiet and often lost in thought, Xiaohu was the only child in the team, and everyone took great care of him. He held a profound affection for Xiaohu, which gradually alleviated the adult's fears surrounding the creature. Animals are inherently sensitive, and this change fostered a more harmonious relationship among them, encouraging Xiaohu to engage more willingly with everyone. Tonight, she would allow him to practice his powers while also testing her latest spatial abilities. Chapter 29, The Zombie Cat Attack. Based on recent observations, Mo Zishu has come to understand that the zombie cat has a penchant for attacking women and children, particularly those who are isolated. Thus, they devised a plan to use a doll as bait, knowing that animals possess an extraordinary sense of smell far superior to that of humans. They dressed the doll in worn clothing to confuse the zombie cat's judgment. Furthermore, they had set up an incredibly sturdy iron cage above the doll, ready to spring a trap when the zombie cat pounced on the solitary figure. Though this method may seem rather simplistic, it is quite effective for hunting. To minimize potential complications, Mo Zishu instructed that all the shelves on the third floor be cleared away. While the open space may not offer them a strategic advantage, it would prevent any obstacles from hindering their efforts against the agile creature. Indeed, the zombie cat is formidable, yet death is not the true terror. The real fear lies in passively awaiting one's demise. This time, they must strike boldly. Regarding their knowledge of this zombie cat, Mo Zishu had glimpsed its eerie green eyes and swift movements during the night. He had long suspected it to be a cat transformed by the zombie plague. And with Lan Xia's recent confirmation, he could now be certain of its identity. As night fell quietly, the once busy people watched the doll with anxious expressions, while frightened children clung tightly to their parents for comfort. Observing the gathered crowd, Lan Xia sent Lao Gao and Tang Sun to join them, while she remained at a distance with Xiao Lengzi and Xiaohu. Initially, she had intended to bring only Xiaohu, yet he had been unresponsive. leaving her with no choice but to include Lan Xia. Lan Xia silently rubbed her forehead. After all, she had been the one to help Xiao remove a bone. So why did he still seem to disregard her? She hoped it wasn't a matter of character, perhaps it truly was? Shaking off such thoughts, she reassured herself that it was impossible. The more she pondered, the more frantic she became. Time passed, and Lan Xia finally emerged from her spiral of confusion. She had heard that overthinking could alleviate stress, and now she could attest to its validity, wiping sweat from her brow. What a relief it was. At midnight, the supermarket was brightly lit. To prevent any mishaps, Imozishu had arranged for the electrical circuits to be repaired during the day. Amid the crowd, the occasional sound of a child crying mixed with parental reprimands echoed. By 3 a.m, the noise had subsided, likely due to the exhaustion of the children, who had all fallen asleep. The remaining strong men continued to patrol the area. Just as everyone believed the creature would not return that night, an unexpected event occurred. A shadow lunged at the doll dressed in women's and children's clothing. At that moment, Zhou Qiao, who had been vigilant, pulled the rope, and a loud crash resounded as the heavy object fell, followed by an eerie silence. As the stirred dust settled, the onlookers anxiously gazed at the iron cage. Had they succeeded? Once the dust cleared, they beheld a monstrous creature trapped within the enormous iron cage, its size akin to that of an adult leopard. With eyes the size of a baby's fist and claws half a meter long, it bore a terrifying set of teeth, its patterned fur stained with blood. Only its cat-like ears and long tail confirmed its identity, a zombie cat. The zombie cat glared ferociously at Zhou Qiao, its claws incessantly striking the cage. The iron structure began to tremble with each blow, sparks flying from the friction of steel and claw, sending shivers through the crowd. Could this cage truly contain the zombie cat? As they watched the creature battering against the cage, doubt crept into the hearts of the onlookers. Would it really hold? From a distance, Lan Xia observed the once familiar being, silently drawing her Tang Dao. Combat was now inevitable. She had to figure out a way to subdue this beast to prevent greater casualties. The number of surviving humans was already dwindling, and every life was precious. Perched on Xiao Lungzi's shoulder, Xiao regarded the zombie cat with disdain, licking his paw before turning away, uninterested in such a pitiful creature. Being trapped by such a fragile iron cage was a disgrace to their kind. With a resounding crash, the cage containing the zombie cat was rendered utterly useless. As panic swept through the crowd, the zombie cat approached slowly, its eyes glinting with amusement. It relished the fear of its prey, savoring the thrill of the hunt. Young men in the crowd, tense and alert, grasped their weapons, while women clutched their children tightly. Just 5 meters from the crowd, the zombie cat prepared to leap. But unexpectedly, its form vanished, only to reappear 10 meters away. Xiaolingzi observed quietly, noting the faint smile on Lan Xia's face. Was this her doing? How had she achieved it? At that moment, Mo Zishu grasped the situation, recognizing Lan Xia's handiwork. He quickly instructed Shou Qiao to guide the crowd downstairs. Within moments, the spacious area on the 3rd floor was left with only Lan Xia, Mo Zishu, Zhou Qiao, Lao Gao, and Tang Sun. Lao Gao and Tang Sun were not foolish. Upon witnessing the zombie cat's sudden change and Mo Zishu's reaction, they immediately understood that this was the work of their captain. Watching the immobilized zombie cat, Tang Sun gazed at Lan Xia with admiration, exclaiming, "Look, that's our captain. She's incredible." Meanwhile, Lan Xia wiped the cold sweat from her brow. Although she felt strained, her heart brimmed with joy and excitement. A smile crept across her face. Her spatial abilities were indeed extraordinary. This was her newfound discovery, which she named Infinite Loop. By segmenting space and reconnecting it, she could create an endlessly looping 2-dimensional space. The zombie cat, still oblivious to what had transpired, continued to struggle against its confinement. Despite its persistent efforts from every angle, it could not escape the confines of its prison. Chapter 30. Unexpected psychic power. As Blue Summer observed the excited and admiring gazes of her companions, she remained composed, her focus unwavering on the zombie cat. Seizing the opportune moment, she called out loudly, "Everyone, get ready. The time for the infinite loop has arrived." The group was momentarily stunned, their smiles frozen in disbelief. Had they misheard her? As the unimpeded zombie cat charged toward them, their hearts sank in despair. It was true, they had not misheard. The sole thought racing through their minds was one of disbelief. How could such a formidable technique possibly have a time limit? Time, however, waits for no one. And neither did the zombie cat. Regardless of the frantic cries echoing in their minds, nothing could halt the advance of the creature. Recognizing the gap in their strength, the snarling zombie cat lunged at Tang Sun, who was paralyzed by terror, only to be ensnared by vines. Fortunately, in that critical moment, she did not forget her unique abilities. However, before she could exhale in relief, the vines were instantly shaken off by the zombie cat. Fortunately, this brief delay allowed Blue Summer to reach Tang Sun's side just in time. Drawing upon her fire abilities, she successfully diverted the zombie cat's attention, engaging it in close combat with her Tang Dao. With precision, she executed the fundamental moves of swinging, cleaving, and slashing, showcasing her mastery. Though the zombie cat moved with remarkable agility, Blue Summer matched its speed effortlessly. The cat's razor-sharp claws swiped at her, but every attack was skillfully parried by her blade, with Blue Summer occasionally unleashing fire attacks during close encounters. As the zombie cat winced in pain, she seized the moment to inflict a wound on its left ear. The cat emitted a low growl, realizing the disparity in their abilities, and quickly distanced itself. Breathing heavily, Blue Summer retreated to regroup with her companions. Before they could strategize, the zombie cat emitted an eerie sound, unleashing a visible wave of energy that surged toward them. Caught off guard, the group was struck directly by this psychic wave. Blue Summer felt a sudden sharp pain in her head, her ears ringing. Sensing danger, she instinctively raised her Tang Dao to block. When her vision cleared, she found the enlarged face of the zombie cat looming before her. After delivering a kick that sent the creature sprawling, Blue Summer noticed her fallen companions. Could it be that they had all been victims of the cat's psychic attack? She had merely experienced a momentary dizziness before regaining her composure. Could it be that the T-virus antibodies had not only enhanced her physical form but also fortified her psychic strength unbeknownst to her? Before she could ponder further, the enraged zombie cat lunged at her once more. In a sudden flurry, it knocked her to the ground, tearing her clothes and scratching her arms. Angered, Blue Summer wrapped the creature in fiery vines and, wielding her Tang Dao, severed one of its limbs. The intense pain only fueled the zombie cat's fury. But before it could free itself from the flames, it was bewildered to find its body split in two. Its head, the size of a soccer ball, stared in confusion at its lower half still bound by the fiery vines. What had just transpired? With a heavy thud, the creature collapsed, never grasping the nature of its demise. Blue Summer, panting heavily, sank to the ground, her heart racing, and dizziness washing over her, the consequence of overexerting her powers. After a long, deep breath, she gently pressed her hand to her heart, seeking to calm herself. The concept of the distorted space required further exploration. Activating this ability in her current state was taxing. It could certainly serve as a powerful trump card, with ample room for development. Indeed, she had just utilized the distorted space ability within her spatial powers. As the name suggests, by distorting a small area, she could employ her formidable spatial abilities to silently divide an object into two or more parts. At that moment, she had separated the zombie cat's body into two distinct spaces without it ever realizing what had occurred. The only regret was that she needed to restrain the creature first to use the distorted space effectively. Due to her inexperience with spatial abilities, she could not manipulate moving objects. As they moved, they also influenced the surrounding space, a feat she had yet to master. For now, she could only manage this step, with the rest relying on future refinement. After resting momentarily, Blue Summer slowly rose, glancing at her incapacitated companions. She rubbed her temples, hoping that the effects of the psychic attack would leave no lasting repercussions. If not, it would indeed be a tragedy. It was then that she noticed Zishu had regained consciousness. Observing his invigorated demeanor, a rosy glow on his face, Blue Summer felt her worries ease. If he was all right, then surely Tang Sun and the others were safe as well. Seeing that Blue Summer had ignored him, Zishu belatedly touched his nose, feeling somewhat snubbed. Reflecting on the bizarre attack, a sardonic smile crept across his lips. Psychic power? He had not anticipated that even a zombified cat could possess such formidable psychic abilities. He had expended considerable energy attempting to absorb that force. Yet now, his own powers had grown exponentially. Noticing Blue Summer's evident relief, Zishu wore a cunning smile. The evolution of an ability is closely linked to the strength of one's psychic power. The recent psychic attack by the zombie cat was a dual-edged sword. Those who endured would emerge significantly stronger, while those who did not would remain forever trapped in that moment. Standing up and brushing off the dust from his clothes, he mused over the cat's tragic fate. It seemed that one should never provoke their leader, for the consequences could be dire. Oblivious to his own lack of favor, Zishu thought to himself, be careful not to celebrate too soon. Calmly, he stood aside, realizing that the days ahead would be far from dull. The prospect filled him with a tinge of excitement. Chapter 31. A conclusion at that moment, Lan Xia felt a layer of clothing draped over her shoulder. Looking up, she was met with the profound smile of Mo Zishu. Confused, Lan Xia glanced at the outer garment belonging to Mo Zishu and recalled that her attire had been torn during her recent encounter with the zombie cat. A sense of alarm surged within her. Not only had she been scratched by the creature, but the more pressing concern was that she had been discovered. She had displayed no signs of being infected, and now her immunity to the T-virus was at risk of exposure. Lan Xia silently chastised herself for her carelessness, instinctively clutching the garment tighter around her. The significance of Mo Zishu's knowing expression weighed heavily on her as she furrowed her brow. She had failed to notice when Tang Sun, Zhou Qiao, and the others gradually regained consciousness. Upon seeing the corpse of the zombie cat sprawled on the ground, Tang Sun swallowed hard and took a few silent steps back. With a clear conscience, she vowed that from that day forward, should Lan Xia instruct her to head east, she would certainly not venture west. The various reactions to the zombie cat's demise were diverse, yet one sentiment united them all, a profound respect for Lan Xia. Even Shou Chao regarded her with newfound admiration, though his focus lay on the exquisitely clean cut. How could one achieve such flawless dissection of a test subject? Recovering from the harrowing realization of her own exposure, Lan Xia felt uneasy under the weight of the group's awe-filled gazes. What had she done to warrant such attention? Just then, a shadow flitted past, momentarily diverting everyone's gaze back to the zombie cat before vanishing again. With a sigh, Lan Xia crossed her arms and lowered her head, unable to express her frustrations. Having just dealt with one calico cat, now another black cat appeared. Observing Mo Zishu, Shou Qiao, and Xiao Lingzi whispering amongst themselves, she noted Xiaohu, who had steadfastly guarded them during their unconsciousness, was still playfully pawing at Xiao Lingzi's shoulder. Xiao Lingzi pondered whether he should suggest to Lan Xia that Xiaohu be rewarded with another feast. Meanwhile, Lao Gao crouched down, noting that the zombie cat's brain matter had entirely vanished. Had that shadow been responsible? What was the enemy's intention in avoiding direct confrontation? It seemed prudent to leave this place soon. As the invisible barrier had dissipated, they would depart at dawn. The night passed quietly as everyone harbored their own thoughts. With the culprit subdued, it was nearly time to part ways. When dawn broke, the invisible barrier had indeed vanished. Observing the joyous expressions of her companions, Lan Xia calmly approached Mo Zishu and returned his garment. "Captain, do you mind if the two of us accompany you?" Just as Lan Xia turned, Mo Zishu's teasing voice echoed in her ear, his gaze pointedly fixed on her arm. Grinding her teeth in frustration, she acknowledged that he was indeed a cunning fox. Despite her reluctance, she maintained a stoic expression and nodded in agreement. The sight of Mo Zishu's smirking face caused her to take a few deep breaths to regain her composure. She had to remain calm. There would be ample opportunities to settle scores with him later. However, Lan Xia underestimated Mo Zishu's resilience. When they set off and she noticed the over 200 men, women, and children trailing behind Mo Zishu and Zhou Qiao, her pent-up frustration erupted. With a single-handed tug, she pulled Mo Zishu to the back of the vehicle and delivered a merciless beating before emerging with a sense of tranquility. Mo Zishu, nursing his battered face, cast a mournful glance at her as he settled into a corner. Though Tang Sun felt disheartened by the state of the handsome face, she wouldn't dare assist Mo Zishu in his recovery, even if given 1,000 chances. In her heart, she silently apologized, acknowledging that he had brought this upon himself by provoking Lan Xia. While fate may be forgiving, self-inflicted suffering is inescapable. In a corner, nursing his swollen face, Mo Zishu remained exhilarated. At least from now on, the boss would consider them part of the team. He chose to let bygones be bygones. Yet reality soon proved that dreams can be far more appealing than actual circumstances. As for the title of boss, Missouri Zishu mused, who but their captain could truly bear such an exalted name? On the other hand, after venting her frustrations, Lan Xia felt significantly improved, and her irritation toward the throng of over 200 individuals diminished considerably. The base must be carefully selected, since they were to transport these people to a survivor base. It was essential to choose an appropriate one. After all, learning from the unfortunate incident at City C's survivor base, she could not afford to be careless this time. Ensuring that their lives would not be in jeopardy for the foreseeable future was imperative. Resolute in her decision, Lan Xia swiftly organized her team to methodically distribute the over 200 individuals. After lunch, a thorough check was conducted to ensure everything was in order, and then dozens of vehicles set out in a grand procession. Chapter 32. Arrival at City A. Indeed, it was once again the moment for the captain to showcase her driving prowess. Mo Zishu silently fastened his seatbelt, finally comprehending the consequences of his own foolishness. How could he have been so brainless as to insist on sharing a vehicle with Zhou Qiao? Was the car driven by the boss a vehicle for ordinary mortals? Why did he come to this realization so late? Both Mo Zishu and Zhou Qiao sat in the car, their faces ashen, positioned conveniently by the doors. Now he understood why Tang Sun had reserved these two seats for them. It was to facilitate their need to open the windows and expel their discomfort. Tang Sun, seated in the middle, could hardly bear to witness their suffering. As Lan Xia focused intently on driving, she discreetly utilized her abilities to alleviate their distress. After this subtle intervention, they indeed felt somewhat better, prompting Mo Zishu to cast a grateful glance at Tang Sun. Meanwhile, he began to mentally reassure himself. He must endure. He absolutely must not vomit. This was surely a test from the boss. Despite his internal pep talk, the masterful driving skills of the boss rendered Mo Zishu dizzy, as if he were in a dreamlike stupor. As for Zhou Qiao, astonishingly, he had fallen asleep. Asleep. Mo Zishu's teeth ground in frustration as he glared at Zhou Qiao, wishing to slap him awake. How could someone who had shared his previous plight suddenly triumph over it? With tears in his eyes, Mo Zishu looked at Lan Xia in the driver's seat, pleading silently for a discussion. Why, boss, with such extraordinary driving skills, do you not pursue a career in racing? Such talent is truly rare. In truth, Tang Sun's perceived cleverness was not lost on Lan Xia. Reflecting on her own driving abilities, she allowed Tang Sun's little antics to continue. Observing the distress of the two, Lan Xia thought to herself that such a weak constitution clearly required some rigorous training. Consequently, she further intensified the bumpy ride. It became evident that the captain's philosophy was to increase the turbulence. There was no such thing as too bumpy. Only she could transform a smooth road into such a chaotic experience. Of course, the one who had taught her was no longer around, leaving her as the sole arbiter of such peculiar driving. However, she felt somewhat vexed that Zhou Qiao could actually sleep through it. Had her driving prowess truly reached the level of inducing slumber? Thus, under these conditions, Mo Zishu and Zhou Qiao endured 2 days of torment. Although Zhou Qiao claimed to adapt quickly, the observant Tang Sun noticed his trembling legs. She gazed at the two handsome men with a silent sense of mourning. Not long ago, she herself had surrendered to nausea, yet these handsome fellows remained remarkably composed. Naturally, she dismissed the peculiarities of the Special Forces veteran and the bewildering presence of the fool. They could not possibly be from Earth. How could an Earthling sit in such a vehicle for the first time without any reaction? Fortunately, thanks to Lan Xia's deliberate training, both Mo Zishu and Zhou Qiao had begun to acclimate. Regardless of how erratic and ostentatious her driving might be, they now claimed it was nothing to be concerned about. Upon reaching City A, Lan Xia thoughtfully decided to delegate all matters to Mo Zishu and Zhou Qiao. After all, they had organized these individuals back at the supermarket, and their talents in this area far surpassed her own capabilities. After entrusting the group of over 200 to Mo Zishu and Zhou Qiao, Lan Xia raised her gaze to behold the colossal structure before her. The security personnel, patrolling guards, and the very construction of the base exceeded her wildest imagination. Huaxia base. Lan Xia murmured softly, gazing at the establishment with a sense of wonder. This base truly felt like a secure fortress, a testament to the quality of government craftsmanship. She marveled at how such a large base had been constructed in less than half a month, but she firmly believed that Huaxia base would not disappoint her. Calmly observing Mo Zishu and Zhou Qiao as they busied themselves with the entry procedures, her eyes drifted upwards to the powerful, striking for characters emblazoned above the entrance. A gentle smile graced her lips. Even amidst the apocalypse, they had not reached a dead end. Gazing at those 4 characters, she felt not only a profound spiritual resonance, but also a warmth blossoming from deep within her heart. One day, they would unite to bring an end to this apocalypse. Their vehicle remained at a distance from the base entrance, and initially, Lan Xia had no intention of entering. However, upon witnessing the true form of Huaxia base, she silently resolved to bring her family here once she found them. Tang Sun stretched lazily, her face adorned with a smile as she said, "Sister Lan, did you know? I never realized how profound and rich our Huaxia culture is. Just seeing those 4 characters, Huaxia base, sent a shiver through my soul. Upon seeing them, I suddenly felt that perhaps this apocalypse isn't as terrifying as it seems. One day, it will surely come to an end." Hearing Lan Xia's seemingly indifferent response, Tang Sun's smile grew brighter. Yes, one day it would indeed conclude. There would certainly come a day. No matter the danger, they would press forward. For the apocalypse had already lingered for so long that she had begun to think of the peaceful times as belonging to a past life. To suddenly give up now would be the true definition of regret. They had endured so much. Everyone understood that their current existence was hard-won. And knowing this made it all the more precious. Tang Sun quietly sat in the car, weaving a sweater from vines. Not that she intended to knit a sweater, but rather to train herself in precise control over her abilities. Her wood powers served only for healing and support within the team, and she needed to persistently practice and push her limits. She must not be the one to hold the team back. Sunlight gently caressed Lan Xia's serene face, which appeared to be in slumber, yet she was tirelessly rehearsing her spatial abilities within her mind, grateful for the psychic assault from that zombie cat. Lan Xia had discovered how to wield her mental energy with greater precision in practicing and controlling her powers. Fortune and misfortune are inextricably linked, and fate is perpetually elusive. To grasp it firmly, one must pay an unparalleled price. In this world, true fairness is a myth, and smooth sailing is a rare occurrence. Chapter 33. Ascension to Boss. From dawn until the afternoon, Mo Zishu and Shou Qiao tirelessly attended to the children, women, and elderly, ensuring their comfort. This feat was accomplished in just a few hours with the assistance of Lao Gao and Xiao Longzi. Noticing Lan Xia's unfriendly gaze, Mo Zishu innocently rubbed his nose, saying, "Boss, I have arranged for all those wishing to leave. The remaining ones wish to follow you. Boss, what do you think?" In truth, the group comprised mainly of the old, weak, and infirm was not extensive. After all, the apocalypse had descended nearly 2 weeks ago, and those with lesser survival skills had perished for various reasons. Of the more than 100 who departed, many were adult men, while those remaining were genuinely eager to accompany them. Mo Zishu was merely contemplating future arrangements, uncertain if Boss would consent. With this thought, he decisively employed his ultimate tactic. Gazing at Lan Xia with a cautious and somewhat pleading expression, as it was said that such a look might evoke a woman's maternal instincts. It was only much later that Mo Zishu comprehended that his tactic, effective on many, would undoubtedly fail with his own boss. He would not disclose the reasons behind this realization. It was a fusion of blood and tears. Observing Mo Zishu's anxious, almost beseeching demeanor, Lan Xia swore that this group had undoubtedly been coerced by him. Otherwise, how could they wish to follow her without witnessing her battle against the zombie cat firsthand? Lan Xia, with a headache, gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, regretting her initial agreement to his inclusion. From the very first day of his joining, he had continually sought to assert his presence and had brought her nothing but trouble, denying her a moment of peace. Although they had only been part of the group for 2 days, Lan Xia had already foreseen the chaotic scenes that lay ahead. Contemplating the future filled with his mischief and reckless behavior, she suddenly pondered whether she should decisively step forward to eliminate this nuisance. However, at that moment, Lan Xia belatedly realized that she had leveled up once more, and this time, it was even more absurd. She had ascended directly to boss. Why did she feel as though she had transformed into the villainous boss of a game? Stunned for 3 minutes, Lan Xia regained her composure. Never underestimate a strong woman. They possess an incredible strength that few can fathom. Sometimes, a strong woman embodies the very essence of masculinity, even surpassing men in purity. History has proven that a strong woman adheres unwaveringly to modern principles of propriety. She is never gentle, never considerate, and never reasonable. She cannot be provoked, scolded, beaten, or talked back to. In short, the strength of a strong woman is beyond imagination. Regarding the issue of titles, Lan Xia shrugged, indicating that she could handle a few more without issue, for her resilient heart could bear the weight. No problem, from now on. You shall be the vice captain of our team. I leave these individuals in your care, she declared. However, she refrained from completing her thought. Casting a knowing glance at Mo Zishu that conveyed, "You understand." Upon receiving her look, he instantly comprehended the implication. His fate was sealed. It seemed he had unwittingly set himself up for self-sabotage. Would he ever enjoy a moment of peace again? The answer was undoubtedly negative. As for the vice captain position, Mo Zishu chuckled. This was a blatant act of revenge. The audacity of it all was maddening. Was he to be granted a title only to be made a mere figurehead? Such treatment was intolerable. If he accepted, his life would devolve into one of relentless toil and selfless dedication to the people, the homeland, and society. The other team members chimed in, advising Mo Zishu. You should yield to her captain. You cannot contend with her fierce lifestyle. And so, Mo Zishu was honorably promoted to the illustrious position of vice captain. However, this was a history fraught with blood and tears. From that day forth, tranquility would elude him. Only now did Mo Zishu deeply understand the terrifying nature of his boss. He lamented 1,000 times for having so foolishly provoked such a being. To what extent had he been oblivious to offend her so thoroughly? It was only now that he grasped the wisdom in the old saying, leave a thread for future encounters. Such lessons were imparted through the blood and tears of predecessors. As the adage wisely states, ignoring the counsel of elders leads to immediate regret. Why had he ever considered threatening his boss, to the point where now, even if he sold himself, he would not dare utter a word of dissent? With a wounded heart, Zishu quietly settled the group of over 100 individuals. As he approached Zhou Qiao, a wave of alarm surged within him. That insatiable gaze and the hint of resentment on his face were ominous. He silently prayed, please, do not let any trouble arise now. If it does, boss will undoubtedly unleash her wrath upon me. Facing Zhou Qiao's piercing eyes, Zishu bore the heavy pressure, stiffly locking gazes with him, ultimately averting his eyes, realizing that he would not yield. Silently, he lit a candle for himself in mourning, stiffly making his way toward his boss, embodying the somber resolve of a warrior facing execution. Observing the formidable boss in the distance, Zishu felt a profound sense of dread. Yet, he could assure himself that if he did not comply, Zhou Qiao would certainly resort to dissection. As a childhood friend of the inquisitive Zhou Qiao, Zishu understood deeply the innate curiosity that compelled him to dissect. He found it astonishing that Zhou Qiao had refrained from conducting any experiments for nearly 2 weeks. It was hard to believe. He would wager his integrity that if he did not procure instruments and zombies for Zhou Qiao soon, he would find himself standing ominously beside him one night, knife in hand. Oh heavens! Someone save me. The mere thought of that scenario shattered his heart. Gazing at the formidable boss ahead and recalling the chilling prospect of dissection, Zishu bravely took his first step forward, inwardly lamenting his plight. Chapter 34. Admit it, the mundane apocalypse lacks supernatural thrills in the passenger seat. Lan Xia propped her chin in boredom, lost in thought. Meanwhile, the driver, Zishu, pondered why he felt an increasing sense of danger from such a boss. All the team members, in unison, expressed their concern. Captain, why have you stopped driving? Please don't do this. We simply cannot accept it. Ultimately, it seemed this unfortunate group had been conditioned by Lan Xia into submissive roles. At that moment, the captain, deeply conflicted, found himself reflecting on Zishu's explanation regarding Zhou Qiao's situation. Lan Xia nearly lost her composure upon hearing about the deranged individual lurking nearby. A madman? And right beside them. Recalling the harrowing events, she could only lament the multitude of shocks this already crumbling world had inflicted upon her. In response to Zishu's request, Lan Xia felt a wave of irritation. What time was it for her to procure experimental equipment for Zhou Qiao? Speaking of which, there were indeed supplies at the underground laboratory in S City, but that place had long since been obliterated. To her dismay, Zishu claimed that his demands were modest. He merely needed a few ordinary lab instruments from the school. Faced with his nonchalant demeanor, Lan Xia struggled to suppress her urge to lash out. However, now that they were aligned on the same front, could she truly disregard the situation? Gazing at Zhou Qiao's eerie visage, accompanied by an unnatural chill in the air, Lan Xia relented. What was it to simply raid the school for some equipment? Surely, in this world, no one would care about such trivialities. Thus, after settling the new recruits, Lan Xia decisively led her team on a looting expedition. A convoy of black Hummers set forth, exuding an air of solemnity, while the surrounding atmosphere crackled with tension. Unbeknownst to onlookers, this group was not rushing to the front lines, but rather embarking on a heist at a school. If anyone were to witness this, they would undoubtedly exclaim in disbelief at their madness. Who were these people, rushing to raid a school instead of seeking to survive in the face of an apocalypse? It was utterly incomprehensible. What bitter enmity compelled them to target an institution of learning? Among the motley crew were the distracted version of the little fool, the feral version of the little tiger, the special forces version of Lao Gao, the comical yet infatuated version of Tang Sun, the reckless yet enigmatic version of Zishu, and the deranged yet cold-hearted version of Zhou Qiao. Reflecting on this ensemble, Lan Xia felt overwhelmed. The days ahead promised to be nothing short of extraordinary. The antics of Zishu alone were nearly too much to bear, and now there was also a madman to contend with. Birds of a feather flocked together. Yet the captain seemed to forget her own archetype. The tough girl and queen persona needed no explanation. As for Zishu's reckless behavior, Lan Xia could only facepalm in exasperation. He was perfectly composed in front of others, yet fell apart the moment he was with her. She felt too drained to even articulate her frustrations. As Zishu erratically drove, Lan Xia spotted a school, and upon Zhou Qiao's enthusiastic suggestion, silence enveloped the group. Indeed, silence. How lonely, how impatient, how utterly deranged was he. This was an elementary school, for heaven's sake. The bewildered onlookers longed to ask him where his limits lay. Gazing up at the sign for a city third elementary school, they shared a tacit understanding of their predicament. Even the little fool snapped out of his daze and quietly exited the vehicle with the little tiger in tow. Zhou Qiao, equally excited, dashed out after them. Lan Xia and Zishu followed suit. Recognizing that this was Zhou Qiao's initiative, and they might as well hasten to complete the task and leave. Alas, she could not help but feel that the apocalypse had thoroughly obliterated her moral compass. Any semblance of boundaries had been obliterated in this new reality. Seeing their captain relent, Tang Sun, who adhered to the principle that Sister Lan is always right, promptly hopped out of the vehicle. Observing the disheveled group, Lao Gao's expression darkened for once, and he calmly exited as well. This was the age-old adage, proximity breeds similarity. The notion of limits and principles seemed irrelevant to their band of 6 and a tiger. After all, could such things sustain them? As the group cautiously entered the school, an unsettling atmosphere enveloped them. Why, you ask? Simply because not a single soul was present. No, not even a solitary zombie. Logically, even if the school were on break, there should be security personnel or resident students. Though a city as zombies had been largely cleared, could it truly be this devoid of life? Even if those points could be rationalized. Could one fathom a post-apocalyptic world where a school stood pristine and untouched? Not a trace of blood, not a hint of struggle. The only sounds were the rustling of leaves and the whisper of the wind. What had initially seemed a straightforward task transformed into an exercise in trepidation, causing the group to tread lightly, their expressions taut as they approached the classroom building. Lan Xia felt an unsettling sensation creeping into her consciousness. After a tense silence, just as she contemplated abandoning the mission, she realized that, unbeknownst to her, the group had already split up. Tang Sun, puzzled, turned to her and asked, "Sister Lan, didn't you agree when the vice captain suggested we split up?" "Agree? Agree. My foot." She hadn't heard a thing. Wait, she hadn't heard a thing? In an instant, cold sweat trickled down Lan Xia's back. Regaining her composure, she then realized that she had been fixated by an intense gaze. No matter how careless she was, it was inconceivable that she wouldn't notice her surroundings or fail to hear others speaking. In this apocalyptic world, even a moment of negligence could spell doom. How could she have committed such a blunder? Who was watching? Who possessed the power to manipulate her mind and obscure her awareness of the outside world? Had it not been for her instincts warning her of danger, she might have already fallen into a trap. What lay hidden within these walls? As Lan Xia pondered these questions, a shadowy figure in another building fixated its gaze upon her. A long-haired girl tilted her head at an unnatural angle and suddenly emitted an eerie sound. Chapter 35. The eerie school. Tang Sun gazed perplexedly at Lan Xia, who stood still, her previous inquiry already leaving Tang Sun bewildered. What was happening now? Receiving a slightly anxious glance from her teammate, Lan Xia returned her gaze with a complex expression. With a sense of despair, she hoped that they could navigate this perilous situation. The enemy's strength was formidable, and they likely couldn't even escape now. This world had completely defied all rational judgment. They had merely intended to procure some experimental equipment, yet misfortune seemed to plague them. Tang Sun, feeling utterly baffled by her captain's bewildered look, chose not to voice her confusion. Instead, she obediently followed Lan Xia into the teaching building. Each step echoed softly on the staircase as she counted the steps in her mind, moving from one classroom to another in search of their goal. Quietly trailing behind Lan Xia, Tang Sun found it curious that, despite it being the hottest part of the afternoon, she felt an inexplicable chill. An icy sensation gripped her, prompting her to instinctively rub her shoulders. Surely, it must be a mere figment of her imagination. Lan Xia searched each classroom, not only to assist Zhou Qiao in finding the experimental materials, but also as if something unseen was guiding her quest. Upon reaching the highest floor of the building, she opened door after door until, in a moment of unconscious action, she stumbled upon a door marked Class 6-4. Inside, the scene was starkly different from the other classrooms. Students sat rigidly at their desks, and even the teacher at the podium was seated. What was truly horrifying was the emptiness in their eyes and their utterly motionless bodies, evoking a sense of dread. Suddenly, an inexplicable voice shattered the stillness, gently leading their thoughts. Once, in this classroom, there was a girl who was frequently bullied by her classmates. Initially facing petty annoyances, she eventually endured physical assaults. She longed to confide in her teacher, but each time she did, it resulted in even more vicious beatings. Gradually, she abandoned her futile resistance, realizing that the teacher's reprimands only exacerbated the cruelty of her peers. She often pondered why she had to bear such torment. Why was she so ostracized? The girls in her class frequently forced her to handle all the cleaning, while the boys took every opportunity to physically assault her. She single-handedly managed all classroom sanitation, and her belongings would mysteriously disappear or be tossed around by her classmates. Desperate to tell her parents, she was silenced by a boy's threat. If she dared to speak out, he would kill her. Her injuries were a constant cycle, old wounds reopening as new ones emerged. She feared revealing her plight to anyone, remaining cloaked in her winter uniform throughout the year to conceal her ghastly scars. Many times, she contemplated not attending school, yet the expectation in her parents' eyes rendered her mute. She shed tears in silence, finding solace only in the company of another bullied girl in the shadows. When they moved into this classroom in 6th grade, life continued with her being tormented by the entire class. As the end of the semester approached, she finally believed she could escape this nightmare. However, she soon faced her greatest misfortune. After days of covert observation, the teacher summoned her to the office, where all her classmates accused her of theft. The girl, unable to defend herself against the gleeful mockery of her peers and the teacher's misunderstanding, chose to leap from the rooftop in her despair. Since that day, students studying late at night often hear the sound of a girl's helpless cries echoing from class 6 to 4. Lan Xia observed the girl recounting the ghostly tale with a calm demeanor, surmising that she was likely a 6th grader. Confronted by the long-haired girl who had appeared out of nowhere, Lan Xia felt a sense of foreboding regarding the ambiguous truth of the story. What had society become? Should children of nearly 12 years endure such horrors? Tang Sun, anxiously clutching Lan Xia's sleeve, grasped that the tale they had just heard was a quintessential ghost story. Despite her usual naivety, the girl smiled reassuringly, introducing herself as Xiao Wei, and implored them to help the weeping girl, expressing her resentment and desire for rescue. Faced with Xiao Wei's sincere eyes and recalling the tragic girl from the story, Tang Sun nodded in a daze. Observing Tang Sun's response, Lan Xia remained speechless, internally questioning why anyone would not fear the supernatural. Even if Tang Sun was terrified, why agree to help? The word dizzy could scarcely encapsulate Lan Xia's current feelings. Oh, God, if they truly encountered a ghost, she would be frightened too. Yet, despite her overwhelming fear, she could not reveal it. Instead, she arched an eyebrow and inquired of the girl who called herself Xiao Wei, "Is this behavior a result of her actions?" Xiao Wei nodded solemnly. Since the apocalypse began, she seems to have gained immense power. She established a realm here, trapping all boarding students and the sole teacher on duty within it. And what is your connection to her? How do you know all this? Xiao Wei cast a melancholic glance at the immaculate blackboard, replying, "I am her friend. Her closest friend." Lan Xia shot an exasperated look at Tang Sun, ultimately conceding to let Xiao Wei lead the way. As they departed from class 6 to 4, Lan Xia mustered the courage to touch the nearest student, only to be met with a chilling sensation that swiftly froze her palm. Indeed, the student was already deceased. Chapter 36. Campus Supernatural Chronicles. As Xiao Wei reunited with them and Mo Zishu, Lan Xia took a moment to converse privately with Mo Zishu. After organizing the few experimental instruments they had gathered, Lan Xia instructed Xiao Wei to lead them to rescue the girl. Meanwhile, Mo Zishu stealthily approached Lan Xia and whispered in her ear. Understanding the situation, Lan Xia quietly followed Xiao Wei, realizing that, just as before, they were trapped with no escape. She had anticipated this outcome. If they did not confront that girl, they might remain ensnared forever. According to Mo Zishu, the entire school was enveloped by an ominous energy, meaning that no matter the approach, even if they attempted to fly away, they could not leave this place. These days, schools seem to be the most terrifying of places. Should she feel relieved that Zhou Qiao, this emotionally distant individual, had chosen an elementary school rather than a high school or university? Even an elementary school was fraught with such disturbances. Was this truly the world she recognized? Had she unwittingly traversed into another realm? Thus, with a myriad of thoughts swirling in her mind, Lan Xia maintained a calm exterior as she followed Xiao Wei. It dawned on her that adults often struggled to communicate with children, although the slightly slow-witted one could easily engage with children. This particular girl had an affinity for various animals. Trailing behind Xiao Wei, Lan Xia noted that the rooftop was in greater disarray than the rest of the school. Several walls had crumbled, and the ground bore numerous small pits, as if a fierce battle had recently taken place. At this moment, Xiao Wei stood at the edge of the rooftop, the gentle breeze lifting her long hair. A serene smile graced her tranquil face as she played with her locks. Yet her swaying form appeared precariously close to falling. Observing the sudden silence from Xiao Wei, Lan Xia stepped back to stand alongside Mo Zishu, disregarding the increasingly oppressive atmosphere, and quietly inquired, "Where's Zhou Qiao?" In response to Lan Xia's question, Mo Zishu lowered his voice. He spotted a laboratory on the way and went inside to gather equipment. However, the eerie ambience did not persist for long. Behind a forsaken bookshelf, Tang Sun glimpsed a shadowy figure that resembled a small child. The dark silhouette shifted ominously, exuding an unsettling aura in the chilling atmosphere. Tang Sun swallowed hard and steeled herself to advance. Who is there? Who goes there? As Tang Sun approached and pulled aside the bookshelf, a small girl suddenly emerged from behind it. Caught off guard, Tang Sun stumbled backward, falling to the ground. Supporting herself with her hands, she gazed up at the girl, her legs trembling. The girl possessed hollow eyes devoid of life, her neatly arranged hair framing a pallid face with dark, lifeless lips. She stared vacantly at Tang Sun, clutching an exquisitely crafted doll, ignoring the varied expressions of the onlookers. The girl gently patted the doll and occasionally leaned down to affectionately interact with it. Seeing the girl, Xiao Wei sighed and approached to help Tang Sun up. Startled, Tang Sun muttered her thanks and retreated, realizing she had been caught off guard. However, it was the girl's eyes that had truly frightened her. Those eyes, when they regarded her, felt as if they were staring into the depths of a corpse. Those expressionless eyes seemed to penetrate her very soul with a chilling gaze. Truly terrifying. Tang, your child is gone. Please, let it go, Xiao Wei softly urged, standing before the girl she referred to as Tang. The girl merely paused momentarily, remaining oblivious as she continued to sway the doll she cradled. Witnessing Tang's state, Xiao Wei's expression turned from helplessness to sorrow. Undeterred, she continued, Tang, please stop. That child is gone, and they should not exist in this world. Wake up. Suddenly, Tang's hands slackened, and the doll fell to the ground. With a vacant expression, she gazed at Xiao Wei. At that moment, Tang Sun covered her mouth with one hand, pointing unhesitatingly at Tang's feet. The group turned their attention, and to their horror, they saw that the girl cast no shadow beneath her. In that instant, everyone swiftly steadied themselves and took a few steps back. Lan Xia immediately assumed a defensive posture, feeling a surge of dread. They had indeed stumbled upon something horrifying. Encountering a ghost was certainly an ill omen for her this year. Tang's lifeless gaze met Xiao Wei's, and just when everyone braced for an onslaught, she surprisingly agreed. Indeed, they should not exist in this world, nor should you. Therefore, you all should die. Is that agreeable? A sudden gust of wind swept through, catching the group off guard. When they opened their eyes again, they found Lan Xia and Mo Zishu engaged in battle with Tang. As Tang Dao's blade passed through Tang's form without effect, Lan Xia calmly reassessed her strategy. When a small fireball finally struck Tang, she realized that physical attacks were futile, but her powers could indeed inflict harm. As the fireball hit, smoke billowed from Tang's body, emitting a sizzling sound akin to meat cooking. In pain and fury, Tang let out a furious shriek and lunged once more. Her fingernails transformed into menacing claws, glistening in the sunlight like shards of ice. Lan Xia scrambled to evade, initially intending to use her spatial abilities. However, she quickly discovered that her attempts to trap Tang in an infinite loop were in vain. It would not have been so dire had she merely been pursued. The true challenge lay in the fact that this ghost intermittently hurled various objects at her, just when Lan Xia found herself cornered with no escape. Mo Zishu's timely intervention arrived. Beneath Tang's feet appeared 4 black spherical entities, crackling with energy, making a hissing sound. Tang, ensnared by these spheres, seemed to hesitate, clearly intimidated by their presence. In the ensuing silence, Lan Xia and Mo Zishu slowly converged, their gazes fixed intently on Tang, trapped within the spheres. Chapter 37. Bitter battle. Trapped within the dark sphere, Tang executed an astonishing maneuver by turning her head, yet her body remained utterly still. The head, facing Lan Xia and Mo Zishu, bore a strange smile as she opened her gaping maw and expelled a torrent of water towards the 4 black spheres. However, before Lan Xia and Mo Zishu could react, her body began to ascend as if defying gravity. Mo Zishu clearly did not anticipate this tactic. The black spheres, having been swept by the water, failed to keep pace with Tang's rapid ascent, and the flickering black current soon vanished into thin air. Lan Xia, with a furrowed brow, gazed at the bizarre figure in the sky, pondering how they could possibly engage in battle when the enemy had taken to the heavens. Just as she prepared to defend herself, intending to lure Tang Tang down, a black sphere silently circled behind her. Lan Xia silently commended her vice-captain. The dark entity was evidently Mo Zishu's creation. As Tang Tang poised to dive down and strike Lan Xia, the black sphere unexpectedly struck her back with tremendous force. Injured, Tang Tang lost her footing and plummeted from the heights. Below, she fell directly into a sea of flames, the inferno crackling as her body emitted a series of sizzling sounds. Although her exterior seemed unscathed, thick plumes of white smoke began to billow forth. The ethereal entity was severely singed. As she contemplated retreating to the skies, Lan Xia's fiery tendrils ensnared her, skillfully binding her to the ground, rendering her unable to break free. While Tang Tang struggled, a pool resembling black liquid appeared beneath her. This energy entity, akin to molten lava, writhed and bubbled ominously. Tang Tang let out a dreadful howl, yet amidst the agony, the torment was unmistakable. The onlookers, Tang Sun and others, were spellbound by this riveting confrontation. They collectively acknowledged the seamless cooperation between their captain and vice-captain, whose high combat prowess and agile displays were reminiscent of a 3D sci-fi blockbuster. Meanwhile, Tang Sun, Lao Gao, and Xiao Lingzi lowered their heads in silent reflection, realizing they had been ambushed by the female specter amidst the gusty winds. Fortunately, the formidable strength of their leaders had spared them from dire consequences. They vowed that such passivity could not continue, lest they become a hindrance in future encounters. Xiao Lingzi's small tiger yawned in boredom, its eyes vacantly fixed in another direction. Unbeknownst to anyone, a shadow flitted past where the tiger gazed, its slender form swiftly disappearing from sight. Meanwhile, Lan Xia, who had presumed the battle concluded, suddenly noticed Tang Tang's thrashing form had quieted. In a moment, that form erupted with formidable energy, breaking free from the fiery bonds and soaring into the sky. At that moment, a reappeared Xiao Wei shouted anxiously, "She won't leave the school. She is searching for a place to heal and regain her strength before confronting us again. We must stop her." Lan Xia frowned, catching sight of Tang Tang's escape route. Was that Class 6-4? Alarmed, she recalled the significance of that class and promptly leaped from the rooftop, descending from the 6th floor. Mo Zishu followed closely, utilizing the black spheres to leap through the air. Tang Sun and the others, momentarily stunned by their leader's formidable figures, quickly regained their composure and surged from the rooftop, racing toward another building. Upon reaching the door of Class 6-4, Lan Xia forcefully pushed open the tightly shut entrance, only to find the room empty save for the teacher, tightly embraced by Tang Tang. Where were the students? Just moments ago, this place had been filled with them. Before long, Mo Zishu entered through the window, having traversed the shattered glass. Upon witnessing the scene, he hesitated, and soon after, Tang Sun and Xiao Wei arrived. Observing the classroom's unsettling state, Xiao Wei quietly stepped back. Noting the confusion among her companions, she whispered, "She is absorbing the yang energy. Her wounds have healed, and she has grown even stronger. You must prepare yourselves." The energy emanating from the teacher was unmistakably yang energy, while the malevolent aura surrounding the school intensified. This dark energy flourished alongside resentment and spectral power. The world she perceived was shrouded in darkness, the school enveloped in an oppressive miasma. To put it plainly, Tang Tang's absorption of yang energy had significantly amplified her strength. However, such a drastic intake was perilous for her. As the others pondered the implications, Lan Xia stepped back, her brow furrowed. "You all need to wait below. Regardless of what occurs, do not approach." At her command, Tang Sun stood momentarily stunned, while Lao Gao swiftly pulled him and Xiao Lingzi away, leading them downstairs. Confronted with an ethereal entity, their abilities would be ineffective against her, rather than impede their leaders. It was more prudent to seek an escape route. Soon, with Lan Xia and Mo Zishu's unwavering gazes fixed on the teacher embraced by Tang Tang, the teacher's form began to slowly dissipate from the bottom upward. Tang Tang turned her head slowly, still holding the teacher, her mouth stretching into a grotesque grin. Lan Xia sensed impending danger, and she and Mo Zishu instinctively darted aside. In the very spot they had occupied, a massive pit materialized, seemingly extending from the 6th floor to the ground level. Cold sweat trickled down Lan Xia's brow as she realized the gravity of the situation, her focus sharpening in preparation for confrontation. In no time, the classroom's desks and chairs began to fly, forcing Lan Xia to evade relentlessly. When retreat became impossible, she wielded her tang knife, cleaving a long table in two as it hurtled toward her. In that fleeting moment, Tang Tang's elongated claws lunged at Lan Xia's face. Reacting instinctively, Lan Xia blocked with her knife, yet the dark claws disregarded the blade, advancing toward her. In a critical instant, Lan Xia rolled to the side, narrowly evading the strike. She quickly maneuvered her fiery tendrils, aiming to ensnare Tang Tang once more, but Tang Tang appeared to wear a mocking smile, standing still as the flames bound her. Then, with a sudden burst of strength, she shattered the fiery bonds. Seeing Lan Xia's momentary rigidity, Tang Tang advanced with evident delight. Lan Xia could hardly believe her eyes. How had Tang Tang grown so powerful in a mere 15 minutes? At that moment, Mo Zishu successfully conjured 4 new black spheres, ensnaring Tang Tang once again. Yet this time, she showed no fear of the dark entities. With swift precision, her elongated claws tore through one black sphere, causing the remaining 3 to sway precariously in the air. Tang Tang appeared to carelessly swat them toward Lan Xia, yet cleverly trapped all of Lan Xia's escape routes. Lan Xia, anxiety coursing through her, beheld the 3 spheres hurtling towards her. Just as she prepared to sacrifice an arm to break through, Mo Zishu suddenly lunged, pushing her aside, only to be pierced by his own black sphere, shattering the wall and damaging the protective railing outside. Lan Xia barely had time to glance through the newly created hole before re-engaging Tang Tang in battle. The Tang Dao, engulfed in fierce flames, posed no real threat to Tang Tang, whose strength had multiplied tenfold. In terms of agility and power, Lan Xia felt utterly outmatched. After sustaining yet another scratch from Tang Tang's claws, she realized that this approach was futile, so she deliberately left an opening for Tang Tang to exploit. Just as Tang Tang lunged forward to deliver a final blow, Lan Xia swiftly evaded, trapping Tang Tang firmly within a predetermined infinite loop. Such a meticulously crafted domain would not be easily breached. Seeing Tang Tang ensnared in the infinite loop, Lan Xia breathed a sigh of relief. However, as she prepared to slice through Tang Tang with a distorted space technique, to her astonishment, Tang Tang shattered the spatial restraints in an instant. With the infinite loop broken, Tang Tang charged at Lan Xia with alarming speed. Having already sustained multiple injuries, Lan Xia's diminished agility left her vulnerable, and in a moment of inattention, Tang Tang seized her by the throat, pinning her firmly against the wall. Behind the wall lay the school playground. Chapter 38, The Turning Point. Blue Summer. Her throat gripped tightly, felt her breath becoming increasingly labored, her eyelids growing heavier. She gazed at Tang Tang, whose face bore a blank expression and whose eyes seemed vacant. Gritting her teeth in determination, Blue Summer slowly but resolutely raised her left hand, releasing her spatial abilities from within her being. Her senses sharpened to an extraordinary precision. She realized for the first time how deftly she could manipulate this spatial power. Every fluctuation within the vast expanse of altered space appeared intricately connected to her essence. With her pupils dilating in alarm, she initiated the chaotic space. Suddenly, Tang Tang's entire form was fragmented into countless pieces, scattering across the ground. Freed from Tang Tang's grasp, Blue Summer leaned weakly against the wall, collapsing to the floor. Though she could not comprehend why this specter chose to strangle her rather than rend her asunder with claws, she was relieved to have successfully activated the chaotic space. In such dire circumstances, to remain undisturbed and unlock this power was a testament to humanity's astounding potential, particularly when faced with existential threats. Panting heavily, Blue Summer inadvertently turned her gaze, horrified to witness the fragments on the ground beginning to stir. Slowly, yet inexorably, they moved. A profound sense of helplessness washed over her. She had hoped this apocalyptic ordeal would soon reach its conclusion. Yet reality cruelly informed her that this end was far from simple. Observing Tang Tang return to her original form, Blue Summer felt cold sweat bead in her palms. If even her powers could not extinguish this entity, what was she to do now? Tang Tang, having forcibly absorbed a surfeit of yang energy, felt an overwhelming discomfort within her. After being cleaved by this human, her discomfort had intensified. Initially intent on strangling Blue Summer, she now resolved to dismantle her into pieces, relishing the thought of prolonging her agony. With an eerie grin, Tang Tang advanced toward Blue Summer, contemplating methods of inflicting greater suffering and terror upon her. Her lips curled into a haunting smile that sent shivers to the very core of one's being. At that moment, however, Xiao Wei silently emerged behind Tang Tang. A look of pity etched on her face. With a gentle sigh, she swiftly plunged a peachwood sword into Tang Tang's body. In an instant, Tang Tang froze, a soundless scream escaping her as pain distorted her features. Collapsing to the ground, she fixated on the peachwood sword in Xiao Wei's grip, her gaze turning to Xiao Wei, filled with unmistakable derision. Don't be so foolish in your next life. Even when bullied, do you not understand why they retract against me yet intensify their cruelty toward you? Cease this weakness, discard such navet. Xiao Wei regarded Tang Tang with pity, as if recalling something. She sighed softly, in truth, I am not in a position to judge you. On graduation day, I too was carelessly cast aside. In another life, I would still wish to be your friend. Perhaps this time, we can truly be liberated. Tang Tang, sprawled on the ground, appeared perplexed. Yet soon her form dissipated into the air, vanishing from existence. The peachwood sword slipped from Xiao Wei's hands, landing soundlessly on the ground. This sword, crafted from the soul peach tree at their school, held immense power, and the toll it took on her hands was not in vain. They bore the scars of its creation. What a nuisance, that fool. A decade has passed. Even if she ensnared those people, they have long since ceased to exist. Even if they did, why would they linger here? Such a potent grudge has forced me to remain in this loathed place for 10 long years. Yet, perhaps I too harbor resentment? Otherwise, how could I have transformed into a vengeful spirit? This time, it must truly be over. As the darkness began to dissolve in Xiao Wei's eyes, she beheld the splendid sunset for the first time in 10 years, instead of the oppressive black mist. Standing by the window, she unconsciously brushed her long hair, allowing it to dance in the breeze, and slowly opened her arms, as if to embrace the entire world. Turning her head gently, she regarded the still composed blue summer, a beautiful smile gracing her lips. In the moment the sunlight touched her, her form vanished beneath the sunset. How wonderful, she thought, to finally escape that dark realm. Meanwhile, Mo Zishu, who had just clambered over the railing, witnessed Xiao Wei's disappearance. In confusion, he climbed higher. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he was relieved to have grasped the railing. After all, they were on the 6th floor, and a fall could have resulted in grievous injury. Blue Summer gradually rose, leaning against the wall, exhaling in relief. Xiao Wei was indeed a divine ally. Had she known Peachwood was so effective, she would have prepared a dozen. Observing Mo Zishu's face of survival, Blue Summer strode over, effortlessly lifting him by one hand and leaping from the 6th floor. Using the wall for support, she swiftly brought Mo Zishu to where Tang Sun and the others were. In front of everyone, she released him, allowing him to crash to the ground. Mo Zishu gazed up at Blue Summer in trepidation, realizing that their leader could not be judged by ordinary standards. Under these circumstances, he had sacrificed himself to save her. No gratitude was given. Instead, he was unceremoniously thrown down. Blue Summer regarded the group with an impassive expression until they began to gather their belongings, preparing to depart. Without a hint of loyalty to their teammate, some among them smugly thought, Vice Captain, you saved our entire team. What a selfless model of dedication. Long live our captain. Mo Zishu spat a mouthful of blood, exasperated by the betrayal of his so-called teammates. He had hoped for their pleadings on his behalf. Only to be sold out so quickly, it left him utterly disheartened. In truth, Blue Summer was merely irked by Mo Zishu's expression of having narrowly escaped. It was just the 6th floor, yet he wore a look of profound relief as if he had been rescued from certain doom. Witnessing his lack of composure, she coldly shot him a glance and said, Get in the car, before swiftly walking away. It was only then that she remembered her own injuries. She had not felt them earlier, but now, the realization hit her, and she instantly desired to seek out sooner for healing. Mo Zishu, having inexplicably been spared, gazed gratefully at the retreating figure of his captain, convinced that she was the finest leader in the world. Chapter 39, the long-awaited city Bishi truly could not endure another moment in the school. Simultaneously, it served as a reminder to always maintain a sense of reverence for the world. The might of nature is eternally deserving of humanity's awe. This time, it was merely good fortune. Next time, luck may not be so favorable. Lan Xia cast a glance at the various carefree team members, who seemed to revel in self-destructive antics, and silently resolved to intensify their training. They must at least be capable of handling this peculiar group and their eccentricities. After reuniting with the main force, Lan Xia and Mo Zishu reached a consensus to rest for a night in City A before continuing their journey. The following day, seated in the back of the vehicle by the window, Lan Xia smiled as she watched the scenery rapidly recede behind her. A glance backward revealed a line of neatly arranged vehicles, representing her current team. Reflecting on it now, there was indeed a sense of returning in glory to her homeland. The essence of her hometown was still as sweet as ever. The taste of nostalgia was akin to aged wine, intensifying with the passage of time. How she longed for her homeland. However, this joyous atmosphere was soon disrupted by a massive horde of zombies. Faced with nearly 1,000 zombies, Lan Xia thought, are they seeking death? Do they wish to perish? She led the horde into a spacious area, and the group instinctively armed themselves to fend off the undead. In this skirmish, Lao Gao accurately dispatched zombies with precision. Even Tang Sun excitedly utilized her wooden abilities to ensnare zombies, piercing their bodies with vines. With no need for concern on this front, Lan Xia averted her gaze, realizing that even Suna had become so violent. This was certainly not her fault. Meanwhile, Zhou Qiao showcased his unique skill, deftly maneuvering a scalpel connected to an almost invisible thread, occasionally probing into the composition of the zombies' bodies. Faced with such unsettling behavior, Lan Xia decisively abandoned any hope of rehabilitating him. She had little patience for dissectors. As for Mo Zishu, there was no need for her to worry. The black sphere cleared the path, and the dark mire efficiently dissolved a localized cluster of zombies. Indeed, they were utterly obliterated. Nothing remained. Was this power even more formidable than her fire abilities? Such an awakened power was undeniably enviable. Bored, Lan Xia tossed a few fireballs before choosing to observe coolly. Her teammates were impressively competent, rendering her position as captain seemingly superfluous. The 100 or so individuals engaged in their respective battles marveled at the prowess displayed by their leaders, children and women alike, all remarkably valiant. After the initial shock came an overwhelming sense of pride and admiration. They had indeed chosen the right faction. Following such formidable allies, even amidst the apocalypse, they were assured a place of refuge. Just as everyone believed the battle was nearing its conclusion, a vacuum formed within the horde of zombies. It appeared as if something was being cleared a path for. From within emerged a zombie resembling an ordinary one, yet the surrounding zombies roared in submission, indicating that this seemingly unremarkable creature was the leader of the horde. Upon witnessing Lan Xia's formation, the lead zombie let out an enraged roar and unleashed a fireball, nearly half its height, directed at the nearest vehicle. The occupants were utterly unprepared for such an attack and, unable to evade, were struck directly, resulting in screams followed by an ominous silence. Zombies can wield abilities? Clearly satisfied with this outcome, the lead zombie provocatively gazed at the vehicle housing Lan Xia and her team. Grasping a tang knife, Lan Xia swiftly activated her powers and charged toward the lead zombie. It was apparent that the zombie intended to incinerate her with its abilities, but Lan Xia would not grant it such an opportunity. After dodging a fireball, she retaliated with a torrent of flames, caught off guard by the blaze. The lead zombie attempted to retaliate but was swiftly kicked away by Lan Xia before it could regain its footing. Before it could land, she followed up with another kick from behind. After several exchanges, her teammates realized their captain was enraged, and the consequences would undoubtedly be severe. Lan Xia forged ahead, seemingly unfazed by the encirclement of zombies, occasionally dispatching ordinary ones to meet their demise. 15 minutes later, the lead zombie, which had been treated like a ball, finally fell silent. As Lan Xia returned, having effortlessly dealt with the remaining ordinary zombies, her teammates exclaimed, "Captain, are you aware of how remarkable you are? Do your family members know you can defeat pain-resistant zombies?" Indeed, the formidable image of their captain had been firmly established. From this moment forth, Lan Xia would proudly hold the #1 position on the list of individuals one should never provoke. Chapter 40. Reunion. After nearly 2 hours of vanquishing a formidable horde of zombies, Lan Xia waved her delicate hand and continued to lead the main force toward her home. Yet, as they ventured deeper into the city center, an unsettling feeling crept over her. Why was there no one around? Where had all the people gone? With so many vehicles present, one would expect individuals to emerge seeking help, or at the very least, to investigate the commotion. Remembering the peculiar mutant zombie encountered on the road, Lan Xia wondered if B City had also undergone some new calamity. Furrowing her brow, she decided to err on the side of caution, leaving the main force at the periphery of the city center while taking only her small team into the heart of the city. Upon arriving at the entrance of a residential complex, Lan Xia sensed that someone was watching them. Were they merely curious, or did they harbor ulterior motives? Observing the shadowy figures lurking outside the vehicle, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. At least there were others here, though their intentions remained uncertain. Confident in the prowess of her leader, Mo Zishu, the team had no objections, as they dared not question the vice-captain's judgment. Stealing her resolve, Lan Xia strode purposefully toward her unit, deliberately ignoring the bloodstains that marred the ground. Occasional zombies that sprang forth from the shadows were swiftly dispatched with her blade. However, as she turned a corner, her eyes inadvertently caught sight of a dimly lit alcove that normally would not attract attention. In that instant, she felt as though she had been struck by lightning. The familiar figure, the garment she recognized all too well, was that her father, lying bloodied on the ground? Unable to comprehend, She approached, and upon seeing his familiar face, tears streamed down her cheeks. The lifeless body before her was that of the man who had tirelessly raised her. Gently caressing the wounds on his body, she collapsed onto him. Her heart shattering at the sight of the fatal injuries that marred his head. He had taken his own life. The pain within her felt as though it could stop her heart, a grief so profound that it dulled her capacity for thought. After half a month of anguish, she could not accept this outcome. Why? Why had this happened to her? Growing up in a single-parent household, her father was her entire world, the one she respected above all else. How had the world transformed so drastically in such a short span? What had her efforts over the past month been for? Having lived in a single-parent family, she understood the importance of strength and independence more than most. Yet her father had always been there to shield her from the storms of life. Now, she was utterly alone. The towering figure who once stood guard against the tempest had vanished, leaving her without anyone to care for her daily existence. She no longer had a father. She could not fathom why a mere half-month of separation had turned into an eternal farewell. Why had she ever found her father's concerns irksome? Why had she dared to defy him? Uncertain of how long she had knelt beside his corpse, Lan Xia finally rose, unsteadily making her way up the stairs. Wandering through the hallway in a daze, she stumbled numerous times. Her disheveled state culminated as she reached her doorstep. Once fearless in the face of zombies, she now felt more lost than a beggar. Fear gripped her heart. What awaited her behind that door? Slowly, she braced herself against the doorframe and stood, her trembling body instinctively yearning to burst through the door. A moment of clarity struck her. She had a key. Yet, she discovered that the courage to unlock that door had eluded her. She did not know whether she would be welcomed by her obedient, lovable younger brother, or by a corpse, or perhaps a zombie that had once been him. With her father gone, her brother was her only remaining family. Wiping the tears from her eyes, she pushed open the heavy door with a heavy heart. The silence within the house was pierced only by the sounds of collisions emanating from the bedroom. The stench of decay enveloped her, chilling her to the core. Clinging to a glimmer of hope, she hesitantly opened the bedroom door. Fresh tears cascaded down her cheeks as her reddened eyes widened. Inside, a grotesquely decayed zombie lay before her, a sight that pierced her heart. Her brother, her sweet and obedient brother. How could he have become this? Why had he turned into a zombie? What on earth had transpired? She had narrowly evaded danger before, but now, faced with the familiar figure, she forgot to flee. Soon, her body was riddled with wounds, blood pouring from her as she became a gruesome sight. Yet, even the physical pain paled in comparison to the torment of her heart. Tears flowed unceasingly from her eyes as she embraced the figure lunging at her. Allowing its claws to pierce her arms, she held it tightly, trembling hands clutching a dagger nearby. Her brother was gone. Yes, truly gone. This hideous creature was not her brother. He had been so handsome, so obedient. When the tears ran dry, a trickle of blood escaped the corner of her eye. With trembling hands, she raised her knife and, cradling the lifeless body, wept aloud. She was the most unworthy sister in the world, having taken her brother's life with her own hands. The brother she loved most dearly, the one who was so well-behaved and understanding, had left her forever. He had done nothing wrong. He was utterly innocent, so kind. Why had fate been so cruel? Her beloved father and cherished brother had departed from her life. Why had this happened? What had she done wrong? What truly had she done to deserve such relentless cruelty? Father, Mengon, brother, Jingji, tell her what to do, how to carry on. She felt as though she could not endure any longer, left alone to face the world. How was she to find the courage to continue living? Chapter 41. Desolation. Lan Xia sat in the hall, staring blankly at her brother's lifeless body, lost in a void of thoughts until her consciousness began to fade. After waiting for over 3 hours at the community entrance, Mo Zishu and the others could no longer bear the wait. After a brief discussion, they decided to leave Shou Qiao and Xiao Langzi behind while the rest immediately set out to find their captain. When they found the captain in the hall, cradling a decaying corpse and weeping, a myriad of emotions surged within them. Bitterness, sorrow, and an agonizing heartbreak that flickered in their hearts. In this apocalypse, were they not similar souls, each having lost their dearest loved ones? It was the first time they had seen Lan Xia like this, her eyes stained with unshed blood tears, her body marred and battered, evoking not sympathy, but an overwhelming sense of heartache. How deeply must one care to feel utterly desolate in loss? Tang Sun turned away, covering her mouth as tears streamed down her cheeks. Who among them had not experienced such farewells in this world of chaos? Seeing Lan Xia in this state was akin to confronting her own helplessness on the day the apocalypse descended. In the face of life and death, everyone is rendered powerless. Wiping away her tears, Tang Sun hastily moved to Lan Xia's side to tend to her wounds. The physical injuries would soon be treated, but what of the emotional scars? Perhaps only time could heal those, as it was the passage of time that could gradually ease the profound pain etched into one's soul. Upon regaining her composure, Lan Xia silently carried the two corpses to an open area within the community, numbly using her powers to incinerate them. The roaring flames consumed the rotting remains until they were reduced to ashes, yet she remained there, voiceless. The team members watched in sorrow at their silent captain, her weathered face and deep-set eyes nearly shattering their hearts. Soon, a strong wind swept through, scattering the ashes into the distance, disappearing without a trace. Lan Xia stood as if oblivious, for even the ashes were not a safeguard in this apocalypse. Who could tell when death might come knocking? To bury them underground? Even the animals had succumbed to the T-virus. How could those dwelling beneath the earth escape infection? Let them drift with the wind. They had always watched over her from afar, thus she felt no fear. No fear at all. Having already lost everything, what was there left to fear? Death? Perhaps even this life was not truly hers. At this moment, nothing mattered. With nothing left to lose, what could possibly intimidate her? The apocalypse? She was eager to witness the full extent of its fury. Would she truly succumb to this world of despair? Let us wait and see. To discover who would ultimately prevail. Mo Zishu sighed deeply, catching Tang Sun's questioning gaze and gently shaking his head. Observing Lan Xia, who had stood motionless for 3 days and nights, he felt an overwhelming sense of futility. Xiao Lengzi, cradling the adorable little tiger, quietly watched Lan Xia. Had it really been 3 days? He looked up, hopeful, and asked Mo Zishu, Brother Zishu, will Lan Jie be okay? Mo Zishu offered a gentle smile, ruffling Xiao Lengzi's soft hair. Of course she will. She is our captain, our esteemed leader. Xiao Lengzi nodded, gazing quietly at Lan Xia with faith that she would recover. For they were still here. No one had abandoned her. They were steadfastly by her side. Nearby, Lao Gao watched intently as Tang Sun busied herself with pots and pans. What are you doing? This seems a bit excessive, doesn't it? Observing Tang Sun's fervent dedication, Lao Gao wiped the sweat from his brow, astonished by her fervor. At this moment, her determination rivaled that of their captain. Was culinary passion truly a matter of such obsession? In the past 3 days, they had not been idle. The vice-captain had gathered information about a stronghold established by survivors in City B, and their main force had officially moved in. The supplies and weapons they had collected over the days were more than sufficient for their needs. Now, they awaited their captain's orders. In this apocalypse, they were determined to carve out their own territory. Who among them did not harbor dreams of heroism? In tumultuous times, heroes emerge. The apocalypse is brutal. Yet it is also an opportunity. Habitually adjusting his glasses, Zhou Qiao remarked, there is no fastest scalpel, only one that is swifter. Faced with Zhou Qiao's innate aura of gloom, Lao Gao shrugged and quickly departed, for each encounter with Zhou Qiao seemed to cast a chilling shadow over the atmosphere. Cold sweat dripped from him. The sensation was eerily unsettling. The captain had indeed been right. Cherish life and avoid Zhou Qiao. It was best to keep a safe distance from such a chilling domain. Yet, while sharpening his tools, had he ever considered how the others might feel? Little Tiger lounged atop the car, lazily licking its paw, when suddenly, a glimmer ignited in its keen eyes, as an unnoticed shadow flitted past in the distance. She could not let them down. Since they wished for her demise and sought to corner her, she would strive to live vibrantly. The apocalypse? She was prepared. Let it come and end this infuriating ordeal. Let us see who the final victor truly is. Chapter 42. Survivor Stronghold. Gently brushing aside the stray strands of hair from her forehead, Lan Xia turned her gaze towards the blinding sunlight. Having already lost everything, she welcomed the storm with open arms. Family gone. Childhood friends gone. All she could do now is cherish herself, for self-love was all that remained. With an unrelenting resolve, she pivoted, raising her head and allowing a cruel smile to curve her lips. She would accompany the revelry of the apocalypse to its bitter end. The outcome was still an enigma. In this game with its own rules, if one could play, they would continue. If not, well, she would be the one to usher it out. Let us clean up the little messes here before heading to the Huaxia base. Lan Xia retrieved a pair of black gloves from her alternate dimension, donning them meticulously as she approached the vehicle. This was her first time retrieving items from the other realm in front of others. Yet given the astute nature of her team, they likely had long since deduced her abilities, for she had employed her spatial powers on numerous occasions. Upon catching a glimpse of the captain at the wheel, an exchanged glance ignited the team's excitement as they all eagerly climbed aboard. How splendid. Captain, you finally decided to drive. They had felt a sense of discomfort these past few days without his guidance behind the wheel. Captain, You've come to your senses. How wonderful. A group of exhilarated thrill-seekers watched Lan Xia at the helm, suddenly feeling an overwhelming rush of delight. However, the captain did not disappoint their high expectations, successfully maneuvering the vehicle with even more turbulence than before. Previously concerned about damaging the road, she now thought, if it breaks, it's merely due to poor quality. In this apocalypse, I am in charge. 10 minutes later, much to the team's chagrin, the vice captain was once again pulled into the driver's seat by the captain. Under the weight of their resentful stares, Zishu protested, "This isn't my fault. It's the boss's orders. Who would dare defy them?" The team glared at him, collectively disgruntled. Since the vice captain's arrival, the captain had rarely driven, and they blamed him entirely. Meanwhile, seated in the passenger seat, the captain was engaged in a fierce battle with her meal. People are iron, and food is steel. One cannot function on an empty stomach. She hadn't eaten for 3 days, and was on the verge of collapse from hunger. Is this truly the survivor's stronghold of City B? Lan Xia inquired, glancing at Zishu, who stood beside her. The place appeared utterly desolate. Was this really a stronghold? Zishu discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow. Boss, this isn't right. Even if their stronghold is small and shabby, you shouldn't disparage it so. At the very least, don't make it so evident. Actually, this is just a temporary stronghold, he attempted to defend. A minor setback could render it non-existent, no? Lan Xia scoffed, pushing open the heavy door with ease. What was termed a stronghold was little more than a community with slightly enhanced defenses. Even the tightly shut door succumbed to her forceful entry. Boss, there are indeed strong individuals residing here, Zishu insisted once more, though he fell silent upon meeting the warning gaze of his leader. To be frank, the stronghold was indeed bleak, but it wasn't as dire as Lan Xia had imagined. Please register first. A formal male voice interrupted the unspoken debate between Lan Xia and Zishu. Surprisingly, there was someone in the security booth nearby handling statistics. Having frequently passed through these gates over the past 3 days, Zishu donned a trademark smile, blending humility with confidence as he approached the administrator. After a brief exchange, they were granted access. Observing the vice captain's smug expression, the team whispered among themselves, questioning the wisdom of displaying such bravado before the captain. "Ah, sister, your skills are truly impressive." Just as a perfectly timed punch connected with Zishu's face, a melodious voice chimed in. Lan Xia turned with indifference, catching sight of a mature woman with flowing curls, her smile exuding strength and beauty. However, what captured Lan Xia's attention were the various figures behind her, each emanating a potent aura, lively and vigorous in their movements. Clearly, Zishu's words held merit. This seemingly insignificant temporary stronghold housed many formidable individuals. The moment her words fell, the mature woman's face turned an alarming shade of green. Yue glared at the little girl opposite her, feeling genuinely irked at being addressed as auntie by such a delicate child. Yet, faced with this exquisite little girl, she couldn't help but feel the sting of age creeping upon her. Chapter 43, Empress vs. Queen. How old is the little sister this year? Surely she is still underage? Yue suppressed her simmering anger and approached, only to discover that the petite girl seemed to have developed quite well, appearing slightly taller than herself. However, hearing this remark, Lan Xia, whose youthful face often led to misunderstandings about her age, was incensed. Who is the little sister? Who is underage? The team members, upon hearing Yue's words, felt an alarm go off in their minds. Observing their captain's darkening aura, Zishu discreetly signaled to the others, and after a nod, they began to stealthily retreat. The boss was about to go berserk. Each unit hurriedly sought refuge. Even Shou Qiao adjusted her glasses and decisively stepped back. The captain's presence now overshadowed his own ominous aura, making it wise to avoid direct confrontation. Auntie, I am 21 this year. Is your eyesight perhaps a bit off? Lan Xia, adhering to the principle of returning fire with fire, deliberately provoked her by addressing her as auntie. However, Yue's immediate reaction was not anger but disbelief as she scrutinized Lan Xia. 21? You must be joking. You look at most 16. It must be said, Lan Xia's appearance was indeed deceptive. Although she felt extremely vexed, her doll-like visage had garnered envy before the apocalypse. She embodied a timeless beauty. Seeing Yue's incredulous gaze only fueled Lan Xia's ire further. Auntie, if you're nearsighted, you should wear glasses. Otherwise, it can be quite dangerous out there. The zombies are capable of ambushes now. If you were to encounter one at close range, Auntie, you would truly be in peril. Lan Xia flashed a disingenuous smile, feigning concern. Finally realizing the implications, Yue glared at Lan Xia, irate. How could she, a woman over 20, still be addressed as auntie? Was she cursed to be bitten by zombies? Little sister, you ought to be cautious. In this world, some people are particularly fond of girls like you. Stay vigilant while walking on the streets, Yue mocked, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Auntie, you're worrying for nothing. It is people like you, with your stunning beauty, who should be wary of those with ill intentions. With your age, you must be cautious of those lurking outside. Lan Xia replied with a smile, her words causing Yue to grit her teeth in frustration. Little sister? Who was the little sister here? Who was the adorable little girl? Cursed the term lowly. She had never lost in a battle of wits. Indeed, the appearance of a lowly was a painful truth for those with a strong inner self, constantly misunderstood without the ability to act cute. It was simply intolerable. Being called auntie by these youngsters was infuriating. She was only 28. How absurd that a woman in her late 20s was being addressed as auntie by a full lowly. Yue's veins throbbed with indignation. A woman's age is a sensitive topic. She was determined to take down this full lowly. Deep within, Lan Xia gritted her teeth, maintaining an air of calmness as she gazed at Yue. Both were seething with rage, and in a moment of unintentional eye contact, they noticed the bloodshot eyes of one another, clearly incensed. An invisible tension enveloped them, as both women held their ground, having struck where it hurt. An electric current surged around them. Their fierce gazes, disdainful demeanor, and formidable presence mirrored one another. After a brief clash, an unspoken competition ensued. Not bad. I remember you now. What is your name? Yue retracted her combative aura, raising an eyebrow at Lan Xia. Humph. I remember you too. Yue, is it? Lan Xia gathered her commanding presence and turned to her teammates, waving them to follow her. She paused briefly. Lan Xia, Lan Tian, Xia Yin. She left Yue with a carefree silhouette. Their first encounter ended in a draw. After a brief silence, Yue broke into an amused smile. This was her first encounter with someone so well-matched. Surely Lan Xia felt the same way. If not for their conflicting energies, they might have forged a formidable alliance. Unbeknownst to the others, Yue, who had just locked eyes with Lan Xia, was acutely aware of her strength, even feeling a subtle pressure from her presence. She sensed that their paths would cross often in the future. It seemed she had found a formidable rival, which was rather intriguing. Boss, you have a competitor now. Imo Zishu observed with a hint of amusement at his boss's displeased expression, initially thinking they might come to blows, though the outcome was somewhat anticipated. Are you bored? Lan Xia turned her gaze sharply towards Imo Zishu, her expression disapproving. Upon hearing his boss's impatient query, Imo Zishu hastily retreated 3 steps. He realized he had overstepped. The boss was on the edge of fury, and he had approached her, feeling quite foolish. Noticing Imo Zishu's wary movements, Lan Xia narrowed her eyes slightly. Indeed, the temporary base was different from the stronghold. The community was filled with people, yet all maintained an attitude of non-interference, reminiscent of a hotel from the past. They merely rested here temporarily, and once back on the road, everyone would return to being strangers. Where are people? Lan Xia turned to her teammates, realizing she had missed much over the past 3 days. Receiving a desperate glance from Imo Zishu, Tang Sun wiped the sweat from his palms. Their captain was simply impossible to behold. Her overwhelming aura was undeniable. Blue sister, there are 11 buildings here, and our people are in the last 3, Tang Sun reported. Lan Xia nodded lightly, then shifted the conversation. Unless absolutely necessary, do not provoke Yue. She is very strong. The team members nodded vigorously, understanding that the doll-like face was a source of enduring pain for their captain. And the fact that Yue had managed to provoke their leader without facing any repercussions only affirmed her strength. So formidable, in fact, that their captain was unwilling to engage in direct conflict. However, Tang Sun silently vowed that their captain's queenly aura was unmistakable now. Blue sister, what are you up to? Chapter 44. Mutant plants. As the conversation unfolded, an ominous atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. Layers of dark clouds rolled in, swiftly shrouding the once clear sky. A gusty wind howled in the air, carrying a faint metallic scent and a hint of moisture. The dimming world instilled a subtle sense of unease, accompanied by sporadic sounds of colliding objects. Suddenly, thunder rumbled across the horizon, and lightning danced in the sky, as if a ferocious predator was relentlessly pursuing its cornered prey. This was a portent of the impending storm. A tempest was on the horizon. I'll go summon them. You stay close to the boss and tread carefully. Imo Zishu solemnly surveyed the group. Upon witnessing their earnest nods, he felt a momentary relief and ventured deeper into the community to alert his team. It seemed the day was destined to be extraordinary. Yet, caution is prudent. Matters are rarely straightforward. Lao Gao inspected his gear and took the lead behind Lan Xia. Zhou Qiao adjusted his glasses in silence, glancing at the small tiger perched on Xiao Lengzi's shoulder before hastily following in Lao Gao's footsteps. Xiao Lengzi, stay close to your sister. It's time to showcase the prowess of our team's exceptional skills, Tang Sun declared confidently as she pulled Xiao Lengzi along. Xiao Lengzi stared blankly at Tang Sun, ultimately choosing to relinquish any futile resistance. It was well known that noise attracted zombies, and a storm only heightened their frenzy. Without further contemplation, this first storm since the apocalypse would surely claim many lives. The pain-free, tireless zombies held a distinct advantage, and amidst the storm's chaos, would the survivors in the towering buildings be fortunate enough to evade doom? This night was destined to be drenched in blood, with torrential rain washing over not just the city, but also the odors emanating from human bodies. When all concealment was stripped away, what were the survivors' chances of survival against the zombies? How many of these cities' survivors would endure the wrath of the storm? The apocalypse encompassed more than just zombies. There were countless unknown dangers, and the storm had arrived. The revelry of the end times had officially commenced. Standing at the community entrance, Lan Xia gazed at the throng of zombies outside, crashing against the surrounding structures with reckless abandon. Inside, the survivors emerged from their dwellings, silently arming themselves to guard the perimeter. There were no excessive words or contact. Everyone instinctively took up weapons, prepared to defend their last bastion. No one was foolish enough to believe that this storm would pass without effort. Ultimately, it was a tug-of-war, and only those who persevered until the end would taste victory. Yet, when pitted against the zombies, did humanity truly stand a chance in terms of endurance? They dared not dwell on such thoughts, clinging tightly to their weapons as they defended this final line of defense. Soon, the air was thick with the smoke of battle. Waves of zombies relentlessly battered against the community's gates, the clanging reverberating in their hearts. At last, someone could no longer bear it. The first gunshot rang out. Within the confines, sniper fire and firearms impeded the zombies' advance, but the increasing gunfire only attracted more of the undead. Lan Xia quietly drew her tang knife, casting a fleeting glance at the team members trailing behind her. All right, prepare for battle. It won't be long before all the zombies in the city converge here. Just as Lan Xia spoke, the iron gate of the community was violently breached by a horde of zombies. Seizing the moment, she charged into the fray, engaging the zombies in close combat, swiftly dispatching one with her blade. Tang Sun sighed in exasperation. Lan Xia was right. At this rate, the city's zombies would indeed be drawn here quickly. Yet, what could they do? Beyond firearms, humanity's only recourse lay in their abilities to eliminate the undead. But the awakening rate for such powers was dismally low. Regardless, they resolved to eliminate these zombies first. Lao Gao was soon ready, sniper rifle in hand, taking down a zombie with precision, occasionally targeting the evolved ones mingling among the horde. Zhou Qiao wielded his scalpel with remarkable speed, leaving a trail of shredded flesh in his wake. Witnessing their fierce performance, Tang Sun irritably yanked Xiao Lengzi closer. It's time they recognized our strength. Stay alert. Xiao Lengzi nodded, his gaze shifting to the small tiger nestled on his shoulder, and then he nimbly darted into the throng of zombies. Tang Sun, utilizing her powers, bound a large group of zombies in place with vines, rendering them immobile. Soon, small tornadoes began to form within the mass of undead. As one of these vortexes grew to the height of a building, Xiao Lengzi swiftly emerged from the horde, and Tang Sun's vines transformed into sharp spikes, piercing through the zombies' bodies. The smaller tornadoes coalesced into a larger one, swiftly sweeping away a significant number of zombies. By the time the whirlwind dissipated from sight, the area it had traversed lay utterly barren. Lao Gao silently noted in his mental ledger that, indeed, women and children were the ones not to be trifled with. At that moment, Mo Zishu, who had just gathered a substantial force, arrived to witness this extraordinary scene. He stiffly turned his body, astonished that those vines had skewered the zombies as if they were mere kebabs. What on earth was happening in this world? Were women truly this fearsome now? Would they ever be able to play together peacefully again? Tang Sun, having performed exceptionally well, nodded in satisfaction, tousling Xiao Lengzi's hair as she flashed a radiant smile towards the distant Lan Xia. Lan Xia was momentarily dazzled by that beaming face and silently turned away. Sooner is indeed capable both in the kitchen and on the battlefield. Perhaps I should consider training her to be a jack of all trades. How did Ming-On train her in the past? It's time to give Sooner a similar experience. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The previously exuberant Tang Sun found herself ensnared by a vine-like appendage, hanging upside down in the air. Even Xiao Lengzi was not spared. The two hung suspended, dazed and disoriented as the vines swayed around them. Mutant plants were upon them. Chapter 45. A triumphant initial battle. The substantial forces led by Mo-Zishu swiftly dispersed in an orderly fashion, arming themselves for combat. What initially seemed like a tense battle became significantly easier with the arrival of over 100 reinforcements, effectively suppressing the zombie threat for the time being. Observing Tang Sun and Xiao Longzi, who were precariously suspended upside down, Lan Xia approached with a frown, brandishing her weapon. Did these two not understand the importance of caution? With swift, precise movements, she severed the vines entangling their feet, falling to one knee. However, before Tang Sun and Xiao Lingzi could hit the ground, Lao Gao caught them effortlessly. Their seamless coordination required no extraneous words or glances. This was the essence of survival in a post-apocalyptic world. Be wary of the surrounding vegetation. We must conclude this swiftly, Lan Xia advised with a furrowed brow. Tang Sun nodded obediently, realizing the gravity of the situation, and began to set up spikes around them. Since the enemies were underground, she resolved to let the vines delve deep into the earth to unearth them. As the vines burrowed deeper, they spread out, and soon, Tang Sun overturned the flora hidden beneath the surface. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Qiao deftly wielded a scalpel, quickly pruning the thick branches and leaves. Nevertheless, regardless of the location, the greenery was exceptionally well maintained, resulting in the entire team being busy navigating the areas rife with mutated plants. These aberrant plants, aside from their lengthy, cumbersome vines, also posed a threat with their sharp thorns, which could potentially infect anyone who fell victim to them. Fortunately, although the mutated flora was challenging to contend with, their vines were not particularly agile, rendering them manageable for the time being. However, their sheer numbers were daunting. As the black orb flashed, it successfully melted some of the mutated plants, but it was evidently insufficient against such a vast botanical family. Mo-Zishu, feeling despondent, continued to utilize the black orb to evade the onslaught of mutated plants, and in her frustration, she unleashed her power more ruthlessly upon them. In the rain, these plants seemed to have been invigorated, making them exceedingly difficult to handle, relentless in their assault. Having just executed a combined attack, Tang Sun, drained of her energy, realized she could no longer utilize her abilities. Sharing a glance with Xiao Lingzi, she silently picked up a pistol, joining the ranks of those shooting zombies. If only she hadn't been so overzealous earlier. While her ultimate move was impressive, it consumed far too much energy. Now, she had no choice but to retreat to the second line, lamenting her fate. How frustrating. Sparks fell sporadically onto the mutated plants as a long fire whip manifested in Lan Xia's hands. After a few practice swings in the air, she nodded with satisfaction, pleased with the feel. Fire was indeed the nemesis of plants, and soon, the blazing inferno reduced the mutated flora in the vicinity to charred remains. However, in a hidden corner, a vine as thick as a person stealthily reached toward Lan Xia, who stood amidst the roaring flames. With a crack, the long whip lashed out, causing the thick vine to recoil in pain, yet Lan Xia would not grant it the chance to escape. Swiftly, she wrapped the whip tightly around the vine, pulling it towards her with force. After several vigorous tugs, she ultimately overpowered it, extracting a plant resembling a carnivorous flower from the ground. Was this a man-eating flower? The part of the flower that resembled a large mouth concealed a row of sharp, tooth-like structures, its massive petals enveloping the gaping maw. Releasing the vine and snaring the carnivorous flower, Lan Xia raised her hand, sending a fireball the height of a person directly at it. The flames engulfed the flower, rapidly spreading and filling the air with the scent of charred flesh. Thus, all mutated plants met their demise. Mo-Zishu's lips twitched, her rationality preventing her from voicing her thoughts. The boss was indeed growing increasingly ruthless. That whip. Suddenly, she felt an intense pain coursing through her body. Moreover, had they all toiled for so long just for the boss to resolve everything with fire? Was the disparity really this vast? Although it pertained to elemental weaknesses, the shame was undeniable. No, she must hasten to enhance her strength. Zhou Qiao adjusted her glasses, casting a wistful glance at the charred remains of the mutated plants. With them burned to such a degree, they were no longer suitable for study. Lao Gao, having silently dispatched a T-speed zombie with a precise shot, turned away, forcing himself not to watch their captainess massacre. How vexing was the disparity in their abilities. Clearly, he still lacked strength. Xiao Lingzi stood dazed, watching Lan Xia dominate amidst the throng of zombies, truly embodying the essence of an indomitable force. Absently stroking Xiaohu's fur, he pondered that such prowess was insufficient. He needed to grow stronger to aid everyone. Tang Sun's expression was stiff as she observed their captain, particularly captivated by the lively, dancing whip in Lan Xia's hand. That fire whip was undeniably impressive. Noticing Tang Sun's infatuation, Mo Zishu sighed and moved to nudge her head, redirecting her gaze to another spectacle. Indeed, this scene revealed their captain's whip cleaving a zombie in half. It was truly severed. Instantly, Tang Sun snapped back to reality, taking a few instinctive steps back as she swallowed hard. How terrifying. Imagining that whip striking her, she felt her entire being tremble. Tang Sun murmured, "Oh my." With just one lash from Lan Xia, it would surely rend flesh and skin. Beside her, Mo Zishu calmly shook her head. "You are overly optimistic. A strike from the boss could very well send you to the afterlife." Meanwhile, the late-arriving Yu Wei, pale-faced, surveyed the scene of devastation wrought by Lan Xia amidst the zombies. Glancing at the surrounding charred plants, she quickly grasped the situation. She was tardy. The spotlight had been completely stolen by this foe lowly. Yu Wei waved her hand, prompting her team to advance and unleash their powers in unison. Just as Lan Xia's whip was about to strike a T-speed zombie, Yu Wei commanded her water ability to manifest a water dragon from the sky, piercing through the zombie. With a provocative glance at Lan Xia, Yu Wei smirked, seeking her next target. In the downpour, Yu Wei's water abilities were amplified to their fullest potential. And as she commanded her subordinates to wreak havoc among the zombies, Lan Xia silently seethed, her teeth clenched. Did she dare to compete for kills? Look at her smug demeanor. The aura was clearly incompatible. One day, she would make her pay. Noticing her captain's warning glare, Mo Zishu finally reacted, signaling her team to abandon their firearms and employ their abilities. They unleashed their dazzling, formidable powers without restraint, while Tang Sun and Xiao Lengzi gritted their teeth, forcing every last vestige of energy from their bodies. They could tolerate embarrassment, but never disgrace their captain. Do not question why. It was a matter of principle. Meanwhile, onlookers had long since relinquished their resistance, simply observing as the two teams showcased their powers. The dazzling abilities and colorful skills, each with differing attributes, intertwined in the air, creating a spectacle reminiscent of a blooming garden. Witnessing the fervent display of skills, the crowd murmured, "Enough already. What do you need us for? Are we to compete for kills among zombies now?" Thus, a once arduous confrontation with zombies devolved into a grand exhibition led by two boss-level figures. In the end, they exclaimed, "Where are the zombies? Is this all? This is hardly enough to satisfy our thirst for battle." Chapter 46. Departure. Once the tempest had subsided, both factions were utterly exhausted. This excluded Yudai, Lan Xia, and the ever-cheerful, perpetually reckless Vice Captain Mo. As the adage goes, foes are especially conspicuous upon meeting. Yudai and Lan Xia, harboring mutual antipathy, once again locked eyes in a silent battle. Each wondered why the other was always present, their auras clashing with every encounter. Is she doing this on purpose? They both pondered. Lan Xia emitted a disdainful snort and gestured dismissively. "Let's go." Upon hearing Lan Xia's command, the weary troops groaned in unison, casting imploring glances at their vice captain. Perceiving his helpless expression, they reluctantly rose and dutifully trailed behind their leader. Whenever their captain acted erratically, they would usually rely on their vice captain to attempt some diversion. But when even the vice captain dared not act up, the situation was truly hopeless. Alas, they thought, if only the captain knew how much they cared, she would surely weep with gratitude. They were indeed the most loyal of comrades. Undoubtedly, they had emerged victorious from the fray, suffering no casualties. Time continued its relentless march, and with it, their own advancement. From their initial ignorance and mediocrity, they were gradually evolving into elite warriors. Lan Xia, however, was content to leave such matters to her capable assistant. "With the vice captain at my side, these are but fleeting clouds," she mused. "Leading the vanguard? Let Mo Zishu take the lead." 3 hours later, Lan Xia's knuckles whitened as she gazed into the depths of the residential complex. What is Zhou Qiao up to now? She wondered, noticing the captain's impatience. Tang Sun volunteered immediately. "I'll go find him." "Wait." Mo Zishu interjected, seemingly struck by a sudden realization. But before he could elaborate, Tang Sun had already darted off. Mo Zishu silently mourned for him. Offering assistance is commendable, but, he sighed, "Tang Sun, may fortune favor you." Inevitably, a blood-curdling scream echoed from the innermost part of the complex moments later. Even from the entrance, the sound was chillingly audible. Lan Xia turned somberly and headed toward the source of the scream. What could Tang Sun have seen? She wondered. That scream, one would think he had encountered a ghost. But even when we did encounter ghosts, Suner didn't scream this terribly, did he? Old Gao, in contrast to Lan Xia, sprang into action, His body propelled forward like a rocket upon hearing the scream. Seeing his enthusiasm, Lan Xia leisurely strolled along with the rest of the team. After waiting for 3 hours, what's a few more moments? She reasoned. And remember to give a thumbs up for this heroic rescue. Lan Xia mused inwardly. I truly am a benevolent leader, arranging romantic encounters with such dedication. Mo Zishu, bringing up the rear, simply sighed. It's always like this, he lamented. They found Zhou Qiao, clad in a white coat, masked and gloved, tinkering with a collection of incomprehensible instruments. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that he was dissecting a zombie. Multicolored fluids flowed across the operating table as the zombie, oblivious to pain, writhed under restraint. Organs littered the floor, and the air was thick with the stench of decay, causing the onlookers to gag. Tang Sun, horrified by the scene, sat paralyzed on the ground, while even old Gao turned away. Even slaying zombies wasn't this repulsive. They thought, do these dissection fanatics have no mental barriers whatsoever? This is far too nauseating. If you're going to dissect, at least kill the zombie first. Performing a live dissection? Who are you trying to disgust? And at least give us a warning. This scene will traumatize us for life. Lan Xia averted her gaze. Disgusting was an inadequate descriptor for the scene before them. Mo Zishu, observing Lan Xia's back, looked heavenward in exasperation. I knew it would end like this, he thought. Once he starts dissecting, he becomes oblivious to everything else. Even after all these years, I still can't stomach it. Turning to the sole individual seemingly unaffected by the scene. Little Lingzi, Mo Zishu tilted his head curiously. Does this child have some congenital autism? He wondered. Or is it just my imagination? Meeting Mo Zishu's probing gaze. Little Lingzi innocently tilted his head and said, Brother Zishu, Sister Lan said we're gathering in 10 minutes. If we don't move now, will we make it in time? Utterly defeated, Mo Zishu frantically pulled old Gao over to halt Zhou Qiao's dissection. Disturbed, Zhou Qiao gripped his scalpel and glared at the group with a menacing aura. Faced with such palpable hostility, Mo Zishu desperately shouted, the boss has ordered us to assemble. Zhou Qiao paused, scalpel still in hand, as he considered his captain's aura. After a moment of comparison, he decided, perhaps it's best not to clash with the captain for now. In truth, he knew he couldn't defeat her. It's better to yield slightly, he thought, especially since following the captain will lead to countless experimental subjects. Yes, he resolved, I'll yield for now. Zombies, mutated plants. In Zhou Qiao's eyes, they were all experimental subjects. If Lan Xia knew his thoughts, she would lament, what a painful realization. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Mo Zishu smiled at the group. Indeed, he thought, the boss's reputation is most effective in critical moments. Lan Xia often mused that Mo Zishu was an exceptional vice-captain. When in trouble, find the vice-captain. When there's blame to be assigned, the vice-captain takes it. When selling out teammates, the vice-captain is the one to do it. Having such a diligent and selfless vice-captain was actually quite beneficial. At least, since Mo Zishu's arrival. She had felt much more at ease. Lan Xia, sitting in the passenger seat and licking a lollipop, pondered, at least I don't have to drive myself anymore. And the team is much more obedient. Moreover, Mo Zishu's management skills are truly exceptional. In contrast to Lan Xia's leisure, Mo Zishu, enduring the resentful stares of the team, was truly on the verge of tears. Boss, he pleaded silently, please drive. I can't satisfy these masochists. My back is about to be riddled with holes. And it's not as if I haven't tried to imitate your driving skills, but, he shuddered, boss, your driving skills are simply too sublime. I can't possibly replicate them. Farewell, homeland. Chapter 47, What is this? How far are we from the place you mentioned? Lan Xia absent-mindedly licked the lollipop in her hand. In these times, danger lurks everywhere, and an ominous premonition washed over her. We're not too far from here, about 6 hours of travel left. We should arrive by tomorrow morning, Mo Zishu replied. Lan Xia glanced at him, choosing silence. When they departed, this fellow had mentioned a location brimming with weapons, which meant their initial plan to head to the Huaxia base had to be shelved. She was genuinely curious about Mo Zishu's fascination with weapons. Why, on a night like this, must they continue their journey? Did he not realize that nightfall was the most perilous time? With this thought and the unsettling feeling still nagging at her, Lan Xia frowned. Traveling at night was indeed too dangerous. They should find a place to rest for the night before continuing. Stop the car. Let's rest for the night and set off again tomorrow, Lan Xia declared, abruptly slamming on the brakes. Without giving Mo Zishu a chance to protest, she called her team and gracefully leapt out of the vehicle. The convoy of cars behind them could only halt one by one, bewildered by the sudden stop. Mo Zishu looked at Lan Xia with a mix of despair and resignation. Out of respect for their leader, He complied and exited the vehicle to find a place to recuperate. His weapons, oh, the multitude of weapons he possessed. He had to endure. Tomorrow, he would reclaim them. After the younger members tidied up a clean area, Tang Xin dutifully prepared a heartfelt dinner. It was late, and they hadn't eaten yet. Of course, tidying up here meant clearing away the zombies and other threats. Only at this moment could everyone truly enjoy the luxury of being served by their subordinates. Assigning the menial tasks of cleaning to the younger members felt indulgent. Life, in this regard, seemed remarkably extravagant. Clearly, these faux affluent individuals were blissfully unaware, naively believing that the subordinates existed solely for their bidding. However, Tang Xin's culinary skills reminded Lan Xia of her comprehensive training program, leading her to declare that from now on, all matters of food and accommodation would fall under Tang Xin's purview. Unsurprisingly, she observed the near collapse of Tang Xin's composure. Lan Xia nodded in satisfaction. She recalled her own acceptance of Dream Han's rigorous training methods with a similar expression. Once they reached the Huaxia base, she would commence training Sun. Now that she thought about it, she was positively eager. Finally, someone could experience the grueling academic life she had once endured. Her heart felt momentarily balanced. By the way, boss, do you truly intend to go to the Huaxia base? Mo Zishu inquired, adopting a surprisingly serious demeanor that caused Lan Xia to regard him with slight admiration. Perhaps it was due to her uplifting mood that she refrained from holding his previous disruptions against him. Yes, I believe that base will become the most formidable survivor stronghold in the future, Lan Xia affirmed, nodding after taking a bite of her rice ball. Ah, rice balls. Sun used to specialize in selling those, didn't he? They were absolutely delicious. Has the thought of surpassing it never crossed your mind? Mo Zishu raised his elegant eyes, pursing his lips as he gazed at Lan Xia. Surpass? Perhaps I have considered it, but maintaining a united front seems wiser. After all, in these apocalyptic times, places where humanity can thrive are scarce. The official base is likely the most trusted option for everyone, she replied, casually twisting her head as she sipped from a bottle of mineral water. Perhaps we should wait a bit longer. The Huaxia base is indeed an excellent choice. Waiting again? It seems the boss has not yet made a decisive resolution. Mo Zishu mused. However, he remained aware of the thoughts swirling in the minds of those in high positions. When the day came that the boss realized the truth, disappointment would surely follow. In this apocalypse, those in power might view it as an exceptional opportunity. Those who seize a territory to rule are not a minority. Although he longed to take bold action, if the boss did not solidify her stance, it would be quite troublesome. Thus, waiting seemed the only option. He knew the boss would never settle for being subservient. This game had only just begun. Opportunities would abound. For now, she must strive to become stronger. Lately, the boss seemed to be diligently undergoing her special training. It was time to take it seriously, lest she fall behind the others. In contrast to Mo Zishu's intricate scheming, Lan Xia's thoughts were refreshingly straightforward. She merely wished to survive in this world of calamity. In crowded places, competition flourished, and her current goal was to grow stronger, and even stronger. The warrior's spirit coursing through her veins ignited her excitement in battle, and the combative elements within her were gradually awakening. Each individual carries within them a history and sentiments unknown to others. Oblivious to all these complexities, Lan Xia wiped her lips and stood up briskly, heading toward the living room with a singular focus, training. Seeing Lan Xia's decisive actions, Mo Zishu finally registered the situation and lowered his gaze to the dining table. His typically cheerful expression crumbled. Where was his dinner? These teammates of his were utterly ruthless. Was it a crime to ponder the future? Why had his dinner vanished without a trace? Noticing Mo Zishu's nearly despairing demeanor, Lan Xia could not help but smirk. Young man, you are still too naive. Strike first, or suffer the consequences. Seizing the initiative is crucial. Awaken to the harsh reality of this world. Thus, the oblivious team members spend a fulfilling night filled with brief slumber and relentless training, unwittingly putting their vice-captain in a precarious situation. As dawn broke, Mo Zishu could hardly contain his excitement, pulling everyone from their beds. His weapons, his precious high-tech arsenal, were finally within reach again. The thrill was overwhelming. In stark contrast to the exuberant Mo Zishu in the driver's seat, Lan Xia in the passenger seat struggled to keep her eyes open and felt compelled to punch him. Mo Zishu should be grateful that the boss had not awakened with a foul mood. Otherwise, even 100 Mo Zishus would not suffice to withstand her wrath. The teammates in the back rubbed their sleepy eyes, acknowledging that each morning began with the vice-captain courting disaster. Once the captain fully grasped the situation, the vice-captain would undoubtedly be in trouble. Lan Xia, feeling utterly bored, straightened her posture. It was barely 5 o'clock in the morning. 5 o'clock. She had never risen this early for school. Would they ever have the chance to enjoy their adventures together again? Complaining about a myriad of grievances against Mozishu. She yawned sideways. Wait, what was that just now? This defied logic. Lan Xia gasped, her mouth agape as she leaned out of the car window recklessly. What on earth was that behind them? Was she truly being startled by something so early in the morning before dawn? Chapter 48. The crisis re-emerges. The colossal rumbling sound behind her startled Lan Xia, whose heightened sensitivity, due to her physical condition, allowed her to hear the noise akin to a train approaching. One could only imagine the formidable entity trailing behind. As she extended her hand outside the window, a wave of despair washed over her. Mozishu, you truly have orchestrated your own demise. An aura of inviolable intensity radiated from her, instantly dispelling the drowsiness that had enveloped her teammates. Including Shou Qiao, everyone instinctively curled into themselves, striving to diminish their presence. The captain's murderous intent was overwhelmingly potent. What could they possibly do? This sensation. It felt as if the captain were poised to unleash a massacre at any moment. The captain was furious, and the consequences would undoubtedly be dire. Mozishu subtly shifted to the side, inexplicably feeling that the boss's wrath was directed specifically at him. It must be said. Mozishu, you are indeed correct. Lan Xia's heart seethed with a desire to drag Mozishu out and dismember him, followed by a thorough posthumous reprimand. How dare you be so brazen this early in the morning? How dare you cling to those weapons? How dare you insist on coming here to retrieve them at this moment? Now, it seemed that the impending doom was a collective fate. His ruin, her ruin, and the ruin of everyone. Lan Xia pressed her forehead in exasperation. There was a massive python behind them. Would revealing this truth frighten her companions? Yet, it was the undeniable reality. Mozishu, should they all perish here today, even in the depths of the underworld, she would ensure he received a beating so severe that even his mother wouldn't recognize him. His propensity for self-destruction had surpassed the bounds of humanity. A giant python had emerged. Would their next encounter be with extraterrestrials? Lowering her head, she unleashed the entirety of her formidable aura. Lan Xia turned her somber gaze towards Mozishu, who appeared engrossed in his driving, almost losing grip of the steering wheel under the weight of the boss's chilling stare. Mozishu straightened his posture and focused intently on the road. I recall you brought a walkie-talkie, yes? Lan Xia's expression was devoid of emotion. Yet her words left everyone bewildered. Mozishu glanced at his boss in confusion, his anxiety palpable as he nodded. Now, immediately, accelerate. Drive as fast as you can. If you wish to survive, hurry. Although Lan Xia's voice was low, it bore an unexpected gravitas. Almost instantaneously, Mozishu activated the walkie-talkie, issuing commands for their subordinates to flee. Lan Xia shot a blank stare at Tang Sun and coldly stated, "Oh, it's nothing serious. We are merely being pursued by a giant python." Upon hearing the first half of Lan Xia's statement, Tang Sun had felt a moment of relief, only for it to be shattered by the latter half. What did she mean by nothing serious? To be regarded as prey by a creature she described as a giant python, and to have surrendered without a fight upon merely catching a glimpse of it. How immense and terrifying must this python be? She was on the brink of tears. Captain, how does it compare to Xiaohu? Lao Gao interjected quietly. Lan Xia turned her shadowy visage towards Lao Gao, her expression unyielding. There is no comparison. It is akin to contrasting an adult with an infant. As Mozishu and Zhou Qiao had not witnessed Xiaohu's prowess, they exchanged glances, pondering if they had missed something significant. Little Lingzi gently stroked Xiaohu's white fur. Unbeknownst to him, the little tiger had become agitated, its fur standing on end as it fixated on the rear. Sensing Xiaohu's unease, little Lingzi offered soothing gestures. Tang Sun regained her composure. If even Xiaohu's considerable size was merely the difference between an infant and an adult when compared to this python, then it was clear that this creature was far beyond their capacity to confront. Lan Xia's assessment was astute, yet could they truly evade a python that even Xiaohu could not outrun? Mozishu, at the wheel, wore a slight smile, as though he had stumbled upon something exceedingly amusing. Zhou Qiao adjusted his gaze, observing Mozishu's peculiar expression, and discreetly averted his eyes, realizing how swiftly they had encountered something that piqued Mozishu's interest. It seemed he would soon have a new subject for experimentation. Lao Gao diligently cleaned his firearm. Although it would be utterly useless against such a colossal foe, preparation was always prudent. Time slipped away, and soon The monstrous python that had instilled dread in their hearts came into view. The gargantuan serpent, its head several times larger than that of a locomotive, sent shivers down their spines. Though its smooth, sizable head was visible, even Lan Xia could not ascertain the full length of the python in such a short span. Initially, the subordinates trailing behind were oblivious to the unfolding crisis, but upon spotting the python, clarity dawned upon them. They frantically accelerated, yet no matter how fast they drove, the last vehicles were inexorably ensnared by the python's gaping maw. With a languid demeanor, the python devoured the unfortunate souls from the engulfed vehicles, then leisurely continued its pursuit. Rather than a chase, it felt more akin to a game, playfully pursuing them without a hint of urgency. Every passing minute saw vehicles swallowed whole, and within a mere 10 minutes, they had lost dozens of comrades. Yet, this was merely a morsel for the python. As despair settled within her, Lan Xia clenched her teeth while observing the python behind them. Indeed, they were not powerful enough. In this relentless game of survival, the apex predators were far too numerous. Moreover, each one was exceedingly formidable. Chapter 49, The Chaos of Battle. In a tumultuous inner struggle, Lan Xia questioned her own nature. She was neither selfless nor the kind of person who would go out of her way to assist others without reason. Yet, witnessing the countless lives extinguished around her, she was tormented deep within. These casualties were undeniably preventable. Enough. At the fork ahead, instruct them to take the left path while we venture to the right. Lan Xia raised her voice in a fierce command. Confused, Tang Sun and Lao Gao exchanged glances, opting for silence in their wisdom. Mo Zishu, indifferent, shrugged and swiftly activated the intercom to relay the latest orders from boss. However, the subordinates who received the command felt a chill of despair. Were they to be abandoned? Sent forth as bait? Yet, a voice deep within reassured them, urging belief in the strength of their leader. Thus, at that fork, Lan Xia and her companions turned right, while the trailing vehicles all veered left. This was a gamble. The colossal python paused briefly at the junction before swiftly pursuing the path chosen by Lan Xia. Its massive form twisted rapidly along the wide street, crushing small objects into dust beneath its weight. Among them were a few zombies, devoid of sensation, but even without pain, they could not rise again after being trampled by such a behemoth. Seeing the python close in, Lan Xia felt a sigh of relief within, at least. With just the few of them, their chances of survival would significantly increase, albeit still slim. Tang Sun, tears streaming down her face, gazed back at the relentless serpent, sobbing. Is it true that abilities make one more delectable? When I heard Sister Lan's command, I was momentarily taken aback, and by the time I comprehended, the python had already caught up. Is it that the flesh of the able is more enticing to them? Oh, Lan Xia, your selflessness is so moving. But please, tell us what we should do now. Sister Lan, while this may indeed minimize needless sacrifices, how do we escape now? Tang Sun pleaded, her face a mask of despair as she regarded the terrifying python. Do you see the tall building ahead? Once we reach it, do not hesitate. Run straight up. Lan Xia pointed to the tallest structure before them, sturdy enough to withstand a magnitude 9 earthquake, and the narrow entrance would prevent the python from entering. They could only gamble on luck now. They were but a morsel to the serpent. If they could delay it just a little longer, it might not waste too much time on them. At the instant Mo Zishu brought the vehicle to a halt at the building's entrance, all members instinctively leapt out and sprinted toward the edifice. Almost simultaneously, the giant head of the python appeared at the doorway. Run. Upon seeing the enormous head, Lan Xia took the lead, racing upward. 21, 22, 23. They ascended to the 34th floor of the 36-story building, over 100 meters above ground. Yet, the python's head continued its pursuit, those eyes, larger than their bodies, fixed intently upon them. The colossal serpent coiled tightly around the structure, and the sound of crumbling echoed from below. The group's hearts sank to the depths. It seemed intent on ensnaring them without relent. Gasping for breath, Lan Xia stood still, contemplating. This could not be the way forward. Once they reached the top, where would they hide? Noticing the python entwined around the building, an idea struck her. Though some floors below had collapsed, they were not entirely in ruins. We're going down. With that, she swiftly turned and began her descent. She refused to believe that the python could be so agile. The team, unwavering in their trust in Lan Xia, quickly adjusted their course and raced downwards. It was only when they reached the 20th floor that Lan Xia realized her naivety. Faced with such a flexible giant, she felt like surrendering. Why was the mighty serpent so intent on pursuing them? Could it be that Mo Zishu had inadvertently drawn its ire to an unyielding degree? In response to such a threat, Emo Zishu shrugged, accustomed to the chaos, embodying the notion that one grows accustomed to their perilous endeavors. Humanity could no longer thwart his reckless pursuits. He had gallantly embarked on the fabled path of those who tempt fate. Seeing Emo Zishu's nonchalance, which he even seemed to take pride in, Lan Xia felt a surge of frustration. The team members, faces marked with exasperation, pulled back their about-to-erupt captain, urging, "Vice Captain, can you perhaps keep it down? There will be plenty of opportunities for reckless behavior later. If you invite danger now, it won't only be you who suffers." At that moment, the seemingly inconspicuous little tiger leapt from the grasp of the dazed youth and out the window. As they witnessed the sudden growth of little tiger, the team stood momentarily stunned. "It can't possibly win. Go save it." Lan Xia was the first to react. Little tiger's combat prowess was indeed formidable, but against such a colossal foe, it was wholly inadequate. Leaping to the ground, little tiger sank its sharp teeth into the python's massive form, refusing to let go. The python writhed in pain, attempting to dislodge little tiger from its body, causing the entire building to sway precariously. Zhou Qiao, unfazed, adjusted his spectacles. Though his motions seemed leisurely, his pace rivaled that of the seasoned Lao Gao, even surpassing him in grace. Feeling the weight of Lan Xia's piercing gaze, Emo Zishu resigned himself to hopping down from the black orb, floating effortlessly through the air. Observing Emo Zishu's flamboyant descent, Lan Xia scoffed. Standing at the window, she lightly touched the ground before leaping down like a butterfly with broken wings. Witnessing this, Emo Zishu's heart nearly stopped. "Boss, why take such a risk?" For the sake of her dazzling skill, Lan Xia would never admit how many times she had faltered and fallen in solitude. In her quest for perfection and to revel in this apocalyptic carnival, she had sacrificed everything. Chapter 50. External Assistance in the Sky. Missouri Zishu, standing atop a black sphere, nearly forgot his precarious position, almost losing his balance in awe of the magnificent entrance of the boss. Indeed, the boss is the epitome of coolness and charisma. Faced with such a formidable boss, it is nearly impossible not to worship him. Those watching from the window were left agape, astonished by their captain's dazzling skills displayed in the sky. Who knew that superpowers could be wielded in such a manner? It was akin to a divine artifact essential for an adventurous journey, battling zombies and giant pythons. How infuriating! Why had they not awakened their fire abilities? Those wings, forged from blazing flames, were the object of envy and jealousy. The fact that those fiery wings could flap and allow flight was simply astonishing. Witnessing Lan Xia land safely while they struggled to reach the lower levels, tears of envy nearly spilled from their eyes. This was a blatant case of unfair treatment. Reflecting on their captain's majestic wings, Tang Sun couldn't help but feel a surge of bitter tears at their own dismal state. How vexing. Their legs felt as though they might cramp from the relentless stair climbing. Emo Zishu, landing with flair, shook his head helplessly. The boss's brilliance overshadowed his own impressive descent. Alas, it seemed that only acts of recklessness could draw attention. Foggy thoughts. Emo Zishu, deep down, you just crave attention. There's no need to disguise it. Everyone knows. Observing the giant python, nearly in tears from being bitten by little tiger, Lan Xia calmly wiped the cold sweat from her brow. Had she known little tiger's bites were so effective, they would not have wasted their energy running for so long. What a futile effort. Little tiger, you truly are the top expert in their team. Had she known of little tiger's prowess, Lan Xia would have simply opened the door and let him handle it. Finally descending from the high building, the simple-minded youth stared blankly at little tiger, who was gnawing on the giant python. Little tiger, that filthy python is not suitable for consumption. Did they not agree that one should not eat indiscriminately? Zhou Qiao adjusted her glasses. Indeed, little tiger was an excellent subject for study, albeit one that could not be examined. Ignoring her fatigue, Tang Sun gazed adoringly at little tiger, utterly smitten by the charming creature. Lao Gao let his arms hang limply. In this era, one must never compare oneself to animals. They are monsters in comparison. It's simply not worth it. At that moment, expectations for little tiger soared, only for him to be tossed to the ground. Sliding across the ground, little tiger let out a powerful roar that resonated through the heavens, reverberating for quite some time before silence returned. Lan Xia calmly glanced at the fallen little tiger. Realizing he was ineffective, she had foolishly believed they could win. Now, she prepared to arm herself for battle. The furious python opened its massive jaws, seemingly intent on swallowing little tiger whole. There was no way Lan Xia and the others would allow that to happen. They sprang into action, unleashing their powers. How dare it attempt to devour little tiger? Did they not exist in this scenario? Fuming, Lan Xia clenched her fists. Did the tiger not roar simply because it was a sickly cat? Before she could even wield her whip, a resounding roar echoed from the distant horizon, shaking them to their core. Hadn't little tiger just roared earlier? What was this? The group looked toward the source of the sound, spotting a small white dot racing toward them at an incredible speed. The dot quickly grew larger, revealing itself to be a magnificent white tiger, rivaling the giant python in size. Just as the python prepared to swallow little tiger whole, the immense white tiger collided with it, sending the python sprawling. In mere moments, a fierce battle erupted between the python and the white tiger. Realizing the need for a better vantage point to observe the conflict, Lan Xia waved her hand, leading her team to embark on another ascent up the stairs. Hello, stairs. Goodbye, stairs. It seemed they were destined to be at odds with the staircase today, endlessly climbing up and down. What a ridiculous endeavor. The team members cast resentful glances at their captain, while Lan Xia maintained her composure, ascending the stairs with ease. Although the fire wings were practical, their 5-second duration was undeniably frustrating. Remain calm, she thought. They should fear the stairs, not be intimidated by them. After all, they would not perish from climbing. Reaching the 34th floor, the group was too exhausted to speak. Meanwhile, the battle between the two colossal beasts had escalated to a fever pitch. The giant python coiled tightly around the white tiger, while the white tiger fiercely bit at the python's vulnerable spots. The stench of blood was palpable even from their distance, mixed with the distinct odor of snake. The python struggled violently, wrapping itself around the white tiger with a visible intent to constrict it to death. What a scene it was to witness two titans of over 100 meters in a fierce struggle. Lan Xia felt a deep sense of longing. These formidable beings were indeed out of reach, yet they were happening right before her eyes. These creatures stood at the pinnacle of the food chain, while they could only sadly play the role of mere spectators, relegated to insignificance. In the presence of such beings, their actions seemed futile. They were reduced to the status of ants. Yet soon, the distant, unreachable dreams and confusion in Lan Xia's eyes were replaced by a resolute determination. One day, she too would stand at the apex of this world. Until that time, she must continue to strive and grow stronger. At the very least, she needed to become someone capable of confronting these mutated beasts head-on. Chapter 51. These are the parents. The contest of strength swiftly concluded with the enormous white tiger emerging victorious, unscathed. After sinking its sharp teeth into the carcass of the giant python, the white tiger delicately retrieved the snake's gallbladder and presented it before the little tiger. In its eyes, which were as large as a cow's, there resided an extraordinary brilliance. Lowering its head, it licked the fur of the little tiger, then raised its head and let out a resounding roar directed at Lan Xia and her companions before seizing the massive body of the python and sprinting away into the distance. Truly, it was as if it had simply shaken off its fur without taking a single cloud with it. Is it really leaving just like that? The small, dazed boy glanced at the little tiger and said, "That is the little tiger's father." The group stared in astonishment, puzzled by the boy's words. Perhaps the weight of their gazes was too tangible. The boy turned to elaborate. That white tiger just entrusted us with the care of the little tiger, essentially saying, "This mischievous child is now in your hands." In an instant, Lan Xia's expression darkened, watching as Zhou Qiao adjusted her glasses again, while Mo Zishu wore an expression of understanding. Coupled with Lao Gao's impassive demeanor and Tang Xin's endearing gaze, she felt utterly defeated. She had already gathered a multitude of mischievous children, and now, it seemed, she was to care for yet another. After a moment of resignation, she thought to herself, raising one is akin to raising a group. Even if a few more join, it should pose no problem. Instantly bolstering her spirits, Lan Xia sorrowfully concluded that amidst this chaotic skirmish, although she had no part in it, her Hummer had been rendered unusable. This was truly a case of misfortunes compounding. But she decided it was not worth fretting over. Now it seemed they would have to proceed on foot to rendezvous with the main force. Today, her legs would surely suffer. Why not seek another vehicle? This need not even be explained. After witnessing the peak confrontation between these two colossal beings, how could there possibly remain a functional vehicle to commandeer? Calculating the situation, Lan Xia grimly realized she had been honorably appointed as the caretaker for her team, with so many depending on her for sustenance. Onward, she thought. You are never alone in this battle. With a slight twitch of her mouth, she pondered the earlier decision to bring them along to City B. Was there a single sane person among them? The special forces were merciless, the vice captain was erratic. The logistics personnel were adorably naive, and the sole beacon of hope was nearly transformed into a stoic visage. Not to mention the deep well of ice that one dared not provoke. Lan Xia gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, feeling the weight of her choices. Birds of a feather flock together, and one misstep truly leads to everlasting regret. Under the daily burden of pressure, she felt as though she was being molded into a zookeeper. Having lost all illusions about her future, Lan Xia stood alone amidst the chaotic winds. For the sake of that grim life ahead, she silently lit a candle in her heart. In the days to come, her existence would undoubtedly be far from tranquil. Do not ask her why. It is simply a woman's intuition. Lan Xia's early realization paved the way for her anxious yet resilient life ahead. Through experiences forged in blood, she knew to steer clear of mischievous children. Once entangled, it would be nothing short of a nightmare. However, surrounded by a myriad of such children, the others silently mourned for her. She would never be alone in this struggle. Facing the blazing gazes of her companions, Lan Xia walked calmly at the forefront, even as a few intact vehicles occasionally caught her eye. The training was not yet complete. How could they forego extreme training? The team members fixated on their captain, their legs nearing exhaustion. What grievance had they incurred? Why forsake perfectly operable vehicles to walk? Were they jesting with them? Yet, Lan Xia coolly surveyed her comrades, as if to say, "Yes, I am jesting with you. What of it?" Soon, everyone bowed their heads in silence, none daring to seek justice. "Vice Captain, why don't you take the lead?" Throughout the day, they had either climbed staircases or traversed the streets, their legs almost numb. Although their bodies were enhanced, even such extreme exertion was taxing. Nevertheless, regardless of their grievances, they dutifully followed their captain. The presence of those two magnificent creatures not only left Lan Xia in awe, but also instilled a sense of urgency in the others. Faced with such colossal beings, they possessed not even a glimmer of combat capability. This apocalypse was merely in its infancy, and what lay ahead was an enigma. For the sake of survival, they would crawl from the depths of this apocalypse, driven solely by the primal instinct to live. Lan Xia unconsciously brushed her short hair aside, a gentle breeze caressing her. As long as she breathed, she would bravely forge ahead. It was she who would bring this apocalypse to an end. Are you prepared? If we are to walk, let us hasten our pace. In the midst of the lamenting crowd, Mo Zishu shook his head in resignation. Even extreme sports had their limits. Yet, he found a peculiar charm in his boss's occasional caprices. Surely, the notion that the boss was adorable was a mere illusion. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the group advanced with great momentum. Occasionally, one or two oblivious zombies were quickly dispatched by various abilities. The setting sun elongated their shadows, and despite their differing personalities, it could not alter the fact that they were of the same kin. Through thick and thin, life and death intertwined, forever more than mere words. Some connections are forged in an instant, yet last a lifetime. In this apocalypse, while you remain, I shall continue to love. Chapter 52. The legendary young noble dragging her heavy body. When the crowd once again laid eyes on the main force, their eyes nearly sparkled with excitement. Observing the exhausted faces of the group, Lan Xia, in their eyes, graciously waved her hand, granting them passage. Yet, in the face of the men's glowing gazes, Lan Xia calmly stepped onto his sleek black vehicle amidst their reverent stares. Tension? How could that be? Her actions elevated her status in their hearts to an unprecedented level. When the boss commanded them to head west, they would undoubtedly not venture east. The boss willingly risked herself to save them under such circumstances. Their hearts swelled with overwhelming emotion, nearly bringing them to tears. Boss, you are simply the finest leader in the world. Without question, at this moment, Lan Xia remained unaware of her vice-captain's actions. By the time she noticed, everyone had begun to refer to her as boss. From the outset, her decision to entrust these individuals to Mo Zishu had proven to be a grave error. Human beings possess an exceptional capacity for learning. Many years later, they would cultivate a formidable elite, yet no faction would envy them, because each one of this group had a knack for self-destruction, and in ways others could scarcely imagine. Initially intending to take a moment to recuperate before continuing their journey, Lan Xia found herself glancing at the eager Mo Zishu in the passenger seat. Silently turning her head, she ignited the engine. It appeared that Mo Zishu's obsession with weaponry was indeed considerable. Well, she would indulge him a little. With proper armament, their overall strength would surely increase dramatically. The individuals in the backseat slumbered soundly, completely unaffected by their captain's remarkable driving skills. In fact, the motion seemed to enhance their sleep. Indeed, habits can be quite formidable. Casting a brief glance at the still excited Mo Zishu, Lan Xia calmly dismissed her thoughts. No, one must not take the reckless seriously. If you do, you lose. How do you know there are weapons in that place? She inquired, searching for a topic to stave off the boredom that nearly lulled her to sleep, albeit a rather dull one. Upon hearing the words of their boss, Missouri Zishu instantly adopted a serious demeanor, calmly nodding. Because that's where my family's stash is hidden. At this, Lan Xia almost toppled onto the steering wheel. His family's stash? What kind of background did this fellow have? The term rich and handsome hardly sufficed to describe his prowess. Noticing Lan Xia's reaction, Zishu looked at her quizzically before pausing and smiling lightly. Though it's not mine. Everyone in my family has passed away, leaving only me, so it's fine to take them all. Very well. How many weapons are there? Lan Xia managed to compose herself, reminding herself to remain calm. If she were to be defeated by this fool, she would no longer be Lan Xia. Zishu tilted his head thoughtfully, observing Lan Xia's composed expression. Well, it's not an excessive amount. It could probably arm a small army, enough for our faction to utilize for a year and a half. The steering wheel slipped from Lan Xia's grasp, but fortunately, her driving skills were commendable, allowing her to regain control instantly. Silently cursing, she pondered how any faction dared to hoard such an arsenal before the apocalypse. Zishu, your formidable life requires no explanation. This fellow was undoubtedly a young noble before the end times. The journey continued in silence. The truth was, Lan Xia herself had been merely a commoner before the apocalypse. And encountering a young noble like Zishu left her at a loss for words. How could one discuss life when they belonged to such different strata? However, if given the chance to engage in a discussion of life through force with Zishu, she would gladly seize it. Oh, what was it like to have a young noble by her side? Lan Xia mused. This sensation was truly intoxicating. She found herself speechless. Thus, the hours passed until afternoon, when under Zishu's guidance, they finally arrived at their destination. It was a large underground warehouse, dark as pitch when viewed from the entrance. Assessing the bumpy incline, Lan Xia switched on the headlights and drove in first. One by one, the other vehicles followed suit, entering in swift and orderly fashion. Once through the shadowy abyss, aided by a faint glimmer of light, Lan Xia beheld the intricate maze of pathways within. Well, the layout resembled a labyrinth. Assessment complete. Due to their halt, the four who had been napping in the back began to rouse. Tang Sun rubbed his eyes and leaned closer to see what was happening. Hearing Tang Sun's words, everyone instinctively turned their gaze toward the increasingly animated Zishu. Hey, Vice Captain, tone it down a bit. Your eyes are practically glowing. Besides, you're the only one who knows the way here. Get a grip. Stay calm, just stay calm. Lan Xia's lips twitched as she swiftly pulled Zishu into the driver's seat, seating herself securely in the passenger position. Tang Sun blinked in confusion, wondering what had just transpired. How had their captain and vice captain swapped places in the blink of an eye? Such speed was beyond human capability. Shou Qiao adjusted his glasses, contemplating dissecting the captain. There must be some secret behind that superhuman speed, but Zishu would surely kill him. Moreover, he couldn't possibly take on the captain. Well, he'd have to endure. Feeling Shou Qiao's aura darken significantly beside him, Tang Sun silently shed tears, distancing himself from the oblivious Zishu. Noticing Zishu's bewilderment, Lan Xia disdainfully turned her gaze toward the window. With such a complex route, they would certainly need to rely on Zishu's guidance. Since she required his assistance, why complicate matters? She could simply let him drive. After all, he was perfectly capable. Innocently brushing his nose, Zishu resigned himself to driving. After all, he had grown accustomed to the fervent gazes from behind. His driving skills were simply unparalleled. So what? Being a young noble is not something one can simply decide to be. Chapter 53, A Gesture of Surrender? Everyone instinctively turned their gaze towards the captain, Lan Xia. As for the vice captain, it was universally acknowledged that with the captain present, he held no authority. Although someone had acted first, it seemed there was still time to act. Lan Xia calmly explained, her eyes fixed on the bright light in the distance, torn between concern over whether their presence had been detected. Before Lan Xia could reach a decision, Zishu had already activated the intercom, instructing the troops trailing behind to remain on standby. Observing the questioning glances from the others, Zishu smiled and remarked, "It appears we have been noticed. However, the main force is still some distance away, so the likelihood of being discovered is quite low. Moreover, it is evident that they have yet to take these weapons. With just a few of us, we can lower their guard." Upon hearing Zishu's persuasive words, Tang Sun and Xiao Lingzi were swiftly convinced. Only Lan Xia and Zhou Qiao exchanged weary glances, knowing that while Zishu wore a smile, the flames of determination in her eyes could not be concealed from them. After disembarking from the vehicle, Lan Xia pondered for a moment before positioning herself behind Mo Zishu. Deciding to leave matters of diplomacy to the ever-resourceful vice captain, her role was to embody strength. In other words, she would be the fierce powerhouse while he would handle the theatrics and potential confrontations. Indeed, they formed a harmoniously formidable team. Old Gao silently carried his sniper rifle at the rear, while Shou Qiao adjusted his glasses, casting a somber glance at the wall, which appeared unchanged from before. Upon entering, they were met with a room filled with crates upon crates of firearms and ammunition. Even Old Gao, with his background as a special forces soldier, could not help but swallow hard, let alone the others. The sheer visual impact of the weapons was overwhelming. Even Lan Xia, who was unaccustomed to firearms, was momentarily taken aback by the scene. However, this reaction was short-lived, for as they stepped inside, they were immediately confronted by no fewer than 10 guns aimed at their heads. Lan Xia took a cautious step back, seemingly hiding behind Mo Zishu, who stepped forward with a calm smile, redirecting half of the guns towards him. Do not be alarmed. Since you arrived first, we have no quarrel with you. It seems you are nearly finished with your task. Why not leave first? We can simply lower our weapons and wait here for your departure. In these trying times, everyone has it tough. Let us show some mutual understanding. At Mo Zishu's words, a burly man emerged from the crowd, clearly the leader, with a scornful spit. The rugged man raised his coarse face and arrogantly declared, "Damn it. How dare you try to steal weapons from me? Go seize all their arms." Upon receiving the order, several individuals immediately lowered their weapons and approached to search them. Before long, Old Gao's sniper rifle, as well as the handguns belonging to Xiao Lungzi and Tang Sun, were confiscated. Even Lan Xia's pistol and the dagger concealed in her pant leg were no exception. To Lan Xia's surprise, Shou Chao's scalpel remained undiscovered. "Boss, this is all we found." A man with a shrewd face respectfully presented the seized weapons. Though he bowed his head, his furtive gaze incessantly flitted between Lan Xia and Tang Sun. The burly man disdainfully glanced at the confiscated arms before turning and taking half of his men with him. "Keep an eye on them for me." Squatting in the corner with her hands clasped behind her head, Lan Xia silently observed the chaos as the others busied themselves with the weapons. Strangely, these men seemed quite familiar with the armory, having brought along 2 large trucks for transport. Old Gao looked curiously at both the captain and vice captain, puzzled by their intentions. Neither Lan Xia nor Mo Zishu struck him as the type to let a golden opportunity slip away. A hint of scorn graced Zhou Qiao's lips, and the light reflecting off his glasses intensified his ominous presence. Due to the earlier transport of some weapons, the warehouse was soon emptied of its armaments. The shrewd man whispered something to the burly leader, who nodded gravely, as 2 individuals approached with weapons in hand. The onlookers remained oblivious until they found themselves confronted by the guns aimed at Lan Xia and Tang Sun. Could they endure this? Absolutely not. Only 2 followers, the burly man and the cunning man, boarded the truck, while the rest encircled it, guarding against any threats as they followed the slowly departing vehicle on foot. Once the truck had vanished into the distance, the 4 men, 3 men and 1 boy, finally stood up. Shou Qiao adjusted his glasses, leisurely trailing behind the receding vehicle. Surely, they would not encounter the main force, would they? Old Gao, visibly frustrated, took several deep breaths, unable to comprehend what game they were playing. Yet, those weapons and their captain, along with a logistics officer, had been taken away without any resistance. Was he the one being unreasonable, or were these individuals? Xiao Lungzi idly teased the small tiger perched on his shoulder, expressionless as he gazed ahead at the now empty passage. How could Lan Xia and Tang Sun possibly be in danger? The real trouble lay with those men. Suddenly, a haunting howl echoed from afar. Mingled with a scream, among the cries, a familiar voice rang out. It was Tang Sun. Chapter 54. A professional at self-destruction, unmatched in his craft. Gazing upon the scattered corpses, Lan Xia kicked the charred remains of a body that had been burned beyond recognition. The impact sent the corpse crashing against the adjacent wall. A flicker of disdain crossed Lan Xia's eyes. They should have had their hands severed long ago for their audacity. She dusted off non-existent dirt from her attire and approached the injured Tang Sun. Tang Sun, wincing from an arrow lodged in her leg, bit her lip as she contemplated the agony of extraction. Yet, the pain rendered her indecisive, caught in a tormenting struggle between pulling it out now or delaying the inevitable. Oblivious to Lan Xia's approach, she remained ensnared in her thoughts. Surveying the chaotic scene, Lan Xia frowned. There had been no traps upon their arrival. It was evident that this was the handiwork of Mo Zishu. No wonder he appeared to be in control. He had laid a trap here. Pursuer had once again fallen victim to his schemes. Crouching down, Lan Xia pondered briefly before decisively yanking out the arrow. Although the sudden movement caught Tang Sun off guard, she gritted her teeth, suppressing any cries of pain as cold sweat trickled down her brow. When Mo Zishu and the others finally arrived, they found Tang Sun enduring in silence. Surrounding them were the charred remains of 2 bodies and 2 others pierced by wooden stakes. The rest had succumbed to arrows. After extracting the arrow, Tang Sun swiftly clenched her teeth and began to heal herself. In no time, her wound began to mend visibly. By the time the injury had completely vanished, she was drenched in sweat, collapsing to the ground, utterly fatigued. While everyone else focused on Lan Xia and Tang Sun, Mo Zishu wore a condescending smile as a dark, electrically charged energy orb reduced the charred corpses to nothing but ash. Lao Gao, observing silently, swiftly scanned the scene. Only the clever man and the burly figure were missing. In a sea of bodies, distinguishing the target so quickly made him question whether his deputy was truly as simple as he appeared. Lost in thought, Lao Gao's gaze returned to the injured Tang Sun. Witnessing Lan Xia's readiness for battle, Mo Zishu was filled with terror, retreating until his back collided with a wall. Suddenly, a series of small holes appeared on both walls, prompting the group to react swiftly and retreat. In the blink of an eye, the scene transformed into a veritable hail of gunfire. Damn, more of this, Lan Xia exclaimed, realizing that the previous arrows had not been enough. Now, bullets were being unleashed. Were these traps set before the apocalypse? Was it a time when killing was without consequence? Lan Xia had initially intended to dodge the bullets effortlessly. However, her eyes caught sight of a bullet hurtling towards the fallen Tang Sun. With no time to ponder, she rolled, enveloping Tang Sun in her arms as they tumbled aside, narrowly avoiding the bullet that grazed her cheek, leaving a thin line of blood. Effortlessly cradling Tang Sun, Lan Xia quickly moved beyond the range of fire, exhaling a sigh of relief upon seeing her teammates unharmed. Her gaze then turned to Mo Zishu, filled with rage. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Who else would dare to take such reckless risks? Feeling guilty, Mo Zishu shrank back, attempting to diminish his presence. As he approached Lan Xia, the sight of his contrite demeanor made it difficult for her to continue chastising him. After all, when had they ever seen Mo Zishu in such a state? As the vice captain, he had self-destructed numerous times, yet this was the first instance of him taking responsibility. The group was collectively astonished. Was the sun rising from the west? Tears streaming down her face, Tang Sun looked at Mo Zishu. Vice captain, do you harbor a deep grudge against me? Why are you so intent on my suffering? Casting a brief apologetic glance at Tang Sun, Mo Zishu calmly resumed checking his weapons. Faced with his unwavering focus on his gear, Tang Sun felt despondent, questioning the rationale behind her predicament. She acknowledged her lack of skill, but surely a word of comfort would not be too much to ask. Was there no love left in this world? Seeing Tang Sun spiraling into an irrational state, Lan Xia calmly diverted her gaze, concluding that she was likely not in serious danger. Tang Sun, lost in her thoughts, soon succumbed to slumber. As Mo Zishu inspected the truck, he sighed in resignation. He had assumed they would evade danger, yet he had miscalculated. Although the bullets had not penetrated the truck, both vehicles were rendered unusable, their frames distorted by gunfire. After dispatching subordinates to procure 2 new trucks, the weapons were swiftly transferred. As they successfully maneuvered the trucks out of the warehouse, Lan Xia suddenly realized that Mo Zishu was nowhere to be found. Not far from the exit, she soon heard the familiar whoosh of arrows being released. Reminiscent of the earlier ambush, her heart raced. Had that reckless fool triggered yet another trap? Why were they, the uninformed, unscathed while he, the one most familiar with the layout, was in peril? Could he not take a moment to be cautious? Hastening to the source of the commotion, Lan Xia and her companions were met with the sight of Mo Zishu, disheveled and stumbling towards them. Arrows rained down from the walls. And despite his efforts to neutralize many with his abilities, he was struck in the shoulder by a stray arrow. With Tang Sun now fast asleep, they could not rely on her to heal Mo Zishu. Aware of the unspoken command in their captain's gaze, Lao Gao resignedly stepped forward to extract the 3 arrows embedded in Mo Zishu. Drawing from his special forces training, he skillfully dressed the wounds. Observing Mo Zishu, who despite his injuries wore a faint smile, Lao Gao silently grimaced, acknowledging that few in their team were truly normal. Zhou Qiao adjusted his glasses, reflecting that even during the most rigorous training, he had never encountered such calamity. How could Mo Zishu, the vice captain, fall victim to such a simple trap? Perhaps As Zhou Qiao's gaze swept over Lan Xia's blood-streaked face, he realized it was all a form of self-punishment. Seeing the smile on Mo Zishu's face, Lan Xia could only clutch her forehead in exasperation. In the realm of self-destruction, who can rival the vice captain? She could hardly bear to witness it any longer. Mo Zishu, did you genuinely seek to shorten your own life? Chapter 55. Is this really okay? At the helm, Lan Xia was wholly absorbed in her driving. En route to the Huaxia base. In the back seat, the others couldn't help but gossip upon witnessing their captain's earnest demeanor. Tang Sun leaned closer to the naive boy's ear and whispered conspiratorially, "Could it be that our dear Lan Xia is an ardent supporter of the patriotic faction? Her determination to reach Huaxia base seems as if someone owes her 5 million. The boy, tilting his head in contemplation, replied, "But Lan Xia is quite kind. She's a good person." Tang Sun's lips twitched in exasperation as he affectionately ruffled the boy's hair. The notion of a good guy card has long since fallen out of fashion. And should Lan Xia discover he had bestowed such an accolade upon her, he would surely regret it. Yet, the boy insisted, "But Lan Xia truly is a good person." He looked up at Tang Sun with innocent eyes. Tang Sun was momentarily taken aback by the boy's adorableness, then reluctantly nodded in agreement. However, he immediately donned a serious expression and admonished, "Even if that's the case, you mustn't say it aloud." "Why not?" the boy asked, perplexed. Tang Sun feigned a threatening demeanor. "Because Lan Xia dislikes being given good guy cards. Those who dare bestow one upon her seldom meet a favorable end." The boy, intimidated by Tang Sun's fierce expression, nodded obediently. In such close quarters, even the faintest whisper would be heard by their formidable captain. Lan Xia swallowed her frustration, feeling wronged by the mischaracterization. When had she ever uttered such words? This was nothing short of slander. Her hands clenched the steering wheel tightly. But she bore it in silence for the sake of driving. Old Gao, unable to contain himself, interjected, "Why do you all believe the captain is a good person? Why does no one else perceive her as such? In a fight, her ferocity is unparalleled. Lan Xia, look at the type of companions you have amassed. Professional detractors, surpassing their craft for 30 years. Once a person of sound principles and good character." Lan Xia could only sigh in resignation after many years. The truth of one is judged by the company they keep holds eternally. Tang Sun and the naive boy were left speechless by Old Gao's words. Indeed, why was that? "Old Gao, your timing is impeccable." Lan Xia's temples throbbed. Did they truly think she was oblivious? Aside from continuously exploiting, squeezing, and chastising us, Lan Xia is tolerable, though she can be excessively domineering at times, Tang Sun offered. Seeking to clarify, the boy looked up in confusion. "But Sister Sun, doesn't that imply you think Lan Xia is a bad person?" Zhou Qiao adjusted her glasses. From both physiological and psychological perspectives, the captain cannot be classified as a good person. At most, she is merely not overtly malevolent. The others nodded in agreement. Though the underlying truth lay in Zhou Qiao's overwhelmingly dark aura. The moment she spoke, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. In the front passenger seat, Mo Zishu blinked and turned to observe the lively discussion among the group. "You're right. The boss is indeed not a good person, overbearing, fierce, and unreasonable." Before he could finish, he noticed the terrified expressions on their faces and wondered if he had suddenly transformed into something frightful, oblivious to the impending danger. Mo Zishu boldly asked, "What's wrong? Do I look that terrifying?" Tang Sun swallowed nervously and pointed a trembling finger behind Mo Zishu. Sensing the tension, Mo Zishu quickly turned around and was met with the fearsome sight of the boss preparing to unleash her wrath. He nearly lost his composure. When had the vehicle come to a stop? Why had he been unaware of it? Overbearing, fierce, and unreasonable, was it? He was about to learn the true meaning of that. At that moment, Lan Xia's voice sounded more ominous than that of a demon to Mo Zishu. As the captain forcibly dragged the vice captain out of the vehicle, the other team members silently lit a candle for him in their hearts. Thankfully, the vice captain had drawn the ire away from them. Otherwise, given their captain's temperament, there would be no good fortune awaiting any of them upon arrival at Huaxia base. "Vice Captain, you are indeed selfless and fearless, a true model among models." Outside the car, Mo Zishu's anguished cries rang out, truly heart-wrenching. The others were consumed by a singular thought. What on earth had the captain done? When Mo Zishu finally climbed back into the vehicle, the only thought that crossed everyone's minds was, who on earth is this? Tang Sun shielded her eyes, unable to bear the sight. Mo Zishu's once handsome face was now unrecognizable from the beating he had received. Had this been before the apocalypse, a photo of him would have undoubtedly gone viral on social media, reducing sensitive girls to tears. The pitiful state he was in was almost too much to endure. And, dear Captain, are you even aware that the Vice Captain's injuries have yet to be treated? This could be fatal. Do you have grievances against me? Lan Xia asked, her expression as impassive as stone. 3 days without a reprimand, and you're all ready to revolt? Including Zhou Qiao and the naive boy. Everyone shook their heads frantically. The captain's escalating fury was painfully evident. Would they perish? Surely, that was a possibility. To their astonishment, the captain did not hold their transgressions against them. She simply turned away. Oh, the world is indeed a beautiful place. Tang Sun wiped away tears of joy, having thought they were doomed moments before. Upon climbing back into the car, Mo Zishu's first instinct was to cover his face, mortified by the interaction between his boss and the team members. He felt he would never be able to show his face in public again. Peeking through a small gap between his hands, Mo Zishu turned to Lan Xia beside him. Where are we heading? Fashion center. To change gear, Lan Xia replied nonchalantly, focusing intently on the road. What I truly meant to say was, shut up. Before Mo Zishu could voice his thoughts, Lan Xia had already silenced him. Mo Zishu silently covered his face with his hands, pondering if it was really acceptable to force him to wear a pig's head for an extended period. Chapter 56. The fashion mall. After swiftly leading the group to clear the entire mall of zombies, everyone synchronously retreated outside, maintaining an orderly formation. Although only a few dozen individuals were present, they effectively surrounded the mall, as if they would not allow even a tiny fly to enter. The boss was choosing clothes. They must resolutely hold their positions. This was the collective sentiment of all the subordinates. From a window high above, Lan Xia observed this scene with admiration, nodding in approval. It seemed that Mo Zishu and Lao Gao's collaboration was truly exceptional. Mo Zishu's outstanding management skills, coupled with Lao Gao's discipline from his military background, instilled great confidence in those they led. Still, such a grand entrance made everything feel remarkably refined and sophisticated. At that moment, Lan Xia had yet to foresee the grim realities that awaited her. It would soon prove how foolish it was to place her trust in Mo Zishu. However, Lao Gao's prowess was indeed commendable. Being a special forces veteran, he was the epitome of meticulousness. Now, you may choose whatever you like. There are no particular requirements. But please refrain from selecting clothes that impede movement. Turning to face the eager crowd, Lan Xia placed her hand on her hip, exuding an air of affluence. Oh yeah. Long live Sister Lan. Tang Sun, having received the liberation command, was the first to dash forward, excited about choosing clothes. No, rather, seizing them. Watching her boss vanish from sight with lightning speed, Mo Zishu raised a hand, gazing after the already invisible figure. Can someone please tell me how I should select clothes with this face? Boss, I implore you for mercy. At the very least, let Tang Sun use her powers to reduce the swelling on my face. Rows of garments hung neatly on the racks, many others scattered chaotically across the floor. Absently, Lan Xia caressed one denim jacket after another, acknowledging that denim was likely the most convenient attire for movement in the current circumstances. After trying on an outfit in the fitting room, Lan Xia stood before the full-length mirror, momentarily at a loss. The reflection staring back was clean, pure, and brimming with vitality. Her youthful visage offered a refreshing allure, and as she awkwardly forced a smile, the mirror revealed an incredibly adorable and sweet grin. Startled by her own smile, Lan Xia inadvertently struck the mirror, shattering it. How could such a pristine smile belong to her? There must be something wrong with this mirror. Absolutely. After explaining this to herself several times, Lan Xia's turbulent emotions miraculously calmed down. The vibrant and energetic denim attire was not to her taste. Perhaps it was time to explore a different style. She casually picked up a black dress, stroking her chin, and concluded that indeed, black suited her best. However, a dress might be impractical for movement, so she decided to continue searching. As Lan Xia walked and selected, she drifted further from their agreed meeting point. To her annoyance, the selection of women's black clothing in this mall was astonishingly limited. The few available options were all dresses. She had also perused the athletic wear pink, blue, and white, but found herself exasperated. In an apocalyptic scenario, wearing such bright colors was impractical, as a splash of blood or the grime from a zombie would ruin any enjoyment. This one, a black long skirt, caught Lan Xia's eye. More importantly, it featured a split design. This meant there were fitted pants underneath the skirt, discreetly concealed. If necessary, one could simply tear the skirt to avoid hindrance in movement. Delighted with this discovery, Lan Xia nodded in approval. This design was vastly superior to the previous options. Her fondness for this garment soared, and she promptly decided it would be hers. Clad in a youthful and adorable casual outfit, Tang Sun mischievously doodled on the mall's transparent glass with a colorful pen, swiftly transforming it into a vibrant piece of art. Synergia? The young one in a constricting silver suit looked curiously at the innocent and carefree girl before her. Tang Sun smiled sweetly, reveling in the happiness of finally being able to wear something she had longed for. Overwhelmed by cuteness, Tang Sun abruptly snatched the young one from her arms, embracing her. The small tiger resignedly allowed Tang Sun to play with it, having grown accustomed to her antics. Ah, how marvelous it was for the great white tiger to show such compassion towards mere mortals. It truly was the most magnificent of tigers. Bow down to it, mortals. Although it was still somewhat unclear about the meaning of great, it understood that it referred to Lan Xia. Observing the other's attitudes towards her, it recognized that great was a term of respect, thus it unabashedly claimed the little one. Among all who followed it, this woman was the most devoted. So the great white tiger permitted her transgressions, unaware that she had already become a devoted follower in the eyes of the little tiger. Tang Sun excitedly pressed her face against the tiger's furry cheek, inundating it with an array of adorable gestures. Watching the playful interaction, the young one quietly swallowed the remark. The clothes are on the model, as he had merely spotted a beautiful outfit on a model dog and decided to share it with the little tiger. Chapter 57, KO. A fashion showdown. 10 minutes later, having exited her infatuation phase, Tang Sun returned the little tiger to the arms of the bewildered boy. With a soft sigh, she pouted. Gazing into the distance, a shiver ran through her as she contemplated the fate of Mozishu. The thought of offending Sister Lan painted a picture too delightful to linger on. Casting a glance at the quiet boy beside her, Tang Sun smiled mysteriously. She squatted down before him and half playfully, half seductively proposed, "Little boy, shall we play a game?" Seeing the puzzled look in his eyes, Tang Sun's smile widened sweetly. It's quite simple. It's a fashion showdown. Observing the boy's speechless expression, she feigned anger, turning her head away in mock indignation. As expected, the boy sighed resignedly and murmured, "All right then." At this, Tang Sun's heart soared, and she twirled in place, showcasing her enviable figure and what she believed to be her perfect outfit. Dressed in a pale pink leisure suit paired with snug three-quarter pants and adorable bunny shoes, she epitomized the ideal blend of casual and sporty, undoubtedly meeting Sister Lan's criteria. "I'd give myself an 80, she declared. This outfit was painstakingly selected. Noticing Tang Sun's confident demeanor, the boy chose to remain silent. He had only been here for less than 20 minutes to meet up with everyone. Could one truly select an outfit in such a short span? Clad in a silver suit with sparkling eyes and a charming face, not to mention his delightful pet. The boy concluded, 70 points for you. Tang Sun beamed at the naive boy, appreciating his taste. He was bound to have a bright future. The boy silently regarded Tang Sun, perplexed by the seemingly arbitrary scoring. Just then, the flamboyantly dressed Lao Gao made his grand entrance. His black trench coat and leather boots highlighted the allure of a mature man, while his perfectly arranged collar and meticulous attire lent him an air of seriousness. Oh dear. While he initially appeared striking, the seriousness certainly dampened the mood. 65 points. Upon hearing Tang Sun's inexplicable remarks, Lao Gao's admiration for her waned, and he glanced questioningly at the boy beside him. Sister Sun was engaged in a fashion contest. She scored herself 80, him 70. It seemed she was being lenient. At least everyone was passing. Tang Sun nodded in agreement. Her innocent and adorable outfit, combined with her deliberate cuteness, made Lao Gao awkwardly avert his gaze. Ignoring the fact that his thoughts had been derailed by someone, Lao Gao stood silently to the side. The boy picked up the little tiger, gazed into its eyes for a moment, then set it down. With her spirits lifted, Tang Sun eagerly craned her neck toward the distance, anticipating the arrival of 3 more individuals. Would there be surprises? The thought made her giddy with excitement. As a figure clad in white entered their line of sight, both Lao Gao and the boy instinctively turned their gaze to Tang Sun. True to form, Tang Sun's initially expectant expression fell. What? I was looking forward to this. Wearing a white coat again. Zhou Qiao. Could you possibly be any more boring? With a dissatisfied huff, she turned her head, declaring, not compliant. 50 points. The 3 individuals, whether they understood or not, fell into silence. Essentially, this game was merely Tang Sun talking to herself. However, it was evident that her aesthetic sense was commendable. When everyone simultaneously looked up, they were met with a striking figure clad in black form-fitting pants that accentuated his long, powerful legs. A checkered shirt beneath a finely tailored black tailcoat created an ensemble that was both stylish and sophisticated, instantly capturing attention. Tang Sun couldn't help but swallow hard. And as her gaze traveled upward, she covered her eyes. The outfit radiated sunshine, but the face she beheld was a thunderous shock. His unfortunate visage severely undermined the overall effect. Though Sister Lan was absent, she would certainly lack the courage to defend Imozishu's appearance. Observing the stunned faces of the group, Imozishu curiously touched his own face. It wasn't the first time they had seen his unfortunate countenance. Was it truly that shocking? Witnessing his innocent gesture, the group silently swallowed their disappointment. They couldn't be blamed for their lack of composure. It was merely that the outfit's excellence rendered Imozishu's face even more challenging to behold. Truly, one's appearance relies heavily on attire. I'll grant you a friendly score of 60, barely passing. Tang Xun's voice was faint. Upon hearing her lackluster assessment, Imozishu looked around for answers, but finding none. He shrugged it off nonchalantly. Just then, footsteps echoed from afar. Everyone knew who was approaching, and they quickly adjusted their expressions, smiling warmly toward the sound. When a black figure appeared before them, all present were captivated. A black, exquisite gown accentuated her youthful visage, and her eyes sparkled like starlight, illuminating all around her. Though clad in the deepest black, she radiated an ethereal beauty, resembling a goddess of the night. As she stepped into their view, sunlight bathed her figure in brilliance, akin to an angel's arrival. With her beautiful face and elegant black gown, Lan Xia appeared like a celestial being or a delicate porcelain doll. Instantly, she conveyed an impression of flawlessness and fragility, a stunning visual impact that was overwhelming. Black was undoubtedly the color tailored for her. Tang Xun stood frozen, muttering, "Oh my, a perfect score. Absolutely perfect. There truly are angels in this world." Compared to Sister Lan's angelic ensemble, their outfits paled in comparison. They were instantly outclassed. However, such a refined being seemed perilous amidst an apocalypse. "Sister Lan, your doll-like face is simply unfair." Chapter 58. Settling into the Huaxia base, Tang Xun turned her face stiffly towards Lan Xia and inquired, "Sister Lan, is it convenient for you to move in a skirt?" "Sister Lan, you are already exceptional. Adding another role to play is merely forcing others to compete with you for the position of captain. The sudden transformation from queen to lowly is truly undesirable. Even if she has been utterly charmed, we cannot indulge Sister Lan. Otherwise, if our captain is really taken away, who will we have to cry to?" Imozishu awkwardly turned her face as well and asked, "Mr. Boss, may I inquire if your mother was ever worried during your childhood? Having such a lovely daughter who can also serve as a clothes rack must have filled her heart with a blend of pain and happiness, right? Your doll-like face could easily find its place in the realm of ACG. This is more formidable than any cheat. With such a youthful visage and attire." He was nearly losing his composure. Completely oblivious to the thoughts of others, Lan Xia, hearing Tang Xun's question, boldly lifted her skirt to reveal the fitted black pants beneath. "It's quite convenient. If necessary, I can simply tear the skirt off." Under the combined pressure of Tang Xun and Imozishu, Lan Xia finally capitulated for the first time, changing into the white sportswear from Tang Xun's backpack. When Tang Xun pushed and pulled her into the changing room, Lan Xia was still in a state of confusion. Was it really that unappealing? She never wore black, and her first attempt was met with disdain. This was the first time she had seen Tang Xun and Imozishu display such a forceful attitude. Could it be that her black attire was genuinely so unflattering? Fortunately, Captain's white outfit exuded elegance and grace. The ethereal quality, coupled with the untainted demeanor, was precisely what our esteemed captain deserved. That adorable, delicate lowly from before was undoubtedly a mere illusion. Exchanging glances, Imozishu and Tang Xun recognized the determination in each other's eyes and nodded in agreement, silently vowing never to allow Sister Lan, the boss, to wear black clothing again. Such a low-key, profound, and cool color could, in fact, be worn by the captain to showcase exquisite, splendid, and adorable charm. "Captain, your style is breaking the rules." Feeling somewhat uncomfortable, Lan Xia glanced down at her white sleeves. In this apocalyptic world, such a conspicuous outfit seemed rather imprudent. She frowned. Wearing all white would make it easy to get dirty. Noticing Lan Xia's frown, Tang Xun mistakenly assumed she was having second thoughts and immediately rallied the others to pull her into the vehicle. With a speed akin to the wind, the guards outside barely caught a glimpse of the white figure enveloped by Imozishu and Tang Xun. Though merely a fleeting silhouette, it swiftly ignited their admiration. Truly, the boss is worthy of her title. White suits her grace impeccably. A formal congratulations to Lan Xia. In this brutal apocalypse, she has finally garnered her first batch of devoted fans. As Lan Xia was thrust into the car, she had yet to process the situation when Imozishu sped off like the wind. Amidst the swirling dust, a well-ordered convoy advanced towards the Huaxia base. With a face full of exasperation, Lan Xia glared at the two instigators. Hey, that outfit, worth more than all my previous possessions, was just discarded on the ground? Seriously. This is the first time I've worn something so expensive. Was it truly that unappealing? Zishu silently sighed in relief, continually grateful for the timely intervention. Had the boss continued to wear such attire in public, he wasn't sure if he could restrain himself from unleashing havoc. The first time he laid eyes on the boss, he could barely maintain composure. She was like a brilliant gem adorning the night, stunning all who beheld her and inciting a desire to claim her as their own. Meanwhile, the quiet little one sat nearby, maintaining a serene demeanor with his head bowed, yet unbeknownst to others, a faint blush lingered on his cheeks. Zhou Qiao adjusted her glasses, the scalpel in her hand dancing as she fantasized about dissecting her. Surely, she would be the most extraordinary specimen. However, this one cannot be dissected. Yet, the urge to do so was overwhelming. Time slipped away as the group indulged in their whimsical thoughts, due to a series of delays. What should have been a brief journey extended into an entire day. It was only by evening that they finally reached the Huaxia base. Gazing at the grand characters inscribed above, Lan Xia smirked. So this is the Huaxia base. I have arrived. Since I am here, should I not strive for a place of my own? After all, none of my teammates are pushovers. Let them clash and vie for dominance. I recall someone saying, wherever there are people, there exists a world of intrigue. As the largest base of the government, it cannot be simple. I am prepared to stay long-term at Huaxia base. Bring on whatever challenges await. I only hope this base does not disappoint me. Chapter 59. Area A. Upon arriving at the entrance, a soldier promptly approached, saluted, and greeted them. Hello, welcome to the Huaxia base. Please follow me for registration. The soldier led them through the gates, where a registration desk awaited, manned by a woman in uniform. Naturally, certain secrets needed to remain concealed, such as their hidden combat strength, the abilities of the boss, and Zhou Qiao's scientific acumen, which served as formidable weapons. When they submitted their information, the registrar appeared astonished. It turned out that each of them was an ability wielder. The awakening of such powers was a rarity, with odds of 1 in 10,000. Moreover, among them were those with high attack fire abilities and the urgently needed healing wood abilities. There was even a mutated ability user. This group seemed extraordinarily powerful. According to our regulations, you must observe in the monitoring room for 4 hours. I will arrange accommodations for you shortly. Please follow me. The registrar respectfully bowed to Lan Xia and her companions before gracefully leading them to a secure chamber. Through the transparent tempered glass, armed guards could be faintly seen. Once the door was locked, the registrar diligently separated them into groups for monitoring. Even the slowest T-virus would infect a host within 4 hours. This precaution was to prevent any newly arrived survivors from bringing the virus into the base, which would spell disaster. Of course, this was merely a FAAD. A virus detection device was installed at the entrance, and the 4-hour confinement was a precautionary measure. The Huaxia base was indeed a legitimate establishment, wary of hidden viruses. This arrangement allowed them a chance to rest before entering the base. Tangsun stretched, relieved after a long day, finally able to relax. You look so pleased. Go ahead and sleep. Let these 3 men take turns keeping watch. Lan Xia turned her neck, effectively depriving Zishu, Zhou Qiao, and Lao Gao their right to rest. As they observed the 2 women and 1 child sleeping soundly, the 3 men in the room felt utterly oppressed. Zishu stepped closer to the tempered glass, gently tapping it. The crisp sound brought a smile to his lips. It was indeed a product of the government. Even a powerful boss might struggle to shatter it. It seemed the overall strength of the Huaxia base was quite formidable. The stronger the establishment, the greater the challenge. Perhaps he would test his mettle here. For hours later, the registrar opened the door punctually, respectfully leading the group into the internal area of the base. The interior was vast and magnificent, far superior to the small base they had previously inhabited. Vehicles could traverse the spacious grounds. This is still just the outer perimeter of the base. Once we reach Area A, designated personnel will guide you, she explained aptly. Surprised by the grandeur of the outer area, the group felt a surge of curiosity toward the Huaxia base. Bright lights illuminated the surroundings, revealing a series of interconnected buildings. Due to the late hour, the only individuals present were the security personnel. That place we just passed was Area C, right? Zishu inquired, glancing at the registrar who was explaining from the back seat. The enormous red letters displayed the name of the region. Correct, that is Area C. Just ahead is the headquarters, and beyond that lies Area A. Since you are all ability wielders and have brought a group with you, We have arranged a large apartment for you, the registrar replied courteously. Area A is specifically designated for ability users, offering the best environment and conditions. Important information about the base will be explained once we arrive in Area A, Lan Xia shrugged. It seemed that ability users were quite favored here. A large apartment in Area A. Does this imply an invitation to settle? She mused. However, since they had the luxury of a lavish residence, they might as well enjoy it. Any concerns could be left for her versatile vice-captain to handle. After all, none in her team would willingly succumb to becoming dependent on others. Soon, they officially entered Area A, where the defensive measures and architectural environment were on an entirely different level compared to Area C. If Area C represented the impoverished, Area A was undoubtedly the realm of the aristocrats. With splendid scenery, elegant outlines, and magnificent structures, this was indeed the exclusive domain of ability users. Upon arriving at a large apartment, the registrar smiled warmly at them, handing the key to Zishu before bowing and departing. Watching her leave, Lan Xia contemplated her presence, sensing that this place exceeded her expectations. The oval-shaped structure they had glimpsed earlier was the headquarters, and she felt it concealed many secrets. Boss, stop dawdling, come inside. Zishu called, raising the key, prompting everyone to rush in. The lavish decor and all-encompassing amenities elicited beaming smiles from the group. Tang Sun sprinted upstairs, excited by the spacious apartment complete with orderly elevators and staircases. Goodness, such grandeur. Lan Xia marveled as she explored. The exterior had not hinted at the vastness and exquisite furnishings within, nearly blinding her with their brilliance. It was hard to believe that such an elaborate setup had no ulterior motive. At that moment, Tang Sun rushed back down, panting with exhilaration. Oh my gosh. There are even 6 floors. This place can easily accommodate all of us. The design on each level is stunning. Hearing this, Lan Xia grabbed a bottle of mineral water and descended the staircase located in the center of the apartment. I will take the 6th floor with Sun and Xiaolang. You all can stay on the 5th floor. The others will be assigned to different levels, but let's leave the 1st floor empty for now. We'll convert it into a training area tomorrow. It's getting late. Zishu, please make the necessary arrangements. With a decisive wave of her hand, Lan Xia established the sleeping arrangements without hesitation. Tang Sun sympathetically patted Zishu's shoulder before following Lan Xia upstairs. While Lao Gao offered a comforting pat on his shoulder as he too ascended, Zhou Qiao, passing by, instinctively adjusted his glasses without pausing. Xiaolang, cradling Xiaohu, tilted his head in a daze before also heading upstairs. Left behind, Zishu stood amidst the chaos, internally lamenting. Why am I the only one left to arrange accommodations for all these people? This is so unfair. He stiffly twisted his neck, looking at the orderly group waiting outside. Resigned, he stepped out to direct everyone in unloading supplies, organizing belongings, and allocating rooms. After an exhausting 2 hours of labor, he finally settled everyone in. Sore and weary, he climbed to the 5th floor, where he found the room labeled with his name. The whimsical cartoon design on the room card left no doubt that it was the handiwork of Tang Sun. Upon opening the door, I was astonished to discover that the amenities here were remarkably comprehensive. He alone occupied a double room, complete with a private bathroom and kitchen. Instantly, a sense of equilibrium washed over me, and I swiftly completed my ablutions before retiring to bed. Little did I know that all the residents on the 6th floor were, in fact, individuals residing in quadruple rooms. Thus, dear Zishu, it seems you are still rather naive. Chapter 60. Exceptional logistics at the break of dawn. Zishu was irresistibly drawn by the delightful aroma wafting from downstairs. Swiftly donning his attire, he dashed to the 2nd floor, only to be greeted by the sight of the long dining table occupied by a group of ravenous comrades. How could they indulge in such a lavish breakfast without summoning him? Lan Xia, setting down her knife and fork, wiped her mouth with a napkin, her expression impassive as she fixed her gaze ahead. The early bird catches the worm. You should blame yourself for rising too late. Upon hearing this, Zishu nearly choked on his indignation. Was there a mistake? Who had tirelessly arranged accommodations for everyone the night before? He had worked overtime without any reward. Wasn't this the epitome of unappreciated effort? How unfair it was for him. Fully aware of his boss's penchant for sarcasm, Zishu quickly recovered from the blow. Sometimes, it was best to interpret the boss's words in reverse. In a certain sense, his heart was exceptionally resilient. Gazing at the sumptuous breakfast spread before him, Zishu suddenly remembered the crucial detail. At that moment, Tang Sun, donned in an adorable apron, emerged from the kitchen, stirring cream in a large bowl. At first glance, she exuded the charm of a dutiful housewife. Who else could it be but the lovely and obedient Miss herself? Hearing Tang Sun's voice, Mo Zishu had an epiphany. Of course, only she could conjure such delectable dishes. It seemed he had truly exhausted himself the night before. His mind now muddled. Unashamedly rationalizing his own foolishness, Mo Zishu calmly engaged in the battle against the roasted meat before him. He was not searching for excuses. He was well aware of Tang Sun's culinary talents. With a generous piece of meat in his mouth, Mo Zishu mumbled, sooner. Where's my husband, Lao Gao? Upon hearing his question, Tang Sun wiped the sweat from her brow with a bemused hand. This atmosphere felt peculiar. You all enjoy your meal. I've saved some for him. Once I finish this cake, I will prepare breakfast for the others. Lao Gao is downstairs training them. Having roused everyone early this morning, it seems he has been in the military for too long to change his ways. Tang Sun beamed at everyone, her hands never slowing in whipping the cream. She had risen before dawn to awaken the little fool, putting considerable effort into this extravagant breakfast. Indeed, that little fool was a wonderfully obedient child. To reward him, she was determined to craft a delicious fresh milk strawberry cake. Although it might seem a bit extravagant at the moment, she still possessed a few seeds as her capital. A serendipitous discovery revealed that her abilities could stimulate seeds, making life considerably easier in the future. Tang Sun grinned mischievously, recalling how the bag of seeds she had casually acquired in City C had proven immensely helpful. It appeared that in the future, she would have ample opportunities to gather many more seeds, ensuring a daily supply of fresh vegetables and fruits. How splendid! Just the thought of indulging in fresh produce daily brought a radiant smile to Tang Sun's face. After swallowing her meat, Mo Zishu inquired curiously, what inspired such a lavish breakfast? The little fool, endearingly obedient, extended his bowl to Tang Sun, asking, Sister Sun, could I have another bowl of porridge? Ah, certainly. Just a moment. Tang Sun promptly set aside what she was doing and headed to the kitchen with the bowl. Lan Xia paused momentarily, then fell silent once more. These rascals. Did they really think she was oblivious to their understanding of her intentions? Once Sun was snatched away by someone else, they would see where to weep. Your porridge is here, little fool, Tang Sun announced as she emerged from the kitchen, blissfully unaware of the conversation that had just transpired. Thank you, Sister Sun. The little fool expressed his gratitude before gracefully taking a spoonful and savoring it slowly. Children are just so delightful, Tang Sun thought, gazing at him with a smile that was truly picturesque. However, this serene moment did not last long, as a chilling voice from Zhou Qiao sent shivers down everyone's spines. Where's the meat? As everyone quivered under the ominous atmosphere, Lan Xia calmly wiped her mouth with a napkin and stood up. I've eaten it all. Beside her, Mo Zishu was on the verge of a meltdown. It had transformed into this again. Had he not only consumed 2 pieces of roasted meat? Just 2. Seeing Mo Zishu's frantic expression, Lan Xia smirked and taunted. Survival of the fittest, the immutable law of the ages. You are too naive if you think you can compete with her for meat. Not a chance. With a flourish of her sleeve, she departed without a trace. Tang Sun gazed adoringly at Lan Xia's retreating figure as she ascended the stairs. Pausing momentarily, Lan Xia added, Sun, bring the cake to my room later. And Zishu, you must quickly find some logistics personnel. It's quite taxing for Sun to manage the meals for so many alone. As she watched Lan Xia disappear at the top of the stairs, Tang Sun felt tears welling in her eyes, overwhelmed with emotion. Oh, Lan Xia, you are so considerate. I'm so touched. Meanwhile, the veins on Mo Zishu's forehead throbbed. Why was his fate so wretched? Tang Sun, could you please think seriously for once? From start to finish, he was the only one scurrying about. He was the one truly handling everything. With a resigned sigh, Mo Zishu could already foresee his grim fate. The esteemed boss ascended while he bore the burden of labor. What a painful realization. Chapter 61, Mercenary Group? Back in her room, Lan Xia continuously tidied up, nodding in satisfaction at the arrangement she had created. Residing alone in a 4-person suite felt rather extravagant. Thus, she decided to transform the unused areas into a training ground, facilitating her special training and practice of abilities. The prospect of cohabiting with someone else had never crossed her mind. Sharing her space with another person would undoubtedly render her uncomfortable. Often, solitude proved to be more convenient. After discarding all unnecessary items into a small room, Lan Xia settled onto the sofa. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The door's unlocked. Lan Xia shook her arms, feeling no fatigue despite having cleared such a large area. It appeared her physical condition had remarkably improved. Tang Sun entered, holding a slice of strawberry cream cake, her eyes widening in surprise at the spaciousness of the room. Sister Lan, what are you planning to do with all this space? Sister Lan, did you really tidy all this up? Tang Sun handed her the cake. Glancing at the bare room setup in bewilderment, the initial decor had been lavish and exquisite. Now, it seemed to have lost its grandeur. Receiving the cake, Lan Xia nodded. It will be more convenient for training. Tang Sun turned her head, gazing at Lan Xia with an odd expression, realizing that her sister was indeed a training fanatic. All right, I must step up my efforts too. Lan Xia smiled faintly and nodded. You will. She then sat in the chair, taking a small bite of the cake with the fork resting on the table, only to set it down expressionlessly, initially intending to savor it as dessert. She found Tang Sun's cake delicious, distinct from those purchased at the bakery. It was not overly sweet, possessing a slight tanginess with a delightful balance of flavors, complemented by fresh strawberries. Devouring the cake in large bites, Lan Xia then reached for a bottle of mineral water. Despite her current aversion to sweets, she felt she couldn't refuse the cake that Tang Sun had painstakingly prepared. They had now settled into the Huaxia base. As Lan Xia was resolute in her mission to end this apocalypse, without diligent effort, how could she achieve such a monumental task? She loathed this world and the calamity it harbored. Aside from her unwavering commitment to survive and obliterate the apocalypse, she possessed nothing else. It was precisely because she had nothing that she needed to strive harder than others. Knock, knock, knock. Her thoughts interrupted. Lan Xia looked toward the door, wondering who it might be this time. Come in. The door's unlocked. Setting down her water bottle, Lan Xia swiftly approached the door. Lao Gao, entering, gestured downstairs. The military personnel have arrived and are waiting on the second floor. The vice captain sent me to fetch you. Military personnel? They arrived sooner than expected. Were they here to recruit us? Lan Xia removed her coat from the hanger, speaking as she prepared to exit. Observing her actions, Lao Gao stepped aside, explaining as they walked. The captain's guess was correct. They indeed approached with intentions of recruitment. However, the vice captain has already declined their offer. It seems they approached without much hope of success. Saying declined was a rather gentle way of putting it. Lao Gao discreetly wiped the sweat that had formed. Realizing only one person would dare to be so brazenly candid in front of military officials, the vice captain. Your instincts have always been sharp. Let us see what they have to say, Lan Xia replied, donning her coat quickly as she descended the stairs alongside Lao Gao. With the first floor converted into a large training area, the second floor had become the main venue for social interactions. Upon seeing two men seated on the sofa, Lan Xia felt a twinge of surprise. One wore glasses, and due to her experiences with Shou Qiao, she felt a slight aversion to those with spectacles. The other was a muscular man, suggesting they were indeed military personnel. As Lan Xia and Lao Gao descended the stairs, the bespectacled man, fair and handsome, adjusted his glasses, his eyes sparkling with interest. Hello, I am Lan Xia, currently the leader of our team. Lan Xia politely shook hands with both men. The bespectacled man replied coolly, Hello, Captain Lan. I am Louis. We have already spoken with your vice captain, since everything that needed to be said has been addressed. We hope you will consider joining our military. It could yield unexpected rewards. That's all. Hu Jian, let us depart. The muscular man named Hu Jian nodded and walked alongside Louis as they exited. Lan Xia felt a muscle twitch in her face. How could they hold her in such low regard? Why did they leave just as she arrived? Noticing Mo Zishu on the sofa, struggling to suppress laughter, Lan Xia kicked him off in annoyance. What are you laughing at? You must have done something. Hurry and confess. Understanding her vice captain's character all too well, the captain glared at Mo Zishu. Seeing the stern expression of his boss, Missouri Zishu quickly restrained his mirth and spoke earnestly, Actually, they didn't say much, aside from some recruitment talk. They introduced another development direction, forming a mercenary group. A mercenary group? That is all they mentioned? Who would believe that? Lan Xia thought, dismissing the matter as official business for Mo Zishu to handle alone. She took a seat on the sofa, considering that forming a mercenary group might not be a bad choice, but would they dare to provide guidance to newcomers like them? Chapter 62. Identity Device. Ding ding ding. The doorbell rang again. Sitting on the sofa, Lan Xia cast a peculiar glance at Mo Zishu beside her. They had only just arrived at the Huaxia base the previous night. Could it be that this person had already attracted new enemies? Instantly comprehending his boss's intent, Mo Zishu rose with a look of exasperation and made his way downstairs to answer the door. Did he have such a desperate urge to court danger? Fine. Even if he did, this time it was not his fault. He had only just arrived and hadn't even had the chance to stir up trouble. How could he possibly be responsible? Hello, everyone. As Mo Zishu opened the door, The group was greeted by a charming young woman, drawing their gazes irresistibly to their vice-captain's face. Could it be a romantic entanglement? They silently concocted a melodramatic tale of a lovesick woman and a heartless man. Glaring at Imozishu with indignation, the innocent Imozishu gazed back at their reactions, his expression resembling someone who owed them a fortune. Could they not refrain from jumping to conclusions and let others finish speaking first? The girl, whose smile radiated innocence, noticed she was being ignored, and a flicker of disappointment crossed her face before she quickly regained her cheerful demeanor. I am the guide for you all in Area A. My name is Imo Xiaoling, but you can call me Xiaoling. It is a pleasure to meet you. Throughout today, I will provide you with a detailed introduction to the layout of our Huaxia base and some essential matters. Imo Xiaoling endeavored to wear a bright, sunny smile, aware that some strong personalities could be quite temperamental. Her close friends often complained about encountering ill-tempered clients. She needed to perform her duties well to earn a generous reward. With this thought, her smile became even more radiant. Welcoming clients with her most beautiful smile was the best advice her superiors and colleagues had given her. Oh, she is here to guide us. They had thought there was some juicy gossip to uncover. How dull. Seeing the dissatisfied expressions on the faces of those present, Imozishu felt a vein bulge on his forehead. Did they have to be so overly disappointed? Is there something I did wrong? Xiaoling nervously observed the crowd, wondering if she had made a mistake. Not at all. Don't be too anxious. Their temperaments are just like that. Please don't take it to heart. Imozishu subtly glared at them before turning back to Xiaoling with a gentle smile. Instantly comforted by his smile, Xiaoling cast a grateful glance at Imozishu, thinking that today seemed to be her lucky day, as he appeared to be a very kind client. Cough cough. Setting aside her curiosity, Lan Xia finally regarded Xiaoling seriously. She appeared to be in her 20s, sporting 2 adorable dimples and possessing a pair of sparkling eyes, resembling a lovely girl next door. Upon hearing Lan Xia's cough, Xiaoling turned her gaze to meet the sight of a graceful figure clad in white. Observing the youthful face, which seemed even younger than hers, she looked curiously at Lan Xia and then glanced at the docile young man beside her. She wondered why these individuals were accompanied by 2 children. Could they be siblings? After scrutinizing the rest of the room, Imo Xiaoling privately speculated. The gentle-looking man before her must be their leader, and the girl here clearly held a significant position. Perhaps she was the leader's sister. Before Imo Xiaoling could finish her thoughts, Imozishu, with a gentle smile, began to introduce her. This is our boss, Lan Xia. You may call her Sister Lan or Miss Lan. Initially, Imozishu intended for Xiaoling to address Lan Xia as Sister Lan, just as Tang Sun did. However, noticing the odd look in Xiaoling's eyes, he realized the deceptive nature of his boss's appearance. He promptly corrected himself, suggesting that Xiaoling refer to Lan Xia as Miss Lan instead. This young girl is their leader? Was there a special reason for that? As she surveyed Lan Xia sitting on the sofa, her gaze swept over Lan Xia's figure. Indeed, she possessed an alluring physique. Could that be the reason? Imo Xiaoling felt a hint of confusion, but quickly extended her hand politely to Lan Xia. Miss Lan, greetings. It felt challenging to address someone who appeared younger than her as Sister Lan, so she opted for the longer title. Although polite, her tone lacked genuine respect for those who attained their positions through their physical attributes, leaving her greeting rather ordinary yet courteous. Unsettled by the title, Lan Xia nodded expressionlessly, fully aware of the contempt in the girl's eyes. Unbeknownst to Lan Xia, her thoughts would not have altered her demeanor. She would merely have offered a minor reprimand. Imozishu smiled lightly, warm as spring, though a flicker of displeasure lingered in his gaze. I am Vice Captain Imozishu. This is our sniper, Lao Gao. And this is our logistics officer, Tang Sun. And this is our little lucky charm. You can call him Xiaolingzi. Just as Imozishu intended to introduce Shou Qiao, he suddenly realized that the eccentric fellow was absent, likely off somewhere dissecting his experimental subjects at a critical moment. Unaware of Imozishu's thoughts, Imo Xiaoling promptly stepped forward to shake hands with everyone after the brief introductions. Once the introductions concluded, Imo Xiaoling transitioned to the day's main topic. I have also brought everyone's identity cards, which are contained in this device. Imo Xiaoling retrieved the device from her bag and demonstrated its usage and privileges. The Huaxia base operates on a point system, with all points recorded within this device. Points can be exchanged for weapons, equipment, and for free trading. This specially crafted device is what we refer to as the identity device. It must be activated with a fingerprint and bound to its owner, meaning that, aside from the owner or in special circumstances, even if one obtains another's identity device, it cannot be utilized. In certain situations, special tasks and items require permissions. In the Huaxia base, permissions equate to status, ranging from F to S level. Higher permission levels often facilitate many processes. Upon reaching S level, one could even command a portion of the military. However, currently, there are no more than 5 individuals in the entire base who have attained S level. After a brief introduction, Mo Xiaoling swiftly produced 5 additional identity devices from her bag. As Lan Xia observed the device projecting a screen, she twisted her neck, pondering whether they were filming a science fiction movie. The realization that everyone at the Huaxia base possessed such a device suddenly made her think that perhaps the apocalypse was, in some intangible way, fostering the advancement of human civilization and technology. At the very least, she had previously been unaware of the existence of such a device. Or perhaps it had already been mass-produced. She simply lacked the authority to know about it. After securing the identity device, Lan Xia still felt slightly uneasy. The metallic device was exquisitely crafted and visually appealing, yet her unfamiliarity with high technology left her feeling somewhat resistant. Noticing the curious expressions on the others' faces, Lan Xia felt a bit more at ease. After all, if so many wore them, the military couldn't possibly tamper with them, right? However, as she turned her head, she caught Mo Zishu casually dismantling the identity device into its components. Mo Zishu, do you dare to court danger any further? Who knows if damaging that thing will incur any penalties? Before Lan Xia could unleash her powers, Mo Zishu assembled it with a speed surpassing that of disassembly, rendering it indistinguishable from a brand new one. Chapter 63. Authority. Mo Zishu smirked. The identity card appeared flawless. Indeed, if the military were to tamper with something so commonplace, it would surely lead to significant repercussions if discovered. Observing Mo Zishu's expression, Lan Xia felt reassured about the authenticity of the document. Although he had been recklessly traversing the path of self-destruction, he remained, in a certain regard, quite reliable, perhaps. Since Mo Zishu had taken on the role of the benevolent deputy leader, she decided to play the part of the distant and aloof captain. Under the guidance of Mo Xiaoling, after successfully binding her identity card, Lan Xia expressionlessly raised it, her tone frigid as she inquired, "What is our current level of authority?" With Mo Zishu embodying the gentle persona, she had no choice but to assume the role of the detached leader. "Just click here." Ignoring Lan Xia's cold demeanor, Mo Xiaoling approached with a professional smile and pressed a button on Lan Xia's identity card. A series of information materialized on the reflective screen. Name, Lan Xia. Gender, female. Ability, fire, high attack attribute, authority, a points, 1,000. Upon seeing the information, Mo Xiaoling gasped. Authority A, 1,000 points. Swallowing hard, she stared blankly at the small screen before her. What did this signify? It implied that even high-ranking officials would treat Lan Xia with a modicum of respect. Who was this girl? No, who were these individuals? Contemplating Mo Xiaoling's astonishment, Lan Xia pondered that, based on the point ratios from City C, coupled with Mo Xiaoling's shock, 1,000 points must indeed represent a substantial figure. Moreover, Authority A seemed to hold considerable weight. Seeing the captain's information, the others mimicked her actions, probing their own identity cards. Mo Zishu soon discovered the details he sought. Name, Mo Zishu. Gender, male. Ability, darkness, special attribute, authority, B points, 100. Mo Zishu's typically warm smile faltered, as he pondered the implications of having a lower authority level and a staggering tenfold decrease in points. This was illogical. Name, Gao Weigwa. Gender, male. Ability, enhancement, physical qualities, authority, C points, 100. Observing this data, Gao nodded in acknowledgement, finding it to be scientifically reasonable. It seemed only the captain received special treatment. If the entire team had been granted elevated privileges upon arriving at the base, it would indeed raise suspicions. However, if only the captain was favored, it was more plausible. Name, Tang Sun. Gender, female. Ability, wood, support attribute, authority, C points, 100. Tang Sun pouted in dissatisfaction, feeling significantly inferior to Lan Xia. However, upon further reflection, her eyes sparkled. Indeed, Lan Xia was remarkable. Truly, the lives of formidable individuals require no justification. Name, Xiaolingzi. Gender, male. Ability, wind auxiliary, authority, C points, 100. Tilting his head, Xiaolingzi, clutching a small tiger, remained silent. As for his name, Lan Xia lowered her gaze, thinking it should be of no consequence, as everyone was accustomed to calling him that, and he stubbornly refused to reveal his real name. Name, Zhou Qiao. Gender, male. Ability, speed, physical qualities, authority, C points, 100. Zhou Qiao's previously dark expression deepened as he adjusted his eyeglasses. a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Only AC authority was bestowed upon him. Soon, they would pay dearly for their foolishness. Seeing this information, Mo Xiaoling breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that only this girl possessed extraordinary authority and points. While Mo Zishu's authority was also commendable, given his aura and ability, she deemed it justified. Nonetheless, the C authority was beyond her comprehension. Accumulating 100 points would take her a considerable amount of time. So, they were all ability users? How impressive. This device could also store contacts, reminiscent of a mobile phone. Lan Xia tapped the screen to retrieve the contact information. Indeed, let us exchange contact details. We can remain in touch henceforth. Tang Sun promptly accessed her contacts, and after exchanging information, she nodded in satisfaction, recognizing the convenience it would provide. It appeared this identity card did not support a voice system, thus, future communications would rely solely on text messages. Moreover, the contact range was likely limited to the expanse of the Huaxia base. Beyond that, it would likely be ineffective. Mo Zishu opened the message feature and, after careful examination, expressed his thoughts. Remarkable. The deputy leader possesses considerable knowledge. Tang Sun glanced at her identity card, confirming it could not make calls like a phone, only facilitate simple messaging. By the way, there's a public channel, a private chat channel, and a mercenary group channel. It seems we're partaking in an online game. I wonder if we can claim territory. Upon hearing this, Mo Xiaoling wiped the sweat from her brow, marveling at how formidable this group was. She had said nothing yet they had already deciphered the functions of the identity card. However, Miss Lan, we are at the Huaxia base. How could we possibly claim territory? Mo Xiaoling looked at everyone helplessly, struggling to keep pace with their rapid thoughts. At present, this identity card served merely as a dual-purpose identification and mobile device. Have you all indulged enough? If so, let's gather our things and prepare to venture out. Paying no mind to Mo Xiaoling's remarks, Lan Xia nonchalantly switched off the screen. Summarizing the device's functions, she rose from the sofa and proceeded towards the stairs. Noticing Lan Xia's movement, Tang Sun quickly reacted, dashing up to the 6th floor. Hey, wait for me. Seeing the flustered Tang Sun sprinting up, Lan Xia shook her head in bemusement, noticing the cute apron she wore. Sunner, how much do you adore cooking? What time is it already? Observing the others gradually rising, Mo Xiaoling gazed at Lan Xia with a curious expression. What kind of person was this girl? With a single statement, she commanded unyielding obedience. Undoubtedly recognized as a formidable force, fire attribute ability users were indeed highly regarded at the base. Feeling remorse for her earlier impolite demeanor, Mo Xiaoling steeled her resolve and respectfully addressed Lan Xia. In the Huaxia base, every powerful individual deserved respect. Seeing Tang Sun rush down in casual attire, Lan Xia nodded and turned to Mo Xiaoling. Miss Mo, could you guide us? With a blush tinting her cheeks, Mo Xiaoling nodded. Of course. Feel free to ask me anything that confuses you. Mo Zishu stepped forward at the opportune moment. Xiaoling, we would like to register a mercenary group. Do you know where that is located? Mo Xiaoling blushed further, nodding shyly. I know the way, please follow me. Thus, this first expedition to explore the Huaxia base would consist solely of Lan Xia, Mo Zishu, Tang Sun, and Xiao Longzi, accompanied by Mo Xiaoling. The group discreetly set off in a vehicle. Naturally, considering the presence of outsiders, Mo Zishu refrained from allowing their esteemed leader to drive, instead placing Lan Xia in the passenger seat. Leisurely, Lan Xia unwrapped a lollipop, savoring it while taking in the architecture of the Huaxia base. The atmosphere here was undeniably powerful. Was it a gathering of heroes? Perfect for broadening her horizons. Chapter 64. The Mission Hall. As she entered the outskirts of the headquarters, Lan Xia found herself somewhat disoriented amidst the bustling crowd. According to Mo Xiaoling's introduction, this was the Mission Hall of the Huaxia base, the place where tasks were assigned. Men and women of all ages were engrossed in their own affairs. Occasionally, a few would cast curious glances at Lan Xia and her companions, but soon enough, they would avert their gaze. In such a vast base as Huaxia, newcomers seldom attracted attention, particularly those who appeared fragile. In these tumultuous times, women and children faced the greatest challenges to survive. Lan Xia instinctively faded into the shadows, her senses heightened. Since the apocalypse began, this was her first experience in such a crowded place. Miss Lan, there is no need for excessive caution. The Huaxia base maintains a commendable order and security. There is no need for undue restraint here. Everyone shares a common goal, to survive and thrive. Mo Xiaoling remarked with a gentle smile, her warm voice swiftly dispelling the unease in the air. Mu Zishu looked at Mo Xiaoling with an apologetic expression. Please don't take it to heart. My boss can be a bit headstrong. If there are no further concerns, let us proceed to register the mercenary group. A blush crept onto Mo Xiaoling's cheeks, and she shyly nodded her head, seemingly flustered. She turned and led Mu Zishu towards the registration area adjacent to the reception desk for missions. Meanwhile, Tang Sun and Xiao Langzi exchanged resigned glances and took their seats beside Lan Xia, gazing at the luminous red text flashing on the reception desk. Alongside the varying task levels from F to S, Tang Sun rested her chin in fascination on the large screens above. Lan Xia was indeed correct. It resembled the settings found in online games. Furthermore, with the establishment of mercenary groups, they felt as if they were lagging behind the times. To witness the legendary iron-blooded legions, which seemed to exist only in novels, was a stroke of fortune. The thought of forming their own mercenary group sent a rush of adrenaline coursing through their veins. An exhilarating journey, perilous missions, and thrilling adventures stirred their spirits. Tang Sun, unable to divert her gaze, swallowed hard as she beheld the impressive array of high-tech weaponry displayed, everything from handguns to laser cannons, and from daggers to longswords. She couldn't help but ponder if the space were larger, would they showcase airplanes and tanks as well? The mere thought of such scenes filled her with awe, rendering her speechless. What door? Lan Xia, who had been resting with her eyes closed, opened them upon hearing Tang Sun's words. Following the direction of Tang Sun's finger, she noticed an imposing iron door. Its striking presence was undeniable. It resembled the high-tech metallic doors depicted in television dramas, leaving no doubt that beyond it lay a world of advanced technology and futuristic equipment. Lan Xia, do you suppose that behind that door lies a high-tech world? A place brimming with lasers and nuclear weapons? Tang Sun whispered, leaning closer to Lan Xia's ear. With an exasperated expression, Lan Xia pushed Tang Sun away and turned her head. What on earth are you imagining? Have you been watching too many sci-fi movies? If you're curious, why not go check it out for yourself? Oh, right? Tang Sun exclaimed, as if awakening from a dream. We should just go in and see. Lan Xia, you're so clever. It frustrates me. They said that only individuals with B-level clearance or higher can enter that door. What nonsense is this? Tang Sun fumed. Her face flushed with indignation as she sat to the side. Xiao Lingzi, after a moment's thought, placed the small tiger onto Tang Sun's lap, instantly soothed. Tang Sun soon forgot her earlier annoyance, engaging in playful antics with the small tiger and Xiao Lingzi. Watching the trio quickly turn the area into a lively chaos, Lan Xia could only sigh in exasperation. Only those with B-level clearance and above can enter? What secrets lie behind that door? Lan Xia pondered, her curiosity piqued. If B-level clearance granted access to what appeared to be a confidential entrance, why was her own clearance so high from the outset? Had she overlooked something crucial? After a moment, she diverted her gaze from the door. Perhaps it's best not to dwell on it. While enticing, the priority now should be arming our team, enhancing our physical abilities, and honing our skills. The mysteries behind that door will eventually reveal themselves, but for now, I must focus on developing my powers. I feel that the true potential of our abilities has yet to be unlocked. If even the mutated animals have grown formidable, there is no reason for us, the awakened, to fall short. Is the point reward a bit excessive? Or is it possible that the value of these points is not as high as I imagined? Never mind. I want to dwell on it. Let's take on this task. It appears straightforward enough, a perfect opportunity for everyone to practice. What did you just say, Lan Xia? Having exhausted her energy in play, Tang Sun looked quizzically at Lan Xia. She could have sworn she heard Lan Xia mention something about an exploration task and points. Lan Xia stood, habitually stretching her neck as she walked towards the returning duo. Tang Sun exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Lingzi, rising in unison to follow Lan Xia. Puzzled, she was certain she had just heard Lan Xia mention something about an exploration task and points. Could it be that she had misheard? Chapter 65. The mercenary group is officially established. Approaching the two, Lan Xia noticed a small fabric pouch in Mo Zishu's hand and, without hesitation, seized it. The silvery base showcased a brown design resembling a horizon, with a sun gently rising above it. Mo Zishu chuckled softly, offering no response, instead gesturing towards the identity card in Lan Xia's hand. It was then that Lan Xia realized and hurriedly opened her personal information. Name: Lan Xia. Gender: female. Ability: fire. High attack attribute: authority. Appoints: 1000. Group: Yinxia Mercenary Corps. Leader. The personal information now included a line detailing her group affiliation. Yinxia Mercenary Corps? Tang Sun silently turned away, pondering that this mercenary group likely had few normal individuals left. With a vice captain whose thoughts were severely derailed and a leader who was utterly indifferent to her duties, the road ahead seemed daunting. Noticing the confusion in Tang Sun's eyes, before Mo Zishu could explain, the quiet little one interjected. The yin refers to Sister Lan's fire ability, while Xia is derived from her name. That's what Brother Zishu was thinking, right? Upon hearing this explanation, Mo Zishu readily gave the little one a thumbs up. Mo Xiaoling looked on in astonishment at the pained expression on Mo Zishu's face, then turned away, somewhat discontented as she gazed at Lan Xia's departing figure. Why was this girl so violent? Accepting a sea-level exploration mission. All right, please hold on. There is only one sea-level exploration mission available, which is the investigation of an abandoned factory in the outskirts. Would you like to accept it? The young receptionist patiently explained to Lan Xia. Upon seeing the exploration task displayed on the screen, Lan Xia instinctively opened her identity card to verify her information. You have successfully accepted this mission. Will it be accepted under the identity of the Yinxiao Mercenary Corps leader or your personal identity? It was only then that Lan Xia suddenly realized. It seemed that only the few of them possessed identity cards. Their larger group had yet to receive theirs. Oh dear. She seemed to have been rather irresponsible. After a brief pause, she gathered her resolve and awkwardly inquired. Can I form a team if I accept the mission under my personal identity? Yes, however, the distribution of rewards will be solely your responsibility. Then I shall accept it under my personal identity. Okay, please wait a moment. Your identity card now reflects this mission, which will commence tomorrow and last for 3 days. If you do not abandon the mission within 3 days, no one else will be able to accept it. Should you fail to submit the mission within the time frame, the system will automatically classify it as a failure and repost the task. Seeing the task series appear beneath her personal information on the identity card, Lan Xia nodded in understanding of the entire process. At that moment, the young receptionist finally lifted his sun-kissed, handsome face, seemingly surprised when he caught sight of Lan Xia's youthful visage, and then nervously regarded her. Noticing the receptionist's unusual demeanor, Lan Xia speculated that the difficulty of this task might be far greater than it appeared. Contemplating, she realized that if she were to engage in only stable tasks, there would be little opportunity for growth. Moreover, if the exploration merely involved encountering monsters beyond their expectations, avoiding direct conflict should suffice. Thank you. I will stick to my choice. Lan Xia smiled apologetically at the young, handsome receptionist. Seemingly disheartened by her words, the young receptionist silently completed the information entry. Upon exiting the mission hall, Lan Xia was unsurprised to find her team waiting for her by the vehicle. She climbed aboard and explained to Tang Sun and the others. Then she turned to Mo Xiaoling. Miss Mo, it seems the identity cards you brought are insufficient. Only we few have them. The rest of our group appears to lack their own identity cards. Suddenly frustrated, Mo Xiaoling slapped her forehead. It's all my fault for forgetting such an important matter. Due to the current overcrowding at the base and a shortage of supplies, we haven't been able to retrieve the identity cards for the others just yet. However, a batch of supplies will arrive within 3 days, and I promise to deliver the remaining identity cards to everyone then. Satisfied with this explanation, Lan Xia nodded and said nothing further. Observing the somewhat frosty atmosphere, Tang Sun boldly sat beside Mo Xiaoling and declared, since the mercenary group has been established and Sister Lan has already accepted the first task, we should spend the remaining time exploring the Huaxia base. The rest will rely on Xiaoling to guide us. Mo Xiaoling smiled gently and nodded. Please feel free to ask me any questions you may have. Blushing, she assured. It won't be a bother. Watching their interaction, Lan Xia in the passenger seat turned her gaze to the buildings outside the window. A gentle breeze tousled her hair, and her clear eyes enveloped the entirety of the Huaxia base within their vision. Throughout the day, Mo Zishu drove them around the Huaxia base. Occasionally, they would pause for items or matters of interest to Tang Sun and Mo Zishu. This entire day marked the most relaxed Lan Xia had felt since the apocalypse began. There were no menacing zombies, no ever-looming specter of death, and none of the terrifying screams that quickened her heartbeat. While occasional relaxation was permissible, most of her time had to be spent racing against death. In this moment, she understood the brutal reality of the apocalypse more than anyone else. A moment's carelessness could lead her straight into the embrace of death. By the end of the day, despite many places remaining unexplored, the group had gained a general understanding of the architecture and layout of the Huaxia base. Upon parting, Mo Zishu retrieved a box of food and a handgun from the apartment for Mo Xiaoling. After some reluctance, she accepted them with a smile. promising to deliver the remaining identity cards in 3 days. Watching Mo Zishu transform from a serious demeanor to one of cheerful breeziness since entering the apartment, Tang Sun stuck out her tongue from the sofa. This vice captain was truly irksome in every regard. Though they had formed a mercenary group, they still found it hard to abandon the titles of vice captain and vice leader. Acceptance was impossible. Casting a glance at Mo Zishu, Lan Xia ascended to the 6th floor alongside Tang Sun. As they passed the 5th floor, Tang Sun greeted Lan Xia before rushing into a high room. On the staircase, Lan Xia suddenly recalled her marksmanship issues. However, after a day of aimless wandering, though her body felt fine, she was mentally fatigued. After contemplating, she decided to postpone intensive training until after completing this mission. Reflecting on the sea-level task she had accepted today and the receptionist's advice, Lan Xia felt a thrill of excitement. What awaited them on their first mission tomorrow? Chapter 66. The apartment turns into a construction site the following day as dawn broke. Lan Xia awoke from her slumber. After diligently completing her daily exercise regimen, she rubbed her stiff neck and descended the stairs. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, she was unsurprised to find several team members seated at the dining table, awaiting breakfast. In truth, only Shou Qiao and Xiao Lingzi were present. But Lan Xia's mind was elsewhere, causing her to overlook this detail. Lao Gao was preoccupied training the others, and since arriving at the Huaxiao base, Lan Xia had not seen him at all. After pulling out her designated chair and sitting down, Tang Sun appeared just in time to serve breakfast. Oddly enough, the usual troublemaker was absent today. As Lan Xia picked up a piece of bread, she scanned the room and soon realized that Mo Zishu, who was typically never missing, was not present. She was puzzled by the unusual quietness, only to discover that it was due to his absence. As she settled into her chair, Tang Sun rested her chin in her hand and wearily remarked, "The vice captain wasn't he just reckless today? I saw him leave alone before dawn." Lao Gao also called everyone up for special training before sunrise. "They've been making a racket downstairs all day, and I heard they plan to practice shooting this afternoon. I've had enough. Oh, I nearly forgot we have a mission today. Zhou Qiao, are you going? This sea-level task seems a bit special." Lan Xia suddenly turned her attention to Zhou Qiao, who had been relatively inconspicuous, at least to her, who had grown immune to his eerie aura. After all, his presence, coupled with the chilling air that seemed to follow him everywhere, was undeniably unsettling. Zhou Qiao, unexpectedly called upon, appeared puzzled. After contemplating that he had no prior commitments, he nodded, "All right." This left Lan Xia in shock, nearly dropping her bread. She had not expected any affirmation from Zhou Qiao. She had merely asked out of curiosity. Had she imagined his response? Noticing Lan Xia's astonishment, Zhou Qiao instinctively adjusted his glasses. "Is there a problem?" Lan Xia shook her head, her expression tense, and turned to Tang Sun, whose aura had shifted to one of sorrow. She silently repented, knowing that Sun could not tolerate Zhou Qiao's presence, yet such encounters were inevitable. Rubbing her chin thoughtfully, she realized this situation was untenable. It seemed imperative to create opportunities for Zhou Qiao and soon to interact more frequently. Meanwhile, Tang Sun, who had been quietly nibbling on her steamed bun, suddenly shivered and turned to see her team leader deep in thought. A sense of foreboding washed over her, intensifying with each passing moment. By noon, Lan Xia, accompanied by a fully prepared Tang Sun, Xiao Lingzi, Zhou Qiao, and a small tiger, made her way downstairs. She was quite pleased to discover that the identity bracelet still functioned like a regular watch, allowing her to organize her schedule with precision. However, as they descended the staircase, Lan Xia was struck dumb by the sight before her, while the 3 others appeared unfazed. Tang Sun seemed indifferent. Zhou Qiao ignored the scene. Xiao Lingzi appeared lost in thought, and the small tiger maintained an aloof demeanor. The ground floor had been transformed into an expansive space, and in less than a day, the walls had been completely dismantled by Lao Gao and his crew. It appeared that Lao Gao had encircled the entire apartment with iron wires and wooden stakes, resembling a makeshift enclosure. Realizing what had happened, Zhou Qiao emitted a soft exclamation but quickly fell silent. Xiao Lingzi approached the few remaining load-bearing walls, contemplating their significance. Lan Xia's frustration peaked. Disregarding where the wooden stakes and iron wires originated, the mere act of recklessly dismantling someone else's apartment was downright outrageous. She desperately wanted to know who conceived such a creative yet chaotic idea. The load-bearing walls stood intact amidst the wreckage of the other walls, which had been reduced to rubble. Should she commend the ingenuity of avoiding these walls? The ground floor, serving as the foundation, had been so thoroughly dismantled. How could they possibly reside here? Was this an apartment or a construction site? How on earth had a perfectly good apartment turned into a training ground under Lao Gao's direction? The main entrance had also been removed. But Lan Xia spotted it again among the iron wires and wooden stakes, realizing it had merely been relocated. Staring at the transformed apartment, Lan Xia felt a wave of disbelief wash over her. The scene was too surreal to behold. Tang Sun let out a heavy sigh, affirming her belief that their team had lost all semblance of normalcy. At that moment, the resting personnel noticed Lan Xia and her group. One individual promptly stood and led the others, all of whom had been lounging on the ground, to salute in unison. Under such intense scrutiny, Lan Xia felt her temper dissipate. Those fervent gazes were almost fiery. She hadn't done anything to warrant such attention. What on earth had Mo Zishu communicated to this group? Seeing Lao Gao approach in an orderly fashion, Lan Xia resigned herself to the absurdity of the situation. The atmosphere was so formal it felt as though they might as well call him commander. She was utterly exasperated. It was clear that entrusting these individuals to Mo Zishu was a grave mistake. However, she mused, if she had taken charge herself, the outcome might have been even worse. She decided to embrace the chaos and observe what kind of talents Mo Zishu and Lao Gao could cultivate. What more could she say about this apartment? All she could do was hope that they truly owned it, sparing them from any need for compensation or restitution, given its current deplorable state. The once elegant and upscale apartment had been transformed in less than 2 days, highlighting Lao Gao's peculiar talent for demolition. As for the safety of the apartment, Lan Xia had long lost the will to discuss it. Fate would decide, and should it collapse, she would blame her ill luck. In the short term, they lacked the resources and financial means to relocate. They would have to make do. Having reassured herself, Lan Xia finally emerged from her fury. In a reflexive motion, she threw a left hook, executing a shoulder throw that sent Mo Zishu crashing to the ground. Observing Mo Zishu writhing in pain, she shrugged apologetically. It hadn't been intentional, her actions were instinctive. Feeling somewhat awkward, she glanced at Tang Sun, who, understanding her unspoken cue, stepped forward to tend to Mo Zishu's injuries. In some respects, one could say, Sister Lan, you are truly violent. From the back, Zhou Qiao adjusted his glasses, bewildered by Mo Zishu's antics, which seemed easily avoidable. His rib had just been set by Tang Sun, leaving him temporarily incapacitated, half reclined in the passenger seat as he gazed at the focused Lan Xia driving. After a prolonged silence, Mo Zishu weakly suggested, I'll go find the logistics personnel. Boss, didn't you mention you wanted someone to manage those matters? He silently sighed, waiting for Lan Xia to respond. Yet, the car remained enveloped in an eerie silence. Tang Sun curled up, shivering. Zhou Qiao diligently polished his scalpel, and Xiao Lungzi fondled the small tigress fur. Everything appeared so harmonious, yet the stillness was unsettling. Chapter 67. The abandoned factory. Mo Zishu was intently studying the map in his hands. According to its indications, they should reach their destination in about an hour. Although the mission was merely a standard exploratory task, he sensed that this undertaking would prove to be far from straightforward. Raising his gaze to the sky, he let his eyelids fall. Nightfall was the most perilous time. Dusk was approaching, and it was prudent to find a place to rest temporarily before making further plans. In the outskirts, where could one possibly find a resting spot? Mo Zishu chided himself inwardly. Upon hearing Lan Xia's voice, he lifted his head, speechless. Was his intention so apparent that the boss could discern it at a glance? Tang Sun, who had been trembling in the back seat, finally mustered the courage to speak. What should we do, Sister Lan? This atmosphere is suffocating. I can't ignore it. She shrank further into her seat, overwhelmed by Zhou Qiao's formidable presence beside her. The sharp surgical knife seemed to gleam ominously, and she felt as if it might pierce her heart at any moment. Ignoring Tang Sun's plight, Lan Xia thoughtfully stroked her chin. Though she had considered the possibility of sleeping outdoors when they set out, she could not overlook the dangers that such an endeavor entailed, especially with numerous animals having succumbed to zombification. Many creatures roamed at night in search of food, which was precisely why people were often reluctant to remain outside after dark. A chance encounter with a particularly formidable beast could spell disaster. Upon hearing Lan Xia's words, Tang Sun sprang up from her seat, swiftly retrieving her perfume and spraying it around the vehicle. She adeptly opened a window and fashioned a support structure using vines, wrapping them around to create an impenetrable cocoon around the car. In essence, it resembled a yurt crafted from tendrils. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Tang Sun turned to see the astonished expressions on her companions' faces. With the headlights extinguished, Lan Xia rested her chin on her hand, gazing at Tang Sun with an inscrutable expression. Sunner, Your skill is simply extraordinary. A must-have tool for outdoor excursions. With her abilities at hand, she felt reassured that she would no longer need to worry about finding a place to sleep. What's wrong? Tang Xia asked softly, sensing the odd looks directed her way. Abilities could develop in various directions. She had been inspired by the vice-captain's dark sphere. While she might lag behind in combat, her powers offered significant advantages in survival. After a moment of silence, Lan Xia replied, "Nothing. Let us rest quickly. If you notice anything unusual, wake us immediately." Tang Xia nodded, suddenly recalling that Lan Xia could not see in the dark. Just as she was about to speak, a faint sound reached her ears. Perhaps the rustle of someone lying down? Was it possible that Sister Lan could see in the dark? With her questions unanswered, Tang Xun buried her head beneath the covers, instinctively shifting further from Zhou Qiao. Yet, the car was so small. How far could she truly move? That night, she was destined for restless slumber, even in dreams. The relentless presence of the surgical knife pursued her. The seats in the vehicle reclined, and after a brief rustling of clothes, tranquility returned. Beside her, the soft sound of breathing indicated that Lan Xia had turned slightly, her face now oriented toward the window. Raising her left hand, Lan Xia scrutinized her palm in the darkness. The moment she collided with Mo Zishu during the day, an overwhelming sense of danger had enveloped her. Instinctively, her body had entered a defensive state. When her hand had brushed against his, she had felt the latent power within him, an almost tangible force. For a fleeting moment, she had feared defeat, yet he had seemingly relinquished his resistance at the last moment. To this day, she remained puzzled by his strength and why he chose to present himself as perpetually idle. Every day, he was the busiest among them, possessing a myriad of extraordinary skills. Yet he refrained from revealing too much. Such a person would undoubtedly garner admiration and favor wherever he went. Perhaps he could even reign as a king. With a soft sigh, Lan Xia resolved to relinquish her thoughts. Let things unfold naturally. Contemplating endlessly was exhausting. After all, while Mo Zishu's character might be lacking, he was at least not treacherous. Whatever awaited them in the future could be addressed later. As even breaths filled the car, Mo Zishu opened his eyes. In the darkness, his irises glimmered like stars. It had been a long time since he felt such exhilaration. The blood coursing through him was ablaze, and every cell was alive with fervor. This apocalypse seemed tailor-made for him. What kind of monsters might emerge next? The anticipation thrilled him. This vibrant, passionate existence was precisely what he had longed for. The night passed quietly. As the vines parted and the first rays of sunlight streamed in, Lan Xia opened her eyes, stretched her arms, and stepped outside to enjoy the fresh air. After a night confined in such a small space, discomfort was inevitable. Yet, thanks to Sunner, it had been a rare moment of peace. Turning back, she was startled by the sight of Tang Xun, who wore a discontented expression and sported dark circles under her eyes. What had happened? Had there been disturbances during the night that Sunner had refrained from mentioning to avoid disturbing her? No. If something had gone awry, she would not have slept so soundly. Gently placing her hand on Tang Xun's forehead, Lan Xia's brow furrowed in confusion. No fever, it seemed. Seeing Lan Xia's concerned expression, Tang Xun returned to the car, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She must endure. She couldn't let Sister Lan down. No matter how intimidating Zhou Qiao was, she would overcome her fears. Yet, her body trembled uncontrollably. No, she couldn't falter. She absolutely must not succumb to Zhou Qiao, the Ice Queen. What was a mere surgical knife? She would not be afraid. As the vehicle resumed its journey, an hour later, Mo Zishu took out his binoculars to scrutinize the abandoned factory. Despite the vast expanse they had traversed, the scarcity of zombies was notable, and the location was exceedingly rare. Something unusual surely lay within. Mo Zishu spoke gravely. Indeed, and the main entrance stands wide open. Shrouded in darkness, Lan Xia replied calmly. Now it was Mo Zishu's turn to be perplexed. Lowering his binoculars, he asked, "How can you see the darkness inside?" Lan Xia swiftly delivered a playful slap to his arm. "Do you really need binoculars for a distance of less than a kilometer? In such an open area, anyone with sharp eyesight could see the entrance ajar and the gloom within." It seemed his wits had momentarily failed him. Chapter 68. C-Class Mission. Parking the vehicle outside, Lan Xia was the first to leap out. After organizing her equipment, she nodded towards Mo Zishu, gripping her tang knife in one hand while igniting a blazing fire with the other. Indeed, the ability could also serve as illumination, quite environmentally friendly. Crouching low, Lan Xia advanced cautiously, aware that the factory's cement floor was extremely damp, likely due to prolonged absence of sunlight. Patches of moss dotted the ground, leaving her to ponder the factory's past. Having traversed less than 100 meters, she sensed some obstacles ahead. With delicate movements, she nudged aside the iron pipes, catching the scent of rusted metal mingling with a faint whiff of decay in the damp air. Her keen sense of smell detected a hint of blood, a scent now pervasive enough to no longer capture her attention. However, the intensifying stench of rot gnawed at her unease until a distant, muted roar echoed through the factory. In an instant, Lan Xia concluded that there must be zombies lurking within, and of a formidable variety. She sensed imminent danger, as though something was watching them. Bringing her hand closer to the fire, she was startled to discover it smeared with blood. This place was decidedly unsettling. Gritting her teeth, Lan Xia resolved to press onward. No matter the challenges, this initial mission must be completed successfully. If a mere C-class exploration task could deter them, how could she hope to end this apocalypse? Regardless of what awaited her, she had to forge ahead. As darkness enveloped them, Lan Xia led the way stealthily until suddenly, the factory was awash in brilliant light. Damn! Who turned on the lights? She exclaimed, turning angrily to see 3 innocent faces. It was clear that this was yet another of Mo Zishu's mischiefs. Just then, Mo Zishu approached, explaining that the factory's power supply was independent and still operational. In response, Lan Xia delivered her signature uppercut. What the hell? Are you trying to alert every creature in the vicinity? What had once been an advantage had now turned into a liability. Did they truly believe that whatever was in the factory remained oblivious to their presence? They were now completely exposed to the eyes of the enemy. Lan Xia felt an overwhelming urge to send Mo Zishu to his doom at that moment. If they attracted any powerful monsters, she would certainly be the first to offer him as a snack. Lan Xia, look behind you, Tang Sun gasped, covering her mouth with trembling hands and pointing anxiously at the wall behind Lan Xia. The once pristine white wall was now smeared with blood, with dismembered body parts scattered across its surface. Unfazed, Lan Xia stealthily retreated a few steps, slowly drawing her tang knife. This place was undeniably eerie. The atmosphere alone was enough to send chills down one's spine. Amidst the bright yet silent factory, a sudden cacophony of metallic scraping echoed from deep within. Behind a dilapidated machine, a red figure flickered. Seizing the opportunity, the nimble Shaoling placed Little Tiger on the ground and, crouching low, approached the old machine with her dagger drawn. At that moment, the factory was silent save for the sound of her footsteps. As she reached the machine, she braced herself for an encounter with a monster, only to discover nothing behind her. Instinctively, she rolled to the side, unleashing her wind ability to propel herself 10 meters away. Looking up, she realized that a chilling scythe was poised where she had just stood. T-speed zombie. Shaoling swallowed hard, her expression turning grave. Rising cautiously, she fixed her gaze on the T-speed zombie, aware that its greatest asset was its incredible speed. The scythe it wielded was razor-sharp, capable of cleaving a small vehicle in two. Yet, she was confident in her ability to outpace it. The more troublesome aspect was the scythe, however. The T-speed zombie's defense was not particularly high, meaning her dagger could indeed deliver a fatal blow. Yet, confidence soon waned as Shaoling found herself in a relentless game of cat and mouse with the T-speed zombie. Just as her dagger was about to sever the creature's neck, another T-speed zombie emerged from behind her. Barely dodging the attack, Shaoling found herself drenched in sweat, facing off against 2 T-speed zombies. Amidst the standoff, Lan Xia decisively kicked the cowering Tang Sun aside. Almost tumbling over, Tang Sun quickly activated her ability, sending vines swirling in all directions. The 2 T-speed zombies, realizing they could not keep pace with Shaoling, redirected their scythes towards Tang Sun. As she controlled the zombies with her power, Tang Sun turned to flee. Ugh, another one. 3 T-speed zombies. How could I possibly handle this? Lan Xia, help. I don't want to die. Watching Shaoling intently as she sought an opportunity to dispatch the zombies, and witnessing Tang Sun's panicked flight, Lan Xia felt her face burn with exasperation. Sooner, even a child could do better than you. What use are you? Though she voiced her frustration, Lan Xia would not simply stand by. Casting a sidelong glance at Shou Qiao, who, upon receiving her look, innocently adjusted his glasses, she silently conveyed her expectation. His expression was clear. Are you volunteering? Or should I intervene? Recalling Tang Sun's earlier embarrassing display, Shou Qiao reluctantly acquiesced, deciding that it would be best not to trouble the captain further. Despite his lack of enthusiasm for this C-class mission. Chapter 69. Cooperation. As Shou Qiao entered the battlefield, Tang Sun skillfully ensnared a T-speed zombie's foot with her vines. The T-speed zombie, momentarily tugging at its leg without breaking free, attempted to sever the vines with its scythe. However, Tang Sun's vine swiftly wrapped around its claw once more. Xiao Lingzi then followed up by conjuring a small whirlwind that swept away the nearest T-speed zombie, allowing him to leap behind the ensnared creature. At that moment, the T-speed zombie managed to break free from the vines, but Xiao Lingzi deftly blocked its scythe with his dagger, while Zhou Qiao's scalpel successfully severed the zombie's head. Enraged by the loss of their companion, two T-speed zombies charged recklessly towards Zhou Qiao. Regaining her composure, she adjusted her glasses just as the sides were nearly upon her. Suddenly, a massive vine erupted from the concrete beneath her, lifting her into the air. Xiao Lingzi's whirlwind followed closely behind, striking the two advancing zombies, who howled in fury as they were blown away. Just as Tang Sun was about to smile in triumph, one of the T-speed zombies lunged at her with lightning speed. Unlike Xiao Lingzi and Zhou Qiao, who were speed-oriented, Tang Sun found herself flustered, attempting to ensnare the zombie with her vines once more. However, the creature deftly evaded her grasp and accelerated its pursuit. Panic-stricken, Tang Sun thought, "Why am I the target? Those two are far more appetizing." At that moment, Xiao Lingzi intended to assist her, only to be confronted by another T-speed zombie rushing towards him. He found himself unable to shake off this new threat, effectively immobilized. Can you believe it? Zombies are coordinating now? On the sidelines, Lan Xia marveled at the scene. Is it possible that zombies have learned to fight as a team? Their coordination rivals that of Tang Sun and Xiao Lingzi. Mo Zishu observed the unfolding battle intently, concluding, "It seems that these T-speed zombies have developed a form of intelligence, likely due to some powerful entity granting them sentience. This implies that there exists a more intelligent force lurking here." A more intelligent force? That hypothesis is intriguing. Yet, forgive me, I truly cannot fathom where Mo Zishu draws such conclusions. As Tang Sun maneuvered through the debris, the abundance of scrap materials inadvertently hindered the zombies' movements, coupled with the assistance of her vines. For the time being, the T-speed zombie was unable to pose a significant threat to her, just as Lan Xia contemplated intervening. Mo Zishu abruptly restrained her. Visibly displeased, Lan Xia glared at Mo Zishu. While she understood the importance of allowing them to train, she could not simply stand by and watch the T-speed zombie devour Tang Sun. As the side of the T-speed zombie edged closer to Tang Sun, Lan Xia's body tensed, akin to a bowstring ready to release. Yet, in a surprising turn of events, the T-speed zombie suddenly froze in place. It was then that several gleaming scalpels embedded themselves into the wall adjacent to the T-speed zombie, with more scattered across the nearby abandoned machinery. In a matter of moments, the T-speed zombie was sliced into several pieces, its blood and decaying flesh splattering the ground. Tang Sun stumbled back, heart racing as she fell to the ground, patting her chest in relief. After catching her breath, she felt somewhat steadied, grateful for the seamless cooperation that had saved her. Almost believing she would make it in time. Did you know Zhou Qiao would pull something like this? Lan Xia turned to Mo Zishu with an inscrutable expression. Upon hearing her boss's affirmative tone, Mo Zishu innocently rubbed his nose. In response, Lan Xia delivered a swift kick, sending Mo Zishu crashing to the ground, silently lamenting his plight. "The boss is too violent. It's unbearable." Meanwhile, Lan Xia's eyes widened in disbelief as she witnessed Xiao Lingzi racing alongside a T-speed zombie. The absurdity escalated as both figures darted around the factory, with Xiao Lingzi unleashing his wind abilities, occasionally stirring up a gentle breeze. Eventually, Lan Xia saw Xiao Lingzi perched atop an abandoned machine, wielding his wind powers to create a swirling vortex below. The T-speed zombie, inexplicably, chased after the small whirlwind. Lan Xia silently wiped her brow, utterly speechless. Just moments ago, she praised the creature for its newfound intelligence, only to watch it devolve into a comical spectacle. It appeared Xiao Lingzi had mastered his wind abilities to the extent that he could deceive the evolved zombie's sense of smell. How on earth did he manage that? And so, half an hour passed. The relentless T-speed zombie continued its pursuit of the wind vortex, while Xiao Lingzi remained vigilant above, dagger at the ready. Mo Zishu, performing his silent act on the ground, sat cross-legged, his realism apparently lost on everyone. Lan Xia leaned against the wall, stifling a yawn. Was this a joke? Half an hour had elapsed. This T-speed zombie was either truly dim-witted or utterly deranged. Then, Lan Xia swore she would never forget that moment. The T-speed zombie finally halted. Yes, it stopped. In full view of everyone, it plopped down on the ground, whimsically kicking its legs. If it could speak, Lan Xia was certain it would exclaim, "I'm done playing. You're bullying zombies." Lan Xia swallowed hard, aghast. "Excuse me, dear zombie? Do you truly comprehend that you are merely a zombie? Goodness, Are zombies now capable of acting cute? Is there any sense of fairness left in the world? Turning her head, she noticed the stunned expressions on the faces of her companions, all petrified in disbelief. Tang Xin's face was a portrait of incredulity, exclaiming, "This defies logic." Lan Xia quietly turned away, musing, "Dear zombie, your adorableness is quite alarming. Does your mother know? Captain, I implore you. This zombie must be handed over to me for dissection and research." Gazing into Zhou Qiao's earnest eyes, Lan Xia feigned calmness, nodding in agreement. Yet, the excitement and joy reflected in Zhou Qiao's gaze left her wondering. Truly, one cannot comprehend the mind of a mad scientist.